In an unexpected twist of fate, Heiyu finds himself transported to a world of elves, assuming the role of a pirate. With an affinity for Dark-type Pokémon, he embarks on a journey to dominate the league and ascend to the coveted position of champion. Years later, when a reporter inquires, "Why did you forsake the role of gym leader to become the supreme investigator of the league?" Heiyu resolutely replies, "I cannot coexist with evil." The crowd falls silent, captivated by the righteous fervor emanating from Heiyu and his entourage of Dark-type Pokémon. Chapter 1. Heiyu. The Hoenn region boasts a diverse array of natural environments, ranging from tropical rainforests to arid deserts. Yet its most striking feature is its vast expanses of water. The area covered by these waters is nearly equivalent to that of the mainland, creating a stark contrast with other regions. While myriad islands dot the seascape, accessible only by maritime routes, some areas even allow for diving, showcasing a wealth of flora and a climate that is decidedly warmer than that of other continents. However, the expansive waters have also given rise to a surge in piracy, particularly from the nefarious organization known as Team Aqua. Even the forces dispatched by the Pokémon League find it impossible to subdue them, allowing their influence to grow unchecked. Beyond Team Aqua, many individuals have been driven to piracy by the insidious corruption of the League, or have chosen to abandon the land for various reasons, ultimately joining the ranks of pirates. The Great Shark, an ordinary pirate ship, sails the seas. Heiyu, you should get some sleep. Tomorrow marks our 1-year anniversary as pirates, and we'll finally receive our very own Pokémon. I can hardly contain my excitement. Within the cramped confines of the ship's dim and damp cabin, a dozen youths are huddled together, buzzing with enthusiasm as they reminisce about their first year aboard. Initially plagued by uncertainty and fear, they gradually resign themselves to their fate, ultimately embracing their identities as full-fledged pirates. The dream of rejoining the League and becoming upstanding citizens now seems nearly impossible. Among this group of boys stands a young man with jet black hair and a strikingly handsome visage, exuding an air of calm. This is Heiyu. Observing the animated chatter of his companions, he smirks to himself, thinking, what a bunch of naive kids. He pays little heed to their juvenile exuberance. The air is thick with the briny scent of the sea, mingling with the sweat of the boys in the cramped, shadowy cabin. Heiyu furrows his brow despite having been in this world for over a year. He cannot help but reflect on his former life on Water Blue Star. Once a striving youth of the 21st century, he spent his time gaming and watching anime. Little did he know that upon opening his eyes, he would find himself in the fantastical realm of Pokémon. Regrettably, this world is not as idyllic as depicted in the animations of his past. Here, the opportunity to receive a starter Pokémon and embark on a gym challenge is not freely available. Instead, one must begin at the tender age of 6, paying a staggering annual deposit of 200,000, alongside a plethora of documentation for a decade, to attain such privileges. Last, upon reaching the age of 16, one is permitted to embark on a journey and receive a starter Pokémon along with the prestigious status of an official member of the Alliance. Alas, I suppose this is quite the hellish beginning for me. Not only am I an undocumented individual, but I have also become a pirate. Black Feather sighed inwardly, feeling as though he had brought shame upon the predecessors of transmigrators. Unlike other transmigrators who arrived in the Pokémon world with divine blessings, effortlessly defeating the likes of Pidgey and kicking aside the Elite Four, he found himself instead in the company of a motley crew of misfits and pirates, while others basked in the glory of their accomplishments, embracing the heights of life with the likes of Sister Cabbage and Karuna. With his thoughts drifting, Black Feather gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, the sun began its ascent above the horizon. Unlike other youths who indulged in slumber, Black Feather arose early, bending his frame to step over the sleeping children and making his way out of the cramped cabin of the ship. "Good morning, Brother Mitsui. Brother Kyuten, your Ironclaw lobster appears to have grown even stronger." With enthusiasm, Black Feather greeted these seasoned pirates. Unlike his peers, whose minds were still immature, he understood the significance of forging connections, having lived through 2 lifetimes. Even aboard a modest pirate ship, the internal dynamics were intricate, and it had taken him several months to ascertain the identities and relationships of the crew. "Ha, it's young Black Feather again. Come to lend a hand," teased a sailor who was observing the direction of the waves. Yes, Brother Kyuten. Has there been any change in the wind today?" Black Feather jogged over to assist the sailors with their tasks, thereby endearing himself to the crew. After all, who could resist the charm of a sweet-tongued, handsome young lad with a warm heart? Fear not. The seas have been calm these past few days, and it seems we shall have ample opportunity to capture some Pokémon, which we can sell on the mainland for a tidy profit. At the mention of selling Pokémon, the faces of the sailors lit up with excitement. The AS for the regulations of the Alliance? I am a pirate now. What do I care for your Alliance laws? Black Feather, Madame Meta, is urgently seeking you. You must hurry. A crew member panted as he rushed over with the news. My apologies, Brother Cutin, but I may not be able to assist you today, Black Feather replied apologetically. Observing the waves with great care, Brother Cutin graciously responded, No worries, Madame Meta. Must need your assistance with the ledger, I presume? Not quite. I merely help the lady with some minor tasks. Black Feather humbly stated. The sailors, diligently attending to their respective duties, could hardly believe such modesty. Who aboard the pirate ship was unaware that Madame Meta was the captain's wife. Not only was she formidable in her own right, but she was also a rare and skilled breeder. Typically, she remained ensconced in the highest chamber of the ship, rarely seen by outsiders. Yet Black Feather was an exception, having been sold to the pirate ship for merely a year. He had forged profound connections with the sailors. His adeptness in understanding human nature and his impeccable manners set him apart. Most importantly, he enjoyed the favor of Madame Meta, who frequently summoned him to the upper deck to assist her. Even aboard the pirate ship, rumors circulated that Black Feather would be taken as an apprentice by Lady Meta, nurtured as a breeder. As he traversed the interior of the ship, making his way to the uppermost deck, he noticed the absence of others around him. Black Feather shed his shy demeanor, adopting an expressionless countenance that exuded a cold and melancholic aura. Fortunately, upon my arrival, I devoted my days to literacy, and now I can be considered one of the few cultured individuals aboard this vessel. Black Feather mused inwardly, feeling a sense of gratitude. Among the boys who had been sold into servitude like him, most were either ruffians or street urchins. Thus, with his refined appearance and literacy, Black Feather easily distinguished himself. Employing subtle tactics, he garnered the attention and affection of Lady Meta. As for the rumors circulating among the crew, they were, of course, seated by Black Feather himself. Otherwise, how could those fearsome pirates treat a mere child with such amiability? Did he truly believe that merely assisting them with minor tasks would suffice? That notion was purely fanciful. This was a realm unbound by the laws of the Alliance, governed solely by the principle of survival of the fittest, where the weak were destined to be oppressed. Thankfully, I have navigated through the most arduous year without suffering the indignities faced by my contemporaries at the hands of these veterans. Today, I shall receive a sprite from the captain, marking my initiation as a pirate. Contemplating these thoughts, Black Feather's excitement swelled, causing his pace to quicken as he approached the door to the upper cabin. Come in, a melodious voice beckoned from within. Gently knocking, he pushed the door open. The room within the upper cabin was exquisitely adorned, filled with fine furniture exuding the aroma of sandalwood, while a collection of exquisite art pieces graced the wooden cabinets. A grand desk sat a middle-aged woman of remarkable beauty, though her skin bore the traces of time, and her crow's feet were impervious to cosmetics. The scholarly air she emanated and her poised elegance hinted at a breathtaking beauty in her youth. Lady Meta, Black Feather said, bowing respectfully and speaking with caution. Among the pirate crew, the 4 individuals of highest standing were the captain, 2 first mates, and the present Lady Meta. The lady slowly closed an ancient tome and raised her gaze to meet Black Feather's respectful demeanor, her eyes calm. It is you, Black Feather. It seems you have yet another arduous task ahead of you today. Lady Meta's tone was gentle, displaying a great deal of empathy for the crew under her command. Despite her kind words, Black Feather hastily waved his hands, retrieving prepared shoe covers from his pocket to tidy his appearance before carefully settling onto a nearby stool. Even then, he dared not sit fully, positioning himself with utmost decorum. Black Feather began assisting with the organization of the ship's recent accounts. Lady Meta, it appears the ship's finances have been somewhat precarious of late, he remarked casually, aware that mere diligence would not suffice to foster rapport. Conversation was essential. You have keen eyes. It seems there are those aboard who have been rather restless, daring to hoard goods. Madame Meta's once gentle demeanor was replaced by a piercing gaze. To outsiders, she may appear merely as a nurturing figure, deeply fond of all Pokémon. However, over the past 6 months, as Black Feather interacted with her, he gradually became her trusted confidant, gaining insight into her character. The cargo? It likely refers to the last batch of captured Pokémon, Black Feather mused. He continued to assist in organizing the accounts, marking several discrepancies he discovered. Drawing upon the experience he had accumulated over the past months, he swiftly completed nearly a month's worth of accounts. Madam Meta, I have finished organizing the accounts. Please have a look, Black Feather said respectfully, presenting the records with both hands. Madam Meta briefly perused the documents, occasionally nodding in agreement, and ultimately regarded Black Feather with a look of approval. Black Feather, you have done well. I recall today marks the day when your group of newcomers selects their Pokémon. Do you find yourself reminiscing about your previous life on land? A hint of amusement danced across Madam Meta's elegantly featured face. Black Feather felt a tightening in his chest, recognizing this as Madam Meta's subtle test. If he succeeded, he would firmly secure his position, as her confident failure would render his efforts over the past months futile. After all, this group of newcomers was comprised of individuals who had been either sold into slavery or abducted by pirates, initially filled with resentment. Yet, as time passed, they began to sink into the same moral decay as the pirates, transforming him from an innocent child into a thoroughgoing brigand. Madam Meta, I, Black Feather, have been a street urchin in the city of Lioli since childhood, with no knowledge of my parents' whereabouts. Had I not joined the giant shark, I would have long since perished from hunger, he fervently expressed, tears streaming down his face. However, he spoke the truth. In this world, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to rise above their station. Simply becoming a trainer is a monumental hurdle. Resources are monopolized by the noble families of the Alliance, making survival a formidable challenge for the common folk. Indeed, Black Feather, you are truly a person of potential. Remember, when selecting your Pokémon this afternoon, lean towards the left, Madam Meta remarked, her stunning visage revealing a significant expression. Black Feather's eyes widened with surprise as he exclaimed, "Thank you for your guidance, madam." With a wave of her hand, Madam Meta dismissed him. Understanding her intent, Black Feather exited quietly, careful not to make a sound, and gently closed the door behind him. Once outside, he felt an immediate release of pressure. Since his arrival in this world, he had first become a pirate and then endured the bullying of the elder crew members. His heart had been tempered into something remarkably resilient. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to stand tall. There is no shame in humility during times of weakness. Otherwise, one remains vulnerable to humiliation. At present, it seems I have made a commendable start on the path of a Pokémon trainer, Black Feather reflected as he stepped onto the deck, facing the ocean wind and gazing into the distance. As noon approached, the sun stood high in the sky. The scorching sunlight cast its fierce rays upon the deck, where Black Feather and his fellow novices stood in orderly formation, enduring the sun's relentless heat. Apart from the sailors who maintained the ship's operations, the majority of the seasoned crew lingered in the shadows, pointing and whispering at the group of newcomers. This annual spectacle had become a tradition after all. Amidst the oppressive vastness of the ocean, one must find a source of amusement. The bullying of newcomers had become a commonplace occurrence, a tale as old as time itself. Being a pirate is fraught with peril. It is not a smooth journey, and fatalities occur annually, necessitating a continuous influx of fresh recruits. Though the crew of the Great Shark numbered only in the hundreds, it is worth noting that all of the original founders have perished, including the current captain, who is also a later addition. This illustrates the staggering mortality rate faced by pirates. Novices, today marks the day you shed this title. Over the past year, you have surely learned how to serve as competent sailors. But that is merely the beginning. Being a sailor and being a pirate are two entirely different matters. Without enduring the baptism of blood, you do not deserve to be called a true pirate. A rugged and imposing man stood atop a platform, admonishing the novices below. He was none other than one of the ship's two first mates, Takeda Shin. Now you're eligible to select a sprite as a reward for your year of service. As the man's words resonated through the air, a cheer erupted from the group of newcomers below. God knows how they managed to survive the past year. Even Black Feather could not help but feel elated, his breath quickening. This was a genuine sprite. Although he had seen them on other pirates, possessing one himself was an entirely different experience. Chapter 2. The Lobster Soldier. Shortly thereafter, a burly man clad in short sleeves approached the crowd, pushing a small cart before him. It was Brother Gutian. A thought flickered in Heiyu's mind. The others, however, bowed their heads silently, unwilling to meet the gaze of this esteemed figure. It was well known that Gutian had spent his entire life at sea, never setting foot on land since his birth. His mastery over the ocean's waves and winds was unparalleled, making him the eyes of the entire Jusha ship. Due to this unique skill, he was held in high regard by the captain, who intended to promote him to the position of third mate. "Hey, you rookies, are you not excited?" After the jest, the atmosphere grew even tenser. "Come on, In the order of names called, choose one by one. With a swift motion, Gu Tian unveiled a cloth, revealing 20 gleaming Pokeballs before the crowd. The newcomer's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Heiyu focused on the 2 Pokeballs on the far left. There were 2 rows of 10, and they appeared nearly indistinguishable from one another, relying solely on luck for selection. Whichever Pokeball was chosen would be the one they received, without any room for negotiation. First up, Heiyu. Upon hearing his name, the peers of his cohort expressed envy. Even the seasoned pirates spectating could not hide their expected expressions. Approaching the cart, Heiyu quickly scanned the options and ultimately chose the leftmost ball from the upper row. May fortune favor me. He silently hoped as he grasped the Pokeball tightly in his hand. Next, Changdao. One by one, several more youths stepped forward to make their selections. According to the information provided by Madame Meita, the Pokeballs positioned further to the left were presumably of superior quality, Heiyu mused. Observing a friend opt for a Pokeball on the right, his mouth parted slightly, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Soon, all the Pokeballs were chosen. Heiyu could hardly contain his eagerness to unveil the creature within. Haha, from this day forth, you are no longer newcomers. Complete this afternoon's assessment, and you shall be pirates. The exhilaration of the newly initiated quickly turned to anxiety. As the dismissal command was issued, the seasoned pirates returned to their posts, leaving the newcomers to stand on the deck, now enjoying their precious time of freedom. This was the only respite they would receive after a year of toil. Come forth. My Pokemon. Ah, it's a lobster soldier. My Pokemon is a Liu. The crowd released their Pokemon, but the ensuing scenes were far from pleasant. Help. Ah. One boy collapsed to the ground, a Liu relentlessly gnawing at his arm. Its sharp teeth and powerful jaws elicited terrified retreats from the other youths, who believed Pokemon could only be commanded through instructions. Heiyu had little interest in engaging with the chaos, nor did he feel compelled to intervene. Gradually retreating to the back of the crowd, he eventually vanished from the deck. Meanwhile, in the lower cabin where newcomers typically slept, Heiyu quietly appeared. Come forth. My first Pokemon, he spoke with a hint of anticipation. A flash of white light revealed a lobster soldier. Haha, the lobster soldier emerged, brandishing its pincers with a wary expression. Heiyu endeavored to maintain a gentle demeanor as he slowly retrieved a cerulean energy cube from his pocket. This is a water-type beginner energy cube I painstakingly acquired from Brother Gutian. Kneeling down, he coaxed, Come on, lobster soldier, have a taste. You must be famished. Heiyu's approach to capturing the creature was straightforward. He lured it with food. In truth, given his current situation, he had no other viable options. As he glanced at the lobster soldier, which stood over half a meter tall with its imposing pincers, he shelved any thoughts of a forceful capture. The lobster soldier, drawn by the tantalizing scent of the blue cube, ultimately surrendered its trepidation for the allure of sustenance. Hey, with a swift motion, it used its pincers to seize the energy cube. Upon consumption, its wary expression morphed into one of delight, its eyes narrowing in pleasure as it emitted contented sounds. Witnessing this transformation, Heiyu smiled confidently. Don't worry, lobster soldier, I have more of these. As long as you obey me, there will be no shortage of energy cubes in the future. Heiyu painted a vivid picture of their potential future, and the lobster soldier, having never encountered such a vision, was instantaneously captivated by its new master. Lobster will never yield, unless food and shelter are guaranteed. Haha. The lobster soldier fervently waved its pincers, embodying an enthusiastic spirit. One day, we shall dominate the world. Heiyu's tongue felt parched. Yet the sight of the lobster soldier's admiration only fueled his anticipation. Show me your special move, lobster soldier, but remember not to damage the cabin. Immediately, Heiyu began to assert his authority as a trainer. Haha. The lobster soldier's body shimmered with a white glow. It's hardening. Heiyu noted. Is there anything else? Lobster soldier? Upon hearing his master, the lobster soldier raised its pincers and clamped down on the air. It's a pinch. Very good, you possess great talent. Heiyu lavished praise upon the lobster soldier, even for its most basic moves. Haha. The lobster soldier joyfully hopped about, and as it opened its pincers, a flurry of azure bubbles erupted forth. Cough, cough, cough. All right, lobster soldier, stop now. Heiyu waved his arms to burst the bubbles. They should be foam. After all, if they were light beams, they would be much more intense, Heiyu pondered. The currently mastered moves of the lobster soldier included bubble, pinch, and harden. Haha. The lobster soldier eagerly called out twice, attempting to capture Heiyu's attention. Looking over, Heiyu saw the lobster soldier enveloped in a stream of water, adopting a diving posture. What is this? Just as Heiyu became excited, the water gradually dissipated. The move had failed. Nevertheless, he remained immensely pleased, for it clearly possessed a hereditary move. Moreover, it resembled a water jet, water stream propulsion. Very good, lobster soldier, you are truly talented. We will surely grow strong together. Heiyu continued to sketch an ambitious future, igniting the lobster soldier's fervor. Yet, unbeknownst to its new master, the lobster soldier harbored another move in its mind that it could not execute. Furthermore, the move was peculiar, requiring a strange dance. Confused and perplexed, time swiftly passed, and the morning faded into afternoon, signaling the assessment time for the newcomers. On the deck stood a group of youths, though one seemed to be missing. Heyu noticed the lingering bloodstains on the deck, which, despite having been wiped clean, still bore faint crimson marks. It was the boy who had been attacked by the Liyu. Heyu thought somberly. It seemed he had perished. As Heyu observed the bloodstain trailing toward the ship's edge, the same first mate, Chang Tianxin, returned to conduct the assessment for the newcomers. Unfortunately, one boy was unable to capture even a single Pokémon and has already departed. As the crowd mourned, Chang Tianxin swiftly shifted his tone. However, I suspect that this afternoon's assessment will see many more eliminated. The group gasped in shock, unaware of the consequences of elimination. But the tone of his voice indicated that it would not bode well. All right, bring them forth. As Shinichi Nagata issued his command, a few seasoned pirates slowly carried a cage onto the deck. Within the cage were several Pokémon, a Snivy, a Beedrill, an Arcan, and others, all common in the Hoenn region. Your task today is to eliminate them. With those words, the first mate departed, leaving the novices to fend for themselves. The veteran pirates, intrigued by the spectacle, began placing bets among themselves on who would emerge victorious first. I'll wager a bottle of beer. I'll put down 3 packs of cigarettes. You're really going big. Won't you be broke this month? Indeed, it would be over a month before the ship next approached land to resupply. Almost all the pirates placed bets on their favored youths, with Heyu being the most heavily wagered upon. Heyu gazed resolutely at the Pokémon in the cage, while the surrounding boys trembled, too frightened to step forward. Although they had been captured and trained for a year, their tasks had only involved menial labor and survival knowledge at sea. They had never actually killed anything. In that moment of hesitation, Heyu slowly drew out a Pokeball and released his Krabby. The Krabby lunged forward and swiftly crushed the Beedrill. Heyu's voice was cold, his expression unreadable. The Krabby paused, hesitating as it glanced back at its master. Ultimately, it dared not disobey the command and approached the cage with its 6 tiny legs. Raising its proud pincers, a milky energy began to coalesce, merging slowly in the terrified gaze of the Beedrill. Clutch! The Beedrill's vitality waned. Haha, I win. I win. Hand over the cigarettes. The experienced pirates cackled with glee. Heyu recalled his Krabby and quietly retreated into the ranks, remaining silent. Gradually, more youths stepped forward, their voices trembling as they commanded their newly acquired Pokémon. Some succeeded, while others failed. The fate of those who failed was to retrieve their Pokeballs and thereafter remain at the bottom tier as mere deckhands. The pirates spoke coldly. Only those who completed the challenge were considered equals. No, 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 give me another chance. I beg you, grant me one more opportunity. The boy's voice trembled as he pleaded. A pirate stepped forward, kicking the boy aside and angrily scolding him. Seeking death, are we? An ominous Kingler emerged. Its massive pincers rose slowly, and with a single blow, it crushed the boy's skull. Brains splattered, blood flowed. The newcomers shrieked in terror. The Kingler turned to look, and the newcomers, frightened by its menacing gaze, fell silent, transforming into obedient quails with their heads bowed. Heyu cast a silent glance at the headless corpse, realizing that human life was the least valued here. Ultimately, the body was slowly consigned to the sea, becoming sustenance for the endless waters. That night, in the lower deck, the youths chattered excitedly about the Pokémon. As for the deaths witnessed earlier, no one dared to mention them. No one wished to recall them, for it was a scene they would never forget. Heyu wandered through the dining area, his gaze scanning as if searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he approached with 2 bottles of wine in hand. Brother Gutian, I've come to drink with you. Heyu placed the 2 bottles on the table, observing the lavish spread before him. He couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Gutian, you truly live up to your reputation as the eye of the great shark. The captain clearly holds you in high regard with such splendid provisions. Gutian looked at the youth and replied, Brother Heyu, there is no need for formality. Feel free to eat as you please. The 2 opened a bottle of wine each, reveling in a lively conversation filled with news and gossip. In the resource-scarce sea, supplies could only be replenished periodically when docking at land, making wine a rare commodity and a prime means for men to bond. Brother, has Madame Meta been particularly busy lately? I haven't seen her around. Gutian, buoyed by the effects of the wine, broached the subject indirectly. Heiyu's gaze shifted. Was the other party inquiring about this for a reason? Not at all. Madame Meta, as Heiyu evaded the question, quickly redirecting the conversation. As time passed, fewer and fewer patrons remained in the dining hall, until only a handful lingered. By this point, the 2 inebriated companions stumbled out of the dining area, somewhat unsteady on their feet, yet supporting one another as they departed. As they parted, Gutian patted his chest, assuring Heiyu, Brother, if you encounter any difficulties or troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I can resolve anything for you. With that, Gutian patted Heiyu on the shoulder before turning to leave. Heiyu watched Gutian's retreating figure, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Little did Heiyu know, after his departure, the seemingly drunken Gutian regained his composure, his countenance devoid of emotion, his step steady, showing no signs of intoxication. Gu Tian mused to himself. With my capabilities and experience, along with my reconnaissance skills at sea, perhaps I have a chance to become the third mate? Gu Tian had chosen to humble himself and proactively befriend He Yu, recognizing that He Yu had the ear of Madame Meta. If He Yu were willing to speak favorably of him at a critical moment, his chances in the election would increase dramatically. Chapter 3. Liu Yu. As the sun rose, the sea breeze blew briskly. Endless waves crashed against the rocks, splashing water as various water-type Pokémon poked their heads out, relishing the beauty of the morning. In the sky, wind gulls soared above as a magnificent pirate ship cleaved through the waves. The pirate ship, massive and sturdy, bore a dark hull emblazoned with a fearsome great shark emblem, symbolizing its terrifying reputation in these waters. The great shark. On the deck, a group of rugged pirates patrolled, ensuring the ship's operations ran smoothly. Their faces bore scars and fierce expressions, some with beards, their eyes glinting with wildness. In stark contrast were the youthful novices, their faces still innocent, directing their newly acquired Pokémon. Krabby crushed them. He Yu commanded his Krabby to attack. Hee. The Krabby leaped and snapped at the exhausted Arcan, which had been battered by bubbles. Die. The Arcan let out a pitiful cry as the massive pincers clamped down, swiftly rendering it unconscious and incapable of battle. Krabby. Well done. He Yu patted his Krabby's hard head, slowly extending his palm to reward it with a vibrant blue energy cube. Over the course of the past several days, all the Pokémon from his cohort had emerged victorious. He Yu felt exhilarated. Madame Meta had indeed spoken the truth. This Krabby was undoubtedly the most exceptional among all Pokémon. Through their time together, he had come to understand certain traits of his Krabby. For instance, its ability was the legendary hidden trait adaptability. This trait amplified the power of its same-type moves. Consequently, water-type bubbles became Krabby's signature move. Especially against flying types like Arcan and Wingull, Krabby could continually drain the opponent's stamina with this move. Time and again, using its high level and exceptional qualities, it achieved victory without fail. Nodding to the patrolling pirates along the way, He Yu made his way to the upper deck. Madame Meta, good afternoon. He Yu gently knocked on the door and only entered upon receiving permission. Madame Meta remained stunningly beautiful, her allure undiminished despite being in her 40s, though the passage of time was evident on her face. Ah, He Yu, how did it go? Were you successful in acquiring the elf? Madame Mita inquired with a smile, setting aside her ancient tome. Indeed, madam, I am thoroughly satisfied. The lobster soldier is an exceptional companion. He Yu felt immense gratitude for Madame Mita's assistance and subtly indicated his desire to become a trusted confidant as he conversed. Madame Mita, perceptive as ever, understood his intentions. Her husband, the captain of the Great Shark, had been absent for over 6 months, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. Though no rumors circulated aboard the pirate ship, tensions simmered among the higher ranks, with her 2 first mates growing restless. She was in dire need of support from a new faction, and aligning with He Yu seemed prudent. You are quite impressive, astute, and adaptable to circumstances. Would you be willing to become my apprentice? Madame Mita's eyes sparkled with expectation. She then added, of course. I cannot guarantee you will become a breeder like me. That depends on your personal aptitude. He Yu's face lit up with surprise as he eagerly responded, Madame Mita. It would be my honor. In this new world, ascending the ranks depended on 2 types of resources. The first is tangible resources, such as high-quality Pokémon, wealth, and energy cubes, while the second is intangible resources, including extensive networks, information gaps, and monopolized knowledge. The former can be acquired through hard work, but the latter left He Yu at a loss. Fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. From now on, you need not attend daily training in the mornings. Come directly to me, and I will teach you the art of Pokémon breeding, Madame Mita said gently, her tone already infused with warmth. Thus, He Yu spent his mornings learning about breeding and his afternoons training Pokémon, exempt from any other duties aboard the ship. Many observed this and felt envious. Brother Gudian. Good morning. In the ship's dining hall, He Yu no longer had to endure the unpalatable bread. A large mug of milk had become his standard fare. This shift indicated He Yu's rising status aboard the ship, as he was no longer a mere pirate, but had surpassed many veterans. Meanwhile, the other newcomers were still grappling with the basics of life aboard a pirate ship. After finishing breakfast with Brother Gudian, He Yu proceeded, as usual, to the uppermost deck, to Madame Mita's quarters. He Yu, after evolving, the lobster soldier will gain a dark attribute, and its temperament may become volatile. Thus, you must manage it carefully. Madame Mita imparted her knowledge about the lobster soldier, her demeanor exuding kindness. In that moment, even He Yu found it difficult to reconcile the fierce Madame Mita he once knew, who had commanded a Gyarados to slay an entire ship of travelers. He Yu, it's been quite some time since you examined your lobster soldier, Madame Mita said, producing a red and white Pokédex from her pocket. The sight of the Pokémon Pokédex sent a jolt through He Yu. Madame Mita pointed the device at the Pokéball containing the lobster soldier, and it emitted a series of beeps. Lobster soldier, the rogue Pokémon, water type, Ability, Adaptability. Level 12, Height, 0, 7 meters, exceeding the average by 0. 6 meters, well-developed. Moves known, Clamp, Harden, Bubble, Leer, Water Gun, Dragon Dance. As the Pokédex reported, silence enveloped the room. Heiyu gazed in awe at the versatile device, particularly struck by the last 3 words, Dragon Dance? Heiyu ventured, uncertain if he had misheard. Indeed. Why else do you think I would recommend this Pokémon to you? Madame Maida replied with a sidelong glance. One of the parents of this lobster soldier must be a dragon-type Pokémon. Even if not purebred, it likely descends from species like Charizard or Gyarados, which, while not possessing the dragon type, carry traces of dragon blood. Madame Maida diligently instructed her new apprentice, marveling at Heiyu's quick comprehension over the past half-month. The comprehensive introductory book she had mastered in 6 months, Heiyu had nearly memorized in just over 2 weeks. Consequently, Heiyu had transformed in her eyes from a mere tool for fostering power into a true prodigious apprentice. After evolution, the lobster soldier will acquire a dark type, so you must cultivate it accordingly. Additionally, its pincers will be its primary means of attack. Here is powdered Karakaraka bone, which can be mixed into the lobster soldier's food to strengthen its bones. Before Heiyu departed, Madame Maida gifted him a vial of rare bone powder. Thank you for your generosity, madam, Heiyu said sincerely, performing a respectful bow before quietly leaving. As a month passed, the sea remained calm. Even though they encountered several traveler ships, the pirates aboard the Great Shark refrained from attacking, yet the traveler ships, seeking safety, still paid a protection fee. This opened Heiyu's eyes to the fact that pirate ships were not solely engaged in robbery. Piracy is not a profession with a clear definition. Various enterprises thrive aboard a pirate ship. As long as money is involved, anything is possible. Pirates do not merely rob. Rather, robbery is just one facet of their business. They often engage in smuggling, whether it be goods, Pokémon, or even people. Anything can be traded for the right price, including themselves. During certain conflicts among dark underground organizations, pirates may temporarily accept commissions, acting as mercenaries. Over the past month, the most frequent activity Heiyu observed among the pirates was hunting rare Pokémon in the ocean, which they would sell on land where water was scarce. The Hoenn region, rich in water sources, meant they were heading to Kanto. Brother Gudian, how much longer until we reach land? Heiyu asked respectfully, gazing at the boundless sea. Brother Gudian. The eyes of the Great Shark could discern their location without a map. We should reach Evergreen City in about 3 days, he replied, gesturing with a finger as if employing a unique method of navigation. As the crew aboard the ship eagerly anticipated replenishing their supplies on land, no one noticed a swarm of ferocious Sharpedo circling menacingly beneath the depths of the sea. During lunch, the atmosphere in the dining hall radiated joy. Suddenly, a pirate clad in a sky-blue shirt rushed in, exclaiming, "Bad news. The ship's underside is under attack by Pokémon. Hurry and follow me to assist." A hush fell over the dining hall, followed by an uproar. "Let us go. Another chance to earn some extra coin. Haha. I wonder if there will be any rare Pokémon to bolster my team." This group of pirates, traversing the tightrope between life and death, displayed neither panic nor fear. Instead, they radiated joy, their eyes shimmering with excitement. High risk, high reward. Heiyu descended slowly to the combat level alongside his comrades. The ship's design was semi-automated, allowing for a battle partition to extend from its exterior. Even with hundreds standing upon it, it would not feel crowded. They were a school of Liayu. Goodness. Judging by their stance, there must be over 100. As 2 scouts landed, the information they brought back reignited the group's enthusiasm. At this moment, the ship's first mate, Nagata Nobu, spoke. Everyone capable of entering the water, go forth and engage. Those who cannot, provide support from the partition. As the third in command, beneath Captain and Madame Meta, Nagata's words were naturally followed. Several higher-level elves jumped into the water, including iron claw lobsters, great white sharks, and catfish kings, creating massive splashes. Heiyu's lobster minions stood on the partition, continuously using bubbles to assist in flanking. Quickly, throw the Pokeballs. Release the flying elves for recovery. As time passed, the low-level Liayu could not withstand the onslaught and began to lose their combat ability, slipping into unconsciousness in the water. To prevent uneven distribution of spoils, each Pokeball bore a designated name. Heiyu possessed but a few Pokeballs, all earned through frugality. Although Madame Meta had gifted him several rare ones, such as Ultra Balls and Great Balls, he was reluctant to use them on such ordinary Liayu. Just as he prepared to throw a ball, his gaze was suddenly captured by one particular Liayu, distinct from the rest. Its swimming speed was extraordinarily swift and continually increasing. Heiyu thought to himself, it possesses a hidden speed trait. Feeling a surge of excitement, he seized the moment and hurled a Pokeball inscribed with his name. The scene in the water was utterly chaotic. Countless Pokeballs were thrown, rendering it unclear whether they struck their targets. Numerous Yao Gu Yin and Chang Chi-O hovered in the sky, occasionally diving into the water to retrieve the floating Pokeballs. Hurry! Use the nets to collect these balls. Upon hearing the command, Two pirates rushed to gather the rolling Pokeballs on the deck, placing them into their nets. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the Liayu's attempt to pierce the ship's hull and sink it failed. Instead, their own kind suffered heavy losses. With over half captured, without food replenishment, this group would find it difficult to survive in the ocean. However, none of this concerned the pirates aboard the Great Shark. They were reveling in the fruits of victory. Within the cabin, a festive feast ensued. Quickly, bring out the Pokeballs. This is mine, that is mine, don't snatch. Damn it, you took the wrong one. It has my name on it. A throng surged forward, akin to sharks drawn by the scent of blood. Thanks to Gution's care, Heiyu effortlessly located his own ball amidst the chaos, discreetly departing the crowd and ascending to the ship's upper deck. Heiyu, it's quite lively down there. How were the spoils this time? Madame Meta inquired without lifting her gaze from a book detailing various fruits. Madame Meta, we encountered a school of Liayu and reaped abundant rewards. Heiyu replied, his demeanor noticeably lighter. I would like to borrow your Pokédex. Without hesitation, Madame Meta granted his request. Liayu, a fierce Pokémon, water type, with powerful jaws and sharp teeth capable of shattering a ship's hull. Many vessels have sunk due to attacks from Liayu. Level 11. Ability, Speed Boost, Height, 0, 9 meters, exceeding average height by 0. 8 meters, weight, 22 kilograms. Exceeding average weight by 2. 0, 8 kilograms, with superior physical attributes compared to Pokémon of the same level. It has mastered moves such as Glare, Bite, Rage, Focus Energy, Water Gun, and Psychic Fangs. Heiyu gazed at the Pokeball in delight. Not only did it possess a hidden trait, but it also inherited the move Psychic Fangs. This time he struck gold. Chapter 4. The Black Market of Chongqing. Chongqing, a name synonymous with eternal verdancy. Chongqing City is a haven for nature lovers, where flowers bloom year-round. This city is renowned as one of the most prosperous in the Kanto region, largely due to the adjacent Tokiwa Forest. The vast green expanse teems with rare resources and elusive Pokémon, drawing countless adventurers to explore. Recognized as one of the 3 must-visit adventure sites in the Kanto region, alongside Hualong Cave and Tsukimi Mountain, its value is evident. Regardless of the dangers involved, many dare to capture and sell precious Pokémon. Even merely gathering rare medicinal herbs from Tokiwa Forest can yield enviable profits. At this moment on Route 1, a man and a woman, a beautiful lady and a young boy, walked side by side. Madame Meta, can I truly walk within the city with my status? Heiyu asked, his face etched with concern. After all, he was an undocumented individual, and Chongqing City was not a small town. He had heard of the terrifying Junsha family within. Madame Meta cast a glance at the majestic Wang Yin circling above, ever vigilant. Rest assured, little Heiyu, as my apprentice, I shall resolve your identity issues. She replied with unwavering confidence, her demeanor graceful. The pair walked along Route 1, but ultimately did not enter Chongqing City. Instead, they veered off into the depths of the forest. Madame Meta, what is this? Heiyu inquired, observing as she unfolded 2 small black squares, revealing 2 large cloaks. He donned the inconspicuous black robe and silently followed Madame Meta. Eventually, they entered a massive tree hollow, which held a world of its own. After traversing a dark passage, a cacophony of lively sounds and the scent of smoke embraced them. Heiyu felt a wave of nostalgia. Having spent a year at sea, he had long since forgotten such scenes. The black market. As the name suggests, it is a hidden marketplace cloaked in darkness, unrecognized by the official alliance. The sale of Pokémon, including eggs, is explicitly prohibited by their laws. To purchase, one must visit a breeding house bearing the alliance's seal. Yet, in this world, some individuals risk great danger to reap exorbitant profits, giving rise to the black market. As the black market proliferated, its scale expanded, evolving into a nefarious underground network. While the alliance does not endorse it, they tacitly permit its existence. Understanding the necessity of offering a glimmer of hope to the lower strata and not wishing to drive everyone into rebellion. More critically, the profits from the black market are so substantial that even some high-ranking officials within the alliance partake in its spoils. This is the black market, so speak little to avoid revealing information. Those who thrive here are cunning. One careless slip could expose your weaknesses. Madame Meta imparted her wisdom to Heiyu, treating him like a true apprentice. The black market is divided into 2 areas, the stall zone and the commercial street. The former buzzed with activity, its noise overwhelming. With more than half of the attendees, like Heiyu, cloaked in black robes, leaving no part of themselves exposed. Yet, each individual was accompanied by a Pokémon, occasionally displaying fierce expressions to intimidate others. Very few individuals traverse the world without their Pokémon, for doing so would render them vulnerable to the judgment of others, who may perceive them as weak and easily bullied. As the 2 companions journeyed along, Heiyu observed a burly man provocatively confronting another individual who was unaccompanied by a Pokémon. Just as the onlookers anticipated a grim outcome for the latter, he astonishingly unleashed a Nidoking, which swiftly dispatched both the large man and his Pokémon. Indeed, the world is filled with hidden talents. Heiyu mused that the Nidoking must possess at least a level of 30. Although the confrontation provided a sense of satisfaction by eliminating the instigator. It was no surprise when the individual was apprehended by the enforcement team dispatched by the shadowy figures behind the black market. Remarkably, the man offered no resistance and complied willingly. As Heiyu pondered how the powers behind the black market would handle the situation, he learned that the man would merely need to pay a fine to be released. Within the black market, despite the presence of certain regulations, the pursuit of profit ultimately reigned supreme. Madame Meita's words served once again as a lesson for Heiyu. Accompanying Heiyu and Madame Meita was a large Yanma, which was indeed her Pokémon. Thus, their journey proceeded without incident, for within the black market, no one wished to make enemies without reason. Selling Pokémon eggs, 50,000 each. A vendor shouted. After seeking Madame Meita's consent, Heiyu approached the stall. Before him lay an array of Pokémon eggs, all of identical hue, numbering over 30 in total. As the crowd swelled, someone could not contain their curiosity and inquired, "What Pokémon do these eggs contain?" "All are of the species Elchu," the vendor succinctly replied. "The black market has a fixed price of 50,000 each, no negotiations." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable amidst the throng, Heiyu hastily withdrew, while Madame Meita remarked, "All these eggs are Elchu. It seems this vendor possesses an entire lineage." Although Heiyu was astonished by the vendor's prowess, he was even more perplexed as to why such an ordinary Pokémon egg could command a price of 50,000 Alliance coins. This seemed rather exorbitant. It is not surprising. However, while Elchu has a modest maximum level, it boasts a short evolution cycle, evolving into Dusweek at level 20, making it a commendable flying Pokémon. Consequently, many trainers cultivate one for use as a means of aerial transport, ensuring that they do not incur significant losses should they choose not to sell it later. Madame Meita patiently elucidated this to her apprentice, Heiyu. Observing the bustling crowd, Heiyu noted that many had already procured their eggs. And though he maintained a composed facade, he felt a twinge of envy. Soaring through the skies has always been a human aspiration. He was no exception. Possessing a flying-type Pokémon as a steed or scout would greatly benefit him, especially given his years adrift at sea. "Do you want one? Then purchase an egg," Madame Meita suggested, having sensed Heiyu's envy. This, however, placed Heiyu in a somewhat awkward position, as his savings amounted to a mere 10,000 Alliance coins, which he had earned through daily labor for the pirate sailors. Newcomers in his cohort were even worse off, often possessing not a single coin. Perceptive to Heiyu's discomfort, Madame Meita chuckled lightly. "Select one, I shall cover the cost." "Ah, is that permissible?" Heiyu feigned surprise, yet his heart surged with eagerness. His eyes drawn to the eggs on display beneath the shadow of his cloak. "This visit to the black market is primarily an opportunity for you to acquire supplies. As my apprentice, you shall not be shortchanged," Madame Meita whispered in a tone only audible to him. Ultimately, Heiyu approached the stall, selecting an egg and paying an additional 5,000 Alliance coins to receive a modest incubator. Purchasing a common Elchu for 50,000 Alliance coins seemed a poor bargain at first glance, yet one must consider that Elchu are notoriously temperamental and social creatures. Can an ordinary trainer contend with a volatile group of several Dusweek and hundreds of Elchu? Capturing Elchu in the wild single-handedly is no easy feat. This also indirectly highlighted the vendor's strength. Single-handedly subduing a small lineage of Elchu, known for their fierce temperaments, signifies that the vendor is undoubtedly a formidable trainer. Moreover, wild Pokémon retain their untamed nature, making them challenging to tame without the constant risk of backlash. In contrast, raising them from a young age is considerably safer. Furthermore, these eggs, reminiscent of a gamble, may yield a Elchu of exceptional quality with inherited skills, should fortune smile upon the buyer. Afterward, the two hurriedly traversed the stall area and arrived at a commercial street. Compared to the previous cacophony, this locale appeared rather desolate, with few patrons entering or exiting the shops. However, those who did were undeniably of a higher caliber, their accompanying Pokémon averaging levels above 30, exhibiting considerable prowess. "Follow me. We shall resolve your status as an unregistered citizen once and for all," Madame Meita instructed as she led Heiyu into a rather deserted shop. The interior was chaotic, cobwebs adorned the corners, and dust floated in the air. At the counter, an elderly man with a white beard lounged in a chair, seemingly indifferent. Madame Meita approached and rapped on the counter. "Take what you need. Prices are marked," the old man stated before closing his eyes, resuming his nap. Entirely unbothered by the business at hand, Madame Meita, unfazed, merely chuckled, "Please take me to the second floor." Upon hearing this, the old man appeared startled, abandoning his previous languor, and respectfully led them upstairs. After a considerable time, Heiyu and Madame Meita finally exited the establishment. "I never imagined acquiring an identity would be so simple," Heiyu remarked, holding a card that represented his newfound identity, emblazoned with the name Heiyu. From this day forth, he was officially a resident of the Alliance. Upon hearing Heiyu's exclamation, Madame Meita observed. Those affiliated with the alliance also conduct business within the black market. The proprietor of this shop is likely a high-ranking official from the population department of the alliance. Casting a glance at Heiyu, who appeared pleased, Madame Meita offered a word of caution. While this identity allows you to navigate the city with transparency, it may not suffice against investigations by high-ranking individuals or gym leaders. Heiyu's elation began to wane. Nevertheless, even with this caveat, it was sufficient. Subsequently, Heiyu accompanied Madame Meita as they sold a vast array of goods, including a majority of water-type Pokémon and various rare herbs exclusive to maritime environments. By exploiting the disparity between the two regions, they profited from reselling commodities and Pokémon, as the Hoenn region is replete with water sources and expansive seas, while the Kanto region is quite the opposite. Before departing the black market, Madame Meita purchased a Pokédex for Heiyu from a stall. Although it was not the latest model, it was a third-generation Pokédex, equipped with the majority of essential functions. Heiyu expressed his gratitude with a deep bow towards Madame Meita. NGQing City. Heiyu pondered, Madame Meita allows me such freedom. Is she not concerned I might flee? Though he mused on this, Heiyu harbored no intentions of escape, as he was well aware of the leverage he held in her hands. Furthermore, even if he were to flee, his status as an ordinary resident would likely hinder any prospects for advancement. Instead, remaining by Madame Meita's side might afford him the opportunity to become a breeder in the future. After learning about the role of a breeder over the past few days, he realized that even as a novice breeder, one could attain a respectable social standing. As Heiyu wandered through the city, he savored the vibrant atmosphere, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Towering skyscrapers nearby broadcasted various advertisements for new energy cubes and outdoor survival kits. My goodness, this spatial backpack is incredibly expensive. Even the most basic model costs 200,000 Alliance coins. Such an exorbitant price extinguished any flicker of desire within Heiyu. Heiyu ultimately arrived at a Pokémon Center, intending to rest for the night. Good afternoon, Miss Joy. Heiyu greeted her without a hint of the guilt one might expect from a pirate, instead exuding confidence. Good afternoon, trainer. How may I assist you today? Miss Joy, donned in her elegant nurse's attire, always wore a professional smile. Her gentle demeanor felt like a warm spring breeze. Hello, I have just arrived in the Kanto region, so I would like to register, Heiyu politely replied. His courtesy was not merely a reflection of his upbringing, but stemmed from the unique standing of Miss Joy and her family within the league. The Joy and Kunsa families, as two of the league's enduring giants, wield immense power, one monopolizing healthcare and the other law enforcement. It is safe to assert that anyone operating in the region must inevitably engage with these two families. In fact, your information is often first known to their databases rather than the league's official one. Consequently, these families can swiftly identify talented trainers and employ various means to recruit them, such as marriage or apprenticeship. This is somewhat inevitable, given that the Joy and Kunsa families can only produce daughters. Due to their unique situation, countless individuals aspire to marry into these families, with many men dreaming of a spouse bearing the beauty of a Joy or Kunsa. You have applied for a pass for the Kanto region, valid for 3 years. Please remember to renew it when the time comes, Miss Joy said in her gentle tone. Although Heiyu did not intend to stay long in Kanto, lacking a pass would invariably lead to complications wherever he went. Heiyu also spent 200 league coins to rent a room at the Pokémon Center for the night. In the end, I am merely an ordinary resident. If I were a direct trainer of the league, both treatment and lodging at the Pokémon Center would be complimentary. Heiyu lay down on the small bed, his thoughts drifting. His current location, Evergreen City, ranked merely 11th in Kanto, falling short compared to the ancient cities of Nibi and Hualan. The 11th ranking was largely due to the gym leader, Sakaki, known for his unwavering success as long as he stood upon the earth, leveraging his immense popularity to stimulate the economy. Notably, the de facto authority in Evergreen City comprises both the gym leader Sakaki and the mayor elected by the citizens. Each city in this world operates independently, with the league possessing only advisory and supervisory powers, lacking the direct authority to command cities. This has allowed local aristocratic families and elite groups to monopolize the avenues of advancement and resources. Heiyu mused to himself. It is worth mentioning that the current league president, Daramanchi, is said to have originated from humble beginnings and represents the reformist faction within the league. Unfortunately, this system has repeatedly obstructed meaningful reform. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Heiyu departed from the Pokémon Center, purchasing a plethora of supplies beforehand, including a favored fruit wine and an array of books to pass the time. These were not romantic novels, but rather educational resources beneficial for breeding, such as Encyclopedia of Berries, The Adventures of Robinson Crusoe, and Customs and Culture of the Kanto region. After a round of spending, his funds dwindled to 3,000 league coins. Chapter 5. Fierce Battle. Returning to the sea through special means. Heiyu felt a surge of joy upon seeing the pirate ship docked beside a desolate island. This outing not only resolved his identity issues, but also yielded a flying Pokémon egg and a Pokédex, marking a bountiful expedition. 2 days slipped by quietly, and the giant shark set sail once more, drifting across the waters. Thankfully, this land journey proceeded smoothly, with no complications regarding logistics, Pokémon sales, or personnel changes. Haha. Hey you, I heard you were taken on as an apprentice by Madame Meta. Congratulations. A group led by Gutian approached the newcomer pirate, extending their congratulations. Hey you, wary of overstepping, humbly replied, "Oh, it is merely Madame Meta's intention to support me. I am but a novice, not worthy of comparison to esteemed seniors like yourselves." Heiyu's respect for these seasoned pirates was appreciated, as it bolstered their camaraderie. Although Heiyu's status had risen, strength remained the ultimate measure, and despite their outward politeness, the seasoned pirates still harbored a subtle discontent. Aware of this, Heiyu dedicated himself even more rigorously to training, often seen on the deck at night. Tirelessly practicing with his shrimp Pokémon, lobster Pokémon, use Bubble Beam. Heiyu commanded, directing the attack towards the ocean. Countless bubbles erupted upon impact, creating splashes that were quickly swallowed by the unfathomable depths. Lobster Pokémon, the Bubble Beam is more powerful and abundant than the bubble. This training is misguided. You should first focus on increasing power before gradually augmenting the number of bubbles, Heiyu instructed, sharing wisdom gleaned from Gutian. After some persistent training, the lobster Pokémon exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, often rising earlier than Heiyu to practice diligently. In contrast, the Liashi Pokémon seemed rather lethargic, having grown up in a community without the trials faced by the lobster Pokémon. Fortunately, Heiyu had yet to discover effective training methods for it. Aside from daily skill and physical training, focusing on mastering its acceleration ability, which would be crucial for the future. Thus, each day, the Liashi Pokémon swam in the wake of the giant shark, battling against the current. Gutian, I must ask your Iron Claw Lobster to train my lobster Pokémon, Heiyu said, holding a bottle of fruit wine as he sought Gutian's guidance. Ah, brother, what is this? Gutian generously released his ace Pokémon, the Iron Claw Lobster, gesturing for it to impart its experience to the lobster Pokémon. The lobster Pokémon gazed at its much larger counterpart with excitement, its eyes shimmering with anticipation. Its 6 small legs flitted about, circling the Iron Claw Lobster, contemplating its potential future form. With its massive pincers, robust shell, and especially the striking star on its head, the lobster Pokémon resolved to train diligently to evolve into such a magnificent creature. Haha, brother, your lobster Pokémon is quite lively, Gutian remarked, inhaling the aroma of the wine, clearly eager to savor it. Brother Gutian, you flatter me. Come, let us enjoy a drink. The 2 foxes, one large and one small, exchanged knowing glances, each aware of their mutual needs. As the night descended with a haze of intoxication, Heiyu returned to his cabin with the lobster Pokémon. Notably, with the announcement of Heiyu's apprenticeship under Madame Meta aboard the pirate ship, his accommodations were no longer cramped in a damp corner of the ship with other newcomers, but instead featured a private room. Though small, with a bed and table, little space remained, making it somewhat cramped for Heiyu and his Pokémon. He even converted the bathroom into a large water pool for the Liashi Pokémon's activities. The lobster Pokémon must train within its limits and avoid reckless strain on its body. Heiyu employed a unique massage technique to relax the lobster Pokémon's muscles. Hehe. The lobster Pokémon emitted a contented hum, wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. This was also a lesson learned from Madame Meta. This particular massage technique aids in alleviating post-training fatigue. The shell of the Xiaobing Longxia is indeed quite formidable. Just as Heiyu's hands began to ache from the massage, the incubator resting on the bedside suddenly erupted with a brilliant white light. Startled, the Xiaobing Longxia in his arms leaped out, stumbling to the floor. Heiyu's attention was drawn to the incubator as he opened its lid. As time passed quietly, cracks began to appear on the eggshell. A flicker of anticipation danced in Heiyu's eyes as he beheld the wonder of a sprite hatching for the first time. The white light gradually dissipated, revealing a tender chirp. A small bird with wings of vibrant crimson and a head adorned with chestnut feathers materialized before Heiyu. Liediao, greetings and welcome to this world. Heiyu responded with a smile to the newly born sprite. The Liediao squinted its keen eyes into a narrow sliver, chirping joyfully. Although the Liediao is known for its fierce temperament, it appeared exceptionally languid at this moment, not only due to its recent birth, but also because most sprites tend to regard the first creature they see upon hatching as their parent. Heiyu gently extended his hand, cradling the Liediao and smoothing its damp, disheveled feathers. Newly hatched sprites are often quite fragile, prompting him to exercise utmost care. Before long, the Liediao succumbed to sleep once more. Indeed, newborn sprites tend to be exceedingly drowsy. As an apprentice nurturer, Heiyu had acquired considerable knowledge about sprites. Typically, the first meal for newly hatched sprites consists of their eggshell, which is rich in nutrients. With this thought in mind, he diligently collected the fragments of the eggshell from the incubator, intending to feed them to the Liediao upon its awakening. Liediao, soar against the sea breeze. On the deck, Heiyu watched attentively as the Liediao flew above, struggling to flap its wings against the wind while maintaining its balance. Eventually, it could no longer sustain its efforts and gradually descended back onto the pirate ship. Diving down, the Liediao joyfully landed on Heiyu's shoulder, as his careful nurturing had prevented it from unleashing its volatile temperament. It could be said that the fierce impulses within this sprite were gradually pacified under Heiyu's soothing presence. Take your time drinking, no one is competing with you. Heiyu produced a bottle filled with moo moo milk, which was anything but the cheap variety found in stores. It contained a hint of vitality powder, perfectly suitable for a newly born sprite. The Liediao had outgrown its larval stage, and thus its various attributes had stabilized. Heiyu retrieved his beloved sprite encyclopedia. Beep beep beep. Liediao, the bird Pokémon, category, common, flying type sprite, level 6, ability, keen eye, height, 0, 3 meters, weight, 2 kilograms, development, average, no adverse symptoms. Mastered moves include growl, peck, and leer. Upon reviewing the information in the encyclopedia, Heiyu felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, it had not inherited any special moves, and its attributes were rather ordinary. However, he quickly composed himself, for this was merely a gamble with a randomly chosen egg, and he had no intention of nurturing it as a primary combatant. It was merely a utility sprite for flight. The days aboard the ship remained monotonous, with mornings spent learning the art of nurturing from Madame Meita, while also soliciting advice from the elder sailors regarding sprite experiences. The Xiaobing Longxia continued its training under the tutelage of Gution's Iron Claw Longxia. The Liediao's task was to acclimate to the air and wind currents above the sea, as the ocean differs significantly from the land. The harsh storms here often challenge sprites that have spent their lives on land. One day, however, an unexpected event shattered the tranquility aboard the ship. Danger! A pirate ship is 10 kilometers ahead. The lookout, responsible for monitoring the sea conditions, calmly announced over the intercom. This news sent the once calm Jusha ship into a frenzy. Countless crew members hurriedly assembled on the deck, binoculars in hand, observing the approaching vessel. Heiyu was no exception, gripping his monocular with a serious expression as he scrutinized the enemy pirate ship, which was also surveying their side. The crew's gaze converged upon Madame Meita. It was no secret that the captain had mysteriously vanished aboard this ship. Thus, Madame Meita had become the highest authority. Just as she prepared to speak, Chang Tianxin and another first mate exchanged glances, a flicker of delight passing between them. In unison, the two first mates declared, all crew members, return to your posts at once. When I call your name, prepare to board and engage in battle. While the crew stood in stunned silence, Madame Meita's expression suddenly turned furious, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yet ultimately, she chose not to voice her dissent, letting out a cold huff before storming away. The two first mates promptly revealed smug smiles. If they could successfully seize the opposing vessel, their prestige would undoubtedly rise, bringing them closer to controlling the entire Jusha ship. The mere thought of becoming captain sent tremors of ambition coursing through Chang Tianxin. As all crew members braced themselves for the impending battle, Heiyu hurriedly pursued Madame Meita, who had stormed away. Damn those scoundrels, they must have learned something, and that is why they dare to act so boldly. Angry shouts echoed from Madame Meita's quarters. Before even entering the room, Heiyu heard the sound of a cup shattering, knocking and entering. He was met with the sight of broken teacups and a puddle of water on the floor. Seeing his apprentice, Madame Meita's anger softened slightly. Though her expression remained filled with fury, her husband had perished due to the pressures from the maritime forces. And although she had masked her grief under the pretense of focusing on training sprites, she had inadvertently revealed some information to her two ambitious first mates. Their actions of bypassing her authority to directly command the crew were undoubtedly a power grab. After a moment of silence, Heiyu spoke with unwavering resolve. Madame Meita, this may not be without merit, it could be our chance. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flickered in Madame Meita's eyes as she replied in a low tone. Are you suggesting we take this opportunity to eliminate the two of them? Heiyu nodded, a glint of determination in his gaze. Madame Meita shook her head, her tone grave. Setting aside the fact that their strength is on par with mine, can I truly defeat both of them alone? If both of those first mates were to perish, our strength aboard the Jusha ship would plummet, which would be akin to self-mutilation. The enemy is right before us. How can we engage in internal strife? It could take years to cultivate two powerful and experienced first mates. In just a few sentences, Madame Meita dismissed Heiyu's proposal, yet she felt a sense of appreciation for her apprentice's decisiveness and unwavering loyalty to her cause. Since you are not inclined to pursue this course of action, then we must join forces and fight alongside them. Heiyu contemplated, strategizing once more. After all, fighting together would earn them a good reputation among the ordinary crew members. However, if they simply sat back and allowed the two first mates to consolidate their influence, it would not be long before they were completely sidelined. Madame Meita clearly understood this principle. Her earlier impulsive actions were merely a reflection of her intense anger. Now, having regained her composure, She acknowledged that her previous behavior was indeed detrimental to maintaining morale. Madame Mei-ta rose decisively, donning a coat with swift precision, and made her way to the deck. At this moment, all the crew members stood at the ready, some anxious, others exhilarated. Chaos was truly the precursor to ascension. Aggression is eternally the most effective means of amassing capital. In this maritime conflict, while some shall undoubtedly perish, others shall soar to new heights. Heiyu ascended to the deck, only to find that some individuals were regarding him with peculiar glances, subtly distancing themselves. Those who had once greeted him with such warmth now recoiled upon sensing the tides of fate shifting. Heiyu could not help but lament the fickleness of human nature. Yet, there was no time for introspection, as two colossal vessels were on the brink of a catastrophic collision. The opposing ship showed no intention of slowing down. Boom. With a resounding crash, the two gargantuan ships collided violently. Attack! Brothers, charge! The battle cry reverberated through the air as both side spirits engaged in fierce melee combat. Giant crabs, sun corals, and lobster minions, formidable defenders, stood at the forefront, utilizing their robust physiques for close-quarter combat. Countless jets of water, columns of bubbles, and beams of light filled the air as the crew members commanded from the higher deck. Leading the charge was a giant swamp monster, a water arrow turtle, and an octopus barrel. The giant swamp monster belonged to Madame Maida, while the water arrow turtle and octopus barrel were trump cards of the two first mates. Madame Maida, it seems your giant swamp monster has indeed grown stronger, Chang Tianxin remarked, observing the impressive display of power as the giant swamp monster held off the enemy's two iron claw lobsters, casting a wary glance at the beautiful woman beside him. Madame Maida, maintaining her composure, retorted, perhaps you should focus on your own spirits. It appears theirs are lacking, as they are being forced back by two mere sea spikes. Chapter 6, Breaking the Stalemate. Upon hearing Madame Maida's scorn, the faces of the two first mates darkened instantly, their lips twitching as if they wished to argue. Yet they ultimately remained silent, their expressions grim. Indeed, as Madame Maida pointed out, the sea spikes had yet to evolve into spiked dragons using their dragon scales, remaining merely water type with a total base stat of under 500. In such a scenario, their retreat was evident, demonstrating that the first mates were ultimately outmatched by the opposing pirates. Nevertheless, they stubbornly insisted. Those two sea spikes exhibit remarkable synergy and move through the water like a finely tuned engine, while our amphibious spirits, though versatile, cannot match their speed. The verbal sparring continued among the three, while below, the battle raged on fiercely, with spirits perishing and blood scattering, the nearby waters stained crimson. Flying Spirit Brigade, advance. The opposing pirates recognized that if the battle remained a stalemate, even victory would come at a high cost, prompting them to decide to break the deadlock from the air. Spirits such as the proud-boned swallow, long-winged gull, bobo, and fierce sparrow engaged in aerial collisions, their skills intertwining, rendering it difficult to distinguish between the two sides. With time, the stalemate solidified, and this maritime encounter had already inflicted grievous losses. Heiyu, pained, retrieved his severely injured Fong fish, casting a glance at his fellow pirates. A flicker of resentment crossing his mind. In the recent battle, they had deliberately neglected to support him, resulting in the injury of Fong fish. These pirates were indeed selfish. Opportunistic, only considering their own interests at critical moments, Heiyu mused. Previously, he had selflessly shielded some of his companion spirits, understanding that this was a team battle. Now, he saw their true colors and immediately ordered the lobster minion to ease its efforts, merely maintaining a paddle state and mixing skills as needed. On the opposing pirate ship, several drenched pirates rushed into the command room. Breathless, they addressed the one-eyed captain seated at the helm. Captain, we cannot continue like this. That giant swamp monster is too powerful, and we are suffering significant losses. The one-eyed pirate's gaze hardened, stating, it appears we have no choice but to resort to that tactic. As the battle grew increasingly intense, the giant swamp monster began to overpower the two iron claw lobsters. Just as Heiyu and the others felt their morale rising, the enemy's two sea spikes suddenly converged. The two sea spikes circled through the water, gradually coalescing into a formidable aura. Roar! A surge of deep purple energy amassed as the two sea spikes unleashed a torrent of dragon-type energy. Under Heiyu's astonished gaze, the energies merged into a colossal dragon's head. Both side spirits trembled under the weight of this dragon-type energy, too intimidated to act rashly. This was the sheer dominance unique to dragon-type attacks. Both sides recognized the impending danger. Dragon wave! Someone among the crowd shouted, trembling. The massive dragon wave surged toward the water arrow turtle and octopus barrel. Though both spirits had assumed defensive stances prior to the attack, they ultimately succumbed to the onslaught, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Boom! The entire great shark ship rocked violently. Quick! Run! A voice shouted, and chaos erupted. Some crew members leaped overboard, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. The previously soaring morale, bolstered by the giant swamp monster's advantage, dissipated in an instant. as the great shark was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the lack of firewood. Heiyu found himself jostled in the panicking crowd, hurriedly recalling his lobster minion into its pokeball before darting through a door into the ship's cabin. Upon entering, he discovered an enemy pirate ransacking the room. Lobster minion, use bubble beam. Agate jellyfish, unleash water pulse. The enemy pirate, clearly startled, hastily summoned his spirits to battle. The lobster minion's pincers snapped open, unleashing a flurry of bubbles that collided with the enemy's massive water sphere. In the cramped quarters, the clash of skills sent water splattering everywhere. Heiyu swiftly lifted his garment, scattering the obstructing bubbles. Fierce Sparrow, charge in and peck. The still capable Fierce Sparrow seized the opportunity, as such guerrilla warfare was indeed their forte. I need not defeat your spirits. I merely need to eliminate you. The enemy pirate, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat. He too possessed two spirits, yet one had already fallen during the boarding, leaving him with only the agate jellyfish, which was clearly at a disadvantage. In the confined space, the Fierce Sparrow flapped its wings and darted forth. The enemy pirate instinctively realized the peril, shouting internally, not good. The water splashes obscured his vision, but relying on years of experience, he instinctively rolled to evade. The Fierce Sparrow missed its strike, but spun to gain momentum. Gathering energy in its sharp beak, it surged forth from the pirate's blind spot, swiftly piercing his throat with precision. The pirate fell, clutching his bloodied throat, seemingly attempting to utter something. The agate jellyfish, being a spirit of the water, suffered a 30 decrease in combat effectiveness on land, and, without its trainer's guidance, was utterly at a loss. Soon, it too was rendered incapable of fighting. Heiyu first kicked the lifeless body, then drew his dagger from his waist, slicing through the pirate's garments to loot. No wonder so many risk their lives to become pirates. Indeed, killing and plundering is the swiftest path to amassing wealth. Heiyu gazed at his spoils, filled with contemplation. In addition to a substantial amount of alliance coins and a diary-like tome, there were also 2 pokeballs, one of which was surprisingly a lobster minion. Snap. Retrieve the incapacitated My Shu M and secure it within the confines of the JNGL Ing Chi to prevent its reemergence. Hearing the fierce footsteps and sounds of battle outside, Hi groped his way to the door, twisted the knob, and locked it firmly. His anxious heart finally began to relax. Feeling the fervent beating of his heart, Hi slumped to the ground, gently stroking the panting Xiangji 011OB Ing beside him, saying, Xiangji 011OB Ing, I apologize for putting you in danger every day. Just like me. Hee. The Xiangji 011OB Ing nudged Hi's pant leg with its sturdy head. I, Xiangji would never abandon my master. After all, we promised to reach the pinnacle together, did we not? Ha ha ha, brothers, charge forth. The opportunity for fortune lies before us. Victory is within our grasp. Eliminate them all. Their Pokémon and riches shall be yours. The enemy's one-eyed pirate stood atop a platform, furiously shouting, his hands raised high over his head. Dancing with fervor, his rousing speech ignited excitement among his crew of pirates, spurring their Pokémon's assault to become even more ferocious. The pirates aboard the JSHHO were being relentlessly pushed back, especially after witnessing the defeat of the 2 first mates' Pokémon, leaving them utterly demoralized. Run for your lives. Even the first mates' Pokémon have fallen. We must save ourselves. An experienced old pirate shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the remaining pirates' resolve began to waver. In fact, some timid pirates had already leaped into the water earlier, only to find themselves like live targets in the sea. They were directly slain by the enemy's Pokémon, with no chance to escape, extinguishing the thoughts of many to jump overboard. Fear not, I am here. Gather around me. Gather around. Madame M. It displayed her commanding presence, her resounding voice echoing across the battlefield. The crew of the JSHHO began to retreat and congregate in one spot. Humans possess a tendency to follow the crowd. If one person acts, it may invite confusion, but if all follow suit, others will inevitably imitate. On the opposing pirate ship, Boss, that woman seems intent on consolidating all forces into one. We must stop her, a pirate exclaimed to the one-eyed captain. No need to rush. Once they gather, we can ensnare them all at once. The one-eyed pirate replied with unwavering confidence. The absence of high-level combat strength forced the sailors of the JSHHO into a corner, relying solely on their familiarity with the terrain to hold their ground. Cease your futile resistance. If you surrender, we shall treat you well as captives and will not confiscate your Pokémon. Indeed, why risk your lives for just a few thousand alliance coins a month? The enemy pirates immediately employed loudspeakers, resorting to psychological tactics. Many began to waver, and some with lesser resolve even revealed expressions of temptation. However, the vast majority were filled with righteous indignation. Their true feelings remained known only to themselves. Since you refuse to surrender, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. As the speaker's voice became hoarse and failed to stir emotions, the enemy pirates resolved to launch an all-out assault. Countless skills were unleashed. targeting the defensive line formed by the gathered individuals in the corner. Utilize wide area defense. Madam Emmett commanded, her voice sharp and commanding. The JZHO monster pounded its chest, emitting a raspy roar, its body radiating an invisible wave. A massive transparent shield enveloped their side, and all Pokémon. Water gun, bubble beam, and quick attack. Innumerable skills struck the shield but yielded no effect. The formidable defense of wide area defense was on full display. Within the scope of the wide area defense, those inside the shield, along with their Pokémon, finally had a moment to catch their breath. They hastily produced healing sprays and various recovery items to restore their Pokémon stamina. A fierce battle awaited. I wonder if HI is still alive. I hope he hasn't perished in the chaos. What a promising talent he is. I wish to pass on my knowledge as a breeder. Madam Emmett felt a tinge of regret. As the enemy's attacks intensified, the shield created by wide area defense wouldn't hold much longer. It seemed she would have to resort to that trump card. Bearing the pressure, Madam Emmett had already made up her mind. HI was recovering his strength in the room, hearing the enemy pirates' announcements outside, yet he remained indifferent. He knew well the nature of these pirates. His past experiences had demonstrated that they were entirely untrustworthy. If they truly could not hold out, he would have no choice but to jump into the water. Fortunately, there was an exit in the ship's lower hold. HI thought to himself. He was no fool. His continued presence on this pirate ship was only due to Madam Emmett's teachings on breeding. The potential for profit was what kept him there. With his life now at risk, he naturally needed to plan his escape. Li Chu, LYY. If the situation goes awry, I will jump into the sea. You too must follow quickly. Li Chu, you navigate from the air and find the nearest land. LYY. You lead me and the Xiangji 011 OB ing ahead in the water. HI promptly made urgent arrangements for his 3 Pokémon. If it came to a moment of peril, sacrificing the lives of his Pokémon to ensure his own survival was not out of the question. After all, death meant losing everything. He did not wish to perish in this second chance at life. He wished to live. Nothing could outweigh the importance of his own life. He hoped it would not come to that. Observing the serious expressions of his 3 Pokémon, HI's heart grew heavier. Having nearly regained his strength, HI stood up and slowly opened the door, peering outside only to find the deck devoid of figures, littered with remnants of Pokémon and blood. It seemed they had thoroughly swept through here. Most likely, they had already moved on to the rear. HI rummaged through the pockets of the fallen, discovering a considerable amount of spoils. Just as he turned over a body, preparing to search for more wealth, a tremendous dragon roar reverberated through the air. HI's entire body jolted as he followed the sound. There, he beheld a colossal Bali soaring through the sky, its azure scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. With a fierce maw, it unleashed a stream of milky white light. Destructive beam, instantly sinking the enemy's pirate ship. HI's heart raced, the spectacle before him rendering him breathless. Was that Bali one of ours? This question flashed through HI's mind. However, there was no time for contemplation. The arrival of Bali undoubtedly shattered the balance between both sides. HI quickly snapped back to reality. Abandoning thoughts of riches, hastily securing his spoils around his waist, and making his way toward the cabin along the edge of the deck. The Bali did not relent. Countless skills continuously emanated from it. With a sweeping tail, a massive tornado surged forth, wreaking further havoc upon the enemy's pirate ship. The screams of the enemy pirates and the sound of splintering would fill the air. In that moment, the crew aboard the JSHHO finally realized that this Bali was indeed part of their ranks. The 2 first mates, who had been prepared to flee, were now utterly terrified upon seeing the Bali as if they had encountered a ghost. How is this possible? The captain is dead, isn't he? The information we gathered should be accurate. How could his Pokémon appear? CHNDNX exclaimed in terror. Their audacity to openly disrespect Madam Emmett, and even secretly rally support to usurp control of the JSHHO, stemmed from their belief that the captain had perished, supposedly at the hands of a vast dark organization. However, at this moment, the appearance of the violent carp dragon once again cast a shadow of fear over their hearts. What are you panicking for? Our information is undoubtedly accurate. This is likely a contingency left for that woman. The second mate quickly regained his composure and analyzed. The tension between them eased slightly, yet their expressions remained grim. Together, they could barely suppress Madam Mida. Now, with the enemy showcasing such a formidable spirit and consolidating their influence at a critical moment, gaining prestige, it would surely be exceedingly difficult to reclaim power in the future. Chapter 7. The Alliance Cultivation Manual. The violent carp dragon unleashed its fury, capsizing the enemy's pirate ship, while the pirates aboard the Great Shark sounded the horn for retaliation. Amidst the chaos, the enemy's morale crumbled instantly. Furthermore, due to the high-ranking combatants being held in check by the violent carp dragon and the giant swamp monster, there was no support to be found. As the sun dipped below the horizon, crimson evening clouds spread across the sea. The deck of the Great Shark, stained with blood, bore witness to the cruelty and valor between the 2 pirate crews. With the last enemy pirate slain, The remaining pirates aboard the great shark erupted in triumphant cheers. Without a doubt, they were the victors of this bloody feast. Countless corpses and spirits, boundless treasures and wealth. Chaos is indeed the ladder to ascension. Many knelt in anguish, raising their hands above their heads in fervent cries. The remnants of the setting sun cascaded upon them, as if celebrating and adding a touch of brilliance to their victory. Hi, upon hearing that the battle outside had finally concluded, hastily smeared some blood across his face, feigning exhaustion as he emerged from his concealed cabin. After all, he had also dealt with one enemy. It was always prudent to embellish the dangers he faced. Meanwhile, Madame Midas stood at the bow of the ship, holding the bloody heads of the two first mates. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the coldly beautiful woman. This battle had delivered a profound shock to everyone, not merely due to its brutality, but also because the previously gentle Madame Mida had exhibited such decisive ruthlessness. The two first mates, harboring ulterior motives and having plotted for a long time to harm the captain, have today met their end at my hands, alongside the captain's spirit, the violent carp dragon. To eliminate this threat, Madame Mida's tone was resolute, her gaze imbued with a hint of lethal intent. The crowd's initial excitement froze in that instant, heads bowed in silence. Hi immediately raised his arm in a fervent declaration. Madame Mida possesses unparalleled strength. We support your ascension as the new captain. Hi shouted, his youthful face flushed. The onlookers, witnessing Hi's fervor, quickly grasped the shift in power dynamics and echoed, "Hail Madame Mida! Hail the new captain!" Madame Mida, standing aloft, surveyed the crew with her cold gaze. Hi looked up, seeing her silhouette merge with the descending sun, radiating an awe-inspiring light. Slowly, Madame Mida raised her arms. Feeling the howling sea breeze, her eyes filled with unwavering determination as she proclaimed, "I formally accept your allegiance. From this day forward, I shall ensure that the flag of the great shark flies even higher across the oceans. Long live Madame Mida." Hi once again fulfilled the role of an enthusiastic supporter. Long live, long live, long live. Others joined in, echoing the fervent cries. Under the setting sun, the sails of the great shark flapped in the ocean breeze, heralding a new journey. Before night fell, the crew hurriedly salvaged all items from the enemy pirate ship. This night promised to be one of restlessness, as everyone eagerly anticipated the distribution of tomorrow's spoils. Exhausted, Hi lay on the bed in his cabin. While Li Chu stood vigil at the head of the bed, a habit formed over the past month since its birth. The shrimp soldier and the two fish resided in a makeshift pool converted from the restroom. Both spirits, although amphibious, found comfort in the water. As night descended, the pirate ship fell into a profound silence. Gradually, Hi rose from his slumber. In solitude, he began to relax. He retrieved the spoils of war from his waist and pockets, cluttering the small table with a bounty of items. The first to catch his eye being a substantial stack of paper alliance coins. As pirates, they were mostly fugitives, and due to their sensitive identities, very few possessed savings accounts. Cash was the norm. He gathered the coins, stacking them neatly, meticulously counting each one, ultimately tallying an impressive sum of 300,000 alliance coins. Hi felt a rush of astonishment. After all, apart from the enemy he had slain in the cabin, he had merely hastily looted a few ordinary pirates' bodies. If only he could scour every last corpse. Hi's eyes glimmered with fervor as he whispered to himself. A refreshing sea breeze wafted through the gap in the window, jolting Hi from his fanciful thoughts, prompting him to continue his inventory. Inside two pokeballs, one contained AMNO and the other a shrimp soldier. As expected, their levels are not high. Hi took out the Alliance Pock Dex and scanned the two Pokeballs. The anticipated information materializing before him. One spirit was at level 16, the other at level 17. Gently placing the Pokeballs down, Hi mused, "Together, these two spirits should fetch over 100,000. Perhaps I could find a black market to sell them upon returning to land." As for retaining these two spirits for personal use, Hi had no such intention. They might serve as a temporary measure, but training them was out of the question. Spirits that had already been claimed by trainers were notoriously difficult to tame, which is why few would consider them for primary development. After tidying up some clutter, only a small booklet resembling a diary remained on the table. Hi slowly opened it, intrigued by its contents. To his surprise, it was the cultivation manual for the shrimp soldier. As he delicately turned the pages, his eyebrows instinctively raised. As the material delved deeper, it covered everything from skill training to spirit nourishment, tactical pairing, and even emotional communication. It could be said to encompass all facets of the shrimp soldier, drawing Hi into a state of fascination. Upon coming to, he found himself at the last page, where 6 prominent characters stood out, produced by the Spirit Alliance. Hi suddenly realized that this was an internal cultivation manual of the Alliance, significantly elevating its perceived value. He could only ponder how such a precious item had come into the possession of a mere ordinary pirate. Hi speculated that this manual for the shrimp soldier must have been obtained by the pirate through the robbery of a certain Alliance elite trainer. What Hi did not know was that the pirate he had killed was, in fact, an elite trainer of the Alliance, who had fled his city after his parents were caught on the wrong side of a political struggle within the Alliance, both meeting untimely fates. To evade retribution and ensure his own safety, he had left the city. A series of misfortunes and accidents later led him to become an outlaw and a pirate. The manual concerning the shrimp soldier had been procured using internal merit points from the Alliance. Hi locked the cultivation manual securely in a cabinet, as its contents would form the foundation for his future training of the shrimp soldier, an invaluable asset. After finalizing the count of his coins and organizing his spoils, he removed his pirate attire and lay down, gradually drifting into slumber. The next morning, the calls of the CHNGCHYO echoed through the window, heralding the dawn. After a lengthy slumber, Hi finally rose, stretching luxuriously and feeling a delightful sense of refreshment enveloping him. "Good morning, Longxia Xiaobing," he greeted cheerfully, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Hi retrieved a box of universal food for water-type Pokémon from the cupboard. He then took out a precious primary energy cube, knowing that, given the appetite of Longxia Xiaobing, one cube would sufficiently satisfy most of its hunger. The production of energy cubes proved to be exceedingly profitable. Fruits worth several dozen Alliance coins could yield multiple energy cubes, each selling for several hundred coins. Observing the delightful feast enjoyed by the Pokémon, Hi couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. "I must learn to make energy cubes in the future," he resolved quietly within himself. The profession of a breeder is rather unique compared to others, encompassing a vast array of skills. For instance, the massage techniques of Pokémon masseurs can be acquired by breeders, as can the emergency rescue methods of Pokémon medical practitioners. Aside from these, two pivotal aspects of a breeder's role include formulating training plans for their dedicated Pokémon and crafting energy cubes. Watching the Pokémon relish their meal, Hi felt a pang of hunger himself and made his way to the dining hall, ordering a standard curry rice. Despite currently possessing 300,000 Alliance coins, he remained prudent in his spending, merely adding a portion of meat to his curry. As the aromatic curry filled his mouth, releasing a burst of spicy flavor, Hi involuntarily exclaimed in delight. Just as he was about to indulge further, a plate unexpectedly appeared in front of him, featuring a small segment of a Dark-type beast's tail. Although it looked rather plain, the heavenly aroma suggested it was undeniably delicious. After all, how could there be so many wealthy individuals capturing Dark-type beasts solely for that tiny tail? Looking up, Hi noticed a rugged man sitting opposite him, wearing a warm smile. It was Gudian. "Hee. Hi, are you eating so little? I ordered too much. Let's share," Gudian offered enthusiastically, inviting Hi to enjoy the lavish meal before them. Hi smirked slightly and replied, "Brother Gudian, it seems you've struck gold this time. Such a generous portion of Dark-type beast's tail must be quite expensive, right?" Without hesitation, Hi took a small piece and tasted it, a sweet flavor melting in his mouth, exquisite and delicate, slipping down his throat before he could savor it fully. "Oh, it's all thanks to the captain's efforts. Only now can we enjoy such comfort," Gudian remarked casually. Hi understood the underlying intentions and continued to relish the sumptuous food without reservation. At present, both first mates aboard the ship had perished, and the new captain, Madame Maida, sought to solidify her position, which necessitated supporting a new first mate for the development of the Jusha ship. Many seasoned and powerful pirates were eyeing the first mate's position. "Brother Gudian, to be honest, I've been rather troubled with breeding Pokémon lately," Hi confessed. Before he could finish, Gudian understood his meaning and promptly retrieved a small booklet from his pocket, sliding it across the table. "Little brother, I may not have much to offer, but this is my experience in breeding iron claw lobsters. If Longxia Xiaobing has any questions, feel free to consult my iron claw lobster," Gudian assured, patting his chest confidently. Hi accepted the booklet, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he said, "Brother Gudian, you've worked tirelessly for the development of the Jusha ship. I shall surely speak highly of you in front of my teacher." Although Hi was merely an apprentice and had not formally apprenticed yet, he shamelessly referred to the more experienced Gudian as his teacher. He had tasted the sweetness of leveraging connections and was keen to utilize such advantageous associations without any hesitation. Naturally, he was mindful not to overstep in the presence of Madame Maida, maintaining appropriate decorum. "Thank you, little brother," Gudian responded, satisfied with the exchange, and added several more delectable dishes to Heiu's table before taking his leave. After indulging in the delightful meal, Heiu took a stroll on the deck, enjoying a freedom that many other pirates with daily tasks could not. "Alas, our numbers have dwindled significantly. Only 2 of my fellow newcomers remain alive from my batch," he lamented, wandering through the now deserted corners of the Jusha ship. Many of his contemporaries had perished in the brutal battle the day before. The risks of piracy were indeed too high. In the future, he must return to land and clear his name. Presently, Heiu's determination to remain aboard the Jusha ship stemmed from his identity and his aspirations as a breeder. Upon reaching the deck, he noticed a group of pirates gathered. Curiosity piqued as he approached to discover they were engaged in trading spoils. When 2 pirate crews clashed, The victor claimed the spoils as personal property, even if it was beyond the captain's reach. However, resources and precious treasures aboard the ship would be distributed according to merit, leading to scenarios where minor spoils could be exchanged among pirates. A proud Swellow, close to evolution, only requires minimal training and nurturing to become a Talonflame. A notably youthful pirate stated, adding, "This Swellow has already mastered the move Whirlwind." Heiyu observed attentively, noting the surrounding pirates' keen interest in the Pokémon as they eagerly began to call out prices. Perhaps many had lost their Pokémon in the recent battle and were in dire need of replenishing their teams. Heiyu seized the opportunity to join the crowd, and as others made way for him, he found a comfortable spot and smiled in acknowledgement before settling down. Ultimately, the soon-to-evolve Swellow was sold to one of the pirates for 140,000 Alliance coins. This price seemed somewhat low, considering the Swellow had reached level 20 and only needed to be nurtured to level 22 for evolution. However, the price was somewhat reasonable given that training someone else's Pokémon could be quite challenging, and there was a risk of investing the entire amount without success, which might explain the lower price. Chapter 8. Officially becoming an apprentice. Following several more exchanges of spoils, Heiyu seized the moment to sell 2 captured Pokémon, netting around 140,000 Alliance coins. Such a generous price must be out of consideration for me, Heiyu speculated inwardly. Of course, it was also possible that the current scarcity of Pokémon on board led others to seek expansion for their teams. Regardless of the reason, Heiyu was unconcerned, as his little treasury had once again swelled. With approximately 440,000 Alliance coins, he had enough to purchase a quarter of the starter Pokémon. Subsequent exchanges also yielded notes resembling breeding manuals. Due to their reproducible nature, they were priced cheaply, prompting many, including Heiyu, to acquire them. The contents were disorganized, and some were mere conjectures, proving to be inferior when compared to the comprehensive guides compiled by the Alliance. Heiyu skimmed through them and quickly discerned the disparity. Though merely an apprentice breeder, his perspective far exceeded that of other pirates. Once the exchange concluded, everyone returned to their respective duties, and Heiyu retreated to his quarters to peruse the books he had purchased. Knowledge is indeed the ladder to human progress. As noon approached, the sun shone brightly. The restaurant appeared somewhat desolate, with the crew of the pirate ship significantly diminished, leaving barely over 100 members. Just as the crew contemplated indulging in the culinary delights afforded by their recently filled wallets, the current Captain Meta entered the dining area. "Good afternoon, crew," she addressed, her voice resonating with authoritative clarity despite her femininity. The fearsome pirates within the restaurant dared not underestimate her, promptly offering their respectful salutes. "Captain Meta. It is an honor to see you, Captain Meta." "Good afternoon, Captain Meta." As she scanned the room, her gaze briefly lingered on the figure of Heiyu in the corner, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes before she swiftly moved on. "Today, there are 2 matters at hand. The first concerns the allocation of resources from the enemy pirate group spoils that we acquired yesterday. I have posted the distribution notice at the restaurant exit, and you shall see it upon your departure." Upon hearing this, the crew began to murmur excitedly. The spoils of the rival pirate crew were at least equal in value to those of their own ship, the Jusha. Each member anticipated a considerable share. The atmosphere within the restaurant grew lively as they exchanged whispers of excitement. "Silence." Captain Meta's sharp rebuke commanded immediate attention, silencing the chatter as all eyes turned towards the queen of the Jusha. "The second matter is that we currently have a shortage of personnel aboard. From tomorrow onward, I ask that you all exert yourselves a little more. The necessary operations of the ship will require your diligence. When we next dock at the land, I shall arrange for new recruits." At this point, some of the more capable crew members grew anxious, silently questioning why there was no mention of promotions or the selection of a first mate. This sentiment resonated among them all, particularly with Gudian, who was renowned for his formidable skills aboard the ship. He believed that his chances of becoming the first mate were greater than those of his peers, especially as he sought to curry favor with Heiyu, the new favorite. The ordinary pirates, however, were unconcerned with such matters, having already succumbed to a state of jubilation. "Heiyu, come with me," Captain Meta instructed as she prepared to leave, addressing Heiyu in the corner. Under the envious gazes of his comrades, Heiyu rose calmly and followed her. Before departing, he subtly nodded at Gudian, who looked on with hopeful anticipation. As Heiyu traversed the dimly lit corridor, he closely followed the footsteps of Captain Meta until they arrived at the conference room. Upon entering, the sight that greeted them was astonishing. "My heavens!" Heiyu exclaimed, his mouth agape in awe. The conference table was strewn with stacks of cash and crates of Pokeballs. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes glimmering with avarice. Is this truly millions? And are those Pokeballs all captured Pokemon? In his moment of astonishment, he momentarily forgot to address Captain Meta with the appropriate respect and blurted out his question. However, Captain Meta paid little heed to this oversight, a subtle smile playing at her lips, clearly in high spirits. Indeed, the storage compartment of the opposing pirate ship contained a wealth of treasures. Though he suffered some losses during the retrieval, she approached the table, delicately lifting a stack of bills and inhaling the alluring scent of money, the irresistible charm of wealth. Hey you. This is what you rightfully deserve. Captain Meta handed him 2 stacks of bills, which he estimated to be no less than around 100,000. He graciously accepted them with both hands, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Captain Meta keenly noted the change in his address, regarding her young apprentice with a look imbued with significance. You possess remarkable talent. Your memory and perceptiveness are exceptional, qualities essential for becoming an outstanding breeder. After bestowing her praise, she shifted her tone. However, I hope you will make a choice between becoming a powerful trainer or an exceptional breeder. Reclining in her chair, her long legs crossed, the elegant fabric of her gown revealing glimpses of her fair skin, this captivating woman in her prime radiated a unique charm. Heiyu quickly lowered his gaze, hesitant to stare too long, and responded earnestly, Captain Meta, since you praise me as a genius, I must live up to that title. He raised his head, locking his determined gaze with hers. I aspire to develop simultaneously as both a trainer and a breeder, and as your apprentice. I will forever cherish your kindness. Captain Meta regarded his face, reminiscent of a lost child from her past, a fleeting memory of her deceased son surfacing. Realizing this, she chuckled softly, You little charmer, your words are quite pleasing. From today onward, you shall be my student, no longer merely an apprentice. Upon hearing this, Heiyu immediately performed a respectful bow, declaring, I pay my respects to you, teacher. This is my original notebook for my studies. Consider it a token of my apprenticeship. Reflect upon its contents diligently, and strive to become a breeder at the earliest opportunity. Captain Meta retrieved an ancient notebook from a nearby shelf, its delicate handwriting and slightly curled corners suggesting it was a genuine manuscript. The two then engaged in further discussions, addressing the challenges Heiyu faced in his studies and breeding endeavors. Captain Meta meticulously responded to each query, fostering a rapidly deepening bond between them, reminiscent of a nurturing teacher and devoted student. After Heiyu departed, Captain Meta sat pensively on the bench, her delicate hands resting on her forehead as she muttered to herself. Gudian, is it? He might indeed be a suitable choice, worthy of consideration. Chapter 9. The Creation of Energy Cubes. In the ensuing days, the Jusha drifted back through the waters of the Fengyuan region, encountering various vessels along the way. However, due to a shortage of manpower, they refrained from engaging in acts of piracy. The crew of the Jusha reveled in the elation of newfound wealth and victory, having long cast aside the memories of their fallen comrades. On the expansive deck, Heiyu was commanding the training of his Pokémon, Little Lobster. Feel the power of the water and attempt to harness it. He observed Little Lobster with a serious demeanor as more and more water swirled around its body. Now is the moment. Use Water Jet. With a leap, Little Lobster propelled itself forward, enveloped by the surging water, and hurtled towards the wooden target with tremendous force. The impact shattered the target. Little Lobster landed gracefully on its 6 sturdy legs. Excellent work, Little Lobster. You've finally mastered Water Jet, Heiyu praised enthusiastically. Among his 3 Pokémon, Little Lobster had made the most significant progress, reaching level 19, thanks to the considerable resources invested in its training. In pursuit of enhancing its inherited dragon dance ability, Heiyu had even boldly requested a vial of blood from the sea dragon from Captain Meta, his mentor. As a dragon type, its blood contained certain dragon type factors, which could potentially awaken Little Lobster's sensitivity to dragon energy. However, the results were underwhelming. Thus, Heiyu shifted focus to another inherited skill, Water Jet. The training of the Liu fish revolved around its speed-enhancing ability. After extensive practice, it could now accelerate at will, albeit at the cost of expending its stamina rapidly. Still, the reward was an astonishing speed akin to lightning. While this might sound exaggerated, in swimming competitions among Pokémon of the same level, Liu fish undoubtedly ranked among the best. Meanwhile, the Fire Sparrow had adeptly adapted to the ocean's winds, proving capable of conducting reconnaissance within a kilometer radius, and its level was gradually rising. Although the pace of progress has been exceedingly rapid, it remains insufficient. Countless dangers lurk beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea, where tumultuous currents stir. Heiyu crouched at the ship's edge, gazing at the azure waters, which appeared eerily tranquil, concealing innumerable threats below. The study of crafting energy cubes should be prioritized, and Heiyu had already made up his mind. Energy cubes. These miraculous creations of this world are formed by blending the most basic fruits with rare herbs, yielding a potent energy substance. They can amplify ordinary energy exponentially, brimming with invaluable nutrients that remarkably enhance the growth of Pokémon. The process of crafting energy cubes presents a significant challenge to one's mental fortitude, requiring precise measurement to the thousandth of a gram, thus necessitating continuous practice to refine one's skills. Madame Meta produced a fruit and placed it into a compact machine before her, her keen eyes fixated on the data displayed above. She wore a serious expression, unwilling to relax for even a moment. Heiyu obediently stood nearby, attentively absorbing his mentor's teachings. Every trainer capable of creating energy cubes is regarded as a veritable profit-making machine, as exemplified by the energy cubes about to take shape before them. A mere ordinary fruit, valued at a few dozen alliance coins, swiftly transformed into 5 yellow energy cubes, each worth over 1,000 alliance coins. A staggering profit. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. If he could master this craft, he would no longer fret over funding for training. It was no wonder he had previously struggled to find literature on trainers in the market, with such immense profits. How could the noble families allow commoners access to this knowledge? A flicker of distortion crossed Heiyu's gaze as he became aware once more of the distorted societal structure in this world. Try this. It is an energy cube crafted from Huangli fruit, which can enhance a Pokemon's physical strength. Madame Meita, having removed her gloves, carefully extracted the small energy cube with tweezers. Despite its diminutive size, it contained immense nutrition and energy. Heiyu summoned a lobster Pokemon. Upon emerging from its Pokeball, the lobster Pokemon detected the enticing aroma in the air, instantly captivated by desire. With an expression of longing, it gazed at the energy cube within the machine. Witnessing the lobster Pokemon's eager demeanor rekindled Madame Meita's affection for Pokemon. Come here. The yellow energy cube, suspended in the air, was seized by the lobster Pokemon's claws and swiftly devoured. The lobster Pokemon immediately wore an expression of bliss, its eyes involuntarily squinting as it emitted contented sounds. From now on, this energy cube maker will belong to you. You can practice whenever you have free time. The materials can be directly retrieved from the warehouse. Madame Meita declared as she exited the room, not forgetting to remind Heiyu, by the way, energy cubes with special effects are quite challenging. You should start with the most basic ones. Heiyu retrieved Madame Meita's handwritten tome, which contained countless insights for trainers and numerous recipes for energy cubes. Among them were the most fundamental recipes for restoring stamina and healing injuries, as well as special formulas akin to those that enhance a Pokemon's physical strength. This is, Heiyu exclaimed with excitement. The final recipe boldly stated, long-term consumption can enhance a Pokemon's potential. However, as Heiyu glanced at the subsequent hundreds of materials required, his initial excitement shifted to dismay. He recognized only a few dozen of the items, while the rest were completely unfamiliar to him. Alas, the path of a trainer is indeed arduous, Heiyu lamented. Meanwhile, the lobster Pokemon looked up at its master with pleading eyes, its claws gesturing towards the energy cube on the table. I want to eat the energy cube. In the days that followed, Heiyu dedicated himself to the creation of energy cubes, enduring thousands of failures. It was no wonder that every trainer capable of crafting energy cubes was so esteemed and revered. Heiyu began to comprehend the reason behind this, observing the mountain of discarded materials in the corner and the small black lump on the table that finally resembled an energy cube. He could not help but reflect. No wonder the teacher said that apart from talent, perseverance is paramount. I wonder how many failures she endured before achieving success. With a sense of numbness, he placed another fruit into the small energy cube maker, his fingers dancing deftly over the controls. The actions had long been etched in his mind. The countless experiences had rendered him exceedingly proficient. As the machine whirred to life, Heiyu concentrated intently, fixating on the small needle that spun above. Time drifted by slowly. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, dripping onto the table. In a fleeting moment, his fingers flicked. Ding! A strange sound resonated, and a glimmer of joy surfaced in Heiyu's weary eyes. Following this, a pure white energy cube gradually appeared in his palm, emanating a gentle warmth. Against the light, he could clearly see the jelly-like substance within the pristine cube, its surface exquisitely smooth, radiating a faint, pleasant aroma. A basic universal energy cube for stamina recovery. Success. Chapter 10, Beneath One Person. I suppose I can consider myself a half-trainer now, Heiyu mused. Although he had yet to undergo the Trainer Guild's assessment, the ability to craft energy cubes placed him firmly at the threshold. With ample experience and familiarity, he would soon be able to create energy cubes with ease. However, it had taken him thousands of trials to successfully produce even one energy cube. He wondered how many varieties his teacher could create. Heiyu's thoughts drifted as he recalled the difficulty of the trainer assessment, which included a plethora of written questions, culminating in the requirement to produce high-quality energy cubes within a specified time. Only upon success could one earn the respect of becoming a junior trainer. Glancing at the corner where he had wasted materials, he remarked, though trainers are said to be profit-making machines, the investment is indeed substantial. It's no wonder the teacher held such a prominent position aboard the ship. During the captain's tenure, Madame Meita's status aboard the giant shark was unparalleled, primarily due to her monopoly on energy cubes. In these waters, the most sought-after resources were undoubtedly the water-type basic energy cubes, as nearly everyone possessed water attribute Pokémon, the majority of which were cultivated as main forces. Land-based energy cubes were predominantly found in the black market, exorbitantly priced. Thus, the energy cubes crafted by Madame Meita were exceedingly popular. The rarity of water-type energy cubes often exceeded supply, cementing Madame Mayta's esteemed status. However, I should also. Heiyu's lips curled into a subtle smile. As anticipated, with the news of his energy cube production spreading aboard the giant shark, an increasing number of visitors arrived, all with the singular purpose of purchasing energy cubes. In the days that followed, Heiyu intensified his practice, advancing from a mere success rate of 1 in several hundred attempts to now achieving a stable success rate of 1 in 100, occasionally succeeding twice when fortune smiled upon him. Half a year passed quietly. The giant shark had returned to the waters of the Fengyuan region, where every pirate crew had designated activity zones. During this time, they occasionally plundered tourist vessels, capturing rare water-type Pokémon to sell on land. The crew had also been supplemented twice. Although the numbers were modest, the pirate ship was steadily approaching the threshold of 200 members. Heiyu, your craftsmanship is indeed becoming increasingly refined. The purity of this energy cube is nearly on par with my own creations. Madame Maida held a pure white energy cube delicately between her slender fingers. Heiyu respectfully replied, I am deeply grateful for your attentive guidance, esteemed teacher. I am merely fortunate. Throughout this period, although his stature had risen sharply, Heiyu remained acutely aware of his position. Regardless of status or interests, he must maintain profound respect for Madame Maida. Your words are as comforting as ever, Madame Maida said, her eyes curving slightly as a smile graced her lips, clearly pleased with her student. The two continued their conversation, with Heiyu presenting the various challenges he encountered in his studies and practices. In the tone of a teacher, Madame Maida addressed each of his difficulties. Upon returning to the deck, Heiyu glanced at the sprites undergoing their daily training. Over the past 6 months, thanks to abundant resources, particularly the stable supply of energy cubes, the lobster minion had reached level 24, while the yaw fish had attained level 22. Both sprites were now on the brink of evolving to level 30. Li Chu, you need not scout anymore. Your level is nearing evolution. Focus on accumulating energy, Heiyu advised, extending his arm for Li Chu to perch upon. Heiyu observed a young boy below, his youthful face reflecting both fear and excitement. Are these newcomers? I hope they can hold their ground. The JSH is severely short on manpower, he remarked to a nearby ordinary pirate. Upon recognizing Heiyu, the pirate hastily responded, Master Heiyu, there are a total of 27 newcomers. I am responsible for helping them acclimate to the sailor's duties. Here is the roster. Would you like to take a look? Heiyu had become an esteemed figure among the ordinary pirates, not solely due to his identity as Madame Maida's student, but also for his ability to produce energy cubes, which commanded significant respect. Am I truly regarded as Master Heiyu? Heiyu mused silently, amused. He took the roster and casually flipped through it, noting that most were street urchins or individuals driven to piracy by desperation. Of course, a few had been captured, their expressions filled with fear as they dared not raise their eyes to their surroundings. A name caught Heiyu's attention, Xingyi Jiying. What? This chubby boy is actually a direct trainer from the Alliance? How did you capture him? Heiyu's tone was filled with reproach. The consequences would be dire if the Alliance discovered this matter. The ordinary pirate quickly explained, Master, we did not capture him. We purchased him from the black market. At the time, we were unaware of his identity and only learned of it after the fact. However, through our inquiries and his own account, we discovered he hails from a prominent family that fell victim to factional strife, leading to the loss of his family's fortune and ultimately, his sale into slavery. After hearing this absurd tale, Heiyu's lips twitched slightly, and he gained a deeper understanding of the decayed state of the Alliance. It was no wonder they could not eradicate these dark organizations. The internal strife and darkness surpassed imagination, Heiyu contemplated. As the two conversed, the chubby boy stood up amidst the crowd, confidently declaring, Call your captain out to see me. I wish to redeem myself. My family can offer him a substantial sum. Though merely 11 or 12 years old, his words and demeanor exuded confidence. Nearby pirates, hearing this, rushed over to beat him mercilessly. Huh? What kind of fool do you think you are? You believe you are an Alliance trainer? Here on the ship, you are but a prisoner. The other pirates looked on, accustomed to the scene. It was quite normal for the old to bully the new, especially when the newcomer bore an esteemed title. Tormenting such a privileged individual brought immense pleasure to these pirates. Stop. Please, spare me. Let me go? The chubby boy cried, now devoid of his earlier bravado, rolling on the ground like a defeated dog, clutching his stomach and head. For this young master, who had lived a life of luxury, it was his first encounter with such pain and humiliation. Tears streamed down his once rosy cheeks, and he pleaded, I beg you, spare me. Yet, the 20 or so youths around him remained silent, none daring to plead on his behalf. They either stared in fear at the unfolding events or bowed their heads in contemplation, silently grateful not to be the target of such treatment. The chubby boy gazed at the indifferent faces of his companions, feeling a pang of sorrow as he witnessed the harsh realities of human nature for the first time. Chapter 11. Rapid progress. Heiyu stood at the ship's railing, looking down at the bruised and battered chubby boy, pondering to himself, I too need to cultivate my own confidence aboard the JSH, and perhaps this boy could be of use to me. With this thought, a subtle smile crept across Heiyu's face. Heiyu strode steadily from the towering ship's structure to the spacious deck, approaching the pirates who were reprimanding the newcomers. In a low voice, he commanded, "Enough. Cease your actions, escort this group of newcomers below deck to settle in, and leave this chubby boy here." Upon hearing this, the pirates, who had been about to continue their punishment, immediately shifted from fierce expressions to one of deference. They complied while directing other ordinary sailors to swiftly lead the newcomers below deck. At this moment, the chubby boy, lying on the ground in pain, sensed the change in atmosphere around him. Struggling to prop himself up, his rotund belly appeared somewhat comical as he exerted himself. He looked at Heiyu, confusion and fear flickering in his eyes. "Are you the captain of this ship?" he asked cautiously. Perhaps the recent beating had stripped him of his arrogance, for now. His tone was laced with a palpable desire to please. However, unbeknownst to him, despite being only 16, Heiyu had already endured life and death challenges, exuding a formidable aura capable of intimidating this pampered young master. "What is your name?" Heiyu inquired. The chubby boy raised his head, a sycophantic smile spreading across his chubby face. "I am Xingyi Jiying." 3 days slipped by unnoticed, and the new batch of recruits began their work. Due to the shortage of personnel, each individual was burdened with arduous tasks. This left them overwhelmed. Yet the thought of the one who had been tossed into the sea for slacking sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to grit their teeth and persevere. After all, no one wished to meet the fate of being fed to the fish. In the dining hall, Heiyu observed the chubby boy voraciously devouring his meal. "Are you certain this person is only 12? He asked a pirate tallying numbers beside him. "Master, I swear I am not deceiving you. I have no idea he could eat like this." The pirate lamented, gazing at the mountain of plates before him with tears in his eyes. Heiyu looked at the grease on the boy's lips, realizing he had just consumed another plate of fried noodles, and mused to himself, "This Xingyi Jiyang's appetite is nearly equivalent to that of 7 or 8 grown men." Oblivious to the peculiar stares from the two, the chubby boy shouted once more, "Chef, bring me another plate of pasta." Heiyu then said, "All right, from now on, you will follow me and run errands. I will ensure that you are not bullied aboard this ship." Xingyi Gong patted his round belly, wearing a satisfied smile, yet his mind was racing. If I failed to recognize the situation, I might end up back doing hard labor. The thought of the previous days, when he felt utterly broken, made him dread another experience like that. Just as Heiyu was about to leave the dining area, Xingyi Gong spoke up. "Sir, I hail from the Xingyi family, one of the backstage shareholders of the Battle Expansion Zone." Heiyu casually replied, "The Battle Expansion Zone? Is that the one that's all the rage in various regions lately?" Although his expression remained unchanged, Heiyu felt a flicker of surprise. He was aware that this chubby boy likely came from a prominent family, yet he hadn't anticipated such significant connections. "How did you end up here?" Heiyu inquired with interest. "Mainly due to some internal factional struggles within the Battle Expansion Zone. Our branch was treated as a pawn and effectively exiled," Xingyi Gong whispered mysteriously, his eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Heiyu was momentarily speechless, internally muttering, "Indeed. Where there are people, there are rivalries." He cast a sympathetic glance at Xingyi Gong, but patiently listened on. "Boss, I recognize you as my leader. Please, grant me a meal aboard the pirate ship, and I shall undoubtedly be your loyal follower." Heiyu paused, turning back to regard the pitiful chubby boy, thinking to himself, "I could indeed take him as a subordinate, representing my interests on the ship, and the backing of the Xingyi family could serve as a useful asset in the future." From that day forth, the pirates aboard the giant shark found themselves frequently accompanied by a small chubby boy. Whether receiving guests or trading energy cubes, nearly every task was undertaken by this boy. Heiyu seemed to have appointed him as his representative, and Xingyi Gong transformed from a bullied newcomer into a notable figure aboard the ship. Haha. The lobster soldier excitedly waved its sharp claws, its gaze sharp and focused. With each strike, it accurately grasped the floating bubbles in the air, popping them one by one. This game served both as entertainment and daily training for it. As a lobster soldier, its claws were undoubtedly its pride. Heiyu understood this well. Thus he designed such training methods to help the lobster soldier master its claw techniques. Through repeated practice, the lobster soldier's reaction speed and accuracy significantly improved. The lobster soldier performed admirably, successfully popping all 20 bubbles before they hit the ground. Heiyu could not help but exclaim in admiration, tossing an energy cube for stamina as a reward. The lobster soldier, quick and agile, caught the energy cube and immediately began to chew on it, savoring the reward from its master with great joy. Observing the satisfied expression of the lobster soldier, Heiyu chuckled. "Haha, you never miss when it comes to catching food." Clearly, he was quite pleased with the lobster soldier's performance. During this time, Heiyu delegated all the errands to Xingyi Gong, granting him more leisure time to pursue his interests. He utilized this extra time to delve into various books and enhance his skills in crafting energy cubes. Now, Heiyu progressed rapidly each day. Chapter 12, The Big Mouth Sparrow. For the pirates adrift on the high seas, time is an elusive concept. Without alarms and calendars, they would likely forget it altogether. "Chubby boy, is it necessary?" Money is so dirty. Why do you keep sniffing it? Heyu looked at Xing Gong, exasperated. Rather than stopping, the chubby boy pressed more bills to his nose. Inhaling the unique scent of money, Heyu sighed. This alliance currency was taken from the deceased. Be cautious of potential bacterial infection. You might fall ill one day. Haha. Offering warmth is no substitute for a hefty sum. The chubby boy replied with a cheeky grin. Heyu rolled his eyes. Isn't a 5 commission enough? You only need to run errands. However, despite his words, Heyu held a favorable view of Xing Gong, appreciating his ability to sell items at prices far exceeding their original values, which ultimately benefited Heyu as well. Boss, when will the next batch of energy cubes be ready? Xing Gong's chubby face displayed an eager expression. I am not an endlessly tireless machine. At least wait half a month. Heyu replied curtly before turning to leave the dining area. Unlike the chubby boy, who was preoccupied with food, Xing Gong resumed tackling his large smoked chicken. On the deck, facing the howling sea winds, Heyu spread his arms, reveling in the salty air that was uniquely the essence of the ocean. Go Elchu. Heyu released a Pokeball, and a flash of white light appeared. L, with its crimson wings spread wide, it circled the air twice before gracefully landing on the ship's edge. Heyu was quite satisfied with this visually captivating flight. Elchu had now adapted to soaring over the ocean's surface. If it could manage such a harsh environment, returning to land would be effortless. Elchu, today we will catch some Pokemon over the sea. Heyu instructed. This was part of his unique training methodology for Pokemon. Elchu's ability, Keen Eye, ensured that its accuracy would not diminish. However, research indicated that Pokemon with this trait often possessed superior vision compared to others, a hidden talent of sorts. Elchu fixed its eagle-like gaze on the calm sea, and Heyu patiently waited beside it. Suddenly, in an instant, Elchu's claws struck, and its wings propelled it towards the ocean's surface. Elchu, use Fury Attack. After extensive training, Elchu had mastered numerous moves, and Fury Attack was among its signature techniques. Elchu radiated white light, pecking and clawing with its beak and talons, displaying a seemingly chaotic yet rhythmical assault. Before long, a Pokemon carcass surfaced, adorned with red scales and a long yellow mustache, easily recognizable as a Magikarp. This Pokemon could thrive in even the murkiest waters, showcasing remarkable resilience and a knack for leaping. Well done, Elchu. Here's an extra treat, Heyu remarked, observing Elchu, who showed no sign of fatigue after the battle. While the Magikarp had little meat to offer, being mostly skin and bones, it still yielded a small amount for a snack. Elchu, continue, Heyu commanded, and Elchu quickly finished off the carcass, its sharp beak stained with traces of blood. As hours passed, Elchu's training for the day concluded successfully, yielding significant results. It encountered numerous Pokemon, with the vast majority being Magikarp. However, an unexpected delight was the capture of a goldfish Pokemon. Though its level was low and its potential average, its adorable appearance made it popular among the girls. Heyu had no intentions of keeping it for himself, and chose to hand it over to Xing Gong for sale to the pirates aboard the ship. As Heyu was preparing to return to the restaurant for dinner, a sudden burst of white light erupted from Lai Kai, gradually enveloping its entire body. Under the glow of the evening sunset, it was extraordinarily dazzling. Heyu widened his eyes, for this was a sign of evolution. Lai Kai was about to evolve. Although he had long anticipated this transformation in his heart, he never imagined it would come so abruptly. Just as training was concluding and he was about to head back, he was granted such a delightful surprise. Heyu gazed eagerly at the radiant white light before him. Soon, the luminescence dissipated, revealing a large, brownish creature with a sharply pointed beak and a comb atop its head. It was the Dazuake. Wonderful. Dazuake, you have finally evolved. Now you can take me flying, right? Heyu exclaimed with joy. He had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. To soar through the skies is humanity's ultimate dream, and Heyu was no exception. Dazuake emitted an excited cry, its sharp beak capable of piercing through any prey, with an expression as fierce as its temperament. However, to Heyu, its trainer, it was incredibly docile. Having been cared for since its infancy, Heyu climbed onto its back, gripping the supportive wing, and felt the warmth of its feathers beneath him. Taking out his Pokédex, he heard the familiar beeping sound. Beep beep beep. Dazuake, the beak Pokemon, typically associated with flying-type creatures, level 20. Stands at 1.3 meters tall, weighs 40 kilograms, surpassing the average, exhibiting excellent development. It has mastered the following moves: Glare, Screech, Peck, Pursuit, Beak Eating, Dive, Fury Attack, Wing Attack, and Mimic. Upon hearing this, Heyu was filled with astonishment. Dazuake had directly learned Dive, a signature move of the ground type, boasting an impressive power of 80. Quickly recovering from his surprise, Heyu exclaimed with fervent eyes, Dazuake, can you take me flying? Dazuake responded with a screech, then lowered one wing, signaling for Heyu to climb aboard. With a swift motion, as soon as Heyu secured himself, Dazuake ascended rapidly. While its flying speed and altitude might not stand out among numerous Pokemon, in terms of takeoff, The Zuei was remarkably quick. Perched on its back, Heiyu nervously watched as the enormous ship, the Ju Sha, shrank below him. As the distance increased, his anxiety gradually faded away. The air whistled past his ears, and the sound of wind resonated, as if heralding a grand symphony. Unable to contain his excitement, Heiyu let out a jubilant shout. Woohoo! In that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease and freedom, all worries and pressures cast aside. Soaring through the sky, he experienced a thrill unlike any other, entranced by the sensation. He relished this rare moment, immersed in the beauty and wonder of nature. The clouds above transformed unpredictably, sometimes light and airy like gossamer, and at other times tumultuous like waves, captivating the eye. Occasionally, flying-type Pokémon would dart past, their figures shimmering in the sunlight, creating a breathtaking tableau against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. Heiyu quietly appreciated the stunning scenery before him, feeling an extraordinary sense of tranquility. This was the most relaxed he had felt since arriving in this world, devoid of burdens and worries, only the joy and peace deep within his heart. Meanwhile, atop the Ju Sha, Madame Meta stood by the window, gazing at the figures soaring in the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Perhaps you should not be like me. Trapped in the seas for a lifetime, the freedom of land belongs to you. Chairman Dalmalanki of the Alliance is fervently reforming things, and with your talent and nurturing, you might soar to great heights, she mused, her eyes misting as she observed that figure and heard the jubilant sounds. The reason she had taken Heiyu on as her apprentice was not only due to his talent, but also because his keen intellect reminded her so much of her son, who had passed away too young. Yet, after a year of companionship and diligent teaching, she had come to regard Heiyu as family. After all, even a stone can understand affection, let alone a human. A self-mocking smile crossed Madame Meta's beautiful face as she murmured to herself, as a ruthless pirate, I find myself harboring emotions. It seems I have truly regressed. Chapter 13, Cleansing of Identity. Farewell to the teacher, who soon we will be nearing the land. The Hoenn region is indeed thrilling. Heiyu sat by the window, perusing a book. Recently, it seemed that Lai Kei's evolution had invigorated both the lobster soldier and the Li Yu, who were diligently training daily. Naturally, Heiyu was elated. His role was to ensure the well-being of his Pokémon. Catch! Heiyu casually tossed a blue energy cube, and the lobster soldier's claws swiftly grasped it. In the realm of food, lobster soldier had never made a mistake. Burpee! Lobster soldier let out a satisfied belch, waving its claws as it resumed training. I can't be idle either. I need to continue learning new recipes. This one looks good, a basic energy cube wave. Heiyu found a recipe in the nurturing notes given to him by his teacher, which would allow water-type Pokémon to sense energy more quickly, thereby accelerating their leveling up. Having already mastered several basic energy cubes, it was time to challenge himself with something more advanced. Taking a simple energy cube-making machine from the cabinet, Heiyu assembled the parts and began preparing the ingredients. He gathered a water source fruit, a small segment of coral from the sun coral, and several ordinary berries. First, he meticulously removed the impurities from the coral segment, preserving only the core essence. Then, he placed all the ingredients into the machine for hand-crank mixing. Every ingredient's amount had to be precisely measured, neither too much nor too little. The duration and force of the mixing also needed to be exact. It was precisely because of the complexity and rigor of energy cube production that most nurturers worked at a slow pace. Finally, he poured the mixture into a compressor. Once it solidified, it would enter the final drying phase, during which he could add spices to attract Pokémon. Since these were for his own Pokémon, the flavor had to be right, but the aroma didn't need to be overly complicated. Moreover, the natural scent of the energy cubes was already enticing enough to attract the little gluttons in his team. To his surprise, the first attempt was a success. Could it be that I am truly a genius? Heiyu gazed at the sky-blue energy cube before him, a smile gracing his lips. However, reality proved that his initial success might have been mere luck or simply a fortunate state. The subsequent attempts, second, third, and even fourth, ended in failure. I knew it was just luck. However, maintaining a 20 success rate is still progress. Heiyu reassured himself, promptly beginning another round of energy cube production. For the entire afternoon, Heiyu locked himself in his room, his hands alight with fervor, achieving over 300 attempts with more than 20 successes. The finished energy cubes were sky blue, emitting a faint salty aroma, and under the sunlight, one could see the subtle movement of water waves within. Not bad, not bad. Time to show this to the teacher and seek some guidance, Heiyu thought to himself. Without hesitation, after instructing his Pokémon, Heiyu exited his room and made his way to the top of the ship's cabin. The summer sea breeze carried a touch of warmth, and under the blazing midday sun, everyone seemed to carry sunscreen, for otherwise, by the afternoon, one's skin would present a stark contrast of black and white. Upon arriving at the door, Heiyu gently pushed it open. The door was no longer unfamiliar to him, as he could now freely enter Madame Meta's room. A stark contrast to a year ago when he had to knock and tread carefully. The days of hesitance were behind him. His status had dramatically transformed. During this period, Yu and Madame Meita had forged a profound master-student bond, their relationship growing increasingly intimate. At times, Yu would even jest, eliciting light laughter from Madame Meita. With a smile, he addressed her, saying, "Teacher, I have created a new energy block and seek your guidance." As he slowly extended the box in his hand, he awaited her input. However, this time, Madame Meita did not respond with her usual gentleness. Instead, she inquired in a somber tone, Yu, what do you plan to do in the future? Do you intend to remain a pirate for life?" Her gaze revealed a mix of concern and anticipation. Hearing her question, Yu's hands, which were poised to lower the box, froze in midair. He was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected query, unsure of how to respond. "With your talents, you should not be confined here. Do you truly wish to perish in a pirate skirmish, your lifeless body sinking quietly into the sea?" Madame Meita continued her probing. "The Feng-Yuan Alliance is set to hold a convention in a year. It is a splendid opportunity for young talents like you to make a name for themselves." She approached Yu, her eyes filled with affection. Though only 17, Yu was not particularly tall. Yet the exertions and ample nutrition of recent times had rendered him somewhat upright. Madame Meita delicately caressed his cheek, murmuring, "You resemble him so much." Tension coursed through Yu's body as he lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. "Yu, you should return to the land. That is where you will truly soar. You must not be shackled by the sea." Madame Meita turned and retrieved an identification card from her safe, stating, "This is a forged identity document. From this day forth, you shall be a direct trainer of the Alliance. The reverse side contains records of your experiences over the years. Memorize it and then destroy it immediately." Yu hesitantly accepted the card, flipping it over to find a note densely filled with information regarding his new identity. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him as he silently absorbed the details. He had once dreamed of escaping this place, feeling it an unattainable aspiration. Yet now Madame Meita was offering him a way out. Conflicted, he felt both excitement and confusion, unsure of how to proceed. "Teacher, what about you? Will you spend your life in this constant state of alarm?" Yu ventured to gauge Madame Meita's sentiments. She smiled softly, her lithe figure swaying gracefully as she approached him, her slender finger gently tapping his forehead in a playful manner. "You little rascal, now you're lecturing your teacher?" Yu chuckled shyly, then earnestly awaited her response. Madame Meita sighed lightly, a glimmer of hope and longing crossing her features as she said, "In a few years, I may seek a tranquil village to establish a small nurturing house and spend my remaining days in peace." Yu stared at her in astonishment. He had never envisioned that this fierce and ruthless captain harbored such a simple and serene wish. "Is that true, teacher?" He couldn't help but ask. Madame Meita nodded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with light as she softly affirmed, "Yes, my child. Sometimes, one must let go of the past and pursue true inner peace and tranquility." Yu pondered her words, beginning to comprehend that even the mightiest individuals possess a tender side. They, too, wish to find their own haven, far removed from the chaos of the world. Chapter 14, Changhua City. Changhua City, a place where humanity communicates with nature. Yu stood on the bustling streets, gazing vacantly at the vibrant city. Vehicles streamed by, and towering edifices surrounded him. He recalled Madame Meita's parting words. "Yu, my student, forget the past's hardships and mire. You have been reborn. One day, your name may be inscribed on the most illustrious page of Alliance history." Reflecting on the memories of the past year, he realized he was no longer the naive child he once was. His character had been shaped by both ruthlessness and cautiousness, a transformation largely attributed to Madame Meita. If one day his name were indeed recorded in the annals of the Alliance, Yu vowed he would never forget his mentor. Clad in a simple adventurer's outfit, he walked through the streets like any ordinary person. To his surprise, the dojo in Changhua City had yet to be established, indicating that the timeline was somewhat premature. After perusing the information in his Pokédex, he resolved to first visit the Pokémon Center to settle in. That evening, in the dining hall of the Pokémon Center, Yu sat in a corner, enjoying his dinner while the lobster soldier and Lioff fish savored their Pokémon food beside him. Surrounding them were many other trainers, accompanied by smaller Pokémon. After all, if a giant Onyx were to be brought in, Nurse Joy would surely let you know that her Chansey was not to be trifled with. Now, it truly felt like an adventure. Yu relished the complimentary meal, his newly acquired status as a direct trainer granting him numerous benefits, including free food and lodging at the Pokémon Center and the privilege to bypass the queue for treatment. Such were the perks of being a direct trainer. The forged identity was nearly flawless. His parents were guardians of a small island, and he had grown up there, utterly alone. After finishing dinner, Yu made his way to the lobby of the Pokémon Center, where a crowd had gathered. During the evening hours, many trainers paused here. For just beyond the city lay the famed Changhua Forest. Numerous adventurers ventured inside to seek rare Pokémon offspring and precious treasures. Approaching a self-service machine, he inserted his identity card, revealing his various details. He had memorized this information well, ensuring that no discrepancies would arise. No wonder so many aspired to become direct trainers of the Alliance. The privileges alone, particularly the concealed exchange list, would astonish the average person. Hey, you scan the array of treasures displayed on the machine. Starter Pokémon, items, energy blocks, and countless other valuables available exclusively to direct trainers of the Alliance. Contingent upon possessing Alliance points. These points could only be obtained by direct trainers completing tasks, which explain the Alliance's unyielding grip on power. Upon examining the list, hey, you discovered the nurturing manual specifically for Lobster Soldier, requiring 200 points. A typical starter Pokémon in the black market was priced around 200,000, varying based on inherited moves and individual traits, but generally remained within that range. In the Alliance's exchange list for direct trainers, however, it cost 2,000 points, implying that 10 points equated to 10,000 Alliance currency. Hey, you now understood why the Alliance's dominion was so robust, enticing gifted commoners to acquire direct status, while the masses were compelled to comply due to the severe monopoly on knowledge. Even if fortune smiles upon you and you manage to capture a quasi-deity in the wild, without the appropriate nurturing methods, you will ultimately squander the potential of your Pokémon. The two most quintessential examples of this are the Dragon-type Elite 4-member Yulong Du from the Kanto region, and the Dragon-type Elite 4-member Yuanji from the Hoenn region. The former ascended to the rank of Elite 4 in his 20s, buoyed by the support of the Yulong family, while Yuanji painstakingly climbed from humble beginnings, despite having once acquired a quasi-deity. It took him until middle age to evolve his Kabutops into a Salamence. The disparity between the two is quite evident. What Yuanji truly grasps about the trainers of the common folk is encapsulated in that unassuming nurturing manual. The Pokémon nurturing methods compiled from the Alliance's millennia of experience are not something an ordinary citizen can easily shake. Even if that citizen were a prodigy, it would be of no avail. Fortunately, I have managed to board the grand vessel of the Alliance. My next endeavor is to find a way to acquire Alliance points to exchange for the nurturing manual for the Liu. He withdrew his identification card and returned it to his Pokédex. As he departed from the self-service machine, envious glances were cast his way. Was it due to my esteemed Alliance lineage? Black Feather quickly surmised the thoughts hidden within those gazes. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he approached the front desk and said, "Hello, Miss Joy, I would like to apply for a challenge proof for the Alliance." Dressed in a pink and white nurse's uniform, Miss Joy smiled warmly as she accepted the identification card from Black Feather and scanned it on the computer, completely disregarding another trainer who was in the midst of business. Such is the privilege of an Alliance lineage. The individuals waiting in line expressed no discontent, as if this were a matter of course, casting only envious looks at Black Feather. "Very well, esteemed trainer Black Feather, please fill out your information," Miss Joy said, extending her delicate hand to indicate that he should proceed on the screen. Name, Black Feather. Gender, male. Age, 17. Place of birth, Xiaosha Island, Hoenn region. Current Pokémon, Krabby and Liu. Travel areas, Kanto region and Hoenn region. He refrained from listing his Pidgey, keeping a card hidden up his sleeve, a habit he had developed. Black Feather filled out the essential information, opting to ignore details such as Pokémon levels and trainer rankings, which were more private in nature. Miss Joy observed this without any displeasure, continuing to speak softly despite the fact that she had a task to scout for talent for her family, which Black Feather's actions did not align with. But what of it? As long as he required treatment at the Pokémon Center, he could not escape the information network established by her family. Regardless of the Pokémon or the speed of his progress, all would inevitably enter the database of her family. This is the confidence that comes from a family that never falters. Since the establishment of the Pokémon League a millennium ago, how many families have risen and fallen? Many have attained great strength only to succumb to the ravages of time, becoming diminished or even vanishing. Only the Joy and Junsha families endure in eternal strength. Esteemed trainer Black Feather, in 1 year's time, the Pokémon conference hosted by the Hoenn League will require collecting 8 gym badges to qualify for challenges. Miss Joy's gentle tone drew the envious gazes of many around them, although Miss Joy smiled at them as well. It was unlikely that they would receive such a tender tone, as they were merely ordinary trainers. Black Feather then arranged for accommodation for the night. Although he possessed a fair amount of Alliance currency, there was no need to squander it. The rooms at the Pokémon Center exceeded those of most hotels. That night, as Black Feather lay in bed, he could not help but think of the greedy little fat man on the giant shark, pondering that without the assistance of the portly Hoshino Yumi, many tasks would require his direct involvement. With aspirations for the future, he spent his first night on land. Chapter 15, Warm-Up Battle. The following day, in the early morning, Black Feather awoke and first headed to the restaurant in the Pokémon Center to fill his stomach. The complimentary food was indeed delectable. Black Feather looked at the curry spaghetti before him with great satisfaction. The Alliance's preferential treatment of lineage trainers manifests in all aspects of life. Hey, Krabby waved its claws, maintaining its usual demeanor. Yet Black Feather keenly observed a hint of listlessness in its expression. Could it be that Krabby was lacking vitality? He reached out to feel Krabby's body and noted that its shell was not as moist as usual, but rather warm and dry. It turns out it was dehydrated. Blackfeather realized that although Krabby is an amphibious Pokémon, it requires regular hydration, otherwise, it becomes sluggish and prone to drowsiness. All of this was detailed in the nurturing manual, which an ordinary trainer might take a considerable time to discern. Some less perceptive individuals might never uncover it at all. Blackfeather swiftly approached the front desk to reserve a bathing room for Krabby, allowing it to enjoy a proper wash. The sound of water splashing filled the air. Krabby's 6 tiny legs moved excitedly as it hurried forward. With a cheerful display, it waved its claws in the air, eager to engage. Blackfeather crouched down and tapped Krabby's claw, a unique greeting between the two. Good, Krabby seems quite spirited. If we bring over a few female shrimp, might we witness the birth of some little shrimps right here? Krabby looked on in confusion, and Blackfeather promptly decided to take it for a good battle. Upon returning to the Pokémon Hall, the atmosphere was far less lively than the previous night. It now felt somewhat desolate. Some individuals had already set off on their journeys with their backpacks, while others lingered in lazy slumber. Miss Joy, good morning. Good morning, Trainer Blackfeather. Miss Joy replied enthusiastically, her sweet smile capable of inciting madness in countless men. Blackfeather leaned closer and said, Miss Joy, could you please find me a sparring partner? Their strength need not be too formidable, just someone who has been traveling for less than a year. Miss Joy smiled and nodded, turning to operate the computer data. The Pokémon Center is a well-equipped establishment, naturally including battle arenas. Ordinary trainers wishing to use them must rent them, and any damage incurred would require compensation. However, for a lineage trainer like Blackfeather, such inconveniences were unnecessary, as all expenses would be reimbursed by the Alliance. Trainer Blackfeather, please hold on, at this hour. It seems that no one is inclined to engage in Pokémon battles, Miss Joy said apologetically with her hands clasped. Blackfeather was not bothered. He was not in a hurry and welcomed the opportunity to chat with Miss Joy and gather some information. As an esteemed Miss Joy, she was undoubtedly well informed. Blackfeather leveraged his 2 lifetimes of memories, utilizing his past experiences to enliven the atmosphere and engage Miss Joy. I didn't expect you to be so entertaining, Trainer Blackfeather. Miss Joy giggled, covering her mouth with her delicate hands, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Blackfeather seized the moment to deepen their rapport, saying, no need to be so formal, just call me Blackfeather. By the way, I still don't know your name. I'm Joylin, you can call me Shaolin. Miss Joy responded with great enthusiasm. Very well, Shaolin. Just as their conversation grew animated, the computer emitted an urgent alarm. Blackfeather, your opponent has been matched. Upon hearing Miss Joy's words, Blackfeather turned to scan the hall, and indeed spotted a boy of similar age at a self-service machine, his eyes gleaming with fierce battle intent. Following the guidance of the broadcast screen, Blackfeather made his way to an open-air battle arena. Are you my opponent? Remember, the one who has defeated you is I. The opposing trainer, trying to appear impressive, uttered this extraordinarily juvenile phrase, causing Heiyu to feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Without further ado, he initiated the battle. Go! Shiwen-Xiong. The boy across the field threw a Pokeball, releasing the commonly found Shiwen-Xiong from the Fengyuan region. Heiyu promptly took out his Pokédex and scanned the opponent's Pokémon, instantly revealing information about Shiwen-Xiong. Beep beep beep. Shiwen-Xiong, the Bean Badger Pokémon. A normal-type creature, walks in a zigzag manner due to its insatiable curiosity and keen interest in all that it observes. The information provided was scant. To acquire comprehensive data on a Pokémon, one must insert the Pokeball into the back of the Pokédex for a close-range scan. Clearly, that was not feasible at the moment, but Heiyu shrugged it off and released his Krabby. With a flash of white light, the excited Krabby brandished its prized pincers, its eyes brimming with combat fervor. Hee. The opposing trainer, upon seeing Heiyu's Pokédex, displayed a hint of envy. As a common trainer, he had to rely solely on his own efforts. The burden of nurturing Pokémon was already considerable, let alone the purchase of travel gear. Krabby, use Bubble Beam. Heiyu commanded, deciding to test the waters with an initial strike. Shiwen-Xiong, use Sand Attack to block. The opponent's trainer immediately countered, demonstrating a level of skill that suggested he was not a mere novice. Light blue bubbles shot forth from Krabby's pincers. Most of the bubbles were shattered by the sand, but a few managed to slip through and head towards Shiwen-Xiong. Charge in with a headbutt and teach it a lesson. Shiwen-Xiong gathered a milky white energy atop its head and, with a powerful push from its legs, swiftly lunged towards Krabby. Want to engage in close combat? Krabby, use Double Slap. Heiyu, somewhat surprised, nonetheless issued the command. Krabby reacted swiftly, adeptly raising its 2 sturdy pincers. It deftly blocked Shiwen-Xiong's fierce headbutt with one pincer and quickly swung the other, delivering a rapid strike to Shiwen-Xiong's side. Ouch! Shiwen-Xiong cried out in pain, forced to retreat by Krabby's heavy blow, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Do not give it a chance. Finish it off with Bubble Beam. Heiyu's cold voice rang out once more. Krabby sprang into action, opening its pincers and unleashing a barrage of dense bubbles that fell upon Shiwen Xiong like rain, quickly enveloping it. As the number of bubbles increased, Shiwen Xiong's stamina began to dwindle. Shiwen Xiong, the opposing trainer, let out a piercing scream, rushing forward to push aside the mountain of bubbles and cradling the utterly exhausted Shiwen Xiong in his arms. Heiyu approached slowly, glancing at Krabby, who still seemed eager for more, and softly said, "Do not worry. This was merely a warm-up battle. I will ensure you have ample excitement this afternoon." Chapter 16, A Grand Shopping Spree. After vanquishing his opponent, Heiyu did not depart, but instead wandered around the battle arena of the Pokémon Center. Krabby, to grow stronger, you must not only rely on abundant experience, but also learn from the strengths of others. Observing other Pokémon in battle will greatly benefit you. Heiyu advised Krabby. Hehe. Krabby nodded earnestly, regardless of whether it understood. Meanwhile, Miss Joy in the Pokémon Hall observed the monitor displaying the battle arena where Heiyu had just fought. He managed to defeat his opponent in merely 2 moves. Is it due to the adaptability ability? Miss Joy speculated. This was not difficult to ascertain, as one could easily judge by appearance. Krabby's other 2 abilities, Hyper Cutter and Shell Armor, typically manifest in distinct physical features. For instance, its pincers would appear more robust, and its shell would be notably harder and smoother. However, Heiyu's Krabby lacked these characteristics, indicating that it likely possessed the hidden ability, adaptability. Hyper Cutter, because of its pride in its strength. Its attack power will not be diminished. Shell Armor, protected by its hard shell. It will not allow opponents' attacks to land critical hits. Adaptability, the power of moves that share its type will be enhanced. Approaching noon, Heiyu enjoyed lunch at the Pokémon Center, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that he could reside there for a lifetime. Accommodation, food, and drink were all complimentary, leaving him with no worries. Let us see how to earn alliance points. Heiyu approached a self-service machine. Inserting his ID card to browse the options, he discovered that to acquire points, one must complete tasks issued by the Alliance. Task number, 5655-758-6565. Task requirement, collect various poisonous Pokémon's toxins, poison sacs, poison threads, and poison needles. Task reward, 10,000 to 200,000 Alliance coins, subject to professional evaluation, negotiable. Long-term purchase. Task number, 8583-588-3669. Task requirement, purchase a high-quality Zue Guyen, requiring at least 1 inherited move. Task reward, 150,000 to 200,000 Alliance coins, negotiable. Task number, 5503-366-9523. Task requirement, guard a fruit farm on the outskirts from Pokémon disturbances. Personnel must possess strong capabilities, with at least 1 Pokémon above level 30. Preferably a bird type. Task reward, 30,000 Alliance coins, or equivalent value in fruits. Heiyu glanced over the tasks, noting that they fell into 2 categories. The first type of task is open for anyone to accept, with rewards typically in Alliance coins. From the perspective of publication, these tasks are likely privately issued, with the Alliance merely serving as a platform mediator. After all, the Alliance's regulations stipulate that all matters concerning Pokémon trade must undergo Alliance scrutiny. The second type of task can only be accepted by those with a direct affiliation to the Alliance, with rewards generally in Alliance points. From the perspective of publication, these tasks are likely officially issued by the Alliance. Task number, 3673-862-6856. Task requirement, collaborate with the police department to clear the swarm of stun-spore Pokémon near the outskirts of Changhua Forest. An interview at the police department is required upon task acceptance. Task reward, 10 to 200 Alliance points. Long-term valid. Task number, 1828-686-8655. Task requirement, long-term purchase of high-quality evolution stones and high-quality Pokémon items, subject to professional evaluation. Task reward, based on quality, settled in points. Long-term valid. Task number, 3573-858-3387. Task requirement, long-term purchase of terrain maps of Changhua Forest, subject to machine comparison. Task reward, based on the value of the information, settled in points. Long-term valid. Heiyu pondered for a long time. Tasks that settle points with the Alliance tend to be time-consuming and cumbersome. Ultimately, he decided to accept the last task of mapping, while also taking on a few tasks to earn Alliance coins. This would allow him to train his Pokémon in Changhua Forest while simultaneously completing several tasks. Heiyu thought to himself. He was curious to observe how Krabby would fare in terrestrial battles compared to those on the water's surface, as outdoor battles are undeniably more direct and intense than those held indoors. Having taken on 3 tasks, including the mapping task for Alliance points, as well as the toxin collection and Zue Guyen acquisition tasks, Heiyu had reached the limit for task acceptance. As for why he didn't first jot down the details and gather the required items prior to submitting the original tasks, only to accept a new task afterward. Such an approach would undoubtedly be more efficient. However, other trainers are not to be underestimated. Similar to those who have long-term acquisition strategies, they can maneuver in such a manner. Yet, for tasks like those concerning OGYN, one must remain vigilant, lest others seize the opportunity first. By the time you realize the task has vanished, it will be too late. One must first procure some outdoor survival gear. After accepting the task, HI did not set off immediately. Outdoor survival is no mere child's play, and one must be thoroughly prepared. Coincidentally, he still had a batch of energy cubes that had yet to be sold. HI opened his Pokédex in search of shops that purchase energy cubes. He soon discovered a disheartening truth. Such shops had long-standing partnerships with breeders, and they rarely accepted anything but the more obscure types of energy cubes. The quality of his energy cubes was commendable, but their effects were rather singular, merely restoring stamina and accelerating growth. Our shop has established long-term collaborations with breeders and will not consider external purchases. HI left the shop feeling somewhat helpless, having heard similar remarks multiple times, which inevitably left him feeling somewhat irritable. Was he to resort to selling in the black market again? HI did not anticipate that on his very first day on land, he would have to engage with the black market. The near-anarchic nature of such places posed a certain danger. It seemed that producing too many of the same type of energy cube was not beneficial. Ultimately, HI decided to venture into the black market. After all, he could not allow this batch of energy cubes to languish in his possession. Although the black market is clandestine, there are several ways to find it. Besides seeking recommendations from underground contacts, the simplest method is to find some street thugs, as these local ruffians are often well-informed. Here are 200 alliance coins. Take me to the black market, he said. HI found a dimly lit alley and spotted a homeless man lying on the ground. The man eagerly agreed, thinking to himself that this kid looked quite bundled up. But from his voice, he seemed very young. Perhaps he could score another haul? Noticing the glint in the man's eyes, HI released his Pokémon. Haha. The shrimpy Pokémon waved its pincers, emitting a whistling sound. Individuals who dwell in the gray areas of society typically respond only to strength. One must display a measure of power to avoid being underestimated. Having spent over a year learning under MFRN, HI was well aware of these principles and thus showcased his own prowess. The homeless man, realizing he was not an easy target, obediently led the way without any complications. When HI brought the batch of energy cubes to the black market for sale, they were indeed highly sought after, fetching prices even 10 to 20% higher than the shops within the city. As he was leaving, the shopkeeper enthusiastically remarked, "Esteemed breeder, should you have any more energy cubes to sell, do consider our humble shop first. We will certainly offer you the best price." HI nodded silently, choosing not to linger in the black market before departing. Currently, he possessed over 100,000 alliance coins, making it the perfect time to contemplate acquiring a space backpack. The 1,000,000 alliance coins previously awarded to him by MFRN had diminished due to extensive practice in crafting energy cubes. Yet HI's wealth remained substantial. He then entered a shopping mall and began to make extravagant purchases. Luxury balls? Check. Space backpack? Check. Multifunctional folding bicycle? Check. Multifunctional outdoor survival tent? Check. Truly, the DWN company is remarkable. He spent nearly 1,000,000 alliance coins only to receive a basic membership card. Exiting the commercial building, HI fondled the exquisite membership card in his hand, marveling at his fortune. After all, he was no longer short on funds and could now consistently produce energy cubes, so he might as well provide his Pokémon with the best nurturing environment. Chapter 17, CH Forest. CH Forest is a woodland located in the FNJN region, positioned alongside Route 104, connecting CH City and KNZ City. The forest is home to numerous low-level bug-type Pokémon, such as the stinging caterpillar. However, it has also been known to shelter some rare Pokémon, with reports surfacing on forums of sightings of the lazy otter and the mushroom Pokémon within CH Forest. Shrimpy Pokémon use Bubble Beam. Liyyy. Employ Psychic Fong. Dizu Chu. Intercept from above to prevent its escape. The sounds of an intense battle echoed through a section of the forest, where a Dizu Chu broke through the treetops, soaring above the forest, its sharp gaze scanning the area below. You shall perish. Just as an OGYN took to the skies, believing it had finally evaded the terrifying human below, the Dizu Chu's sharp beak suddenly struck, drawing blood from its wing. Despite the OGYN's resilient nature, it could not help but feel pain, its body swaying as it slowly descended. Go, Pokeball. HI's 3 Pokémon cautiously approached, their gaze fixed on the Pokeball. 1 shake, 2 shakes, 3 shakes. Ding. The Pokeball finally stilled, and HI let out a slight sigh of relief as he stepped forward to retrieve the Pokeball, activating his Pokédex for a scan. Beep beep beep. OGYN, the young swallow Pokémon, normal and flying type, standing at 0.3 meters tall and weighing 2.5 kilograms, well developed. It has mastered moves such as Sing, Peck, Focus Energy, Quick Attack, and Supersonic. Regardless of the might of its opponents, it bravely confronts them, possessing an indomitable spirit that remains undeterred even in defeat. When hungry, it cries out loudly. HI's face brightened at the information displayed on the Pokédex. He had captured 4 OGYN, finally finding one with a hereditary move. And it was well developed, likely meeting the requirements. HI's current task was to capture OGYN, which was not particularly difficult. The requirements were for the OGYN to possess excellent qualifications and a hereditary move. He had previously captured 3, but unfortunately, none had any hereditary moves and were rather ordinary. Now, this OGYN had inherited the move Supersonic, which was quite a useful supportive skill capable of emitting special sound waves to confuse foes. This one would suffice for submitting the task, while the remaining 3 could be sold in the black market. HI placed the Pokeball into his space backpack, pondering to himself. This journey was not solely about completing tasks for rewards and alliance points, but also a valuable opportunity to train and bond with his Pokemon. Haha. The shrimpy Pokemon nudged closer, its pincers raised as if seeking a reward from HI. With a slight smile, HI reassured, "Do not worry. You will not go unrewarded." He took out a piece of jerky from his space backpack, a treat he had purchased from the mall, which was highly favored by the shrimpy Pokemon due to its unknown ingredients. It served as a delightful snack for his little Pokemon. After instructing Dizu to remain vigilant, HI began to set up camp nearby, simultaneously sketching a topographical map. Although such peripheral areas had likely been mapped by others before, even submitting one would yield points, and having something is better than nothing. This also provided HI with an opportunity to improve his mapping skills. As the sun slowly set, the night forest fell into an eerie silence. HI nestled within his tent, falling into a tranquil slumber. His sense of security stemmed from the tent's robust construction, reputed to withstand attacks from Pokemon below level 40. While it would eventually succumb to wear over time, it was sufficient to afford him a chance to escape. One must admit, you truly get what you pay for. Besides its sturdiness, the tent boasted numerous functions, such as thermal insulation, moisture resistance, and the ability to dry cold winds. He hoped that tomorrow would bring success in his task. HI's consciousness gradually blurred as he slipped into dreams. Meanwhile, in a remote part of the forest, a snake-like Pokemon adorned with grotesque patterns was locked in a fierce struggle with a massive white feline. Both exchanging glances filled with deep-seated hatred, a rivalry etched into their very genes, an enmity rooted in their bloodlines. Two spirited beings, despite being battered and bruised, showed no inclination to retreat, charging forward once more to continue their fierce battle. The next morning, Heiyu gradually awakened. "Good morning, everyone." After preparing breakfast for several of his companions, Heiyu began his own meal, which consisted of simple fare, biscuits, water, and a bottle of nutrient solution. This nutrient solution was a popular product in the marketplace, essential for adventurers, as a small bottle could replenish all the necessary nutrients for a person throughout the day. The spirited beings feasted heartily on their food and an energy cube, which provided them with ample energy for the day ahead. As Heiyu began to pack up the tent, he couldn't help but admire the convenience of high technology. It was remarkably simple. Just pressing the retract button allowed it to fold itself away automatically. Before leaving, Heiyu instructed several of his companions to use their skills on the surrounding land, ensuring that the trace of his presence was completely erased before departing. Dizueke, scout the skies. If danger arises, return swiftly, and do not stray too far from us, Heiyu advised earnestly. Following the trainer's command, Dizueke dove up into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Heiyu strolled through the forest, initially hearing the occasional chirp of cicadas and birds. But gradually the sounds faded into silence. He realized that he must have entered the core region of Chung Huasan Lin, where the spirits were generally stronger than those on the periphery, and caution was imperative. As it was his first exploration, a hint of nervousness crept into his heart. Yet the sight of the excited Long Xia Xiaobing brought him some comfort. Just as Heiyu's tension peaked, a piercing bird cry rang out. It was Dizueke. Heiyu's spirits lifted as he hurried toward the source of the sound, soon spotting the rapidly returning Dizueke. Dizueke swooped down, stirring up a cloud of dust, prompting Heiyu to inquire with concern. Ong. Dizueke gestured fervently, and Heiyu began to comprehend. "Are you saying that there are 2 spirits ahead engaged in battle, and their levels are higher than yours?" Heiyu remarked. Although Dizueke was at level 24, the lowest in Heiyu's team, this level was still considerable. Even higher than Dizueke? Heiyu pondered, weighing whether to approach the scene. He mused internally. Even if those 2 spirits were of a higher level, they were currently embroiled in a fierce fight. And if I were to intervene, it would be an opportune moment to reap the benefits. Moreover, even if things did not go as planned, with the combined strength of my 3 spirits, could I not safely extricate myself? Action speaks louder than words. Dizueke, lead the way, but remember to be quiet. Do not alert those 2 battling spirits. Heiyu felt invigorated. Perhaps today he could indeed emerge as a fortunate fisherman, pushing through the layers of flowers. He followed Dizueke's lead and gradually heard the sounds of combat growing louder. Eventually, he discerned the true identities of the 2 spirits. It was Fan Shi and Mao Yingzhan. Chapter 18. Task Submission. Fan Shi and Mao Yingzhan were sworn enemies. Their battle memories were deeply etched in their genetic makeup, and their ancestors had been entwined in this conflict for generations. Whenever they encountered one another, it was invariably a fight to the death. How to allow Fan Shi and Mao Yingzhan to coexist had perplexed researchers for countless years. It seemed today I was destined to be the fisherman. He Yu thought joyously, for from all his previous knowledge, no Fan Shi or Mao Yingzhan had ever willingly retreated. They would fight until one fell. Fan Shi flicked its forked tongue, its sharp fangs secreting venom as it bit into Mao Yingzhan's body, its tail, akin to a steel whip, slashing through the air, relentlessly attacking and entangling with its agile body. Mao Yingzhan, however, was undeterred, its sharp claws gleaming ominously as it skillfully dodged Fan Shi's strikes. The battle intensified, with neither side yielding. Fan Shi's venom splattered through the air, releasing a pungent odor that caused a grimace. Meanwhile, Mao Yingzhan capitalized on its keen reflexes and exceptional speed to evade Fan Shi's attacks and counterattack. Given the current situation, it seemed likely that Fan Shi would lose. He Yu was confident because he understood that both of Mao Yingzhan's abilities severely counteracted poison-type spirits. Its ordinary immunity trait rendered it immune to poison status, while the hidden toxin hormone allowed it to convert toxins into attack power, enhancing its physical attacks. Both traits posed challenges for Fan Shi. Though it seemed aware of this, despite accumulating more injuries, its spirit remained unyielding. As noon approached, the sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly casting its scorching rays down, seemingly intent on scorching the earth. Under such oppressive heat, both spirits were panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Wounds bled, soaking their fur and scales, and each breath became laborious. Nevertheless, their fierce gazes remained resolute, determined that this battle would only conclude with one of them falling. This enmity belonged to their very bloodline. Under the sun's relentless glare, both fighters strained against their fatigue, their eyes locked on one another, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tense atmosphere. Dazueke, use dive. The abrupt command left both spirits momentarily stunned, unable to react. In that instant, a shadow erupted from the grass, darting toward Fan Shi like lightning. It was Dazueke, its wings beating fiercely against the air, creating a whirlwind. Its sharp beak glimmered ominously, gathering earthy yellow energy and exuding a formidable aura. As Dazueke spun rapidly, it formed a colossal attack resembling a spinning top, charging at the already fatigued Fan Shi with astonishing speed. Fan Shi's eyes widened in terror as it attempted to evade, but it was too late. Dazueke let out a shrill cry, its sound deafening, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Du-pu-pu-pu, Fan Shi's cry. Fan Shi was struck hard and sent crashing into a massive tree trunk with a thud. Its body slumped down, lifeless on the ground, clearly having lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Mao Yingzhan froze momentarily before hastily retreating, leaping away from the scene. He Yu did not pursue. It was wiser not to act recklessly in Changhua Senlin. Should he lose his way or inadvertently trespass into the territory of a powerful spirit, the consequences would be dire. To secure one capture was already fortunate. Restraining his greed was a mark of strength, He Yu continually reminded himself. He tossed out a Pokeball, successfully capturing Fan Shi. Beep beep beep. Fan Shi, the Fong Snake Pokémon, a poison-type spirit, had battled against Mao Yingzhan for generations. Its scars were marks of fierce combat, and it attacked with its sharp tail. Standing at 2.7 meters tall and weighing 50 kilograms, it boasted average statistics and developed normally, with the ability, Shed Skin. It had mastered moves such as Bind, Fake Out, Bite, Poison Tail, Feint Attack, Screech, Poison Jab, Glare, Toxic Fong, Poison Trap, and Critical Hit. The inherited move was Iron Tail. He skillfully minimized the Pokeball and secured it at the back of his Pokédex. As he finished scanning the Fan Shi, the Pokédex gradually began to announce its findings. Fortune smiled upon him. This was surprisingly at level 27 and had inherited the move Iron Tail, indicating it could fetch a commendable price. A faint smile played on Hei's lips, his spirits lifting slightly. Creatures like the, known for their ferocity and ruthlessness, are often highly sought after in the black market, typically commanding prices slightly above their counterparts. Hei glanced around, contemplating that the nest of the was likely nearby. A search might yield some shed snake skins. Given the various toxin collection missions he had undertaken, Hei certainly couldn't afford to simply slaughter the for its fangs, poison sacs, and venomous tail. That would be far too wasteful, especially since the rewards for toxin-related tasks were in Alliance currency rather than points. Had it been points, he might have considered it, but for Alliance currency, it was not worth the effort. With determination, Hei ordered his, Dazueke, to search the vicinity, and indeed, a concealed cave was discovered just a few hundred meters away. The cave emanated a variety of pungent odors, and within, Hei spotted 2 decayed snake skins. alongside a fresher one that was evidently recently shed. Judging by its freshness, this skin had likely been shed less than half a month ago. Haihei examined the dark skin and assessed its quality. Although he had not undergone formal evaluations, he believed his theoretical knowledge rivaled that of a novice breeder. It was time to depart, aiming to return to the city before sunset. Haihei exited the cave, raising his gaze to the sun. With a decisive step, he mounted his. And as its wings flapped, he soared slowly back towards the city. After a dusty return to the Pokémon Center, Haihei first retreated to his room to drop off his spatial backpack, yet he did not take the time to rest. The shed skin of the wood lose its freshness over time. Thus, it was wise to submit it promptly. Haihei approached the self-service machine, selected the task submission option, and watched as the Pokeball containing the Aogu Yin was drawn into the machine, its destination unknown. However, the machine soon confirmed the completion of the task and provided him with proof of completion. The individual who had posted the task was quite prompt in transferring the payment, 180,000 Alliance currency. Haihei saw no need to negotiate further, as the amount was fair and met his expectations. Hello, I am an appraiser from the Pokémon Center. Please follow me. After submitting the toxin collection task, Haihei was led into a small room. This is a snake skin. Given its appearance, it belongs to A. And it was shed within the last 2 weeks. Sir, your collection method is impressive. The skin remains undamaged. The appraiser, donning gloves, scrutinized the skin while offering his assessment and complimenting Haihei. Sir, we can offer you 20,000 Alliance currency for this skin. If there are no issues, we can settle the transaction on site. Haihei nodded in agreement. Another influx of Alliance currency was welcomed, and with the previous task included, he had accumulated 200,000 Alliance currency. His previously deflated wallet had finally regained some fullness. Chapter 19. Striving to earn Alliance points. Haihei finally submitted the map he had drawn, surprisingly receiving 10 points. He was slightly taken aback, considering he had only mapped the outskirts of the Chenghuasen Lin, which had likely been submitted countless times before and should hold little value. Was it that cave? The only truly hidden place was indeed this cave, which required careful searching to find. After submitting all his tasks, Haihei began to peruse the redemption list, flipping to the section reserved for Alliance affiliates. The Yuqing Shou Si for the Liyu was priced at 200 points, equivalent to that of the Longxia Xiaobing. Haihei mused about the necessity of earning money diligently. Ultimately, what remained was to handle the in his possession. Draped in a black cloak and recalling his previous experience, he re-entered the black market. In the vendor area, he spent 1,000 Alliance currency to rent a booth for an hour. Damn, the black market is truly lucrative. I must establish my own stall in the future. Haihei spread a simple cloth on the ground and placed the Pokeball containing the atop it. Feeling it appeared somewhat sparse, he casually added a few Pokeballs. After spending another 100 Alliance currency on a wooden board, he inscribed, Level 27, Inherited Iron Tail. 400,000 Alliance currency. The message was succinct. The high price of 400,000 was also intended to allow room for negotiation. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Haihei's stall attracted considerable attention, with several individuals approaching to make offers. 30,000. Considering this vicious nature, taming it will require some effort on my part, remarked a figure clad in a similar black cloak. Haihei pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. This met his psychological expectations, and there was no need to haggle over a minor profit margin. Although they had been sold, there were still 20 to 30 minutes remaining on his rented stall. Haihei chose to remain, ultimately selling just one for 90,000 Alliance currency. As for the remaining 2 unsold, he decided to package them together and sell them to a shop. After completing the series of transactions, he hurriedly left the black market and returned to the Pokémon Center. Miss Joy, good night. Upon returning from the black market, Haihei greeted the still busy Xiao Yilin. After all, establishing a good rapport with Miss Joy was always beneficial. He then returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. The day had worn him out significantly. The following morning, Haihei once again enjoyed the complimentary delicious food in the dining area of the Pokémon Center. At this rate, he mused, the would evolve within 6 months. However, if he did not establish a solid foundation before its evolution, even transforming into a Juya Sha would likely consume its potential. Haihei resolved to continue earning Alliance points, refusing to slacken even a little in this regard. Approaching the self-service machine once more, he observed the tasks available. Indeed, they were exceedingly scarce. The tasks that could yield Alliance points were either excessively time-consuming and intricate or of such high difficulty that he could not complete them at his current level. Haihei furrowed his brow, contemplating his predicament. Was he left with no choice but to explore the perilous core of the? Was map drawing the only option? It was evident that the existence of such tasks was merely the Alliance's way of encouraging trainers to venture into dangerous territories. In simple terms, they were enticing individuals to risk their lives for rewards. This was an overt strategy. The Alliance offered highly attractive compensation. Haihei ultimately decided to accept a group task, assisting the police department in clearing the Ci Weichong population along the roadside of the. He had previously refrained from taking this task since it required completion independently and could not be aligned with others. Once accepted, he could not undertake simultaneous tasks. For the sake of alliance points, Haihei brought his printed resume and task acceptance proof to the police department. No way, even a kid is applying? Are we really that short-staffed? A strikingly attractive officer named Junsha exclaimed, her tone reflecting surprise. Haihei bit his lip, deliberately adopting a bashful expression as he softly replied, "No, Sister Junsha, I came to accept the cleaning task." His voice carried a sense of innocent charm, evoking sympathy in those who heard it. Having endured the trials of drifting at sea, Haihei had mastered the art of adapting his demeanor to suit different individuals, swiftly adjusting his expressions and attitudes to align with their preferences. This time, Heiyu chose to present himself as a shy and innocent young boy, hoping to capture the attention of Miss Junsha. Everything was for the sake of alliance points, nothing to be ashamed of. Heiyu carefully placed his introduction and task certificate on Miss Junsha's desk. Only then did she slowly take a seat, crossing her legs gracefully, reclining slightly in her chair. Her snow-white thighs, accentuated by high heels, exuded elegance and confidence, undeniably captivating. Miss Junsha's long, emerald-green hair cascaded over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, releasing a subtle fragrance. Her meticulously applied makeup complemented her police uniform, particularly the form-fitting skirt that perfectly showcased her alluring figure. Heiyu keenly noticed the golden medal hanging on her chest, internally acknowledging her esteemed position. It was no surprise, considering her lineage from the Junsha family. She surely did not start as a mere rookie officer. Heiyu feigned nervousness, which amused Miss Junsha. Your skills are commendable, but a water-type Pokémon seems to offer little advantage, she remarked, slowly shaking her head, implying her reluctance. Ultimately, Heiyu refrained from introducing his Dazue-K, and thus, the task went unassigned, leaving him with no choice but to depart in disappointment. Sigh. Both the Long Xia Xiaobing and Liu are relatively common Pokémon in the Hoenn region, while the Dazue-K is a rarity from the Kanto region. Not often seen here, Heiyu pondered. He was accustomed to keeping a card up his sleeve in all his endeavors, and this time was no different. He had concealed Dazue-K as his trump card. Over the next few days, Heiyu remained at the Pokémon Center, engaging in battles with others and crafting energy cubes for future needs. It's time to accept a task, as long as I earn enough points. I can immediately exchange them for the Liu breeding manual, then leave Chenghua City, he thought, taking a deep breath as determination flashed in his eyes. After all, he still needed to collect gym badges, and lingering here was futile. His next destination was set for Kanaz City. There lay a renowned company named Dawen Manufacturing Company Limited, famous for its research, development, and production of Pokémon-related products. However, he had yet to hear any news about Dawu. Heiyu mused. Rumor had it they had recently developed a multifunctional navigation device for Pokémon. Heiyu intended to see if there were any high-tech products suitable for him. Moreover, there was a gym there, the Kanaz Gym, specializing in rock-type Pokémon, perfectly aligning with his interests. As he perused the information in the Alliance's Pokédex, a satisfied smile crept across his lips. Chapter 20. An unexpected encounter on the outskirts of Chenghua Forest. A dark-haired boy clad in sporty attire was sprinting at full speed, pursued by a pack of ferocious gray-furred wolves known as Tu Lang Quan. This pack of social, wolf-like Pokémon was a nightmare for countless adventurers. Once they detected movement, they would relentlessly pursue their prey until exhaustion set in. The boy's resolute expression bore a mix of surprise and trepidation. While running, he glanced back and shouted, "Long Xia Xiaobing, use Bubble Beam." The cerulean bubbles shimmered with multicolored hues under the sun, successfully intercepting the wolf's advance. Heiyu's figure flickered through the forest until he reached the roadside, where he dared to pause and catch his breath. Xingbanhua. It was worth the risk to bring you out from the territory of Tu Lang Quan. He slowly retrieved a radiant flower from his pocket, its 7 petals adorned with starry spots. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon such a rare medicinal herb on the outskirts of Chenghua Forest. No wonder a pack of large wolves guarded this area. Heiyu's face flushed with excitement. This flower, known to him from his previous studies with Madame Meita, was worth at least 200,000 alliance coins, and there was none on the market. However, he had no intention of selling it. It was a precious material for crafting high-grade energy cubes, best utilized through bartering in the black market for maximum profit. He carefully placed the flower into his spatial backpack. Although he had damaged a bit of the root during the hasty harvest due to nerves, it was not a significant issue. With proper care, it would recover in a few days. Heiyu rose slowly, slinging his backpack over his shoulders, and walked along the main road bordering Chenghua Forest. This path was largely established by the Alliance for adventurers entering the forest. However, the area remained sparsely populated, as there were occasional Pokémon groups lurking nearby. These were mostly the defeated from territorial disputes within the forest, yet they remained formidable adversaries for ordinary people. Most trainers preferred the safer paths rather than risking encounters. Of course, the Alliance had solutions for this, including previous mapping tasks. Signs dotted the roadside, displaying a well-known saying in the Pokémon world. True trainers are those who constantly forge new paths in perilous lands. One must admit, the Alliance is adept at indoctrinating the next generation. If a passionate youth hears such words, they might just be inspired to explore dangerous territories. Perhaps some foolish soul? Naturally. This had no bearing on Heyu. He entered the forest solely for profit. Having made considerable gains, it was time to return to the city for some rest. Heyu tightened his spatial backpack, quickening his pace. Just as he was about to leave the forest and felt his mood lighten, a series of desperate cries pierced the air. Help! Help! Daddy, please save me. The voice sounded like a young girl. Heyu, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, prepared to leave, only to see the little girl running towards him. Behind her, several emerald-green figures darted through the air, their wings stirring up a flurry of dust. As they drew closer, Heyu recognized them as the poison moth Pokémon. Du Funyi. Damn it, Heyu cursed, promptly releasing Dazue-K, preparing to take flight. However, something caught his eye, the watch on the little girl's wrist. Upon closer inspection, she was adorned in finery. Although he was unfamiliar with luxury brands, that watch was unmistakable. Wasn't it the latest model from Doe & Company? A blue version, surely worth at least 1,000,000 Alliance coins. Heiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of affluent young lady had emerged? Heiyu's mind raced. If he saved this little girl, her parents might reward him handsomely for his kindness. Assessing the strength of the poison moths, he concluded that despite his Pokémon's fatigue, he could still prevail. Little sister, don't be afraid. Your brother is here to save you. Heyu called out, retracting Dazue-K and sprinting towards the little girl, his voice reassuring. Long Xia Xiaobing, use Bubble Beam. Following the command, Long Xia Xiaobing swiftly attacked the emerald-green poison moths. Initially hesitant to venture out of the forest, the moths were thrown into disarray by the assault and retreated hastily back into the woods. Heiyu's heart soared with joy, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he rushed towards the little girl. With a warm smile, he gently patted her head, speaking softly, "Little sister, don't be afraid. The bad Pokémon have been driven away." The little girl had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, struggling to suppress her sobs, displaying a stubborn yet endearing expression. However, upon hearing the comforting words of the handsome young man before her, she could no longer contain her emotions, and her tears cascaded forth like a burst dam. "Wah-woohoo!" she cried, her voice filled with a sense of injustice and fear. The tears gradually soaked the clothing over Heiyu's chest. Heyu gently patted the little girl's back, soothing her with kind words. "Don't cry, little sister, everything is all right now. The wicked sprite will no longer harm you." The little girl clung tightly to Heyu, as if she had found a safe harbor, her small hands gripping the hem of his clothing, unwilling to let go. As time passed, the little girl finally ceased her weeping, lifting her gaze to Heyu, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Big brother, Xiao Yao is a brave little girl, I wasn't afraid." Heyu smiled, tenderly wiping the tear stains from her face, continuously offering words of comfort. "Xiao Yao, is that so?" Before Heyu could confirm, a large group of people rushed in from a distance, led by Miss Junsha and a resolute-looking middle-aged man. "Daddy!" exclaimed Xiao Yao in surprise, wiping her slightly damp face and revealing a stubborn expression. Upon seeing his daughter held in the arms of a stranger, the man immediately shouted, "Who are you? Let my daughter go." Before Heyu could respond, Xiao Yao, now anxious, waved her little hands and exclaimed, "It's not like that, Daddy. This big brother saved me and drove away the bad sprite." The middle-aged man's expression stiffened as he realized he had been overly hasty. "So that's how it is. Little brother, my name is Qianli. Thank you for saving my daughter," he said, stepping forward quickly. Heyu had confirmed his suspicions in his heart and feigned an upright demeanor, saying, "It's nothing. I merely saved Xiao Yao when I saw her being chased by a sprite. It was no big deal." With that, Heyu pretended to turn away. However, Miss Junsha and the crowd immediately recognized him as the shy young man who had come to accept a mission earlier. Heyu turned his back and walked away, silently urging, "Call me back, please call me back." As anticipated, Miss Junsha called out, "Heyu." Chapter 21, Shyness. "Miss Junsha, do you know this young man?" Qianli, holding Xiao Yao in his arms, patted her back with his sturdy hand, continuously comforting his precious daughter. Miss Junsha looked at Heyu, whom she had met once before, and said, "He came to our police station wanting to participate in a cleansing mission. He is a shy good boy. I suppose we are somewhat acquainted." Qianli nodded in understanding, his gaze toward Heyu less guarded. Heyu, not far away, heard Miss Junsha's appraisal and struggled to suppress a laugh. A shy good boy. His hands had not only been stained with the blood of people and sprites, but he had also once been a pirate. However, fortunately, those unsavory pasts had long been buried in the sea by Madame Metafu. Now, he was a young man of noble lineage, a righteous and bashful youth. Yes, indeed, that was the case. Heyu continually reinforced this notion in his mind, for only by deceiving himself could he deceive others. Miss Junsha, it is good to see you again. Are you executing the task of cleansing the stinger bug swarm? Heiyu asked candidly, glancing curiously at the large group of law enforcement personnel behind her. After all, Heiyu had previously applied for a position, and Miss Junsha found no oddity in his inquiry. Yes, we were originally cleansing the sprites on the outskirts of Changhua Forest. We didn't expect Mr. Qianli's daughter to go missing, which is why we came to search for her, she said without any hesitation, revealing the purpose of their group. Heiyu's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He deliberately feigned the demeanor of a shy youth in front of others, aiming to lower their guard and foster trust. Simultaneously, he sought to adapt swiftly to his new identity. It seemed his disguise was effective. He had successfully deceived Miss Junsha. To be frank, Miss Junsha, I also wish to partake in this cleansing task, to hone my sprite, with no expectation of reward. Heiyu stepped forward with sincerity etched on his face. Miss Junsha hesitated momentarily before agreeing, saying, "All right, but this task is not to be taken lightly. You must be cautious and assist from the sidelines." Among those present, she held the highest authority, alongside the yet-to-be-appointed gym leader, Mr. Qianli. Thus, she had the power to decide. "Thank you, Sister Junsha, for giving me the opportunity to serve the Alliance." Heiyu's eyes sparkled with delight upon receiving her approval, and he exclaimed joyfully. The crowd smiled warmly at him, viewing Heiyu as the epitome of a well-behaved child. A bashful youth with a heart aligned with the Alliance and embodying righteousness. Who could resist such a charm? Krabby and Lurball, come out and prepare for battle. Heiyu summoned 2 sprites, coordinating with the Alliance's cleanup personnel and several elite trainers accepting the mission. The nearby stinger bug swarm primarily consisted of weak individuals, having been the losers in territorial disputes within the jungle. Flareon, use flamethrower, Miss Junsha commanded, as a striking orange Flareon leaped forth, unleashing a torrent of flames that swept through the strongest of the stinger bugs, the Venomoth and the Butterfree. Heiyu gazed in awe at the graceful Miss Junsha, a wave of envy washing over him. Flareon, a sprite with base stats surpassing that of the starter trio, had once been regarded as a legendary Pokémon. Regrettably, nearly all the Growlithe in this world were controlled by the Junsha family, with wild Growlithe being almost unseen, their rarity rivaling that of demigods. Of course, if one were a commoner and exceedingly fortunate enough to capture a Growlithe in the wild, congratulations would soon be in order, for it wouldn't be long before the Junsha family would track you down and inquire if you wished to join their ranks. This was the aspiration of most men. While the gentle and virtuous Nurse Joy was commendable, Miss Junsha inspired a greater desire for conquest, did she not? Naturally, if one declined the Junsha family's invitation to join, they would graciously respond that it was no problem, but it would not be long before a forced conscription by the Alliance would ensue, ultimately leading to an untimely demise in a confrontation with the underground Dark organization. Historically, most trainers who failed to recognize the opportunity and rejected the Junsha family met such fates. Incineroar, use Breakneck Blitz. With Mr. Qianli's Incineroar dispatching the last sprite, the cleansing mission officially came to a close. Miss Junsha strode confidently towards the trainers who had accepted the task, settling their mission proofs. The trainers departed with excitement, seemingly heading back to the Pokémon Center to claim their rewards. Heiyu, you contributed significantly to the cleansing mission. Consider this a small private reward from me. Miss Junsha suddenly spoke, retrieving a mission proof from her pocket and handing it to him. Heiyu did not feign modesty but accepted the mission proof without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Miss Junsha. I am just glad to have been of help." Seeing Heiyu accept her reward so readily, Miss Junsha revealed a smile of satisfaction, for she had little patience for those who feigned humility merely for appearances. Thus, everyone was content, and the cleansing mission concluded successfully. Qianli approached, holding his daughter Xiao Yao, and said, "Miss Junsha, this young brother saved my daughter. Perhaps we could let him participate in the gym's inauguration ceremony." Though Qianli was ostensibly seeking opinions, his tone carried an air of authority that brooked no refusal. He thought to himself, truly, this man is renowned as the closest to the 4 heavenly kings, the final glory of the ordinary types. How could one question the presence of Mr. Qianli, who traveled countless miles from the Chengdu region to fulfill his duties as the gym leader? This minor matter is certainly within your purview. Miss Junsha's voice was melodious and pleasant, devoid of the haughtiness often found in those of illustrious families, and she treated Mr. Qianli with utmost courtesy. "That is splendid. I appreciate your understanding, Miss Junsha. Might I inquire if you, young brother, are willing to participate?" Qianli cast an expectant glance at Heiyu. At that moment, Xiao Yao, who had been quietly nestled in Qianli's arms, suddenly lifted her head, her large, watery eyes blinking with anticipation, resembling a porcelain doll. In a sweet, childish voice, she exclaimed, "Big brother, participate, participate, participate." Heiyu turned to Mr. Qianli and politely said, "Then I shall not impose further. I kindly ask for Mr. Qianli's assistance." "Yay!" Xiao Yao cheered, twisting her small body in Qianli's embrace, her tiny hands forming an adorable gesture. The onlookers exchanged smiles. After all, Charming children are universally adored. On their journey back to the city, Heiyu seized the opportunity to inquire about the gym, especially since Miss Junsha had previously mentioned it. To neglect such a topic would appear suspicious. Mr. Qianli has come at the invitation of the vice chairman of the Fengyuan region to assume the position of gym leader in our Changhua city. Miss Junsha was more than willing to explain to the bashful youth. In Chapter 22, the battle with Qianli, in the backyard of the Pokémon Center. Heiyu was training his Liaoyu. Since completing his cleaning task 2 days prior and returning to the Pokémon Center, he had eagerly exchanged for the Liaoyu's cultivation manual. The teeth of Liaoyu are its primary offensive weapon, employing a series of biting techniques such as Bite, Ice Fang, and Psycho Fang as its main attacks. Heiyu perused the manual, devising a training regimen for Liaoyu. Liaoyu, your task today is to shatter that boulder, he instructed, pointing at a massive rock in the corner of the pool. In the water, Liaoyu swayed its body, seemingly protesting against Heiyu's command. Heiyu crouched down, gently dipping his hand into the water to stroke Liaoyu's rough body, his voice steady. Liaoyu, to grow stronger, you must adapt. Even if your teeth break. With your formidable regenerative abilities, you will recover swiftly. Heiyu was not one to coddle a Liaoyu that feared pain. As his future mount at sea and a key Pokémon, Liaoyu must quickly acclimatize to discomfort and the fatigue of training. With a small splash, Liaoyu begrudgingly expelled a puddle of water. Ultimately, however, it succumbed to the pressure of its trainer's authority, continuing to swim around the boulder, gnawing persistently. Given the current wear rate, it would likely take more than half a day to shatter such a large rock. Heiyu moved to another pond, watching as the Shikuzai actively trained, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The enthusiasm of Shikuzai for training was always commendable, especially with the move Dragon Dance. Just as Heiyu pondered this dilemma, he heard a sweet voice from behind. Big brother, I'm here to play with you. There stood Xiao Yao, sporting a ponytail and clutching a large plush toy, cheerfully waving at Heiyu from the edge of the pool. Heiyu felt somewhat helpless. Xiao Yao and her family had just moved to Changhua City and were preoccupied with myriad tasks. Consequently, Xiao Yao had no one to watch over her and frequently visited the Pokémon Center to seek Heiyu's company. Faced with such a little lady, Heiyu had no choice but to set aside his training and books, treating it as a brief respite. However, this was not entirely unwelcome. Xiao Yao was still quite young, her worldview yet to form. If he could secure a significant place in her heart, it could yield unforeseen advantages in the future. A bold idea surged within Heiyu's mind. As someone endowed with memories of the past, his approach to matters was often whimsical, akin to his beloved Dark-type Pokémon, reckless, daring, and tenacious. Heiyu approached slowly, crouching to meet Xiao Yao's gaze, tenderly stroking her hair. Xiao Yao, have you had lunch? Would you like to join me for a meal at the restaurant? Xiao Yao appeared to relish the affection, rubbing her small head against Heiyu's palm. No, big brother. I invited you to my house for lunch. Mama cooked a lot of delicious food. Xiao Yao tugged at one of Heiyu's fingers, eager to lead him outside. With a resigned sigh, Heiyu recalled his 2 Pokémon and was pulled out of the Pokémon Center. As they passed through the lobby, many cast envious glances their way. Heiyu's thoughts raced. Recently, the establishment of the gym had drawn numerous visitors to Changhua City, and nearby prominent families sought to pay their respects to Mr. Qianli. However, lamentably, given Mr. Qianli's singular pursuit of strength, he would surely not be swayed by worldly concerns. Thus, these visitors had shifted their focus to Mr. Qianli's daughter, Xiao Yao. This little girl, so frequently at my side, was blissfully unaware of the many eyes upon her, myself included. Heiyu glanced down at Xiao Yao, who was gripping his finger, feeling a mix of helplessness and concern. Fortunately, these individuals likely bore no ill intent, as the formidable Mr. Qianli was soon to become the gym leader of this city. In an elegant and tranquil wooden house surrounded by a lush bamboo grove, Heiyu breathed in the fresh air and remarked, Madame Mizuko, you truly embody the essence of Mr. Qianli's wife. The harmony between this bamboo grove and the wooden house is breathtaking. Your design is simply awe-inspiring. Dressed in a subtle yet elegant kimono, Mizuko blended seamlessly with the natural scenery, her graceful demeanor radiating the poise of a cultured lady. Upon hearing his praise, Mizuko smiled softly, her warmth reminiscent of a spring breeze. Heiyu, thank you for your kind words. Xiao Yao has not troubled you too much these past few days, has she? At this, Xiao Yao immediately protested, not at all. I didn't bother big brother. I'm a good and obedient child. Pouting her rosy lips in indignation, she continued. Besides, it's not my fault that you and Papa have been so busy lately and haven't played with me. Xiao Yao tightened her grip on Heiyu's finger, indignantly voicing her grievances against her parents. Oh, you little rascal, speaking like this is not the behavior of a good child, Mizuko frowned, preparing to admonish Xiao Yao, who quickly hid behind Heiyu's back. Big brother, save me. Xiao Yao pleaded pitifully. Just as Heiyu was at a loss for how to respond, Mr. Qianli arrived in the gym's backyard. Heiyu, with the gym now established, I must trouble you to look after Xiao Yao for the next few days. I recall you intend to challenge the Alliance tournament in a year. Would you be interested in a gym battle? Qianli's words captured the attention of all three. A spark of determination ignited in He Yu's eyes as he accepted the challenge. Mr. Qianli, it would be a privilege to battle you. As the battle commenced, the sound of machinery echoed, signaling the start of the gym challenge. Ding ding. The upcoming battle would be a gym challenge with the gym badge as the wager. Governed by simple rules, this match would be a 2v2 substitution battle, with the gym leader releasing Pokémon first, followed by the challenger selecting countering Pokémon, who would have the advantage of first strike. During the battle, gym trainers were prohibited from switching Pokémon, while challengers could freely substitute their Pokémon. Any side whose Pokémon lost all combat capability would be deemed defeated. With the referee raising the flag, he announced, "Let the gym challenge commence." He Yu gazed at the middle-aged man standing opposite him, feeling an inexplicable pressure, not solely due to it being his first gym challenge. It is precisely because he possesses memories of his past life that he is acutely aware of the formidable power of the man before him. A renowned trainer celebrated for his flexible and varied tactics in pursuit of immense strength. In previous battles, he has showcased an array of agile strategies utilizing Pokémon such as Qngwing, Hudin Juan, and LNRNT, demonstrating a philosophy of comprehensive and balanced development that leaves no room for flaws or weaknesses. What a challenging opponent to face in the very first gym battle. He Yu calmly retrieves a Pokeball, striving to quell the turmoil within. A flash of white light erupts. Go LNC 11 OBing. Chapter 23, Normal Type. Qianl raises an eyebrow, revealing a confident smile. Jichengxiong, prepare for battle. Upon witnessing the Pokemon released by Qianl, He Yu instinctively exhales in relief. After all, Qianl is known online for utilizing the Qngwing lineage as his primary Pokemon, renowned across various regions for their adaptable combat styles at different evolutionary stages. LNC 11 OBing first employs Harden to strengthen itself. He Yu issues a conservative strategy. Qianl smiles slightly and commands, use Icy Wind. Although Jichengxiong has a limited move set with few self-learned techniques, it has still acquired a number of ranged skills to cope with diverse situations. LNC 11 OBing's body glows white as it completes its enhancement. Icy Wind sweeps by, merely inducing a shiver. Hey Yu, it appears your LNC 11 OBing has impressive cold resistance, Qianl remarks, surprisingly able to offer insight during the battle. He Yu commands, LNC 11 OBing, use Bubble Beam, shaking off the ice that had formed on its body. LNC 11 OBing opens its proud claws, unleashing a barrage of bubbles. Jichengxiong nimbly leaps across the arena, evading the onslaught of bubbles, and charges straight at LNC 11 OBing. Use Headbutt, Qianl's steady voice instructs. A soft white glow envelopes Jichengxiong's head as it collides with LNC 11 OBing. Do not fear, LNC 11 OBing. Use Night Slash to counterattack. Hey Yu, though taken aback by Jichengxiong's keen reflexes, still directs. Use Quick Attack. Just as the two moves are about to clash, Jichengxiong swiftly dodges LNC 11 OBing's descending claw and counters with a sharp turn, knocking LNC 11 OBing onto its side. Charge up. Quick Attack. Ready to strike. Oh no, LNC 11 OBing. Quickly use Protect. LNC 11 OBing, tumbling several times on the ground, hears its trainer's command and hastily projects a protective shield. Thud. Jichengxiong, propelled by Quick Attack, collides with the shield at an extraordinary speed. Use Double Hit to defend. LNC 11 OBing's claws strike out in succession against Jichengxiong, successfully countering the assault. Clamp down and control Jichengxiong's tail. He Yu keenly observes that Jichengxiong struggles with turning sharply. This Pokemon's characteristic is its proficiency in straight-line sprints and short-distance maneuvers. Yet it is sluggish when it comes to turns. Indeed, having just executed Quick Attack, Jichengxiong cannot turn in time to evade. Its tail is caught by LNC 11 OBing's claws, eliciting a pained cry. Use Water Gun to take it down. He Yu's cold voice rings out. Water swirls around LNC 11 OBing, ultimately enveloping it as it surges forward with tremendous momentum towards the nearby Jichengxiong. Bang! Jichengxiong is sent flying, landing in the center of the arena, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settles, He Yu holds his breath, while even Xiao Yao, who is watching, puffs her cheeks in concentration, fixated on the center of the arena. Jichengxiong lies unconscious, its eyes swirling. With Jichengxiong unable to continue, the referee raises the flag, announcing the result of the match. Qianl retrieves the fainted Jichengxiong into its Pokeball. Excellent LNC 11 OBing. The speed of your Bubble Beam release was remarkable, and your claws are well honed with a powerful strike. The skill transitions were top-notch. Hey Yu, your tactical judgment throughout the battle is truly impressive, far beyond that of a novice trainer. Qianl expresses no disappointment in defeat, but rather continues to praise He Yu. For as a gym trainer, his role is to nurture the next generation for the league. Thus, he selects Pokémon that are on par with He Yu's level. He Yu, fully aware of this, humbly replies, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qianl. However, the credit belongs solely to L-Ngc-11 OB-ing for its hard work. He then shifts the conversation. Moreover, you did not go all out, did you? Heiyu understands that this battle has merely been a training exercise. Jichong Xiong likely wouldn't even make it into Chi NL's second or third team. Chi NL smiles slightly, thinking to himself, Heiyu is indeed a promising talent, exhibiting no flaws in his words or actions. As the two engage in mutual compliments, Xiao Yao and Mizuko in the stands enthusiastically discuss the match. I've never heard Dad praise a trainer like this before. Xiao Yao rests her chin on her small hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at Heiyu in the arena. Mizuko smiles gently, saying, Xiao Yao, you must study hard. This is our gym's first challenge match since its establishment, and it carries great significance. The mother and daughter duo attentively focus on the unfolding battle. Next Pokemon. It is your turn, Houdin Ju-en. Chi NL throws the Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, an energetic monkey appears on the field. The referee waves the flag, asking, does the challenger wish to switch Pokemon? Heiyu's expression grows serious as he sees Chi NL finally release one of his signature Pokemon, feeling the mounting pressure within. Return, L-Ngc-11 OB-ing. LYY, prepare for battle. Heiyu decides to conserve L-Ngc-11 OB-ing's stamina, as the repeated use of skills has taken a toll. As LYY is released, it immediately feels as though it has entered a steam room, discomfort enveloping its body. It can only hover close to the ground, seeking a breath of cool air in hopes of finding some moisture. Houdin Ju-en, bulk up. Chi NL commands, prompting Houdin Ju-en to enhance itself in preparation for the impending battle. Upon hearing the command, Houdin Ju-en becomes lively, bouncing around with excitement. LYY, you screech to interrupt. Heiyu, noticing Houdin Ju-en's exuberance, quickly directs LYY to deploy its screech move in an effort to disrupt Houdin Ju-en's enhancement. LYY opens its mouth, emitting a sharp and jarring sound that proves quite uncomfortable. However, Houdin Ju-en remains unfazed, its muscles tense and fur bristles as if to challenge its opponent. Gradually, a blood-red glow envelopes Houdin Ju-en's body, a result of the bulk-up technique. LYY, do not cease. Continue using screech. Heiyu urges anxiously. LYY unleashes another round of screech, even louder than before, causing Xiao Yao in the stands to cover her ears in discomfort. Yet, Houdin Ju-en persists, having fully adapted to the auditory interference, maintaining its enhanced state. At last, Houdin Ju-en completes the bulk-up process, its physique becoming more robust, muscles more defined, with increased attack and defense. Chapter 24, Iron Claw Lobster. This is troublesome indeed, Heiyu thinks, gazing at the invigorated Houdin Ju-en. Feeling a sense of unease creeping in, Guodong Yuan employs the technique of step-by-step breakthrough. As anticipated, Qianli promptly commands an offensive. Guodong Yuan, with its powerful arms, propels itself off the ground and leaps towards Liyu. Heiyu quickly instructs, Liyu, use water jet to escape. Gathering water around its body, Liyu shoots forth like a cannonball, darting swiftly across the arena. Heiyu continues to direct Liyu to evade attacks. Attempting to buy time, Qianli keenly observes the change in Liyu's speed and muses. It seems they are trying to prolong the encounter to maximize Liyu's acceleration. Guodong Yuan, being a ferocious primate Pokemon, is anything but docile, launching repeated attacks that are consistently dodged, which only further frustrates it. Witnessing Liyu's slippery movements, it cannot help but pound its chest in anger, letting out a furious roar. Calming down, Guodong Yuan executes Rock Block, as Qianli calmly instructs. Guodong Yuan manipulates rock energy, conjuring stones that are hurled towards Liyu. As expected, the rock block hinders some of Liyu's speed, cluttering the arena with rocks and impeding its escape. Now, charge in and use Thunder Punch. Sparks dance around Guodong Yuan's fists, culminating in a storm of electricity that it unleashes upon Liyu. Liyu, counter with Psychic Fong. With the area around Liyu littered with rocks, evasion becomes nearly impossible. Heiyu decides to confront the onslaught directly, summoning all its might. Liyu launches a swift strike with its pink-hued fangs. The electric-type S dominance over the water-type ultimately prevails, and Guodong Yuan's power far exceeds that of Liyu. While Liyu struggles against the Thunder Punch, it cannot forget that Guodong Yuan has another hand ready to attack. Guodong Yuan, use step-by-step breakthrough, declares Qianli confidently. With a fierce blow from its other hand, Guodong Yuan strikes Liyu, sending it flying. Liyu attempts to muster the last remnants of its strength to rise, but ultimately succumbs, its eyes swirling. The referee promptly announces, Liyu has lost its fighting ability. Please release your second Pokemon, Challenger. Heiyu stares blankly at the scene, retrieving Liyu into its Pokeball, murmuring, thank you for your efforts, Liyu. Rest assured, I will not let your hard work go to waste. Taking a deep breath, Heiyu gazes at Guodong Yuan, narrowing its eyes as it slowly retrieves another Pokeball. In a flash of white light, Long Xia Xiaobing reappears, noticeably rejuvenated. Hey, it exclaims, waving its claws excitedly. Long Xia Xiaobing, use Bubble Beam. It opens its claws wide, releasing a myriad of bubbles that soar towards Guodong Yuan like a stream of light. Take it head-on. Guodong Yuan does not flinch, raising its arms to absorb the impact. Use Shadow Ball. Qianli commands, arms crossed. Although typical normal-type Pokémon lack type advantages, their move pool is remarkably broad. Guodong Yuan conjures a dark orb in its hand and hurls it with precision, transforming it into a meteor aimed at Long Xia Xiaobing. Seeing the immense power behind the attack, Yu exclaims, "Oh no!" Long Xia Xiaobing, quickly use Protect. The protective shield rapidly envelopes it, but the Shadow Ball still unleashes a tremendous force, stirring up thick clouds of smoke across the arena. Now unleash Flamethrower to sweep the field. Qianli commands decisively. A fiery column engulfs the area, accompanied by the anguished cries of Long Xia Xiaobing. Yu, standing outside the arena, grows increasingly anxious and directs. Long Xia Xiaobing, wrap yourself in water to prevent the flames from penetrating. The sizzling sound of water meeting intense heat echoes through the smoke. This flamethrower is indeed powerful. Yu wipes an imaginary bead of sweat from its brow, the pressure mounting. Just as uncertainty looms, the smoke begins to dissipate, revealing Long Xia Xiaobing standing defiantly at the center, its gaze resolute. Although it bears numerous scars and singed patches, its claws remain unscathed. Long Xia Xiaobing you. Just as Yu worries, a brilliant white light erupts from Long Xia Xiaobing, the radiance of evolution. Yu stares in disbelief, quickly filled with joy. On the other side, Qianli, witnessing the transformation, commands Guodong Yuan to cease its assault. Per league regulations, Pokémon cannot be interfered with during evolution. In the stands, Xiaoyao jumps up in excitement, applauding and cheering. Initially worried that her big brother might lose, she now sees signs of a miraculous comeback. Big brother, go, defeat Dad. Xiaoyao shouts with youthful exuberance. Qianli feels a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing something within him shatter. As time passes, the white light gradually fades, revealing a striking Iron Claw lobster before Yu. Compared to its pre-evolution, the now formidable Iron Claw lobster appears even more menacing and handsome, adorned with a star atop its head and boasting even mightier pincers. Iron Claw lobster, Yu exclaims in delight. With a resounding cry, Iron Claw lobster brandishes its claws, and a shell blade faintly materializes. It's the shell blade move. Yu exclaims with excitement. Iron Claw lobster, charge in and use shell blade. Confidence surges as Yu commands its Pokémon to engage in close combat. With a physical attack of 120, alongside adaptability and stab bonuses, can Guodong Yuan withstand this strike? Though it may not be the signature Crabhammer move, the power of Shell Blade is still formidable. Guodong Yuan, unleash a rampage. Qianli issues his final command, knowing this move will plunge it into a frenzy. However, he shows no hesitation. The decisiveness of a gym leader is on full display. Iron Claw lobster swings its proud pincers, launching a relentless barrage of water-infused attacks at Guodong Yuan, each strike imbued with immense force and ferocity, forcing Guodong Yuan to respond with all its might. Unyielding, Guodong Yuan retaliates with frenzied arm swings, attacking with increasing ferocity, disregarding its own defense in a singular focus on offense. At this moment, it has no concept of pain, only the thirst for victory and the passion for battle. With a mighty roar, the electrifying close-quarters combat reaches its climax as Iron Claw lobster unleashes a final, resounding cry. Wounded and battered, Guodong Yuan collapses. Breathless, Iron Claw lobster stands proudly amidst the arena's glow, its star shining brilliantly atop its head. Chapter 25, The Libra Badge. Guodong Yuan has lost its fighting ability. An Iron Claw lobster emerges victorious, granting challenger Yu the win. The referee raises the red flag, announcing the result. Yu gazes at Iron Claw lobster with a look of satisfaction, saying, "Well done, Iron Claw lobster. Now rest and recuperate." Yu retrieves the Pokédex from his pocket. Beep beep beep. Iron Claw lobster, the rogue Pokémon, water dark type, evolved from Long Xia Xiaobing. Known for its fiery temper, it often instigates battles, ensuring that no other creatures reside in its pond, rendering it a lonely place. Characteristic adaptability, gender, male, height 13 meters. Weight 40 kilograms, surpassing all counterparts in various metrics, exhibiting outstanding development. Mastered techniques include high-speed star, pinch, stare, bubble beam, harden, bubble, protect, double hit, knock off, critical hit, shell blade, water jet, dragon dance. Yu gazed at the image displaying the data of the Iron Claw lobster and remarked, "We have known each other for a year. And you have indeed evolved. This 5-pointed star looks quite impressive." To outsiders, the appearance of the Iron Claw lobster may seem somewhat fierce, yet to Yu, it embodies unparalleled charm. At that moment, Qianli approached with measured steps and said, "Congratulations, Yu. This is proof of your victory over me, the Libra badge." Yu received this badge, which resembles both a balance and a dumbbell, with both hands, feeling a surge of joy within. With a slight smile, He murmured, "This shall be my first badge." Observing this remarkable young man, Qian Li's admiration grew, prompting him to impart further wisdom. The message I wish to convey as a gym trainer to challengers is the importance of balanced development. While the majority may advise you to capitalize on each Pokemon's strengths and mitigate their weaknesses, I personally favor cultivating Pokemon in a balanced manner. By refining a Pokemon's shortcomings to match the strength of its advantages, one can achieve an impeccable and flawless entity. Qian Li's words profoundly impacted Heiyu. Big brother, you did it. You actually defeated Dad. That's amazing. Xiao Yao exclaimed, bounding towards him with her small legs, her sparkling eyes blinking in awe at Heiyu. Heiyu felt somewhat helpless, internally thinking, this little girl probably believes I genuinely defeated Mr. Qianli. Little does she know, this was merely a challenge match. Essentially, a guided battle. In a real confrontation, with Qianli's strength, only the Elite Four would stand a chance against him. Qianli, feeling somewhat awkward, observed his daughter celebrating with Heiyu while neglecting to comfort him. Though he maintained a smile, his heart was bleeding. Heiyu, immersing oneself wholeheartedly in Pokemon is a demanding path. I hope to see your presence on the stage of the league tournament in the future, Qianli said solemnly. Heiyu bowed deeply and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qianli. No need for thanks. Remember to register at the gym's front desk." Qianli instructed before turning away after giving Xiao Yao a few brief reminders. The newly established gym required attention to a multitude of tedious affairs, causing this battle fanatic to feel overwhelmed. Congratulations, Trainer Heiyu. Your battle record and video have been uploaded to the league database. You may view them at your leisure on your identity card or Pokédex, the front desk staff confirmed respectfully. Heiyu raised the badge above his head, and under the illuminating light, the Libra badge radiated an enchanting glow. My first badge shall serve as the starting point for my conquest of the league, Heiyu thought. Invigorated. To challenge the league, one must collect 8 badges, yet the Fengyuan League boasts far more than 8 gyms. In fact, there may be over 20. These are merely the officially recognized ones, with many unofficial gyms existing as well. Upon exiting the gym, Heiyu hurried towards the Pokemon Center. Fortunate that the two buildings were not far apart, both situated in the city center. Miss Joy, I beg your assistance, Heiyu implored. His Liu had sustained significant damage from the overactive monkey and was currently unconscious within its Pokeball. The Iron Claw lobster had also incurred minor injuries and, having just evolved, needed to adapt to its new physique, so he entrusted both to Miss Joy for treatment. Rest assured, Heiyu, your Pokemon will be in my care, Joy assured him gently, while the nearby Chansey clapped its small hands in support. Heiyu settled into the lobby, reflecting on areas for improvement during the battle, as reviewing one's performance is essential for becoming a formidable trainer. Heiyu pondered, is balanced development truly Mr. Qian Li's philosophy as a trainer? Before long, Miss Joy emerged, a privilege afforded to direct league trainers, allowing them to receive priority treatment. One could see numerous injured ordinary Pokemon nearby, waiting anxiously. Even if they witnessed someone cutting the line, they dared not speak out. The rules established by the league are not to be defied. Has it truly evolved into an Iron Claw lobster so swiftly? Observing the hardness of its shell and its size, it had developed remarkably. It appears this Heiyu is indeed a prodigy. Let's upload the family data first. Whether he holds potential value for recruitment will depend on the family's directives. Joy quietly noted Heiyu's name as he departed and passed the information to the Joy family. Should the Joy family determine that this individual has recruitment potential, they would likely consider marrying a distant relative of Joy to Heiyu, which could be viewed unfavorably as an arrangement for the purpose of attracting talented trainers. Nonetheless, this remains a dream cherished by countless male trainers. Big brother, Dad is so useless, getting defeated by you so easily. As they strolled through the backyard of the Changhua gym, Xiao Yao held onto Heiyu's finger, wandering through the bamboo forest. Heiyu turned back to glance at the gym, feeling slightly embarrassed as he said, Xiao Yao, one should not speak ill of their father. That would be a sign of mischief. Oh, then I won't say anything. Xiao Yao pouted, feeling frustrated as her parents were so busy. Ever since moving to the Fengyuan region, she had only had Big Brother to accompany her. Big brother, when I begin my journey in the future, I want to be as strong as you. How about we travel together then? Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, making it hard for anyone to refuse her. Heiyu smiled and gently ruffled Xiao Yao's hair, saying, Of course, but I wonder which Pokemon you will choose as your starter partner? Xiao Yao appeared momentarily stumped by the question, counting with her small fingers. Fire Chick seems nice, Waterleap Fish is quite cute, and Wood Guardian is a bit aloof, which I'm not fond of. Heiyu listened, his mouth twitching in disbelief. As expected of the sole daughter of a gym trainer, it seems you're only considering the starter trio, without even contemplating other Pokemon. How extravagant. Heiyu offered a suggestion. While Wood Guardian may not align with the girl's aesthetic, its light body ability is quite advantageous. Waterleap Fish has a significant edge in type, and the final evolution, Swampert, has only a quadruple weakness to grass. As for Fire Chick, if it possesses the speed boost ability, it would be simply perfect. Xiao Yao listened intently to Yu's insights. Never having realized there were so many nuances to Pokémon selection, she merely thought Fire Chick looked nice. Her admiration for Yu grew even more. Big brother is truly impressive. A Fire Chick with speed boost, Xiao Yao murmured softly, a seed of ambition taking root in her heart. Chapter 26 Investment. Recently, Orange City has seen a surge in new constructions, with the most eye-catching being the Orange Gym. Many wealthy merchants have flocked here to invest, all due to Qianli. An officially certified gym brings terrifying economic benefits. Over the past few days, Yu has often been pulled by Xiao Yao to tour the gym, as he could hardly refuse the request of an adorable 3-year-old girl. Big brother, look, this is the Pokémon greenhouse Dad is preparing to build. It can simulate some of the jungle ecosystems found in the wild, making it perfect for the family of overactive monkeys. Xiao Yao chatted animatedly as she strolled through the gym's corridor, pointing at the glass doors. The climate-controlled greenhouse, occupying a third of the dojo, meticulously replicates the wilderness environment, serving as a habitat for numerous Pokémon, predominantly of the normal type. Among them are the lazy Dazue, the hyperactive Zodong, and even a rare Kinjiawang. Through the transparent glass, Yu beheld an array of extraordinary Pokémon, with the Kinjiawang undoubtedly standing out. Yu mused that it was rumored Mr. Qianli's trump card was a Kinjiawang that had forsaken its lazy traits. Xiao Yao, perceptively sensing her elder brother's envious gaze, innocently inquired, "Elder brother, do you desire a Pokémon from within? I could persuade my father to gift you one." Yu was taken aback by her words, quickly denying, "No, not at all. I merely thought that creating such a climate-controlled greenhouse would require a considerable investment." He was eager to avoid being misconstrued by Mr. Qianli as a greedy individual, merely seeking to ingratiate himself with Xiao Yao for selfish gain. Reputation, he reflected, holds significant value. "What? Mr. Qianli, you intend to invest in me?" Yu rushed over, only to be met with a startling revelation. Mr. Qianli solemnly stated, "To be precise, it is an investment on behalf of the dojo. In this world, even the venerable families that have stood for decades or centuries are not foolish. They recognize the difficulty of preserving their legacy solely through their own means. Thus, it is common practice to support civilian trainers lacking a noble lineage. These trainers are generally willing to accept such backing, knowing that in the future, they will owe a debt of gratitude. You need not feel pressured. This is merely a standard exchange of interests, trading a small portion of your future gains for significant benefits in the present." Mr. Qianli's words encapsulated the essence of investment. Observing the documents in Mr. Qianli's hand, Yu surmised they pertained to his evaluation report. As expected, upon receiving the report from Mr. Qianli, he clearly saw records of his past. The identity procured by Madame Maida was indeed shrouded in secrecy, even eluding the dojo's scrutiny. As he perused the evaluation report, it detailed his background as the offspring of the Alliance's guardian, with bold assessments of his capabilities, exceptional talent, remarkable intelligence, and a certain aptitude for nurturing Pokémon. Yu silently reflected on his appraisal. The benefits of the investment were indeed enticing, including an annual grant of 500,000 Alliance coins. While this may seem modest, the essence of investment lies in casting a wide net. Should Yu demonstrate his value and talent, further investments would follow. Moreover, he would gain access to the Orange Blossom Dojo's archives, which contain knowledge obscured by the Alliance, and the privilege to select an exceptional Pokémon from the dojo's hatchery. Besides these primary benefits, there were additional minor privileges and rewards. However, there were also responsibilities to fulfill. If he achieved fame, he would need to represent the Orange Blossom Dojo in advertisements and competitions. In summary, while the obligations were numerous, most pertained to future promises that could be deferred for now. Mr. Qianli straightened in his seat and advised, "Given your talent, you may attract investments from other factions in the future, but be wary of becoming overly greedy. An ordinary trainer typically accepts investments from no more than 2 or 3 factions, as there exists animosity and complex relationships among these families. Should conflicts arise between 2 factions, would you remain neutral or take a side?" After hearing Mr. Qianli's counsel, Yu solidified his resolve. What he truly valued was not the monetary gain or high-quality Pokémon, but the opportunity to freely explore the library within the Orange Blossom Dojo and the potential to elevate his standing within the Alliance. Wealth can be earned, and Pokémon can be captured anew, yet knowledge monopolized by powerful factions is a fleeting opportunity that, if missed, may never be reclaimed. "Mr. Qianli, I am grateful for your recognition, and I am willing to sign this investment contract and fulfill my responsibilities," Yu declared earnestly. Mr. Qianli, elated by this declaration, responded, "Huh, excellent, Yu. You are not only the first trainer to challenge the dojo, but also the first to accept an investment. Truly a fateful connection with the Orange Blossom Dojo." Mr. Qianli scrutinized Yu with increasing admiration, appreciating his discernment, strategic thinking, innate talent, and humility. Years of experience allowed Mr. Qianli to ascertain that Yu was no mere commoner, but rather a hidden gem. Following the investment, Mr. Qianli promptly contacted the dojo's staff to elevate Yu's trainer privileges, granting him greater discounts on alliance merchandise and additional benefits. For instance, a complimentary cruise every 3 years and an annual supply of Pokémon food, among other perks. While these benefits might seem trivial individually, their cumulative value is substantial. This is the login password for the Orange Blossom Dojo's library. Simply access it through the Pokédex to browse and borrow books, Mr. Qianli said, handing him a note with a smile. Yu's eyes lit up as he eagerly entered the password, opening the library within the Pokédex. In an instant, the device lagged as countless volumes of knowledge flooded in. Yu was overjoyed, for most of the information was previously unknown and unheard of to him. Yu, I recognize your interest in nurturing, yet your timing in battle is unparalleled. You possess remarkable talent in Pokémon battles. I hope you can discern your path wisely, Mr. Qianli offered sagely, awakening Yu to the importance of balance. Madame Mida had once imparted similar wisdom. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Nurturing is merely a means to acquire wealth, a skill I learned to facilitate the raising of Pokémon. Only by continually growing stronger can I ascend to greatness. Yu repeatedly reminded himself, striving to maintain equilibrium between the roles of nurturer and trainer. Chapter 27, A New Companion. The hatchery housed a fresh batch of Pokémon, all of the normal type, reflecting the dojo's specialization. Should you wish to select a Pokémon hatchling or observe up close, you may enter the climate-controlled greenhouse to make your choice, provided the Pokémon are willing to accompany you. Mr. Qianli led Yu into the dojo's confidential area, where high-quality Pokémon awaited, coveted by many. Even the most ordinary of Pokémon, such as the Siren Xiong, boasted astonishing qualifications, with all possessing inherited moves. Yu walked past rows of Pokémon eggs, each marked with the names of the Pokémon and the strength of their parents, along with pertinent details. Before hatching, a Pokémon's potential cannot be assessed. One can only gauge it through the levels of its parents. The deeper he ventured into the room, the higher the qualifications of the Pokémon became, and the rarer the species. Mr. Qianli produced his identity card, swiping it to unlock the hatchery's door. Yu gazed at the neatly arranged Pokémon eggs, the majority being milky white, a clear indication of the normal type. Bobo, Xiaola, Pudding, Meow Meow, Dakanjia, Dashitu, Daijo, Kintair, Bibian, Ibu, Xiaokabi, Dai, Chengweiguai, Talong Didi, Quan Xiong, and Denaiguan. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. For not only were there Pokémon from the Fengyuan region, but also from the Kanto, Johto, and Sinnoh regions. The variety is truly abundant, and moreover, the potential of these Pokémon is likely quite high. Upon observing the surroundings, Yu discovered that neither of the parents of these Pokémon were below level 40. Based on genetics, the quality of these Pokémon eggs is estimated to be exceptional. After thoroughly inspecting all the Pokémon eggs, Yu keenly noticed a small door in the corner. Mr. Qianli, could there be more inside? Yu inquired with curiosity. Mr. Qianli, with a hint of significance in his tone, replied, the Pokémon inside that door are classified as confidential by the gym. For now, you cannot select from them. However, if you wish to take a look, I can escort you in, provided you sign a non-disclosure agreement. Sensing the atmosphere become somewhat serious, Mr. Qianli quickly lightened the mood with a jest. Of course, if you become a champion in the future, I might just gift you an egg from inside. Yu composed himself as he examined each Pokémon egg, comparing their qualities, while also pondering the future development of his team. This little cabby beast is quite impressive. Its father is a level 70 champion Pokémon, ensuring superior genetic lineage. The Denaiguan is also commendable, being the prime choice for support Pokémon, second only to the almost unattainable Jillidan. Yu felt increasingly conflicted, akin to a famished individual presented with a lavish feast, yet unsure of what to choose. Mr. Qianli interjected at the right moment. Yu, regarding team composition, the league primarily categorizes into 2 schools, specialization and hybridization. The specialization school means capturing only Pokémon of the same type within a team, allowing for focused training without unnecessary distractions. In contrast, the hybridization school entails capturing Pokémon of different types, requiring more time and resources to understand and experiment. Those who adopt this style are either exceptionally bold or completely unversed in trainer knowledge. Each school has its merits and drawbacks. The former is easily countered, while the latter offers greater diversity. After absorbing Mr. Qianli's explanation, Yu lowered his head in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Qianli. I shall choose EV. I prefer to specialize in the dark type. Mr. Qianli's eyes flashed with surprise, deducing from Yu's 2 Pokémon that he was likely inclined towards specialization. It was unexpected that he chose dark type rather than water type. Initially, with Yu's 2 Pokémon, the lobster soldier and the sharp-toothed fish, Mr. Qianli assumed he would favor water type, considering he had grown up on a solitary island, which made his expertise in water type reasonable. Yu cradled the selected EV egg, deliberately choosing a female. It was not due to any peculiar preference, but rather because of their rarity, with a staggering male-to-female ratio of 1:7. Furthermore, research indicates that to enhance Eevee's intimacy and facilitate its evolution into either Espion or Umbreon, selecting a Pokémon of the opposite gender to that of the trainer is optimal. This is not mere conjecture. It is supported by research, a little-known fact about Eevee. Is this Eevee? Quite remarkable. I shall leave it to hatch within the gym. They possess nourishing fluids for newborn Pokémon that can slightly enhance their potential, Mr. Qianli remarked, pleased to see He Yu's decision. He decided to assist further by promising additional benefits. Following this, He Yu signed a rather intricate non-disclosure agreement and subsequently followed Mr. Qianli through the mysterious small door. Come with me. In the future, when you become a champion, perhaps your Pokémon will be among them. Mr. Qianli jested with a smile. As He Yu stepped inside, the first sensation he experienced was the inexplicable fragrance pervading the room. This was the refreshing scent produced by the Lorena family of the United Alliance, beneficial for Pokémon eggs and newborn Pokémon. Mr. Qianli noticed He Yu's reaction and provided an appropriate explanation. The room was extraordinarily spacious, with pinkish-white walls surrounding it, housing several sophisticated machines. All of this was to protect 6 Pokémon eggs at the center of the room. These eggs are all meticulously selected by me. Even if I wish to choose one, I must declare it to the Alliance, as they are all classified strategic materials. Among these 6 eggs, only the Lazy Otter egg is a descendant of my prized Lazy King, which I can allocate. The others are all supported by the Alliance, and I currently owe a substantial loan to them. Mr. Qianli spoke with a hint of wry humor. Although he had attained a high status as a gym leader, he still faced numerous concerns. He Yu's gaze was entirely captivated by these 6 Pokémon eggs. One resembled a doll, while another was akin to a small fortune egg. Both were highly coveted support Pokémon, nearly monopolized by the Joy family, and he was astonished to see them here. The rarest among them was likely the Lazy Otter, which could potentially overcome its lazy trait, just like Mr. Qianli's Lazy King. He Yu was uncertain whether Mr. Qianli's Lazy King was a product of rigorous training or innate talent, yet he allowed himself to speculate quietly. Observing He Yu's envious gaze, Mr. Qianli laughed heartily. There is no need to envy these high-potential Pokémon. Potential is merely a stepping stone. The true strength of a Pokémon relies on post-breeding cultivation. He Yu understood that Mr. Qianli's words held truth, yet could not suppress a pang of envy. The foundation of most powerful factions lies in their specialized cultivation methods for specific Pokémon, a tradition passed down through generations, nearly unattainable for ordinary trainers. Take the Kanto region's gym, for instance. The methods employed by the Hualan gym to cultivate water-type Pokémon are integral to their standing. Each year, how many high-potential rock-type Pokémon flow from the Nibi gym? Yet, have you ever seen the cultivation secrets for rock-type Pokémon emerge from the Nibi gym? Even if a common trainer acquires a high-potential Pokémon, without exceptional breeding techniques, they will invariably be stuck at a certain stage, unable to progress. After reflecting on these thoughts, He Yu bid farewell to Mr. Qianli. It was getting dark, and he needed to return to rest. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, He Yu slept soundly until dawn. As he awoke in the early morning, he discovered that 500,000 funds had been deposited into his Alliance account. The Eevee egg was set to hatch in approximately 16 hours, so he decided against further outdoor adventures. He Yu contemplated for a moment, then picked up his Pokédex to peruse the internal information of the Changhua gym, uncovering a wealth of knowledge previously unknown to him. Wow, I never imagined the Mo Yanhua could be utilized in this manner. The wind pressure flower, when combined with morning dew, can concoct a potion that attracts flying-type Pokémon. This is the learning material for Dragon Dance. He Yu eagerly flipped through these precious documents, the knowledge contained within opening his eyes to a new world. He immersed himself in the material, greedily absorbing every word and sentence, feeling the power and wisdom contained within. The power of knowledge is indeed formidable. As time passed unnoticed, He Yu remained enveloped in this ocean of knowledge. It wasn't until midday, when sunlight streamed through the window, that he jolted awake. It seems that accepting the investment was indeed a sound decision. Had he been left to explore alone, he would never have come into contact with this monopolized knowledge. In his discoveries, he found the method to learn Dragon Dance, which thrilled him. As the lobster soldier had inherited Dragon Dance, but had been unable to master it, a persistent source of frustration. Now, he finally had the opportunity to resolve it. First, he would copy this video tutorial on Pokémon explanations. There exist numerous methods to learn the art of Longji Wu. The most direct approach involves a video narrated by a swift dragon. Although the Pokémon's language remains incomprehensible to him, the Taiyao Longxia is capable of understanding. Furthermore, it is essential to concoct a potion that enhances the dragon lineage, requiring the scales of Yiya, the fur of Wengfu, and the blood of Qimi Long. He Yu immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, as these dragon-related materials are often among the priciest of their kind. After stretching languidly, he exited his chamber and made his way to the Pokémon restaurant, ordering a complimentary meal to relish the delightful flavors. Nearby, a new shop had recently opened on the street, reputed to sell a plethora of fine goods, including Pokémon items. Is that true? Could it be that they have a craftsman for items? Alas, I cannot say for certain, but I heard that a mysterious water droplet was displayed for sale this afternoon, purportedly boasting an enhancement of over 10. Listening to the discussions around him, Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A mysterious water droplet. An item craftsman. These unfamiliar terms sent a tremor through him. Had he not perused the materials that morning, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of item craftsmen. The so-called item craftsmen are merely one of many professions, yet they appear far more enigmatic and considerably rarer than breeders. Currently, the crafting of Pokémon items is primarily divided into two schools. The first employs various rare minerals and machinery for production, a method adopted by the majority of companies and factions. While this technique is undoubtedly more resource efficient and expedites the process, allowing for mass production, it has its drawbacks, as it can only create enhancement items like charcoal and mysterious water droplets. Special items such as the Life Pearl, Toxic Pearl, First Strike Claw, and Momentum Band cannot be crafted using this method. Item craftsmen, in ancient times, were referred to as alchemists, as a profession that has been passed down for millennia. It is said they can utilize parts from Pokémon to create items. They also possess the knowledge to craft obscure items. Yet a notable characteristic of this group is their reclusive nature. After all, the Alliance forbids the clandestine trade of Pokémon corpses, leading these individuals to often hide in the wilderness, seldom revealing themselves. Should two breeders cross paths, they would undoubtedly exchange knowledge and perhaps share recipes for energy cubes, fostering a deep friendship. Conversely, if two alchemists were to meet, they would exert every effort to eliminate each other, seizing the other's crafting techniques. Consequently, the number of item craftsmen continues to dwindle, as they are a profession that places great importance on the lineage of their teachings. They regard the transmission of knowledge from master to apprentice as more significant than blood ties. A mysterious water droplet, you say? It perfectly complements my Taeo Longxia. I should investigate further. Having recently acquired a substantial sum of funds, Yu's wallet was now bulging. How could he not seize the opportunity to obtain a mysterious water droplet? With the establishment of the gym, the city had undoubtedly flourished, and Yu could distinctly feel the surge in visitors at the Pokémon Center. Moreover, buildings were rapidly emerging in the vicinity, presenting a variety of architectural styles. After swiftly finishing his lunch, he hurriedly exited the Pokémon Center and followed the guidance of his Pokédex toward the newly opened Pokémon shop. Were all these people here to purchase that mysterious water droplet? Upon entering the shop, Yu discovered a throng of customers. After a moment of contemplation, he understood. The Fengyuan region is renowned for its abundant water bodies, with many prosperous cities located along the coast. The closer one gets to the inland cities, the poorer they become. With Lioli City, situated near a dormant volcano, being the only notable inland city. Consequently, water-type Pokémon are quite popular here. Good heavens, the mysterious water droplet, which enhances moves by 10, costs a staggering 1,000,000 Alliance coins, equivalent to half of a starter Pokémon. Although Yu had anticipated a high price, he did not foresee it being this exorbitant. No wonder so many customers were gazing longingly at the mysterious water droplet on display, yet none dared to purchase it. Few trainers possessed the means to part with 1,000,000 coins. Yu calculated his current funds and concluded that he could afford the droplet while still retaining some for emergencies. He resolved to buy it. However, to his dismay, a store clerk, with a blank expression, informed him, "I apologize, but the mysterious water droplet is for display only, not for sale." Yu's expression grew peculiar, and he inwardly cursed. Others around him seemed unperturbed. Moments earlier, someone else had attempted to purchase the droplet and faced the same rejection. This was the shop's strategy, to attract customers with the allure of a rare mysterious water droplet, thereby boosting sales of ordinary items. It must be said, this tactic is indeed effective, as ordinary goods like energy cubes and medicinal berries were selling quite well. Just as Yu was on the verge of despair, preparing to purchase some common materials and return, he suddenly recalled the alliance privileges bestowed upon him by the owner of Qianli Pavilion yesterday. Mr. Qianli had mentioned that he could receive preferential treatment in certain establishments. Perhaps this shop would be one of them? With a mindset of experimentation, Yu requested the clerk to summon the store owner and presented his alliance privileges as displayed on his Pokédex. "Ah, dear customer, there's no need to discuss whether we are willing to sell. We shall offer it to you at a 10 discount, the store owner beamed, warmly packaging the mysterious water droplet in an exquisite gift box. Yu regarded the smiling owner, recalling the clerk's previous impatience, and felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress his bemusement. Clearly, this alliance privilege is indeed a remarkable asset. Could it be that merely ascending a level in status yields such a significant difference? Yu began to suspect that the most substantial benefit from the investment contract he had signed was this elevation in privileges. The privilege system established by the Alliance bears a resemblance to the ancient noble hierarchies of his past life. No wonder the Alliance shows little regard for the lives of ordinary citizens, With such a rigorous and robust system in place, they need not fear any uprising akin to Huang Chao's. If the elite are akin to the noble offspring of his former life, then the Alliance's common residents resemble the common folk. Thus, an elevation in privileges is analogous to an upgrade in noble rank. What a preposterous world. Heiyu sighed in resignation. Yet, he harbored no intentions of criticizing this system, as he is currently a beneficiary. Few would willingly jeopardize their own interests. Of course, had he not become an elite trainer within the Alliance and instead chosen to persist along the path of darkness, he might have entertained different thoughts. In such a scenario, he could have found himself secretly admiring Huang Chao, perhaps even rallying for an uprising. Humans are inherently selfish. This is a fundamental flaw of our species. Chapter 29. Farewell beneath the setting sun. Come, Taeo Longxia, absorb this into your being. Within the confines of the Pokémon Center, Heiyu gingerly extracted the mysterious water droplet, resembling a pendant, from the exquisite gift box. As the droplet gradually approached the Taeo Longxia, a powerful pull caused it to slip from Heiyu's grasp, slowly entering the creature's body. Zhuang. The Taeo Longxia emitted a contented sound, its fierce gaze instinctively narrowing. With an enhancement of 10 to its water-type moves, the damage inflicted by the Taeo Longxia shell blade would be nothing short of explosive. Heiyu envisioned the moment when the Taeo Longxia would master the crab hammer. Suddenly, the Pokédex chimed unexpectedly, prompting Heiyu to open it and exclaim, "EV is about to hatch." Hastily, he dashed out of the Pokémon Center, racing toward the Changhua Gym, unable to conceal his joy. In the hatching room, Heiyu eagerly watched the Pokémon egg before him, on the verge of breaking open, while Xiao Yao beside him gazed with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity. This was her first time witnessing the hatching of a Pokémon. The older brother is truly wonderful, Xiao Yao thought to herself, feeling a sense of delight. Suddenly, a burst of white light emanated from the incubator, and cracks began to appear on the Pokémon egg, gradually spreading. With a pop, a fuzzy little head cautiously emerged from the shell, exploring the brand new world. "Hello there, little one," Heiyu said kindly. Unable to resist reaching out to stroke the little creature's head. "Eevee," it squeaked timidly, shrinking back slightly as its fluffy ears instinctively folded down. However, sensing no malice, the ears perked up once more. With wide, glistening eyes, it carefully surveyed the world beyond the eggshell. Leaning closer to Heiyu's palm, it wrinkled its tiny nose, sniffing at his fingers, and extended its tiny tongue to taste. "Eevee, it's so salty," Heiyu chuckled, explaining, "Well, humans do sweat, so of course it's salty." He cradled the little Eevee in his hands, using the other to gently smooth its damp, tousled fur. Feeling the warmth of his palm, the young Eevee nestled in, letting out a contented little coo. Newly hatched Pokémon are often quite sleepy, and soon, the little Eevee fell back into a deep slumber in Heiyu's embrace. How adorable. Xiao Yao gazed enviously from the side, her eyes sparkling. When the eggshell cracked and Eevee peeked out, her little hands instinctively clenched in excitement. She silently vowed to capture an Eevee of her own someday. Afterward, Heiyu took Eevee to the Pokémon Center for a comprehensive checkup, feeling relieved once all tests showed no issues. The little Eevee's ability was adaptability, and it inherited 2 moves, Yawn and Wish. Observing Heiyu's departing figure, Xiaoyin mused. Has the Iron Claw lobster evolved? And he has captured another Eevee? It seems to possess considerable potential, likely obtained from the Changhua Gym. I wonder when news from the family will arrive. Being invested in the Changhua Gym already indicates Heiyu's potential. I cannot allow such a talent to slip away under my watch. After all, every talent discovered could bring rewards to her branch of the Qiaoyin family. Miss Qiaoyin, could you please assist me in healing my swallow? Another trainer approached for treatment, prompting Qiaoyin to set aside her thoughts and begin her busy work. Over the next few days, Heiyu remained in the city, refraining from rushing into the wilderness for tasks. During this time, the little Eevee successfully passed its juvenile stage, thriving exceptionally well thanks to the growth liquid provided by the Changhua Gym. It was time to depart. Heiyu had acquired the gym badge from Changhua City, and his next destination was Kanaz City. Having spent a significant amount of time in Changhua City, Heiyu had experienced remarkable growth, with the Iron Claw lobster evolving into an Iron Claw lobster. His status within the Alliance had risen, and he had also captured a new partner, the little Eevee. Reflecting on his achievements over the past half-month, Heiyu felt quite satisfied. After placing his belongings into his space backpack, he took a final glance around the tidy room before resolutely leaving. Before departing, he thought it best to bid farewell to Mr. Qianli, Mrs. Maijinko, and Xiao Yao. After all, he was now nominally an investment of the Changhua Gym, considered somewhat of an insider. Outside the gym, Xiao Yao was no longer her usual lively self. Sadness and reluctance were etched on her face. Her sparkling eyes glistened with unshed tears that seemed ready to spill at any moment. "Big brother, are you really leaving? Can't you stay and keep me company?" Xiao Yao's voice was filled with disappointment and sorrow. Being still so young, she could not fully grasp the concept of parting. She could not understand why her older brother would leave so suddenly, nor could she accept this reality. Her innocent charm, combined with her struggle to hold back tears, evoked deep sympathy. She bit her lip tightly, trying to prevent her tears from falling, but soon they began to trickle down her cheeks. Xiao Yao, I'm going on a journey to collect badges for the Alliance competition. Remember to cheer for me in front of the TV when the time comes. Heiyu forced a smile, crouching down to pat Xiao Yao's head. Mr. Qianli, Mrs. Mijinko, I am truly grateful for your care and guidance during this time. I have learned so much. Heiyu solemnly bowed to both of them. Mr. Qianli took the rare opportunity to personally see him off, saying, the gym in Kanaz City specializes in rock-type Pokémon, and with their previous gym leader just having retired, the new one seems quite young. Given your Pokemon's type advantages, you should be able to obtain the gym badge quite easily. Heiyu nodded appreciatively, and then turned to Xiao Yao, inquiring if she had any parting words. Big brother, this is a TM for the move hardening that I took from my father's room. It should be useful to you. Xiao Yao said, presenting a disc-like learning machine with a sense of pride. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Qianli's expressions darkened, and their gazes toward Heiyu became somewhat unfriendly. All right, just take it, Mr. Qianli said generously. It was merely an ordinary TM, not particularly precious, so he decided to give it to Heiyu as an investment. Even as he thought this, Mr. Qianli still felt a twinge of discomfort, wondering why his precious daughter had become attached to this young man. Was it merely due to a single act of saving her? Being solely focused on battles, Mr. Qianli was unaware of how much he had already missed from Xiao Yao's childhood. Thank you, Mr. Qianli. This is a rare herb I discovered in the wild. Please accept it as a token of gratitude. Heiyu produced the rare star-spotted flower he had preserved, which he had collected from the forest before saving Xiao Yao. Knowing Mr. Qianli would likely not accept it, he decided to give it directly to Xiao Yao. Wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you, big brother. I will cherish it. Xiao Yao exclaimed as she delicately cradled the stunning blue flower in her hands. Heiyu slowly walked toward the city outskirts, waving goodbye. Chapter 30, Mossy Rocks. Route 104 in the Hoenn region runs north to south. It connects to Changhua City on the east, Kanaz City to the north, and Route 105 waterway to the south. This significant road also bisects the Changhua Forest, with adventure trainers traversing it continuously each day. As Heiyu stepped out of the city, he strolled along this road, accompanied by his iron claw lobster. The Changhua Forest is said to harbor the existence of mushrooms, but he had yet to encounter any. He wondered whether the rumors circulating online were true. Holding his Pokédex for navigation, Heiyu remained vigilant as the iron claw lobster observed their surroundings, ready to fend off any wild Pokémon ambushes. Before setting out, Heiyu had researched information regarding Route 104 online, where the discovery of mushrooms had recently topped the charts. This rare and practical Pokémon was undoubtedly something Heiyu desired. The mushrooms on this Pokémon could serve as a valuable medicinal ingredient, and they were also quite easy to care for, needing only decayed leaves and soil to survive, whether through its spore or poison heal abilities. It was indeed a top-tier Pokémon. Spore has a chance to put the opponent into a paralyzed, asleep, or poisoned state upon being attacked. Poison heal, when in a poisoned state. It does not lose health from damage, but instead heals itself. Heiyu quickened his pace and eventually murmured to himself. Mushrooms typically thrive in damp environments, particularly after heavy rainfall, when they appear in clusters. Just as Heiyu was deep in thought, a boy in shorts suddenly leapt into the middle of the road. Hey, you there? Trainer of the lobster Pokémon. The boy's attire was somewhat disheveled, yet his eyes sparkled with a lively gleam. Startled by the shout, Heiyu hesitated before pointing to himself and asking, are you referring to me, young one? Indeed. Are you brave enough to let your lobster Pokémon battle mine? The boy retorted, curling his lip. Heiyu struggled to suppress a chuckle and replied, let's not. The disparity in our levels is too great. And my Pokémon is not a lobster Pokémon, but rather an evolved form, the Iron Claw Lobster. The boy, clearly vexed by the rejection, appeared somewhat embarrassed and confused, as if he did not recognize the Pokémon. I see you're scared. Upon hearing the provocation, Heiyu responded with resignation. In a battle, there should be some stakes involved. What can you offer? This question seemed to render the boy speechless. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, I know a lot about Changhua Forest and can provide you with valuable information. Heiyu shrugged nonchalantly, saying, all right, if I lose, I will give you a box of energy cubes. At the mention of energy cubes, the boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately tossed out a Pokeball. Come forth. Spiny Bug. Heiyu's Iron Claw Lobster ultimately executed a single pinching move, swiftly defeating the Spiny Bug. In turn, Heiyu obtained the information he sought. Not long after, in the northeast corner of Changhua Forest, he discovered a massive moss-covered rock, rumored to be a location where Eevee could evolve into Leafeon, and many people had gathered there. Heiyu pondered this, and at his waist, a luxurious ball began to sway, subsequently revealing a fluffy Eevee at his feet. Eevee. The little Eevee seemed to have overheard the discussion about itself, and eagerly emerged from the Pokeball. You wish to visit that rock nearby? Very well. Heiyu hesitated, but ultimately agreed. After all, his Eevee had yet to reach the evolution level, so proximity would not trigger any reaction. Eevee. The little creature joyfully wagged its tail and leaped into Heiyu's embrace, relishing the affection. I really can't do anything about you. It's fine now. But once you grow up, it won't be the same. Heiyu chuckled, shaking his head. To expedite their journey, Heiyu took out a multifunctional folding mountain bike. Following the boy's directions to the northeast corner, he quickly arrived at this section of the forest. However, he was taken aback by the scene before him. This area bore no resemblance to a forest. Instead, dozens of tents were set up, filled with the sounds of lively chatter. It resembled a bustling campsite. Goodness! Have these people come here for a gathering? Heiyu stowed his bike back into his backpack and counted. There were indeed dozens of individuals present. His arrival naturally drew some attention, yet most people remained indifferent, as they were primarily there for the rare Pokémon in Changhua Forest or the giant moss-covered rock. Eevee. The little Eevee poked its head out from Heiyu's chest, its bright eyes scanning the area. Eevee. Look, more of my kind. Both Heiyu and his Eevee noticed several other Eevees. Were they all here to evolve into Leafeon? Heiyu speculated internally. The little Eevee, seeing so many of its kind for the first time, was utterly delighted, forgetting Heiyu's instructions. It darted from his arms, bouncing toward the gathering. Eevee, be careful. Heiyu called out anxiously as he hurried after it, only to be intercepted by a girl. Oh, what a cute Eevee. Her exclamation captured several gazes. Eevee, come back. Heiyu said sternly. The little Eevee, seemingly unaware of its trainer's frustration, continued to frolic around, filled with curiosity about everything. Is this your Eevee? It's so well raised. With such fluffy fur and lively eyes. May I ask you for some tips? A refined-looking man wearing glasses approached slowly. Heiyu retrieved his Eevee and gently stroked its soft head, saying, This Eevee is from the Changhua Gym. He said little else, but that statement was sufficient. Most gazes around were filled with curiosity, though a few seemed to understand. Changhua Gym? The one in Changhua City? I haven't heard of it. You fool. It's a newly established gym. You can check your Pokédex for updates. Ah, that explains why there are so many people in Changhua Forest recently. The conversations among the crowd revolved around the newly established gym, while a few were more intrigued by Heiyu, the trainer of this Eevee. My name is Sanyuk. May I ask your name? The refined man adjusted his glasses and pulled out his Pokédex, seemingly wanting to exchange contact information. Heiyu smiled faintly. Aware of the man's intentions, he was merely probing into his connection with the Changhua Gym and his identity. Heiyu also produced his Pokédex, and upon their devices touching, each displayed the other's information. Upon seeing Heiyu's status as a direct descendant trainer, Sanyuk's smile grew even warmer. Come, everyone, let me introduce you. This is Heiyu from. Sanyuk began, but suddenly hesitated, glancing at Heiyu again. Heiyu thought to himself, is he probing into my background again? If so, I shall oblige him. I hail from a small island overseas and am currently traveling through the Hoenn region, challenging gyms and participating in the league. Heiyu smiled slightly at the group. Apart from Sanyuk, there was also a pair of twin boys and the girl who had earlier praised the cuteness of the Eevee. The four formed a small circle, and judging by their elaborate attire and the Pokémon by their side, they were all likely direct descendant trainers from well-off families. Facing Heiyu, who was also a direct descendant trainer, they clearly belonged to the same echelon, unlike ordinary trainers. Thus the four were more than willing to accept him. Heiyu, you are quite lucky to meet us. Otherwise, you might be duped by some lowly common trainer, and that would be unfortunate. As they conversed, they displayed their disdain for ordinary trainers, and Heiyu chose to remain silent, merely listening. However, their interest in him was palpable, especially regarding his earlier mention of the Eevee originating from a gym. Mr. Qianli, the master of Changhua Gym, has high hopes for me and has signed an investment contract. This little Eevee is one of the intended investment Pokémon. Heiyu, observing that each of the four had an Eevee with them, felt emboldened to share this information. Seizing the opportunity was his forte. Instantly, envy glimmered in their eyes, particularly from Sanyuk, who finally understood why Heiyu's Eevee was so well raised. It was due to genetic advantages. The dojo's output is undoubtedly of the highest quality. One of the twin brothers remarked, Are you here to evolve your YYB? Heiyu shook his head in response, saying, I am merely curious about this mossy rock and have come to take a look. The little YB has just hatched and is not yet ready for evolution. YB. The small YB peeked out from behind Heiyu, timidly observing the larger YBS nearby. After a brief discussion, Heiyu learned that the others were primarily here for the evolution of their YBS. So they decided to camp here and train, eagerly awaiting that moment. It was fascinating to discover that when raising YB, one could use QNGF and CO combined with pure water to clean their bodies and fluff their fur. The M11 Ingu surprisingly had a remarkable effect on enhancing YB's intelligence. Once they confirmed that Heiyu was a fellow member of the Alliance's elite trainers, any barriers dissipated, and they embraced him into their circle. The five gathered together, engaging in discussions about nurturing YB, with each offering unique insights. Heiyu listened intently, realizing he could glean substantial knowledge from their diverse perspectives, for there is no singular perfect method of training, only the one most suited to each individual. Every Pokémon is a distinct entity, and training methods should cater to their individual needs rather than adhering rigidly to traditional practices. Before they parted, the five exchanged summaries of their experiences in nurturing YB and returned to their respective tents. As night descended, Heiyu lay within his tent, contemplating the discussions from the day. He learned that rain was expected in a few days, and after it passed, a plethora of mushrooms might appear. Was this the reason for their gathering here? After a moment's reflection, Heiyu decided not to rush to KNZ City and would remain here for a few days, awaiting the rain's end. He nestled into his sleeping bag, preparing for slumber, only to find the little YB attempting to burrow in beside him. YB. The small YB buried its head in the sleeping bag, its fluffy tail wagging outside, its body trembling slightly. Heiyu gently stroked its soft fur, soothing the timid creature, realizing that it was afraid of the dark. With a tender touch and a soft chuckle, he reassured it. Given the presence of dozens of nearby tents, they had already arranged for a night watch, allowing Heiyu to sleep soundly. The following morning, Heiyu awoke to the sounds of clattering outside. It turned out they were preparing breakfast. He retrieved a bottle of nutrient solution and a bag of creamy bread, indulging in a simple meal, as he had never been particular about food. Anything that filled his belly sufficed. After preparing food and energy cubes for his companions, he began to pack up the tent. BOGYN. Use YNFN. Mushroom. Stand tall and show your spirit. Some had already begun their morning exercises, and Pokemon battles captivated the attention of the majority. Heiyu strolled around the camp, cradling the little YB. The little YB, seemingly just awakening, lay drowsily in its trainer's embrace. A man approached. It was SNYCH, the refined individual with whom they had discussed yesterday. He approached slowly, proposing, Heiyu, would you be interested in a mirror match featuring YB? Heiyu's interest peaked as he looked at the YB in his arms. What a splendid opportunity. He readily agreed, thinking it would be an excellent way to train the YB's temperament, for it would soon need to engage in battles. YB. Although the YB was reluctant to fight, it showed no aversion and did not fear the challenge. Perhaps it was due to its experience traveling alongside Heiyu and witnessing battles? The mirror match between the two YBs was undoubtedly captivating, as they were already popular Pokemon, and this mirrored battle drew a considerable crowd to watch. Little YB, give it your all. This is your first battle. Heiyu encouraged gently, stroking its fur. The little YB's gaze turned resolute as it leapt towards the battleground. The two YBs stood a distance apart, eyeing each other. Heiyu's little YB was undeniably smaller in stature. YB used tackle. Both trainers issued their commands simultaneously. The YBs had a limited repertoire of moves, which meant the battle, though filled with excitement, ultimately resembled a playful scuffle between children. The two Pokemon collided, and Heiyu's little YB clearly suffered from the size and strength disadvantage, being knocked back and its once pristine fur now dusted with dirt, which irked the cleanliness-loving YB. High-speed star. Heiyu called out. The YB leapt into the air, its tail sweeping behind it, as it unleashed numerous dazzling stars, launching them toward the opponent. The synergy of its adaptability trait with its type-enhanced power proved formidable. Use Sand Attack to defend. SNYCH adjusted his glasses and calmly instructed, though the power of their duel was not immense. The sight of the adorable YBs bouncing around was certainly entertaining. All right, let us call it a day. The match was ultimately halted by both Heiyu and SNYCH, as it was merely a friendly spar and there was no need for any harm or to determine a clear victor. Just as the crowd began to disperse, a brilliant light erupted from SNYCH's YB, connecting with the large mossy rock beside their camp. As the light faded, a beautifully alluring Pokemon emerged, radiating a delightful fragrance. YYB. Chapter 32, Mushrooms. The sudden evolution captured everyone's attention. Was this not the very reason they had gathered here? Drawn by the evolutionary wonders of the mossy rock. YYB. Beep beep beep. YYB, the new green Pokemon. A grass-type Pokemon and one of YB's evolutionary forms, photosynthesizes like a plant, filling the air around it with freshness. YB. The little YB in Heiyu's arms gazed curiously at its suddenly evolved counterpart with lively eyes. Would it evolve like that someday? The little YB's fluffy ears perked up in intrigue. Do not worry, little YB. If you wish to evolve into the UYB in the future, that would be splendid. If you prefer another form, I shall not force you. It is all dependent on your own desires, Heiyu said tenderly, cradling the little YB and feeling its soft fur. Of course, if it did not specialize in Dark-type, YB would remain a support Pokemon or a pet henceforth. There would be no place for it in the main team. He had set his sights on specializing in the Dark-type, aiming to become a powerhouse. In the following days, torrential rain fell, confining everyone to the camp. Notably, 2 more trainers successfully evolved their YBs into YYBs. With the discovery of this mossy rock, an influx of trainers arrived at the camp. Heiyu, we are preparing to venture out in search of mushrooms. Would you care to join us? Initially engrossed in a nurturing book within his tent, Heiyu was momentarily taken aback by the invitation. He put down the book and slowly emerged from his tent. At that moment, the twin brothers, along with the girl and SNYCH, were already geared up in adventure attire, seemingly ready to seek out mushrooms in the wake of the recent downpour. Never mind, you all go ahead. The path is rather muddy right now. I will wait a couple of days before setting out. Heiyu politely declined their offer to team up, as he preferred the solitary path of a lone wolf. The others, somewhat disappointed, bid farewell to Heiyu before retreating into the heart of Chenghu Forest. The mushrooms that shed from MMG and their spores serve as excellent medicinal materials, particularly for several energy cubes. Heiyu intends to capture a MMG, not as a primary Pokémon for training, but rather as a logistical companion. With just a small amount of food, he can continuously obtain the small mushrooms and toxic spores that fall from the MMG. This is indeed a lucrative venture. As the sun rises, the land gradually dries after 2 days of sun exposure, and the paths in the jungle cease to be muddy. Like most individuals in the camp, Heiyu embarks on the quest to locate the MMG. These mushrooms prefer damp environments, dwelling in the moist forest floor. During the day, they remain still under the shade of trees and fallen leaves, relishing the damp, decayed foliage and soil. However, upon sensing danger, they shake their bodies and release highly toxic spores from their tops. These spores are incredibly poisonous, capable of causing rapid wilting in plants, and induce excruciating joint pain if inhaled by humans. Heiyu cautiously explores the forest, as MMG are social Pokémon and tend to be timid, easily startled by the slightest noise. This is one of the reasons he prefers to search independently rather than with a larger group. YB, are you certain this is the right place? Heiyu inquires, looking down at the small YB in his arms, who seems to be sniffing the air. YB, the small creature affirms with a nod, its keen sense of smell well recognized. Observing the tiny footprints and the nibbled, wilted leaves on the ground, Heiyu feels a sense of determination. He bends slightly and gently parts the grass. Hidden among the trees, he spots several mushrooms, although upon closer inspection, they appear somewhat different. The upper half is beige with green spots, while the lower half is green, featuring a small opening at the top and a ring of folds. This is indeed AMMG. Heiyu's eyes brighten, and he retrieves a luxury ball from his waist. A flash of white light reveals a TOL Ingshi. Use Shellblade, but remember to hold back. We don't want to accidentally kill it, Heiyu commands. With a single motion, TOL Ingshi raises its pincers high and then swiftly brings them down. The MMG, previously hidden at the base of the tree, is startled awake, and several of its kin quickly scurry away on their short legs. LYY, you take the one on the left. Izuchu, the one on the right is yours, Heiyu instructs, crossing his arms to release 2 Pokémon. Aside from the one that has been knocked unconscious by TOL Ingshi, the others do not forget to spray a cloud of toxic spores from their tops as they flee. Izuchu, blow them away. Heiyu refuses to let them have their way. Once all 3 MMG are incapacitated, he throws the Pokeballs to capture them. Beep beep beep. MMG, the mushroom Pokémon, a grass-type creature, inhabits the moist forest floor and feeds on the decayed leaf litter. It stands 0.4 meters tall and weighs 5 kilograms, possessing a well-developed body with the ability Poison Heal, and has mastered moves such as Tackle, Absorb, Stun Spore, Leech Seed, and Mega Drain. The inherited move is Absorb Punch. Heiyu scans all 3 MMG's Pokeballs, and the Pokédex promptly displays detailed information. TSK. The one with Absorb Punch is rather decent, and the Poison Heal ability offers tactical advantages. Heiyu decides to keep this one as a logistical Pokémon and plans to sell the other 2. If I can acquire a Everstone in the future, I might consider training it, he murmurs. The evolved form of MMG, DULG, is quite commendable, known for its rapid punches. However, what truly endears it to many is its move called Spore, renowned as a guaranteed hypnosis technique. While this may seem exaggerated, its accuracy is indeed frightening. Unfortunately, only the MMG family, AIECG family, and PLST family can learn this skill. PLST primarily resides in the Kanto and Johto regions, while AIECG is found in the Unova region. The only downside is that MMG must reach level 40 to learn Spore. Once it evolves, the opportunity to learn this skill is lost. Therefore, to learn it, MMG must maintain its form until level 40. However, a normal MMG evolves into DULG at level 23, which is why an Everstone is necessary to preserve its form. Upon returning to the camp, the majority of people return disappointed, having failed to find any trace of the MMG. The noise generated by the group during their search has frightened the timid MMG into hiding. Heiyu has no intention of selling the 2 MMG to those in the camp, as the League officially prohibits the trading of Pokémon. He does not wish to tarnish his reputation over a minor infraction. Heiyu's future development necessitates a clean record. I shall wait until the black market in KNZ City to make my move. He contemplates regarding the 2 MMG Pokeballs stored in his spatial backpack. Chapter 33, KNZ City. KNZ City is a major city located in the western part of the F-Yun region. Its geographical position is pivotal. To the south lies the Chenghu Forest, to the east connects the KL Tunnel, and to the north is the Meteor Falls. The industry in KNZ City is highly developed, with the city's motto being the pursuit of a harmonious integration of nature and science. Is this the headquarters of the DWN company? How magnificent! Such a grand building belongs solely to one company. HIY reflects, standing before the towering structure. The DWN company has indeed become legendary online. It was once merely a small firm extracting iron ore and refining steel. Now, its growth rivals that of the commercial giant XRF company, which is based in Jianhuing City, the most economically prosperous city in the Kanto region. Its subsidiaries span various areas, monopolizing over 80% of the Pokeball market. The ability to compete with such a substantial company illustrates the current scale of the DWN company. The present president, ZFQMJN, is remarkably talented, having developed machines that generate energy using magma as fuel. The company covers the market for Pokemon items and is reportedly developing new types of Pokeballs. The luxury ball at my waist is a product of the DWN company. HIY instinctively touches the luxury ball at his side. DW is likely around my age. I wonder if I might have the fortune to meet this future champion. HIY heads toward the Pokemon Center. Memories of DW flooding his mind. As a highly popular male supporting character in the Pokemon series, DW, known as the Elegant Nobleman, is indeed familiar to him. Proficient in Steel-type Pokemon, he is the champion of the FNUN region, renowned for his ace, the shining JJ Ngui, and is known for his passion for collecting various stones, having graciously ceded the championship to MKL. Why am I overthinking this? Given my current status, it would be challenging to connect with him. I should focus on settling in at the Pokemon Center first. Although HIY wishes to befriend this future champion, he lacks the means, as DWN is now a colossal company. DW, the nobleman, is also the dream of countless girls, being handsome and affluent. Miss Chio Y, I appreciate your assistance. HIY presents his identity as an official trainer of the league, along with his secondary privileges. Soon, he is granted a complimentary room for his stay. After settling in, he inquires with a few local ruffians to learn the location of the black market. The two relatively rare MMG are sold for 210,000 and 270,000 respectively. His league currency surges to 700,000, and after purchasing some basic medicinal herbs and materials, HIY hastily exits the black market. The black market in Kansas City is indeed rather clandestine. After navigating numerous twists and turns, I finally gained entry. However, given Kansas City's prominent status as one of the leading cities in the Fengyuan region, establishing a black market here is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Heiyu reclined on the grand bed in his luxurious room, deep in thought. Despite the difficulties of setting up such an enterprise, the potential profits are immense due to the city's dense population and flourishing economy. It is evident that those behind the black market possess considerable power, possibly with high-ranking members of the Alliance aiding in its concealment. Heiyu could not help but marvel at the vibrancy of Kansas City. Only Kaiyu City, the headquarters of the Fengyuan Alliance, could rival it. After several exhausting days of travel, Heiyu chose not to stay up late poring over books, opting instead for a restorative slumber. Adequate rest is the foundation of vibrant energy. Awakening leisurely in the morning, he proceeded to the dining hall to enjoy complimentary meals. Have you heard? The trainer school is enrolling students. One voice exclaimed, "Is that true? I want my child to apply." Another responded, "Indeed. Graduates can participate in the Alliance competition without challenging gyms and even secure a position." Heiyu listened intently, curiosity piqued by the news of gyms and Alliance competitions, prompting him to search for more information online. The trainer school, funded by the Duin Company in collaboration with the official Fengyuan Alliance, primarily enrolls offspring of elite trainers and select gifted civilians. Students have access to meticulously curated curricula and cutting-edge research equipment. Graduates, armed with their diplomas, can gain entry into prestigious clubs or companies, earning them respect and preferential treatment. Naturally, the majority opt for direct entry into the Alliance for employment security. Countless civilians aspire to graduate and secure stable jobs. Of course, for those wishing to continue their travels and adventures, participation in the Alliance competition is also an option, bypassing the need to challenge gyms. Perhaps the future champion, Do Wu, graduated from this very academy? It is no wonder he achieved such success, considering the support from the Duin Company. In recent years, the Duin Company has made substantial investments across the Fengyuan region, establishing various factories and pouring significant funds into the area. Its headquarters in Kansas City boasts a towering structure exceeding 100 floors, clearly indicating a commitment to establishing roots here. Rumor has it that several years ago, when the Duin Company rose to prominence, the Kanto region extended an olive branch. But for reasons unknown, the initiative fizzled out. This is likely due to entrenched social hierarchies. Heiyu quickly grasped the differences among the three regions. Kanto and Johto, as the oldest regions, possess formidable strength. However, the rigidity of their social classes is equally severe, with the Joy and Junsha families' headquarters situated therein. Alongside long-established local powers such as the Yulong family and the Rocket Gang, Should the Duin Company venture recklessly into Kanto, it would undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance, risking ostracism from local forces. However, the Fengyuan region is distinct. While it is also a powerful area, its factions are exceedingly complex. Beyond the alliance's overt control, countless clandestine organizations operate in the shadows, unlike Kanto, where the Rocket Gang reigns supreme. Yet, the Rocket Gang is indeed formidable. Everyone is aware of its nefarious nature. Yet it remains untouchable. Heiyu found this somewhat amusing, yet he harbored a genuine admiration for the cunning leader, Sakamoto. After taking a moment to gather his thoughts and adjust his mood, Heiyu prepared to head to the Kanaz Gym. According to the information he gathered online, the Kanaz Gym specializes in rock-type Pokémon. Water types counter rock types, suggesting that today's gym battle would likely be less daunting than previous encounters. Whistling a cheerful tune, he strolled leisurely toward the Kanaz Gym. The entrance to the Kanaz Gym was quite imposing, crafted from a massive rock as its foundation. According to rumors, transporting this rock required the assistance of powerful Pokémon such as Boscadora, Tyranitar, and even Bangiris. With a solemn demeanor, Heiyu stepped through the grand doors. What? You mean the gym is closed today and not accepting challengers? Heiyu looked at the apologetic staff member, and his fervent enthusiasm was instantly extinguished. The gym staff, hands clasped in apology, explained, "Our former gym leader has just retired, and the new leader, who has only been in office for 2 days, is frequently absent. There is nothing we can do." Ultimately, Heiyu returned to the Pokémon Center in a state of disappointment. Well, since I can't challenge the gym, perhaps exploring other notable places would be worthwhile. The trainer school, perhaps? I wonder if I can visit. Heiyu sifted through the information in his Pokédex, contemplating his next destination. Chapter 34, Trainer School. The Trainer School, indeed a testament to the financial prowess of the Duin Company, boasted a vast campus worthy of an official institution. Strolling through the public areas, Heiyu admired the opulent buildings, playgrounds, and decorations, marveling at the scale of the establishment. According to the map, the school occupied several thousand acres, featuring luxurious battle arenas capable of hosting elite-level Pokémon battles, as well as simulations of various natural environments favored by Pokémon. It was a significant overindulgence for an educational institution to construct such extravagant battle facilities. Heiyu found himself somewhat speechless, especially upon seeing the students' residences, which were individual villas, something he had never encountered before. No wonder so many were determined to gain admission. As he perused the information about the school in his Pokédex, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. A dignified girl in a black skirt and pink tights approached gracefully. "Hello, are you here to schedule a tour of the trainer school? I am a teacher here. Du-Wan." The girl, introducing herself as Du-Wan, extended her hand, her satin-like hair drawing attention. Heiyu quickly reciprocated the gesture, asking, "You are Du-Wan, the gym leader of Kanaz?" "Indeed, but I am also a trainee teacher at the trainer school." Du-Wan replied with a wink and a gentle smile. She was unfazed by being recognized, as the news of the former gym leader's retirement was not a secret, and the information regarding the new leader spread quickly online. Du-Wan, a passionate student of rock-type Pokémon, was rumored to be one of the top graduates from the trainer school last year. Although she had not participated in some official competitions organized by the Alliance, she achieved first place in internal school battles and passed the Alliance's gym leader assessment. Gym leader Du-Wan. Heiyu began hesitantly. "Please, just call me Teacher Du-Wan. This is a school, not a gym," she replied courteously. Heiyu gazed at the poised and elegant Du-Wan and said, "Teacher Du-Wan, I apologize for the inconvenience of you personally receiving me." Although Du-Wan may not mind, Heiyu could not simply take for granted the hospitality of a gym leader. Du-Wan appeared to be around 20 years of age, exuding an air of youthful elegance. "It's no trouble at all, Trainer Heiyu. While I am the gym leader of Kanaz, I am also a scholar and a teacher. It is my duty to welcome you," she said, leading the way with a warm smile. After traversing a long, tree-lined path, they finally arrived at a grand entrance, the true gateway to the trainer school, as the previous area was merely peripheral. Beep beep beep. With a glance at the camera, Du-Wan seemed to be undergoing identity verification. Heiyu felt intrigued. He had not expected to encounter facial recognition technology in this realm. The students at the trainer school, being the next generation of the Alliance, enjoyed access to a plethora of advanced technologies. Noticing the curious gaze of Heiyu, Du-Wan smiled gently and explained. As they stepped through the gates, a vast battleground came into view, teeming with numerous formidable Pokémon exuding an aura of terror. Lizard King, Fire Chicken, Giant Swamp Monster, Cunning Tengu, Shinado, Exploud. These were all high-level and rare Pokémon. Within the school, although some commoners managed to enroll due to their talent, the majority consisted of the privileged offspring of prominent families within the Alliance. These Pokémon were bestowed upon them by their parents as guardians, specifically to protect these children, who lacked any combat prowess. Du-Wan's expression grew slightly awkward as she awkwardly elaborated. Though the Alliance does not formally categorize individuals by status, the various nuances in its systems and daily life undeniably reflect the doctrine of Alliance supremacy. Heiyu, possessing a rather profound demeanor, did not exhibit any peculiar expressions. Instead, he remarked naturally, "I see. With such Pokémon guarding you, the trainer school must be quite safe." Heiyu smiled, seemingly genuinely concerned for the safety of the students. Upon hearing this, Duwon gradually regained her composure. This person surprisingly possessed secondary authority. She wondered which distinguished family he hailed from, though his attire appeared quite modest. Duwon discreetly scrutinized Heiyu, pondering internally. He did not seem like a spoilt second-generation heir, which relieved her slightly. She sincerely wished to avoid engaging in such a reception activity, as her days were already filled with studying, teaching students, and fulfilling her role as a gym trainer. Initially, upon hearing that a trainer with secondary authority was visiting, she assumed he would be yet another extravagant heir. Ever since she took on the role of gym leader, many prominent families within the alliance sought to arrange marriages, with some even pursuing her at the gym. This incessant attention had become quite bothersome for Duwon. Hence, she chose to remain at the school, partly due to her love for academia and the joy of immersing herself in the ocean of knowledge, and partly to evade the pursuits of those extravagant heirs and the pressures of familial matchmaking. She was genuinely weary of dealing with the entanglements of these young scions. Thus her expectations for this reception task were rather low. However, thankfully, the trainer named Heiyu was not the second-generation heir she had imagined. Heiyu remained oblivious to Duwon's inner thoughts. At that moment, his attention was entirely captured by the luxurious dormitories before him. Were these truly student accommodations? He could hardly fathom it. The stark contrast between the opulent school and the dilapidated slums reminded him of a saying from his past life. The rich feast while the poor freeze. He recalled the countless souls in the slums who perished daily from hunger and cold, struggling to secure the basic necessities of life. Meanwhile, the upper echelons of the alliance had long since begun to pursue spiritual indulgences. This sharp dichotomy stirred a complex array of emotions within Heiyu. As they walked, Heiyu's thoughts meandered, quietly following Duwon's lead. Along the way, they passed by areas bustling with people, teachers and students alike, yet regardless of who it was. Upon seeing Duwon beside Heiyu, they all greeted her with great respect. Although Duwon was merely an intern teacher, her dual identity as the gym leader of Kanaz could explain the reverence she commanded. How fortunate these children are, Heiyu mused internally. Almost every student donned extravagant attire, with luxurious pokeballs hanging at their waists, and some even had one or two attendants following them. Heiyu found it hard to believe that, despite the alliance's long-standing reforms, the role of servants still existed. Chapter 35, Duwon. Heiyu, since the school grounds are so vast, shall we take a sightseeing cart? Duwon suggested, hailing a cart meandering within the school. That would be ideal, considering the extravagance of your school, Heiyu replied with a resigned smile. Under Duwon's guidance, Heiyu spent the better part of the day exploring the entire school via the sightseeing cart. As the cart came to a stop at the final destination, Heiyu stepped off, greeted by a sprawling battleground where countless students commanded their Pokémon in simulated battles. Heiyu, this area is designated for students to engage freely in activities and battles. Duwon instinctively raised her voice above the cacophony of colliding skills. Hello. Teacher Duwon. Have you eaten? Teacher Duwon, do you have a boyfriend? May I pursue you? As a popular teacher at the school, Duwon's fame surged after assuming the role of gym leader at Kanaz. She was well known throughout the trainer school, garnering attention and adoration from all the students the moment she appeared. Students, return to your training diligently. I am merely here to show someone around. So let us not tarnish the reputation of our school. Duwon seemed adept at managing the children, effortlessly coaxing them to return to their training with just a few words. It is worth noting that these students were often viewed as mischievous troublemakers by other teachers, each hailing from outrageously affluent backgrounds. Teachers dared not scold or reprimand them. At times, they even had to yield to the students. As the second-generation students dispersed, their gazes occasionally drifted toward Duwon and Heiyu, curiously scrutinizing this enigmatic visitor and speculating on who might warrant Duwon's personal attention. I bet that guy is just a pretty boy, one boy remarked with a hint of disdain. Don't say that. After all, Teacher Duwon is personally attending to him. He might have some background, another student countered, more rationally recognizing that anyone receiving Duwon's attention was certainly not an ordinary individual. Yet the boy remained skeptical, dismissively retorting, "What background? Just look at how plainly he dresses. He lacks any manners. He clearly comes from the countryside." As this comment echoed, the surrounding students exchanged puzzled glances. Indeed, Heiyu's attire did not resemble that of a member of a prominent family. Rather, he looked more akin to a common trainer. Fengchen, since you think so, why not test him? Some students, unable to contain their curiosity, began to encourage. Fengchen, who hailed from a relatively affluent background and had a cousin among the elite four of the Hoenn region, was not a fool either. He could sense the underlying motives of his peers. Just then, a classmate exclaimed, "Hey look, that guy seems to be about to battle Teacher Duwon." Instantly, all attention shifted toward them. Meanwhile, Heiyu remained oblivious to the whispers and conjectures of the students. Even if he were aware, he would likely remain unfazed and undisturbed. as external opinions were merely reflections of others' thoughts. Living one's life based on the perceptions of others is a path destined for sorrow, a belief Hei-Yu had long embraced. Following Du-Wan, he listened attentively as she elaborated on the school's illustrious history. Our trainer school is dedicated to nurturing the Alliance's next generation of pillars, serving the vast populace of the Alliance. Du-Wan's voice grew slightly parched, and she licked her cracked lips. Once she completed her introduction, Hei-Yu suggested, "Teacher Du-Wan, would you be willing to engage in a battle with me, wagering a gym badge?" Du-Wan was momentarily taken aback, and it was only then that she realized the true purpose behind the visit. She jested, "So this is your genuine intention? You came to the school merely to find me, didn't you? As the master of this dojo, I must admit my inadequacy, allowing challengers to pursue me right here on campus." With a self-deprecating smile, Du-Wan acknowledged her own negligence, which had led to the emergence of unfounded rumors online. It was said that she had gained fame at a young age, assuming the role of dojo master before turning 20, and that her virtue did not match her position. "I accept your challenge, Hei-Yu trainer." Du-Wan's eyes gradually filled with a fierce determination, as unyielding as the rock-type Pokémon she represented. "If you don't mind, shall we engage in battle right here? It would serve as an excellent practical lesson for the students." Du-Wan resumed her composed demeanor, speaking softly as she addressed Hei-Yu with her request. "Of course, I have no objections," Hei-Yu replied politely, fully aware that being watched by so many would undoubtedly create immense psychological pressure. However, he needed to prepare for the upcoming Alliance tournament, where the audience would not merely consist of dozens of students, but thousands of spectators. It was wise to build resilience in this regard. "Then let us set the challenge rules to 2v2. Hei-Yu, feel free to switch your Pokémon at will. I will release mine first, and you may choose your counter." Du-Wan gently articulated the rules of the battle, which were nearly identical to those of the Changhua Dojo, indicating it was a challenge of the lowest level. Dojo challenges, of course, had various tiers. The most basic level required no registration fee and allowed the victor to win a badge. A higher tier required a fee of 10,000 Alliance coins, with rewards upon victory. The next tier demanded 50,000 Alliance coins, granting a skill learning machine to the winner. Naturally, the difficulty of each challenge varied, and Hei-Yu was currently engaged in the simplest form. "Come forth, Xiaoquan Shi." A flash of white light revealed a boulder-like creature with arms in the arena. Hei-Yu smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Just as I suspected. The rock-type Pokémon is vulnerable to my two water-type Pokémon. The advantage is mine." Hei-Yu confidently withdrew a Pokeball, and with a flash of light, he summoned Liu, a seemingly fierce creature that hovered just above the ground, its sharp teeth making a grinding sound. At that moment, the students, witnessing the imminent battle, surged forward like a tide, quickly encircling the arena with eager anticipation. However, some voices within the crowd directed scornful taunts at Hei-Yu. "Uft, I thought he was formidable, yet he merely sent out a common Liu. How disappointing." One student sneered, disdain evident in his eyes. Another chimed in mockingly, "Indeed, he hasn't even evolved it into a Jaya Shark, which indicates that this Liu's level is likely low." Some others jeered. Does he truly believe that he can defeat Teacher Du-Wan simply by relying on type advantage? Such naive delusions. He clearly lacks understanding of true battle techniques and strategies. These remarks reached Hei-Yu's ears, yet he merely shrugged them off with indifference. In contrast, Du-Wan became incensed. She cast a glance of apology at Hei-Yu, slightly bending forward in a formal gesture of apology. Turning to the surrounding students, a flicker of anger crossed her composed and elegant features, causing even her ribbon-like hair to sway slightly. The students, as if faced with a formidable adversary, fell silent and refrained from further comment. Chapter 36, Jaya Shark. "Hei-Yu, you may strike first," Du-Wan said, brushing her hair behind her ear. "Xiaoquan Shi will battle Liu. Liu, use focus energy," Hei-Yu commanded, initiating the first move with a strategic buff. Du-Wan softly instructed, "Xiaoquan Shi, use rollout." Xiaoquan Shi curled into a ball, its surface gleaming with a radiant white light. "Liu, use water gun to stop it." Hei-Yu was determined not to allow the opponent to bolster their strength unimpeded. Liu had been accumulating speed with its inherent ability since its appearance, and with water gun, it surged forward like a rocket. The water enveloped its body as it crashed into Xiaoquan Shi, who had yet to complete its buffing process, sending it flying. "Xiaoquan Shi, use rollout." Du-Wan realized that securing a safe buff would be impossible. She immediately unleashed her signature combo, transforming into a stone ball. Xiaoquan Shi rolled across the arena with reckless abandon. "Liu, use Psychic Fang." "Liu, use Ice Fang." "Liu, clamp down." Hei-Yu persistently directed the offensive, while also activating Liu's speed-enhancing ability. However, Xiaoquan Shi was inherently defensive, and the rapid spinning from rollout allowed it to withstand nearly all attacks. With each successive roll, Xiaoquan Shi's power increased, while Liu continued to build its speed. Both Pokémon were accumulating strength. The clash of speed between the acceleration ability and rollout was palpable. "Xiaoquan Shi, use Rock Polish." Du-Wan commanded softly. Hei-Yu thought to himself, "This is bad." Rollout's power intensified with speed, and now with Rock Polish, should it gain velocity, it would become unstoppable. Liu use Water Gun. Heiyu instructed. The two Pokémon engaged in a breathtaking display of speed. To the observers, only two streaks of gray and blue could be seen darting across the arena, moving so swiftly that their forms were nearly indistinguishable. The combination of Liu's speed from its acceleration ability and Water Gun, paired with the rapid rotation from Rollout and the enhancement of Rock Polish, culminated in a series of explosive collisions. The arena echoed with the sound of their fierce encounters. We cannot allow Xiao Quanshi to continue rolling, otherwise its power will only increase, and the longer this drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for me. Liu's acceleration had reached its limit. Further enhancement would risk injury. Heiyu certainly would not jeopardize his Pokémon for a mere battle. Conversely, Duwan's Xiao Quanshi had yet to reach its limit, likely having undergone specialized training to endure prolonged enhancements. Its body could withstand more intense and extended fortification. Liu, unleash your best screech. Liu opened its mouth wide, emitting a deafening cry. Xiao Quanshi. Xiao Quanshi immediately halted its rolling, clutching its head in agony. What an opportunity. Use Water Gun. Heiyu ordered without hesitation. Duwan urgently directed Xiao Quanshi to resume its rolling, but it was too late. Liu, enveloped in water, propelled itself forward with unparalleled speed, akin to a rocket, crashing into Xiao Quanshi. The impact was tremendous. Xiao Quanshi, already worn from its roll and the enhancement of Rock Polish, was struck directly in a critical area, succumbing to the blow and losing consciousness. Its eyes swirling in a daze. How could this be? Teacher Duwan actually lost. This kid must have cheated, right? Perhaps Teacher Duwan was deliberately letting him win. The surrounding students were incredulous, buzzing with disbelief, for in their minds, Duwan, their graduated senior and now their teacher, was invincible. 2 years ago, Duwan was merely a brilliant student captivated by the rock type. Now, she stands as the esteemed leader of the dojo in Kanas City. To declare that Duwan is their faith would not be an exaggeration. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, she has been defeated by a relatively unknown young man of similar age. In the center of the arena, the Liu panted heavily. Yet it felt an exhilarating surge of energy, akin to a deflating balloon bursting forth with vigor. Its body began to radiate a brilliant white light, an evolution light. The surrounding students, who were previously chattering, suddenly fell silent, their mouths agape at the spectacle of the evolving Liu. Even Fengchun, who had been mocking Heiyu, now found himself speechless. As the white light gradually dissipated, a formidable shark head materialized before the crowd, astonishingly without a lower body. Reminiscent of a missile, the JYSH, a ferocious Pokémon of water and dark types, evolved from Liu, was feared as the tyrant of the deep, capable of shattering large ships with its formidable jaws that could regenerate swiftly. Male, standing at 2 meters tall and weighing 90 kilograms. It boasted remarkable development compared to its peers, with an astonishing bite force. It had mastered moves such as Slash, Leer, Bite, Rage, Charge, Feint Attack, Night Slash, Water Gun, Pursuit, Screech, Bluff, Ice Fong, Scary Face, and Poison Fong, along with the inherited move, Psychic Fangs. Heiyu returned the JYSH to its Pokeball, and the Pokédex promptly scanned it, revealing a cascade of information. Finally, the evolution was complete. The JYSH had arrived. A smile graced Duwan's face as she gently said, Heiyu, congratulations on your Liu evolving into JYSH. I must also thank you for your guidance, Duwan, the dojo master. Heiyu replied, bowing slightly in gratitude. Duwan's cheeks flushed. It was her first time being addressed as a master with such respect. Her gaze towards Heiyu unconsciously softened with familiarity. It is but my duty as a dojo master. Now, let us see this Pokémon. With her words, she tossed out a second Pokeball. Xiaobei. A stone-like Pokémon appeared in the center of the arena with a fierce roar. Heiyu's focus sharpened as he thought, just as I suspected. This Pokémon was the Compass Pokémon, Xiaobei. It had appeared, the very Pokémon that Duwan excelled with. The audience erupted in excitement. Why doesn't Duwan use her main Pokémon, the powerful Xiaobei? Someone questioned in confusion. Indeed, this Xiaobei seems to be of a much lower level than even Duwan's secondary team. Others echoed in puzzlement. However, the observing students were unaware that this was a dojo challenge match, still questioning Duwan's choice of Pokémon. After all, Xiaobei's level was indeed lower compared to the titles of dojo trainers. So, Heiyu, which Pokémon will you send out? Duwan smiled charmingly, lacking any airs of a dojo master, resembling more a friendly companion. Heiyu stowed his Pokédex back into his pocket and released JYSH once more. JYSH, I entrust you once again. The massive shark head reappeared in the arena. JY, it roared, its cavernous mouth wide open. Xiaobei, use Thunderbolt. Duwan commanded, and Xiaobei became enveloped in electricity, charging fiercely towards JYSH. Heiyu thought, just as I predicted. He understood that Xiaobei, despite being a rock type, possessed a plethora of electric type moves. The advantage that water and dark types typically held over rock types was rendered null as electric type moves countered water types. JYSH. Use water gun to evade. Heiyu instructed. The already swift JYSH utilized water gun to its fullest, unleashing a powerful stream of water that propelled it forward like a rocket. Though it had no tail, it surged forward like a projectile, creating a wake behind it that attested to its incredible speed. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Bei's attack missed. Xiao Bei. Use discharge. Duan understood the situation and opted for a ranged attack. Brilliant arcs of electricity burst forth from Xiao Bei, forming a lightning stream aimed at the swiftly moving JYSH. With another burst of speed, JYSH dodged the strike, its acceleration trait shining through. A subtle smile crept onto Heiyu's lips. He had chosen to capture Liu precisely for its acceleration ability. In a forum ranking the best traits among hundreds, acceleration consistently placed within the top 10, often even breaking into the top 3. Xiao Bei charged the Electro Ball. Duan seemed unconcerned about the accuracy of her attack, wishing to unleash a powerful move once more. Heiyu was keenly aware that if discharge had missed, Electro Ball was unlikely to connect. JYSH, use Psychic Fangs. Heiyu directed, as JYSH conjured a massive pink phantom, launching it towards Xiao Bei. The attack landed, causing Xiao Bei to stagger in pain. Yet the Electro Ball it had been charging remained intact. JYSH, swim quickly to avoid being targeted. Heiyu urged, observing that the charge was nearing completion. JYSH, propelled by a burst of energy, vanished from sight, leaving only a blue silhouette flashing rapidly across the arena with a trailing stream of water. Electro Ball, fire! Duan commanded confidently. Heiyu sensed something amiss, unable to pinpoint the problem. As Xiao Bei's snout glimmered, the Electro Ball was unleashed. Just as Heiyu thought JYSH would evade once more, it struck with a resounding bang. Heiyu's mouth fell agape in disbelief, muttering, "How is this possible?" The accuracy of Electro Ball was notoriously low, especially considering JYSH's extraordinary speed, barely perceptible to the naked eye. It was absurd that it had been hit. Xiao Bei could detect its target's location through magnetic fields, even in the harshest environments like storms or deserts. Duan discreetly placed her hand behind her back and softly spoke, "I'm not sure why I'm explaining this to you. Perhaps it's the urge to share the truth upon seeing your astonished expression." "I see now. Thank you for your guidance," Heiyu replied, bowing to Duan in realization. Learning and practice, progressing through learning. It seems the only option is to meet force with force, Heiyu resolved. With a flash of white light, the TOL Ingshi appeared. Just claw. Wielding its formidable pincers with pride, the iron claw lobster bore a fierce visage. It unleashed its shell blade. With a robust leap, its stout legs propelled it into the air, raising its claws to reveal a spectral image of the shell blade. In a sudden and powerful downward strike, this devastating attack targeted the sluggish Xiao Bei. Exhausted from previously executing an electromagnetic cannon, Xiao Bei was annihilated in an instant, succumbing to unconsciousness, its eyes swirling in a daze. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes fixated on Heiyu, faces etched with shock and disbelief. Even Duan herself gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape in surprise. How could this be? Xiao Bei was renowned for its defensive prowess. How could it falter so easily? Among the spectators, the student Feng Chun suddenly exclaimed, his voice rife with astonishment and confusion. He had always held disdain for Heiyu, harboring a strong animosity fueled by the condescension of noble families towards ordinary trainers, compounded by jealousy at Duan's warm demeanor towards Heiyu. In his youth, he had once boldly confessed his feelings to Duan, only to be met with a stern reprimand, resulting in her never again smiling in his presence, maintaining a strict teacher-student distance. However, due to the disparity in their roles and the unique shyness of youth, he could only express his dissatisfaction through words. Such is the irrationality of youthful infatuation. Yet now, the unfolding events surpassed his imagination as the once mocked Heiyu triumphed over Duan. Heiyu smiled, unfazed by the astonished reactions around him. Although he feigned indifference to the jests of the students, deep down he took note of the incident, particularly remembering the one who had shouted the loudest. Feng Chun, I shall remember you. Heiyu mused silently. He was never one to embody nobility. He considered himself a petty individual, one who harbors grudges. He merely excelled at concealing his true self. The amalgamation of adaptive traits, the inherent attributes, and the mysterious water droplet item collectively endowed the iron claw lobster's shell blade with such astonishing might. Heiyu, congratulations on your victory in the challenge match. Your Pokémon is truly formidable. I was certainly not as capable at your age. Duan consoled the unconscious Xiao Bei, subsequently withdrawing it into its Pokeball. Before turning to praise Heiyu, this is your proof of success in challenging the gym, the rock badge. Duan extended her hand, revealing a gray-brown badge resting in her palm. The rock badge was adorned with two interlocking triangular stones, symbolizing powerful, rock-like attacks. Chapter 38, Little Ebu. Thank you for your guidance, Gym Leader Duan. After receiving the badge, Heiyu expressed his gratitude. After touring the final area of the trainer school, he departed, intending to complete the gym procedures and battle recordings later. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, he entrusted both of his Pokémon to Nurse Joy, particularly taking care with the newly evolved Jaw Shark. Ding dong. Trainer Heiyu, your Pokémon have been healed. Please check them carefully. Nurse Joy beamed with a gentle smile, her delicate hands presenting the Pokeballs. After politely thanking her, Heiyu left the reception area, unaware that Nurse Joy was watching him with keen interest. Heiyu, the trainer from Changhua City that Xiaolin mentioned needing attention? She mused, while recording Heiyu's Pokémon information and sending the data to the family database. This procedure was second nature to her, having performed it countless times. Back in his room at the Pokémon Center, Heiyu collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted, and soon drifted into slumber. The day's tour and battles had drained him, necessitating rest to recuperate. As night fell, with the moon hanging high in the sky, casting a soft glow, a Pokeball at Heiyu's waist began to tremble. Suddenly, a charming Ibu leapt out, cautiously glancing around, clearly apprehensive of its surroundings. Unable to endure the dark ambience, Ibu promptly burrowed into Heiyu's blankets, its fluffy tail still peeking out, trembling slightly. Suddenly, a cool breeze wafted through, causing Ibu to realize something, and it quickly tucked its tail under the covers. Feeling secure, it curled up, wriggling around until it found a comfortable position and fell asleep. The next day, as Heiyu slowly awoke, he discovered Ibu nestled in his arms. Ibu. Ibu blinked its sleepy eyes, gazing at its master in a dazed manner. Ibu. You can't just jump out like that. You must listen, Heiyu admonished earnestly. Ibu. The little creature displayed a pitiful expression, its tiny arms drooping in front, ears twitching. Do you dislike being in your Pokeball? Heiyu suddenly inquired, prompting Ibu's ears to perk up as it eagerly nodded its small head. Heiyu continued with heartfelt words, but regrettably, little Ibu seemed oblivious, its tearful eyes suggesting it might cry. All right, I'm afraid of you now. From now on, you can stay by my side. Ultimately, Heiyu found himself at the mercy of the little Ibu. Ibu. The small creature appeared victorious, joyfully hopping around. This lively scene brought a smile to Heiyu's lips. After resolving his lunch, Heiyu ventured to the store to procure a batch of berries, for the creation of energy cubes could not be neglected. Today, he planned to produce energy cubes that enhance beauty and fur smoothness, aptly named Smooth. The Smooth Energy Cube was a beginner's recipe from the notes of Teacher Meta. Its purpose was to elevate a Pokemon's beauty and fur smoothness, making it particularly suitable for performance-type Pokemon, especially those used in films, where production teams often purchased Smooth Energy Cubes in bulk. He arranged the various materials on the table, releasing the mushroom he had captured in Changhua Forest. The other two had been sold in the black market yesterday, leaving him with this one possessing a healing trait and having inherited the move Absorb Punch. After some friendly negotiation, the mushroom willingly shed its spores. Heiyu placed a blue berry into the grinder, blending it into juice before transferring it to the production machine, carefully adding the various materials in succession. The resulting energy cube took on a muddy consistency, which he then placed into molds to shape into cubes. At this stage, he could experiment with adding some spices to enhance its appeal to the little Pokemon. Finally, Heiyu placed the energy cubes into the baking machine. Phew! Success on the 17th attempt. It seems that crafting lifestyle-type energy cubes is relatively easy, Heiyu remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Holding the golden-purple energy cube in his hand, he felt a warm, smooth sensation. Breaking off a small piece and placing it in his mouth. Its flavor unfolded on his tongue, a hint of sweetness emerging. It should be sweet with a slight bitterness. This product is not sweet enough and lacks any bitterness. Heiyu critiqued the energy cube he had just created. Given that this is the inaugural endeavor in crafting this particular item, some discrepancies are to be expected. One merely needs to enhance proficiency over time. Seizing the moment, Heiyu diligently maintained the momentum from before and continued the production process. After an entire afternoon, more than 20 energy cubes were completed. Arranging them in boxes of 8 yielded 3 boxes, with 1 cube remaining. Come here, Ibu. Heiyu gently called out to Ibu, who was timidly hiding in a corner. Upon hearing his master's voice, Ibu sprang up with excitement, deftly catching the delectable energy cube. Don't be disheartened, Ibu. I was just a bit busy. Now I have time to play with you. Heiyu comforted, tenderly stroking Ibu's soft fur. Ibu joyfully wriggled in Heiyu's embrace, seeking a comfortable position and emitting cheerful sounds. Ibu. Glancing out the window, Heiyu noticed the sun gradually descending, marking the onset of evening. Rising from his seat, he smiled at Ibu and said, "Let us take a stroll outside, Ibu. The evening scenery is quite beautiful." Carefully cradling Ibu, he prepared to step out. Before leaving, Heiyu made sure to stow the energy cube production machine from the table into his space backpack, ensuring everything was tidy and orderly. As they exited the Pokémon Center, the once desolate street had transformed into a bustling scene, with office workers flooding the streets, eager to return home after a long day. Simultaneously, shops began illuminating their lights, ready to welcome the night. Heiyu and Ibu walked side by side along the roadside, with Ibu's bright, curious eyes darting about, taking in the unfamiliar yet fascinating world. This was Ibu's first venture onto the streets, and it was filled with exuberance. Suddenly, a car zoomed past, accompanied by the rush of wind. Ibu. Startled, Ibu leaped in fright, quickly darting behind Heiyu, clutching his pant leg with its fluffy little paws, seeking solace in the safety of its master. Ha ha ha, there's no need to fear, Ibu. Just be careful not to wander onto the road. The boy and his little Ibu played about on the street. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their laughter echoed far and wide. Chapter 39, The Breeders' Guild. The following morning, Heiyu rose early after a long day of crafting energy cubes and a late night at the night market. He headed to the dining area with several Pokémon, ordering a variety of dishes before indulging in a hearty meal. Good morning, Miss Joy, Heiyu exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon spotting Miss Joy in the restaurant. She appeared somewhat downcast, her expression distant, only responding to his greeting with a hurried acknowledgement. Ah, hello, Trainer Heiyu. Recognizing Heiyu as a rare second-tier authority, she engaged with him readily. Eager to foster a closer relationship, Heiyu approached her table with his plate. Miss Joy, would you mind if I sat across from you? He inquired, noticing the weariness etched on her face. Of course, it is your prerogative. Once granted permission, he sat down, looking at her with concern. Miss Joy, have you been experiencing insomnia? Forgive my rudeness, but you appear quite fatigued. Heiyu expressed with genuine worry. Miss Joy instinctively touched her face, then managed a wry smile. In a few days, I will be taking the breeder certification exam and have been burning the midnight oil to study. Heiyu was taken aback. Breeder certification? After further inquiry, he learned that in Canas City, there exists a breeders' guild, primarily for assessing apprentices aiming to become breeders. More significantly, it serves as a platform for breeders to communicate and share knowledge. Additionally, the guild collects an array of precious herbs. Heiyu, I recall you are an adventurer, often venturing into the wild. If you come across rare herbs, consider selling them to the breeders' guild. Miss Joy enthused about the guild, her previous weariness fading as she spoke. This was the first time Heiyu had heard of the breeders' guild, and he marveled at Canas City's abundance of resources. Recognizing it as one of the most prosperous cities in the Hoenn region, he pondered the lack of information available online about the guild, attributing it to the league's restrictions on access to knowledge. Ordinary citizens were not permitted to engage with such valuable information. After hastily finishing breakfast and bidding farewell to the agitated Miss Joy, Heiyu returned to his room. He accessed the league's database, entered the library password for the Chunghua Gym, and sifted through thousands of books to find references to the Breeders' Guild. Indeed, his most significant gains were the second-tier authority and access to the Chunghua Library. Heiyu had already experienced the conveniences of his second-tier status, and now the library's resources shattered the barriers of information. The Breeders' Guild originated over a century ago. Initially formed by individuals from various professions who shared a passion for Pokémon, they included Pokémon masseurs, caregivers, and trainers. The primary role of breeders is to develop tailored training regimens for Pokémon and produce energy cubes. Heiyu was engrossed in the extensive documentation, ultimately filtering out most of the material until only the information about the Breeders' Guild remained. The guild is a crucial component of the league, standing alongside the Pokémon Center, League Police Bureau, League Investigators, and the various city gyms, collectively known as the league's 5 major organizations. The emblem of the league, featuring 1 large symbol and 5 smaller ones, represents the league's headquarters and these 5 organizations. It is said that each regional league headquarters, such as the Quartz Plateau in Kanto, the Silver Mountain in Johto, and the Colorful City in Hoenn, is accompanied by a breeders' guild. This signifies the guild's esteemed status. Breeders have undeniably played an essential role in the league's development, significantly contributing to its progress and reform. Heiyu marveled at the rich history of breeders. He was surprised that Madame Meta had never shared this knowledge with him, not that he suspected her of withholding information. He mused that even teachers might be unaware of such details, given their often informal training backgrounds. Madame Meta had imparted so much to him. Although breeders do not prioritize inheritance as alchemists do, the handwritten notes she passed down reflected her regard for him. Heiyu held no doubts about her intentions. Is the Breeders' Guild in Canas City hosting a certification exam in 3 days? He recalled Miss Joy's words, a sense of excitement bubbling within him. Though obtaining certification would not affect his ability to craft energy cubes, it would certainly be beneficial. The league offers considerable support for breeders, and if he could travel under the title of a novice breeder, he would enjoy various privileges and social standing. After a brief review of past exam content, he felt prepared. For the next 3 days, Heiyu remained in his room at the Pokémon Center, even as little Ibu tugged at his pant leg, attempting to coax him outside, but Heiyu firmly refused. Be a good Ibu. Once I become a breeder, I will make you even more delicious energy cubes. You wouldn't want to miss out on those in the future, would you? Heiyu earnestly imparted wisdom to Xiao Ibu, allowing him to comfortably peruse his books and review his knowledge. 3 days later, Heiyu rose early. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Hall, he was struck by the bustling crowd, far more lively than usual, and could not help but feel a sense of reflection. It seemed that the assessment by the Breeder Association had indeed attracted a substantial number of individuals. While some may not be here for the assessment, they undoubtedly had their own motives. The only conjecture Heiyu could make was that they were seeking to recruit talent, as each novice breeder is a veritable gem, a strategic asset. No company, family, or organization would overlook a breeder. As expected, this time of year consistently sees the emergence of new breeders, making it an opportune moment for talent acquisition. To his surprise, Miss Joy was absent. It appeared she had already departed for the Breeder Association. Heiyu's gaze fell upon the Pokémon front desk, where the attendant was not Miss Joy but a charming nurse. Even someone like Miss Joy, who enjoyed a secure position and hailed from a prestigious family, sought to take the breeder assessment, underscoring the allure of this profession. Even those within the system are striving for advancement. After reflecting on this, Heiyu exited the Pokémon Center, summoned a vehicle using his Pokédex, and set off towards the Breeder Association. Chapter 40, Breeder. The entrance to the Breeder Association was teeming with people, with frequent entries and exits of individuals adorned with sun emblems on their chests. Those around cast envious and reverent glances at these individuals, for they were all certified breeders recognized by the Alliance. Among the throng, a black-haired youth accompanied by an EV stepped forward with deliberate grace. "Greetings. Please present your Alliance identity card." Upon entering, Heiyu was halted by a guard, and only after scanning his identity with the Pokédex was he allowed to proceed. Once inside the Breeder Association, he quickly realized that the crowd was substantial, with breeders comprising only a minority. The majority were Alliance trainers. After all, every trainer relies on the assistance of energy blocks, and while those available externally are functional, those within the Breeder Association are often of superior quality. Some affluent trainers even commission esteemed breeders to customize energy blocks for their Pokémon, an expense that is beyond measure. Wealth alone is insufficient. One must also have connections to enlist the services of those master breeders. Let me check the map, Heiyu muttered as he approached a corner map, scrutinizing it closely. The Breeder Association comprised 5 levels. The first level was a public area and sales zone. The second level was the assessment area. The former only required basic identification for entry, primarily providing a trading platform for the general public to conveniently purchase energy blocks. The latter was specifically designated for assessing apprentice breeders. As for the upper 3 levels, they were inaccessible to ordinary individuals, reserved solely for breeders, thus imposing a barrier to entry. Observing the bustling marketplace on the first floor, Heiyu murmured to himself, "Such a splendid opportunity must not be missed. It is the perfect time to seek out rare medicinal herbs." He quickly began to explore the first floor hall. Is that a shedding fruit? It accelerates the shedding process for serpent-type Pokémon. Hiss, could this be a sand-scale fruit? A million-value fruit just lying here. Goodness. There's even a formula for intermediate energy blocks. After his exploration, Heiyu greatly expanded his horizons, discovering resources that were rarely seen outside, yet were quite ordinary here. No wonder so many breeders congregated in this place. After surveying the area and feeling somewhat numbed by the experience, Heiyu turned to ascend to the second floor. For the primary purpose of his visit was the assessment. Entering the elevator, he noted the anxious expressions of many around him. These individuals appeared to be there for the assessment, he surmised silently. Among the crowd, he even spotted an elderly gentleman with gray hair and a beard. Upon inquiry, he learned that this gentleman was also there for the assessment. I've taken the assessment hundreds of times. I'm quite familiar with it. I've heard that this year's difficulty has been lowered. Perhaps I might have a chance, the old man chuckled, stroking his graying beard, which alleviated the tense atmosphere in the elevator. Heiyu regarded the elder with respect, and when the elevator doors opened, they all spilled out. "Greetings, everyone. Those here for the breeder assessment, please fill out the form here, queue orderly, and avoid crowding. Today, we have a larger number of candidates, so we appreciate your understanding." A staff member smiled warmly, politely guiding the crowd. Heiyu queued with the others, adhering to a principle of neither standing out nor lagging behind, and after completing the form, he found a seat in the corridor to sit casually. The passers-by held forms and cards, which served as their identification and examination permits. Heiyu chuckled at the thought of having an examination permit in the Pokémon world. Soon, as time progressed, the floor began to fill with people, engaged in hushed discussions. Beep beep beep. The first round of written assessments is about to commence. As individuals entered the examination room sequentially, Heiyu followed suit according to his examination permit number. The room was modest in size, containing dozens of desks spaced apart. For surveillance cameras were installed in the corners, scanning the room comprehensively, while 2 expressionless invigilators sat at the front and back. With a hint of nervousness, Heiyu took a seat in the front row. Once everyone was settled, silence enveloped the room as they began to answer questions. The first round comprised basic inquiries, a simple assessment of the candidate's knowledge reserves. After all, thousands of individuals take the assessment each month. If each were assessed individually, it would be overwhelming. Thus, this round also served as a filtering stage. Only those who passed would advance to the next level of assessment. According to official announcements, this round would eliminate over 90% of the candidates. As for its difficulty, it varied from person to person. What flavor is derived from crushing Lingtian fruit and Faina fruit and mixing the juice? He recalled it being somewhat salty, with a hint of sourness. The ABO snake sheds its skin annually. What are the intervals for the 3 shedding phases? It should be 7 days, 30 days, and 6 months. Which Pokémon can learn Quick Attack nowadays? It should include Feng Sudog, Lucario, and Pidgeot. Additionally, Shiwen Bear and Hakron can inherit it genetically. As Heyu swiftly answered the questions, he inevitably encountered some he did not know, as he was merely a newcomer who had studied for a year. Unlike those Saiyans raised in knowledgeable families, the breeder assessment tests the breadth of one's knowledge reserves. No matter how talented one is, without sufficient time to learn, it is difficult to excel. Unfortunately, Heyu's knowledge reserves were indeed a significant shortcoming. However, he believed he could at least pass, not being eliminated. Heyu had a general estimate of his performance. Over 2 hours passed, and the answer sheet was densely filled. Heyu rubbed his somewhat sore wrist and glanced around. The majority of the candidates were sweating profusely, their faces filled with confusion and anxiety. Out of more than 40 individuals in the classroom, only a handful had completed the exam. Soon, the assessment time concluded. In 3 hours, most candidates hadn't even finished the test. After hastily reviewing his answers, Heyu submitted his paper along with the others. Once the classroom emptied, the 2 invigilators began collecting the test papers. When they reached Heyu's paper, one of them remarked in surprise, "Oh, this candidate is only 17 years old and already participating in the assessment. How rare." Another invigilator responded, "Perhaps they are descendants of a prominent family? They have received various forms of education and training since childhood, so it is not surprising for them to be taking exams at this age." However, Heyu remained oblivious to the uniqueness of his age in this assessment. At that moment, he was wandering in the hall on the first floor. Suddenly, a wave of cheers erupted. "Hello, Master Duwan." Following this, more voices joined in the fervent applause. "Aw, it is Master Duwan. Master Duwan has also come to recruit for the Nurturing Guild. Look over here, Master Duwan. I am your devoted fan." Heyu curiously gazed at the enthusiastic fans. Hearing their excited shouts stirred something within him. Master Duwan had indeed arrived here. The image of the enchanting teacher clad in a black gown appeared involuntarily in his mind. Chapter 41, Announcement of Results. Master Duwan must be here to recruit for her dojo, Heyu thought as he was jostled out of the crowd and retreated to a corner. A dojo, after all, cannot be staffed solely by the dojo master. In addition to some standard personnel from the league, the dojo master must find ways to recruit apprentices and various other staff. As expected, when surrounded by the crowd, Master Duwan raised her hand, and the throng fell silent. The authority of a dojo master is indeed formidable. Everyone present is a talent of the Alliance and a resident of Karna City. As the dojo is about to open, we urgently seek various talents. If any of you have ideas. Although Master Duwan was young, her eloquence was impeccable, employing a first-rate approach to attract talent. Heyu quietly listened to all this and noticed Miss Qiao Yi in the corner, who had just rushed over to greet him. "Good morning, Miss Qiao Yi," she replied with her usual warmth. Even as the majority of attention was drawn to Master Duwan, a group of men still surrounded her. Upon seeing Heyu approach, the men immediately displayed hostility. Heyu chose not to provoke them, greeting Miss Qiao Yi with a smile before distancing himself, opting to leave the Nurturing Guild via the staircase rather than the crowded elevator. The results would be announced the following day. He thought it a perfect time to look up information on past assessments. Embracing his EV, Heyu returned to the Pokémon Center. With most of the crowd lured to the Nurturing Guild, the hall now appeared somewhat desolate. Heyu quietly returned to his room, continuing to review the assessment material. That night, as Heyu's eyelids grew heavy with sleep, he was suddenly startled awake by a chime from his Pokédex. He hurriedly opened it. "Esteemed Trainer Heyu, you have passed the basic examination of the Nurturing Guild. Please come tomorrow to participate in the assessment." A smile unconsciously crept onto Heyu's lips. Although his knowledge base was a disadvantage, his reincarnation had granted him an extraordinary memory. He hoped for a smooth outcome the next day. After receiving the news, Heyu peacefully drifted off to sleep. However, it was certain that many would struggle to find rest that night in the hotels of Karna City, including the Pokémon Center. A basic examination would eliminate 90% of the candidates. This illustrates the difficulty of becoming a nurturer under the League's monopoly on knowledge. It is nearly impossible for commoners to achieve this status. Had Heyu not attained the League's secondary privileges and the investment from Changhua Dojo, he too might have missed the opportunity. As I turned the pages of the League's history, each one recounted the splendor and glory of its establishment. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and on the floor, I discerned 2 words from the text: consuming people. Heyu inexplicably recalled a saying from his past life, uttering it with a hint of sarcasm. On the following morning, the number of individuals at the Nurturing Guild had diminished. Heyu entered the hall and no longer felt it was crowded. After presenting his identification and the text message confirming his acceptance to the Trainers Guild, A staff member escorted Heiyu to a small room on the second floor. This is the waiting room. When your name is called, you may enter for your individual assessment. The middle-aged man pointed to a small door inside, indicating that it led to the examination room. The small room housed few people. Besides Heiyu, there were only 4 others. However, 2 of them surprised him. One was Miss Xiao Yi from the Pokémon Center, and the other was the elderly gentleman he had encountered in the elevator the previous day. Good morning, Miss Xiao Yi. Good morning, sir. Heiyu greeted them with a smile as he took a seat beside them. The last individual, a young man in his 20s whom Heiyu did not recognize, received a nod of acknowledgement. When out in public, one cannot maintain a perpetually stern demeanor. It is beneficial to cultivate one's image and expand one's network. However, the young man seemed unappreciative. He disdainfully turned his gaze away with a huff, coldly facing the other direction. Heiyu paid little mind to this, turning to observe the room and initiating conversation with the elderly gentleman. Sir, may I ask how old you are? Why are you still here for the assessment? Heiyu was curious. The elderly man's attire suggested he hailed from a wealthy background, and at his age, one would expect him to be enjoying retirement rather than seeking challenges. I am but 80 years old, the perfect age to venture out, the elderly gentleman replied, his complexion rosy and his demeanor cheerful. Goose, goose, goose. This remark elicited laughter from Miss Xiao Yi, who gently explained to Heiyu. You must not take Grandpa Fu's words too seriously. He is here for the assessment to avoid taxes. Heiyu felt a flicker of curiosity. After some inquiry, he learned that this elderly gentleman was a shareholder of a nearby battle club and was by no means short of money. His motive for taking the assessment was solely to evade the hefty inheritance tax. According to the laws of the Pokémon League, substantial taxes must be paid for one's estate to be passed on to heirs after death. However, by becoming a nurturer, one could obtain a series of benefits, including exemption from various taxes. Heiyu admired the elderly gentleman, thinking to himself, what an impressive feat to be pursuing challenges at 80. While they conversed, several more candidates entered, most appearing to be around 30 years of age. The group naturally engaged in conversation, with Miss Xiao Yi serving as a mediator, alleviating any tension among them. After all, the essence of the assessment was selection, not elimination, so they did not view each other as competitors. Heiyu seized this opportunity to learn about the others. The majority had attempted the assessment multiple times. Inevitably, he was questioned as well, for he appeared remarkably young, hardly seeming to be an adult. What? You are only 17? Truly remarkable. Grandpa Fu exclaimed in astonishment. Others cast surprised glances in his direction. Miss Xiao Yi's eyes widened as she blinked, contemplating how she would relay Heiyu's information back to her family. This young man had an appealing appearance, and if he were to perform well in this assessment, even if he did not become a nurturer, he could still be a valuable asset. Subconsciously, Miss Xiao Yi assessed Heiyu's chances of passing the assessment as slim. After all, while it was possible for someone at 17 to pass the basic nurturing assessment, such instances were rare and predominantly monopolized by established nurturing families. Across all regions, the number of successful candidates each year rarely exceeded 3. As for how to court him, it was certainly not her role to take direct action. As the esteemed Miss Xiao Yi of Karna City, a crucial urban hub, she was undoubtedly a direct descendant of her family. Her future would inevitably involve alliances with other families. It would be unthinkable for her to lower herself to pursue a trainer without a background, unless Heiyu proved to be an extraordinary genius, a once-in-a-century talent. Thus, any attempt to attract Heiyu would likely come from a collateral branch of the family. I recall my cousin from Guame Town is of a marriageable age, perhaps? Miss Xiao Yi was deep in thought, maintaining her gentle and elegant demeanor on the surface. Chapter 42. The examination is underway. After a brief wait, the number of individuals in the room grew steadily. Finally, a staff member entered and remarked, "It seems there are many candidates this year, and quite a few unfamiliar faces." Scanning the room, he turned to Grandfather Fu and said, "Ah, an old acquaintance. We just saw each other last month, didn't we, Grandfather Fu?" This lighthearted jest alleviated some of the tension among the crowd. The first to undergo the examination was Xiao Yi-chan. It was uncertain whether this was random or a deliberate favor from the Cultivator Association. But Miss Xiao Yi found herself as the first candidate. Indeed, while she appeared somewhat anxious, she gracefully lifted her skirt and slowly entered the examination room. You needn't worry. You were just a hair's breadth away from success last time. With your knowledge, you will surely excel, the staff member reassured her. As Miss Xiao Yi departed, the atmosphere among the remaining candidates grew awkward, and the room fell into an oppressive silence, where even the sound of breathing was distinctly audible. Before long, Miss Xiao Yi emerged, beaming with a smile that suggested her spirits were exceptionally high. It seemed she had succeeded in the examination, Blackhew mused inwardly. The examination required everyone to finish before anyone could leave, so Miss Xiao Yi quietly returned to her seat, awaiting the completion of the assessments for all. However, this time, she appeared much more relaxed, her expression even bearing a hint of pride. Grandfather Fu, it's your turn now, the staff member chuckled. After all, This elder was a familiar face, attending the examination every month. Not long after, he emerged looking somewhat disheveled, briefly feeling downcast before quickly regaining his composure, as repeated failures had likely prepared him for this. Having lived for 80 years, his mental fortitude was certainly commendable. Shortly thereafter, a rather arrogant young man entered the examination room, and Black Yu recognized him as one of the earlier candidates. "Grandfather Fu, do you know who he is? He seems to look down on us." Black Yu couldn't help but inquire. That one. Allegedly the grandson of a mid-level cultivator, said to possess some talent in cultivation. At just 22 years old, he came close to passing last year. Grandfather Fu responded with a smile, though hesitated to continue. "However, I've heard he can be quite arrogant and prefers not to associate with ordinary folk like us. But don't let it bother you. Those from cultivator families tend to be that way." Black Yu nodded thoughtfully, realizing that having a mid-level cultivator as a backing could elevate one's status significantly, with high-level cultivators often serving as heads of regional associations. In places like Kansas City, it was common for association heads to be merely mid-level cultivators. Yet, this did not preclude one from becoming a cultivator. It was puzzling what he had to be proud of. Black Yu felt little fondness for someone who didn't even bother to feign humility. The examination continued, and in just half an hour, several candidates emerged, their expressions revealing that they had likely failed, casting a shadow over those still awaiting their turn. Next, Black Yu. Upon hearing his name, Black Yu stood up, drawing the attention of the crowd. Being the youngest present, most merely glanced at him, quickly forming their judgments. He was simply too young. Surely, he would fail. Haha. Little brother Black Yu, do your best. Grandfather Fu encouraged with a warm smile. As Black Yu entered the room, he caught the disdainful gaze of the arrogant youth. Black Yu understood the source of the young man's irritation. It stemmed from the latter's own failure. Initially, many had believed that after coming so close last year, he would succeed this time, only to be disappointed once more. Hence, the atmosphere around the arrogant youth was notably frigid, his demeanor dark and forbidding, deterring others from approaching him. The disdainful looks directed at Black Yu were likely fueled by the belief that someone younger than him could not possibly succeed. Black Yu chose not to engage with him, refusing to allow someone's negativity to dampen his spirits for the examination. Greetings to the esteemed examiners. As he entered the room, he was met by 3 examiners, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman with graying hair. The elder served as the chief examiner. "You must be Black Yu. I am Fei Jing, the chief examiner for this assessment. The 2 gentlemen beside me are registered junior cultivators with the association, and we 3 will oversee your examination," the elderly man stated solemnly. "It is an honor to meet Master Fei Jing and the 2 esteemed seniors." Black Yu replied politely with a bow. "Given your young age, should you fail the examination, do not feel disheartened. There will be many opportunities ahead. We will first ask you a few simple questions, so please take a seat," the middle-aged man on the left said, offering some comfort. After all, each year, a few candidates from various regions could not withstand the pressure of failure and tragically took their own lives. They certainly did not wish for such an incident to occur within the Kansas City Cultivator Association. Black Yu obediently sat down, showing no signs of trepidation, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. For the first question, how many grams of silver powder can be extracted from the hunting butterfly and the poison powder moth? Silver powder is an essential item that amplifies the power of bug-type moves. Black Yu lowered his head, pondering for a moment before responding. This depends on the strength of the Pokémon. If we take a level 30 Pokémon as an example, one can extract 3 grams from the hunting butterfly and 2 grams from the poison powder moth. However, there may be some variation depending on the individual Pokémon. The examiners exchanged satisfied glances before continuing to inquire. "Do you know why the silver powder extracted from the poison powder moth is generally less than that from the hunting butterfly?" Black Yu contemplated for a few seconds before slowly raising his head to respond. "This is due to the poison attribute of the poison powder moth. The silver powder extracted from its body must undergo special processing to remove the toxins, which inevitably leads to some loss." Through a series of questions and answers, Black Yu responded to several inquiries, some of which were more obscure. While he managed to answer some, there were others he had no knowledge of. After all, he had only studied for a year, and his knowledge base paled in comparison to those who had been learning for several years or even decades. Nevertheless, Black Yu's responses still astonished the 3 examiners, as achieving such proficiency at the age of 17 was truly exceptional. Last year, the average age of successful candidates in the cultivator examination was 31. "Well done. You answered these questions remarkably well. We will grade you based on your recorded responses," the examiner on the right said, gesturing towards a nearby camera. "Creating energy cubes is an essential skill for cultivators. Now, please prepare a basic energy cube, making the one you are most proficient at and showcasing your best work," the chief examiner instructed, pointing to an energy cube machine in the corner. Black Yu slowly rose and approached, observing a variety of energy cube machines, including the latest model produced by a prominent company. Selecting the one he was most familiar with, he returned to the table. "Esteemed examiners, I require black tree fruits, the feathers of a prideful swallow, the fur of a lazy otter, and a black ring flower." Black planned to create an energy cube that would enhance the physical attributes of general-type Pokémon. The examiners nodded and instructed a nearby staff member to fetch the materials from the association's storage. Before long, all the necessary components were laid out on the table. Chapter 43, The Talented Cultivator. Heiyu took a slow, deep breath and methodically placed the materials into the machine for processing. He prioritized the extraction of materials that required special treatment, meticulously controlling the sequence, quantity, and timing of each step. His operations flowed seamlessly, devoid of any superfluous actions. Several examiners nodded appreciatively, their eyes gleaming as if they were beholding a treasure. The process involved removing impurities, crushing the materials into a paste, grinding them finely, separating and merging the components, adding spices, simulating the shaping, and finally drying and solidifying the mixture. Every step was executed flawlessly, and as the energy cube took form, Heiyu added a special ingredient to enhance its aroma. Within a mere 10 minutes, an energy cube rolled out from the machine's outlet. The examiners were visibly astonished, abandoning all pretense of decorum as they approached Heiyu, eagerly examining the energy cube. Its luster is brilliant, its exterior smooth, and its fragrance is intoxicating. Truly a premium product, remarked a middle-aged examiner. The venerable Master Faging, more direct in his approach, produced a tool and scraped off a small piece of the energy cube, savoring it with great delight. Incredible, he murmured. With the examiners expressing their approval, the other two joined in with exuberant praise. Indeed, although your theoretical knowledge may be a tad lacking, your age speaks volumes. Your skill in crafting energy cubes is truly exceptional. Young one, we have unanimously decided to pass you as a junior cultivator. From this day forth, you shall be a junior cultivator in the Karnazi Guild, a 17-year-old junior cultivator. While this honor is bestowed upon a few each year, it is typically among thousands of cities across several regions. Furthermore, most junior cultivators possess a hint of mediocrity or rely on their backgrounds to secure their passage. Few, like Heiyu, earn their place solely through merit. Little one, from this day forward, you are one of us. This is your certification of passing the examination. Master Faging produced a sun emblem, its brightness muted compared to the one he wore on his chest. Inscribed in small letters below were the words Junior Cultivator. This emblem signified that its bearer could enjoy a series of privileges and benefits exclusive to cultivators. It is more valuable than the direct lineage status from the Alliance. Young one, do come visit the guild often and share your thoughts with us old fellows. After expressing his gratitude, Heiyu exited the room under the admiring gazes of the examiners, now proudly adorned with the cultivator's emblem on his chest. Upon leaving, he first laid eyes on the arrogant young man, whose expression remained sour, evidently still brooding over his failure in the examination. As he prepared to mock Heiyu, his eyes fell upon the emblem hanging from Heiyu's chest, rendering him speechless, his words lodged in his throat. How can this be? A gasp echoed through the small room, capturing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to notice the emblem adorning Heiyu's chest. No way am I seeing things. A 17-year-old junior cultivator. Please, do come visit my humble abode. I have a beautiful granddaughter of 18. Elder Fushan remained the most composed among them, yet his astonishment was palpable. His words shattered the stillness, igniting a flurry of discussions as the crowd eagerly surrounded Heiyu, curious and inquisitive. Goodness, it truly is a cultivator's emblem. Heaven help me. What have I been doing these past 20 years? Meanwhile, Miss Qiao Yi, who had initially appeared joyous, was now overtaken by shock, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, her rosy cheeks reflecting her incredulity. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly, and her heart raced as the word achievement flashed through her mind. She yearned for progress. If the former Heiyu had not been worth her attention, the current Heiyu was more than enough to compel her to lower herself. She longed to open her Pokémon encyclopedia and relay the news to her family, but alas, all communication devices had been confiscated during the examination. Nevertheless, Miss Qiao Yi gracefully rose and walked towards Heiyu. Meanwhile, the proud young man, relying on his intermediate cultivator grandfather, sat slumped in his seat, disbelief etched across his face. Just then, a figure clad in a nurse's uniform approached Miss Qiao Yi. He assumed she was coming to offer him consolation, given his grandfather's esteemed reputation in Karnazi City. However, as he forced a smile, he was taken aback when Miss Qiao Yi, like everyone else, lavished praise upon Heiyu. He felt overlooked. At that moment, he sensed that everyone around him was mocking him. The compliments once directed at Heiyu now transformed into derision aimed at him. Prior to the examination, he had boasted confidently that he would succeed in becoming a cultivator that day. Yet, contrary to his expectations, not only had he failed to achieve his goal, but he had also witnessed the rise of another prodigy. His thoughts were muddled, and he was oblivious to his surroundings until, after a considerable time had passed, and the room had mostly emptied, he was jolted back to reality by a staff member. Upon regaining his senses, his face flushed crimson, and disregarding the stares of others, he hastily rose and fled the Cultivators Guild in a state of embarrassment. A 17-year-old junior cultivator. The emergence of a genius once more. This news swiftly dominated the headlines in Karnazi City. The name Heiyu became well known throughout the city and the circle of cultivators. As such, prodigies only appeared a few times each year. Meanwhile, in the guild, President Feijing sat at his desk, engrossed in the day's newly published alliance headlines, a smile never leaving his face. Just then, a staff member rushed in, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. Breathing heavily, the staff member exclaimed, "President!" A call from the headquarters of the Cultivators Association. Upon hearing this, President Feijing promptly set aside the newspaper, adjusted his attire and expression, and answered the phone. "Hello? Yes. Yes. I assure you, we will not disappoint the Alliance's nurturing and the headquarters' expectations," he replied respectfully into the receiver. After hanging up, the joy on President Feijing's wrinkled face was impossible to conceal. His hands trembled with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with elation. The call from the Cultivators' headquarters had confirmed an additional allocation of resources for the second half of the year to the Karnazi City branch. The Cultivators Guild of Karnazi City was now prosperous. Chapter 44, Xiao Yichun. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Heiyu fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, he found his doorway cluttered with a multitude of notes. "Goodness, these are all contact details," Heiyu exclaimed. His face darkened as he noticed the doorframe covered in notes, among which he spotted contact information from the Karnazi gym. After clearing the notes, Heiyu took his Pokémon and headed downstairs to the restaurant for a meal. "Hey, have you heard? That genius cultivator Heiyu is staying at the Pokémon Center." "Really? I heard he's only 17. It would be amazing to get to know him." Heiyu sat quietly, eating his meal while listening to others discuss him, feeling relieved that they did not know his appearance. Otherwise, he feared he would once again be the center of attention, just as he had been at the Cultivators Guild the previous day. "Greetings, Heiyu trainer. Would you mind if I take a seat here?" Miss Joy, dressed in a nurse's uniform, spoke with a radiant smile. Heiyu glanced around, noting that no one else was paying attention, and nodded. "May I ask, Miss Joy, is there something you wish to discuss?" Heiyu felt a subtle sense of foreboding. As anticipated, Miss Joy spoke in a gentle tone, saying, "There's no need to be so formal. We met just yesterday, did we not? You can simply call me Joy-chan." Heiyu suddenly realized and exclaimed, How could I forget to congratulate you, Miss Joy, on becoming a breeder?" Joy-chan shot Heiyu a playful glance and chuckled. "Not at all. I am nearly 25, and cannot compare to your remarkable talent." Heiyu was taken aback. Miss Joy appeared far younger than her stated age, as their appearance rarely changed. Whether it was genetics or some secret, their aging process was exceedingly slow. "Heiyu, would you be interested in joining the Joy family?" Just as their conversation was flowing pleasantly, Miss Joy could no longer contain her curiosity. Heiyu paused mid-bite, his heart racing at the earnest look in her eyes. That expression was undeniably captivating. Even a man could hardly refuse such a pitiful plea. "Are you suggesting a marriage proposal?" Heiyu cautiously inquired. "Indeed, your news reached the family yesterday, and they sent me to win you over. I felt it inappropriate to keep you in the dark, so I wanted to clarify." Miss Joy's demeanor radiated sincerity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Heiyu. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Heiyu pondered, "Is this a strategic retreat?" Intriguing. Joy-chan's words instinctively placed them on the same battlefield. But he could not believe she would betray her family. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining a facade. "I need to think this over, after all. I am merely 17, and contemplating marriage feels rather premature. I wish to continue my travels." Heiyu initially displayed a hesitant expression before elaborating. A flicker of confusion crossed Joy-chan's face, yet she patiently explained, "Heiyu, with your talent in the breeder profession, you could undoubtedly become a senior breeder in the future. But that requires abundant resources and knowledge." Upon hearing this, Heiyu felt a stir of interest. Joy-chan was correct. To become an exemplary breeder, one needed ample resources and knowledge. However, he refrained from making an immediate commitment and continued to listen. Joy-chan continued, "If you agree to join the Joy family, we will do everything in our power to nurture you and help you reach the pinnacle of breeding, to the point where even I could." Her voice trailed off, and a blush crept onto her cheeks, clearly embarrassed to continue. Heiyu observed her bashful demeanor, feeling a ripple of emotion stir within him. The usually aloof Miss Joy was revealing such vulnerability before him, making bold declarations. He could not help but feel a rush of exhilaration. Yet, reason soon drowned out that thrill. He took a deep breath and calmly replied, "I apologize, Miss Joy, but while I am a breeder, my aspirations lie in becoming a trainer. I intend to continue my journey and challenge the league gyms." With those words, Heiyu effectively declined her proposal, leaving Joy-chan's rosy cheeks tinged with embarrassment. To prevent any further entanglement, Heiyu quickly finished his breakfast and retreated to his room, leaving Joy-chan in the dining area, momentarily flustered. In the following days, Joy-chan continued to visit, albeit this time without mentioning the marriage proposal. Instead, she approached him as a friend, engaging in discussions about breeding topics. Though Heiyu recognized this as a tactic, he could not help but feel a growing fondness for her. After all, Miss Joy's beauty was undeniably captivating. It was hard for anyone to remain indifferent to such a stunning woman. Nevertheless, Heiyu reminded himself, this was merely a ploy, and he must remain vigilant. True to form, on the fourth day, Joy-chun seemed unable to contain herself any longer and directly posed the question, Heiyu, are you truly unwilling to join our Joy family? Her expression was complex. After spending time together, she had come to realize that Heiyu was indeed a remarkably talented individual, with innovative thoughts and a delightful sense of humor that often made her laugh. Thus, if he agreed to join, Joy-chun would even consider sacrificing her own status as a direct descendant of the family. However, Heiyu appeared disinterested, leaving her with a sense of regret. Since you are reluctant to join, I will not force you. How about an investment? Our Joy family can choose to invest in you, Joy-chun said earnestly. She continued, Heiyu, you must have received funding from the Changhua Gym, correct? If so, accepting our Joy family's investment is also feasible. Joy-chun's face, filled with allure, was sincere. As if she were not jesting. Heiyu was momentarily taken aback. The Joy family had investigated him, but he was only slightly surprised. After much persuasion, Joy-chun finally received a nod of agreement from Heiyu, which brought her joy but also a hint of fatigue. As she exited Heiyu's room, she sighed in relief. At last, it's over. I have successfully completed the task assigned by my family, Joy-chun mused. Yet, despite the mission being accomplished, a faint sense of regret lingered within her. Alas, what a pity it was to have encountered someone who stirred her heart so deeply. Joy-chun sighed softly, gently caressing her cheek, her gaze revealing a trace of confusion and disappointment. Has my charm diminished? Or does Heiyu find my 25 years of age too considerable? Chapter 45, Dark Crow. Heiyu sat on a chair, quietly observing the investment contract and a family insignia before him. The contract, naturally, was signed with Miss Joy, and its terms were exceedingly favorable. Even he could not help but marvel at the generosity of the Joy family. As for the insignia, it represented the Joy family's crest, which would afford him certain privileges whenever presented to any member of the Joy family in the future. Joining by marriage? The allure is indeed significant. But I do not wish to be bound for life. Heiyu's sharp eyes suddenly widened, murmuring to himself. Marrying into the family would guarantee substantial support from the Joy family. It sounded appealing, yet it came with a caveat. One must accept the family's constraints and thus forfeit their freedom. His future would be confined to a life as a breeder, dictated by the development plan set forth by them. More importantly, he would be subject to the Joy family's various influences, leaving him with little autonomy. Ordinary individuals were unaware of such intricacies, as they were shrouded in secrecy. After all, how could the Joy family trust to nurture an outsider? Yet simultaneously, the Joy family needed to secure its own strength, actively seeking to attract talented outsiders. Otherwise, they would be left to rely solely on themselves. Would they truly resort to using Jigglypuff to vex their adversaries? Heiyu discovered in the history of the Joy family's origins at the Changhua Gym Library that they had once transformed an outsider into a champion through their nurturing. Regrettably, the champion, upon reaching a certain pinnacle of growth, appeared to forsake the Qiaoyi family, unwilling to remain subservient or occupy a subordinate position. Subsequently, a tumultuous announcement was made, declaring his departure from the Qiaoyi family, which inflicted substantial negative notoriety and damage upon the family at that time. In the aftermath, the Qiaoyi family instituted stringent control over every individual who sought to join or apprentice, ensuring that one would increasingly rely on the family in myriad ways. Ultimately, one would resign oneself entirely, entrusting both body and soul to the Qiaoyi family. Heiyu, of course, had no desire to embed a ticking time bomb in his future. Thus, the notion of joining through marriage was categorically dismissed. In the ensuing days, as Heiyu's residence was revealed, numerous family factions began to extend invitations. Some merely sought to hire Heiyu as a specialist to craft energy cubes for their establishments, while others, akin to the Qiaoyi family, wished to invite Heiyu into their fold. There were even proposals for Heiyu to join their companies, transforming him into a celebrity. Leveraging his talent for nurturing Pokémon as a sensational marketing strategy that promised substantial profits, Heiyu grew increasingly exasperated by the incessant disturbances, ultimately relocating from the Pokémon Center to a hotel. Good day, sir. Your package has arrived. Heiyu slowly opened the hotel door, cautiously accepted the package, and swiftly closed the door behind him. Exhaling in relief, he gazed at the parcel in his hands. At last, the official breeding house voucher had arrived. Heiyu quickly unwrapped the package, extracting a voucher and scanning it with his Pokédex. The redemption code was instantly transferred to the device. This voucher represented one of the Qiaoyi family's investments, allowing access to any official breeding house across various regions and cities to exchange for a Pokémon. With the exception of demigods and the starter trio, any Pokémon could be obtained at will. As the levels of his Pokémon gradually reached 30, the advancement speed of his Dezue became noticeably slowed, revealing its inherent limitations. All of Heiyu's Pokémon had been captured in the wild. Aside from the innate potential of his Tai Ao Long Xia, the Juyasha was prized solely for its rare ability. However, Darkrais' sole function was to provide flight and reconnaissance. Upon reaching level 30, despite a significant investment in energy cubes and rare resources, its leveling pace remained sluggish. It was time to replace it. Perhaps he could retire it to a more tranquil setting. Heyu mused. He had already arranged a new home for it in the indoor simulated climate room of the Chunghua Gym, and after consulting with Darkrai, received its assent. Thus, he resolved that his next Pokémon would be the Hainya. Without hesitation, Heyu exited the Pokémon Center. The official breeding house was located in the most prosperous area at the western edge of the city. Heyu stepped into the opulently decorated breeding house and was immediately greeted by two receptionists. Hello, welcome. Both receptionists wore attire that elegantly showcased their figures, adorned with the signature smiles of hospitality. Heyu nodded and gradually ventured further inside, noting that the clientele was relatively sparse. It seemed that only a select few had the means to purchase Pokémon from the official breeding house, Heyu contemplated. Most trainers acquired their initial Pokémon either through capture in the wild or from the black market. The showroom on the first floor was resplendent, adorned with pure white marble that enveloped the entire hall, showcasing an array of Pokémon eggs within glass display cases. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A sales assistant approached gracefully, offering a gentle greeting. After surveying the surroundings, Heyu spoke in a measured tone. I am here to purchase a Pokémon, specifically one of the dark type. The sales assistant continued softly. Very well, sir. Do you have any additional preferences regarding the Pokémon? What is your budget? Naturally, the higher the Pokémon's potential, the better. As for the budget, there was no limit, Heyu replied to the sales assistant. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant appeared momentarily dazed, scrutinizing Heyu with curiosity before concluding that he did not seem to be fabricating his claims. Sir, please follow me, she said, her tone becoming increasingly warm and her demeanor more effusive. Heyu nodded and followed her into a corridor, passing several rooms until they finally arrived at a chamber marked with the emblem of the dark type. Please be cautious, sir. Dark-type Pokémon are generally more aggressive, and some temperamental ones may exhibit tendencies to attack, the sales assistant kindly cautioned before gently opening the door. Upon entering, Heyu was greeted by a remarkable sight. The room's walls were predominantly deep brown, perfectly befitting the theme of dark types, adorned with simple decorative equipment reminiscent of dark-type energy cubes. Heyu wrinkled his nose, detecting a peculiar scent in the air. Yet, he found himself curious about the Pokémon. Where were they? The sales assistant retrieved a special whistle from a nearby cabinet and blew into it. A haunting sound echoed throughout the room. In the corners, behind decorations and training equipment, heads and bodies began to emerge. Da Lang Quan, Dai Lu Bai, and Chang Bai Yi, all manner of unique dark-type Pokémon revealed themselves, and Heiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regrettably, however, there were neither a Bo Su Lu nor Soluo Yaku. Heyu lamented with a hint of disappointment. Observing Heiyu's lofty expectations, the sales assistant speculated inwardly. Could he be a scion of a wealthy family? Yet, his attire did not suggest such a background. Sir, the two Pokémon you mentioned are exceedingly rare, and as for Soluo Ya, it is not native to our region. If you desire, we can check other breeding houses in different regions for potential exchanges, the sales assistant suggested thoughtfully, indicating that the breeding houses across regions were interconnected. First, please show me the list of available Hainya. Heyu decided after a moment's contemplation, adhering to his original intention to select a Hainya. Taking the list from the sales assistant, he flipped to the page dedicated to Hainya. Only a little over 20? Heyu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, sir. Hainya is inherently a less common Pokémon, and since its evolution requires a dark stone, the demand is lower. The sales assistant patiently explained before retreating to the corner, allowing Heyu to browse in peace. Of course, there was a more significant reason she refrained from mentioning. As a dark Pokémon, many believed that seeing it at night would bring misfortune, rendering Hainya a Pokémon often shunned. As a knowledgeable breeder, Heyu was aware of such folklore regarding this Pokémon prior to his visit to the breeding house. The sales assistant, keen on her sales, chose not to disclose this. And Heyu paid it no mind. I will select this one, he declared, pointing to the Hainya numbered 19, after examining all the available options. This Hainya possessed the hidden ability Mischievous Heart, a highly advantageous auxiliary trait that accelerated the usage speed of transformation moves. Even after evolving into Wuya 2, its ability would shift to overconfidence, enhancing its attack upon defeating a Pokémon. However, Heiyu's primary interest lay in the extraordinary inherited moves of this Hainya, Xinyao Mengji, Yushi, Chi-Chi E.G., and Zhuozhuan. Heyu was astounded by the opulence of these inherited moves, deeming it the most exceptional Pokémon he had encountered thus far. Having made his decision, Heyu followed the sales assistant to another room and successfully acquired the Hainya. Heyu gazed at the dark crow before him, an involuntary fondness shimmering in his eyes as he slowly extended his hand, preparing to caress its feathers. Sir, be careful. The sales assistant began to caution about the ferocity of the malevolent attribute spirit, only to be taken aback as the dark crow remained indifferent. allowing Heyu to stroke its plumage. This scene left her utterly astonished. Malevolent attribute spirits were notorious for their ferocity, particularly the cunning avian spirits. The other dark crows exhibited a glimmer of treachery and malice, yet the one before Heyu possessed an unwavering gaze. From its eyes, Heyu discerned a burgeoning ambition for strength. He gently cradled the creature, conducting a brief examination and finding no injuries. The dark crow, surprisingly docile, did not attempt to escape. It was uncertain whether this was due to the league's breeding making it overly tame or if the spirit simply possessed such a disposition. Dark crow, do you wish to accompany me? Heyu inquired softly, gazing at the dark crow nestled in his arms. The dark crow regarded him with curious eyes, though reluctant to part. It felt an overwhelming yearning for the outside world. Caw. The dark crow emitted a harsh, grating sound. After presenting the league's exchange voucher, Heyu successfully took the dark crow with him. Sir, we welcome you to visit again. The sales assistant bid farewell with a reluctant expression as Heyu exited the breeding house. However, instead of returning to the Pokémon Center, he first ventured to the Breeders' Guild. Arriving at the guild once more, he noted that it was no longer as bustling as it had been a few days prior, yet the atmosphere remained lively. After presenting a simple league identification, Heyu gradually entered the hall, as he only intended to procure some materials, deeming it unnecessary to reveal his identity. The first floor of the hall was exceedingly spacious, and Heyu took over half an hour to browse through it entirely. He purchased a significant quantity of materials related to malevolent attributes, including evil fruit, ebony wood, and black tree fruits. These supplies were, of course, essential for his team, as various materials associated with malevolent attributes were always consumed rapidly, necessitating frequent replenishment. The dark crow was still in its juvenile stage, making it the perfect candidate for a potion tailored for newborn spirits. Heyu also spent a substantial sum acquiring a bottle of moo moo milk from a stall. This was not the ordinary beverage milk found in stores, but rather produced by a mill tank from the gym in the Johto region, which was reputed to monopolize over 80% of the world's mill tank production. This was somewhat akin to the monopolies held by the Junsa family and the Katai King, as well as the Joy family and the Happiny. The sale of high-quality milk produced by Miltank was the primary industry of the gym in Miltank City, thus yielding substantial profits. Young man, let me tell you, this bottle of milk is produced from a Miltank over level 60. It is truly worth every penny. Under the enthusiastic praises of the stall owner, Heyu ultimately spent 10,000 league coins to purchase the bottle of fresh milk. As the owner had claimed, it was indeed rich in nutrients. After further expenditures, Heyu noticed his wallet had grown considerably lighter, and seeing that night had fallen, he prepared to return to the Pokémon Center. His first task was, naturally, to register his Dark Crow, as it would be a spirit he intended to train publicly. Currently, he had already registered 4 spirits: the Kingler, the Sharpedo, the Eevee, and the Dark Crow. As for the Pidgeotto and the Shroomish, they had not yet made any public appearances, nor did they need to participate in any competitions, thus no registration was necessary. Heyu, your Pokémon registration is complete, Joy-Chun said as she gently handed over the Pokeball, her voice as soothing as a gentle spring breeze, creating an immensely comfortable atmosphere. Her tender demeanor made the other male trainers nearby envious, casting jealous glances as if they wished to consume Heyu whole. However, Heyu seemed oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. He merely nodded politely in gratitude before turning to leave. At that moment, Joy-Chun suddenly called out, Heyu, please wait a moment. Heyu paused, looking back at Joy-Chun in confusion. She smiled and explained, the materials you previously asked me to collect have been found and are now in your room. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of surprise crossed Heiyu's eyes. He had previously entrusted Joy-Chun with the task of gathering some dragon-type materials to create energy cubes that would aid his Kingler in mastering the dragon dance technique. Unfortunately, dragon-type materials were rare, and despite his own searching, he had made little progress, prompting him to seek the assistance of the Joy family. Thank you very much. However, I am curious about the cost of these materials. I would like to offer you a bonus, Heyu stated, as he was not fond of owing favors to others. There's no need for that. You are now considered an investor in our Joy family, so you are practically one of us. Joy-Chun waved her hand dismissively, smiling brightly. Chapter 47, Training and Dragon Dance. Upon returning to his room, Heyu indeed found a box on the bed. Opening it revealed an array of bottles and jars. Heyu took out one bottle containing bright red liquid, carefully opening the cap to take a whiff. This is the blood of a shiny Bagon, Heyu deduced, relying on his keen sense of smell and comparing it to his research. Checking the accompanying list confirmed his findings: bat fur, Dratini scales, and a substantial collection of rare dragon-type materials. Heyu couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Joy family. With this collection of dragon-type materials, the schedule for training his Kingler in Dragon Dance could be accelerated. However, the immediate priority was to concoct a potion suitable for the Dark Crow, one tailored for newborn spirits. Heyu opened his Pokédex, inputting a password to access the Orange Blossom Gym's online library. where he successfully discovered a potion that could enhance the talents and nurture the bodies of juvenile Pokémon. The difficulty of production was not high, as a standard beginner breeder could easily concoct it. He scraped a small piece of resin from the ebony wood and crushed the black tree fruit into juice. Heiyu set to work, meticulously cleaning the table and preparing to brew the potion, ensuring every drop of liquid was precisely controlled. Once all the materials were mixed, they were placed in a special machine to rest for half an hour, ultimately resulting in a small vial of dark liquid. Bubbles were still forming within, giving it an ominous appearance, akin to a vial of poison. Heiyu examined the analysis report displayed on the machine. That's right. Come forth, Dark Crow, drink this. He released the Dark Crow. Caw. A flash of white light illuminated the room as a shadowy figure appeared, flapping its black wings and emitting a piercing screech. Heiyu extended an arm, inviting the Dark Crow to perch upon it. After a moment of hesitation, the Dark Crow descended. Heiyu gently stroked the Dark Crow's head, a hint of tenderness in his eyes, advising, drink this, it will benefit your future growth. He held the vial containing the potion to the Dark Crow's beak. After a brief sniff of the aroma, the Dark Crow drank it without hesitation. A look of satisfaction crossed Heiyu's face. The Dark Crow's unreserved trust was immensely gratifying. After consuming the potion, the Dark Crow could distinctly feel a unique energy entering its body, gradually spreading throughout. Soon after, a warmth enveloped its body, and it fell into a deep slumber. Heiyu chuckled softly, retrieving the Dark Crow with a luxury ball. Noticing that the sun had already set, he promptly took out the dragon-type materials he had asked the Joy family to acquire and began crafting energy cubes to assist in training Dragon Dance. Additionally, he retrieved the video he had found in the Orange Blossom Gym's library, allowing his Kingler to watch the instructional video on Dragon Dance. Meanwhile, Heiyu diligently crafted the energy cubes. The night passed without incident. The following day, at the training grounds of the Pokémon Center, Hien-Y, please showcase your skills to me. Hi addressed the soaring Hien-YG. The Hien-Y emitted a hoarse cry, its roar resonating with an undeniable vigor. As it flew, the Hien-Y appeared to possess boundless energy, its sharp beak radiating the essence of flight. The beak sharpened further, then it suddenly dove downwards, slicing through the air towards its target. Peck. Very well, very well. Do you have more, Hien-Y? A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Hi's eyes. Although the Hien-Y's flying technique was somewhat flawed, it could be corrected in time. Its mastery of energy was exceptional, and its physical prowess stood out among its peers. Truly, it was a remarkable Pokémon inherited with 4 skills. Subsequently, the Hien-Y continued to circle around the wooden target, remaining still until Hi's curiosity sparked. Gee! The Hien-Y suddenly unleashed a thunderous cry, startling the target, which shattered upon impact. Hi quickly realized, exclaiming, that was the move Intimidate. You are quite proficient with that, Hien-Y. The Hien-Y circled once more before returning to perch on Hi's shoulder, shyly covering its eyes with a wing. In the breeding facility, its mischievous nature often led it to play pranks on its companions using this very skill. This past mischief was something the Y wished to keep from its master. Hi, not paying it much mind, inquired further and learned that the Hien-Y had exhausted its repertoire of skills. Gee, the Hien-Y appeared somewhat despondent. Fear not, Hien-Y. Once you elevate your level in the future, you will gradually master the inherited skills. Hi instructed the Hien-Y to continue its flight training. Guided by the expert wings of the Dizu Qu, with its ability to soar amidst the roaring sea winds, Dizu Chu's flying techniques were undoubtedly exemplary. And Hi was reassured by its tutelage. Iron Claw Lobster, it is time to commence training for Dragon Dance. Hi turned his attention to another Pokémon's training. He now understood why the official registry for trainers allowed only 6 Pokémon. As the number of Pokémon increased, the trainer's responsibilities escalated exponentially. Even with merely 4 Pokémon, he felt a tinge of exhaustion. Managing their nurturing, feeding, and training was no trivial task. The Iron Claw Lobster had already consumed Hi's specially crafted energy cube, and its draconic essence within should be quite activated. Iron Claw Lobster, remember to concentrate. Hi had no effective methods in this regard, relying solely on instilling the notion of focus in his Pokémon. Fortunately, the Iron Claw Lobster had viewed instructional videos of other Pokémon the day before and now had some inkling of what to do. Following Hi's guidance, it began to channel its draconic energy at the center of the training ground, concentrating intently. As seconds ticked by, a purplish-red aura began to envelop the Iron Claw Lobster. Its body involuntarily began to pulsate, gradually escalating into a mysterious and fervent dance. In a matter of mere seconds, the aura around its body surged dramatically, culminating in a final flourish of its claws as it opened its eyes wide. Geo, the Iron Claw Lobster let out a fierce roar. The execution of Dragon Dance was successful. Through the guidance of instructional videos and the investment of draconic energy cubes, it had barely grasped this inherited move. This exemplifies the inherent difficulty, as inherited moves are typically easier to master, yet the Iron Claw Lobster required extensive training to achieve this feat. Such is the nature of dragons. Even their moves exude exceptional prowess. Observing his Pokémon gradually finding their footing, Hi couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He recalled the inherited move Aerial Ace from the Hien Y and could already envision the challenges that awaited in training it. As the ultimate aerial maneuver, the difficulty of mastering it would likely rival that of Dragon Dance. It seemed prudent to prepare in advance. Hi gazed at the diligently training Hien Y, a slight smile gracing his lips. Chapter 48, Skill Disc. The Move Tutor is an item that Pokémon trainers utilize to teach their Pokémon-specific moves, commonly referred to as skill discs. Typically, these move tutors are single-use, rendering them invaluable. Xiao Ch and Jia, I've made my selections. This will suffice. Hi presented the chosen exchange booklet to Chi Oychn, observing Hi's casual wastefulness in selecting all 5 skill discs funded by the Chio family. Chi Oychn gently advised, Hi, there is no need to rush in learning all 5 skill discs at once. You may cultivate other Pokémon in the future. Chi Oychn's counsel was delivered with subtlety. Yet Hi discerned the underlying message. He was unaware of the disc's preciousness. Indeed, as Chi Oychn mentioned, each skill disc held immense value, especially the ones he selected, which would be nearly impossible to acquire even at exorbitant prices in the market. Rest assured, Xiao Ch and Jia, I only hope you can advocate on my behalf to avoid stock shortages. Hi's resolve was unwavering, yet he maintained an amiable demeanor, affectionately calling her Xiao Ch and Jia. After all, Chi Oychn was his sole connection to the Chio family, and nurturing that relationship was paramount. Humph, you little sly one, now you know to call me Jia? Chi Oychn seemed to still harbor feelings regarding Hi's previous rejection of her confession. Rolling her eyes with a hint of pride, let me take a look. However, securing them is not guaranteed. You are aware of the high demand for this skill. Even within our Chio family, we struggle to meet it. As Chi Oychn perused the exchange booklet, she couldn't help but express her disbelief upon discovering Hi's selection of 3 Protect move tutors. How did I not realize this little one was so greedy? She mused internally. Hee, thank you, Xiao Ch and Jia. If Protect is unavailable, I am fine with substituting Substitute. Ultimately, amidst Hi's playful banter, the two departed the hall. Upon returning to his room, Hi collapsed onto his bed, gazing at the ceiling in reflection. The Chio family was indeed affluent. They were willing to invest in skill discs like Protect, Light Screen, and Superpower for outsiders. The skill disc manual he had discussed with Chi Oychn encompassed nearly all the skill discs currently available on the market, with the exception of certain weather-related skills such as Rain Dance, Sandstorm, and Sunny Day, as well as field-based skills like Grassy Terrain. The rest, including Dragon Tail, were also included. However, Hi remained modest, opting for only 3 Protect discs, 1 Tailwind, and 1 Substitute disc. The Iron Claw Lobster could learn Protect autonomously, allowing him to exchange for Substitute. As for Chi Oychn's suggestion to save the opportunity to select skill discs for later, Hi scoffed at the notion. To him, only what was in hand could be considered truly his. It was far better to convert those exceptional conditions into tangible power rather than leaving them as mere words on a page. The move Protect needed no elaboration. It was a skill accessible to all Pokémon, a defensive maneuver capable of fending off all variations of moves within its tier. Protect was undoubtedly costly, often fetching prices exceeding 800,000 in the black market, occasionally even soaring to 1,000,000. The crux of the matter was that, while it had a price, it was rarely available. Even if one possessed the wealth, finding a seller was nearly impossible. The Tailwind skill disc was perfectly suited for the Hien Y, as its variation-based moves combined with its prankster ability would compensate for the overall lack of speed in his team. Among his Pokémon, the Hien Y possessed the best aptitude, even surpassing the little YB from the Ch and Gu Gym. The final skill disc of Shunfeng was left by Heiyu for the Heianya, which could be considered a small token of favoritism. As such thoughts drifted through his mind, Heiyu's consciousness gradually faded, his hands crossed behind his head, and his eyes slowly closed as he fell into a deep slumber. On the following morning, before Heiyu had fully awakened, he was jolted by a hurried knock on the door. Oh dear, so early in the morning. Just as Heiyu prepared to open the door to discover who had interrupted his pleasant dreams, he was taken aback by the person who appeared before him. Xiao Chunjia, what brings you here? Heiyu hastily fastened the buttons of his pajamas, the previously exposed expanse of his chest now concealed. Xiao Yi-chun, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, averted her gaze and remarked, the skill discs you selected have arrived. The family truly values you. They actually sent 3 discs for you to keep. With her brows slightly raised in surprise, she glanced back at Heiyu, her eyes inadvertently wandering to his chest. Unconcerned with changing his footwear, Heiyu hurriedly dashed downstairs in his slippers. Xiao Yi-chun followed closely behind, shaking her head as she observed Heiyu's back, scolding him. Ah, you're such a child, so reckless. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, the morning ambience was rather desolate, with hardly a trainer in sight apart from a few staff members. Over there is the Pokémon learning machine, There's an instruction manual nearby. With your intelligence, you shouldn't have any trouble. Xiao Yi-chun pointed to a solitary, complex machine nestled in the corner. The Pokémon learning machine could directly inscribe skills recorded on the discs into a Pokémon's mind, enabling them to learn the skill instantly. This technology is among the most advanced in the Pokémon world, reportedly developed by the Silver Company in the Kanto region. Shortly after this technology was introduced, it was forcibly acquired by the Alliance, along with the entire research team. However, this incident purportedly catapulted the Silver Company into fame. Heiyu briefly skimmed through the manual, then followed the instructions to slot Heian-Ya's Pokeball into the designated slot. He then inserted the skill disc into the central storage area, and with the press of a start button, the machine roared to life, emitting a deep rumble. Fortunately, it was still morning, and aside from Heiyu, there were no other trainers present in the hall. Otherwise, anyone witnessing the use of 5 skill learning machines at once would surely be left astounded. After all, for the vast majority of trainers, training a single Pokémon to master a particular skill is already an arduous task, and juggling multiple skills is nearly impossible. Yet Heiyu was different. Heian-Ya possessed exceptional aptitude, not to mention the nurturing manual exchange from the Alliance, as well as the substantial resources provided by the Qiao family and the extensive data available from the Changhua Gym. For other Pokémon, it might be akin to biting off more than they can chew, but for Heian-Ya, mastering these skills came effortlessly. After utilizing the final skill disc for the substitute move on the Iron Claw Lobster, a satisfied smile crept across Heiyu's lips. Chapter 49, The Aggrieved Little Eevee. With all 5 skill discs rendered useless, the skills were fully learned. Heiyu released all his Pokémon from their luxury balls. Eevee. Upon emerging, Eevee, unlike the others, leaped directly into Heiyu's embrace, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. Her tearful eyes pleaded with Heiyu, who could hardly bear it. All right, Eevee. Don't be sad. I want to keep you locked in the ball next time. It was necessary for learning the skills. Heiyu wiped the tears from Eevee's big, glistening eyes, which had dampened her fur. Heian-Ya took flight, its black wings spreading wide, soaring above Heiyu, showcasing the flight techniques learned from the big beak sparrow. Freshly emerged from the breeding facility, Heian-Ya had already successfully passed its juvenile phase. While some advanced aerial maneuvers remained challenging, significant progress had been made. Flying seemed to be an innate trait among avian Pokémon, and Heian-Ya was no exception. Like Eevee, Heian-Ya preferred not to remain within its Pokeball and delighted in soaring through the skies. As Heian-Ya gracefully descended, Heiyu extended his arm to serve as a landing platform. So, have you all learned your skills? Heiyu cradled Eevee in one arm while gently stroking Heian-Ya's feathers with the other. Heian-Ya, being rather impulsive, immediately responded. Newly emerged from the Alliance breeding facility, it was filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for everything. Eevee was about to respond, but was cut off by Heian-Ya, leaving her feeling aggrieved. In the past, Heiyu had always favored her, as the youngest member of the team. She was cherished by the older Pokémon like Iron Claw Lobster. However, since Heian-Ya's arrival, little Eevee felt as though her affection was being divided. Especially when she saw Heiyu caressing Heian-Ya's feathers, an uncomfortable sensation stirred within her. Eevee. The aggrieved little Eevee called out a few times, tugging at Heiyu's clothing, tears welling up in her eyes. Heiyu felt a slight headache. He had certainly noticed the unspoken feelings between the two little Pokémon, as they did not conceal their emotions at all. Yet, he could only strive to mediate the situation. This was also a fundamental lesson for trainers, how to foster harmony among diverse Pokémon within the team. In contrast, Iron Claw Lobster and Jaw Shark were much more at ease. These two Pokémon had been with Heiyu for over a year, especially during their shared time drifting at sea, which fostered a strong bond, thus requiring no concern from Heiyu. Even the somewhat lazy Jaw Shark had become diligent after its evolution, seemingly influenced by Iron Claw Lobster. All right, little Eevee. I will prepare some delicious cheese sticks for you later. After much effort to console the little Eevee, Heiyu began to inspect the moves of his Pokémon. Iron Claw Lobster, use substitute. With a fierce gleam in its eyes, Iron Claw Lobster summoned a pale white energy that, in mere seconds, manifested another identical Iron Claw Lobster beside it. Although the substitute shared the same appearance, a closer inspection revealed its expression to be somewhat vacant and dull. Nevertheless, in battle, it could easily deceive opponents. Heian-Ya targeted the substitute on the right and executed Peck. Flapping its wings, Heian-Ya dove downward, its beak sharpening instantaneously. A dark shadow streaked across, and the deceptive substitute was swiftly pierced, exploding with a loud bang. Excellent. Having just learned substitute, it was able to unleash the move in a matter of seconds. Moving forward, it would need to hone the realism of the substitute to ensure it mirrored the original flawlessly. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with approval. He felt relatively confident in Iron Claw Lobster, knowing that it would train itself with just a few reminders. By simply locating a video tutorial on substitute skills from the Changhua Gym's online library, Iron Claw Lobster could rapidly improve its proficiency with the move. Little Eevee, seemingly eager to reclaim Heiyu's attention, defiantly called out, "Eevee, Pouting, little Evie leaped down from Heiyu's embrace. With a light, graceful form, she landed silently on the ground. As if to prove herself, little Evie donned a serious expression and summoned all her strength to gather energy. In mere seconds, a green protective shield materialized, enveloping her entirely. Unfortunately, this shield lasted only a brief 2 seconds before shattering, the energy dissipating. Protect. Heiyu was all too familiar with this skill. In various high-stakes competition videos, it was common to see trainers employing this move for crucial defenses. It was nearly essential for every trainer. However, for ordinary trainers, mastering the Protect skill remained an elusive aspiration, with only a select few able to independently learn it. Xiaoyibu seemed eager to impress Heiyu, tensing its body in an attempt to execute the defensive move once more. However, before it lay only a spreading mass of green energy, failing to coalesce into a protective shield. Well done, Xiaoyibu, but the defensive move can only be used once in a short span of time. Heiyu remarked with a smile, crouching down to gently stroke Ibu's head. As the sun gradually ascended, time passed slowly. Trainers at the Pokémon Center began to rise one by one, and Heiyu observed the increasing number of individuals and Pokémon in the nearby training grounds. Preparing to return to his room, just as he reached the lobby, he was unexpectedly called out by Xiao Yi-chun. Heiyu, wait a moment. Someone is looking for you. Xiao Yi-chun's expression was somewhat peculiar, her gaze tinged with a subtle scrutiny. Following her line of sight, Heiyu spotted a vibrant young woman in a black dress standing at the front desk, cradling 2 books in her hands. Her every movement exuded an enchanting scholarly aura that drew others in. Surrounding her was a throng of enthusiastic trainers, all smiling brightly, seemingly adoring the young lady. Teacher Duwan? Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, halting his steps. He never anticipated encountering Duwan here. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yi-chun's expression darkened upon witnessing Heiyu's astonished demeanor and the different name he used, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment. While others referred to her as the gym leader Duwan, he addressed her as Teacher Duwan, indicating they were indeed acquainted. Xiao Yi-chun recalled Duwan's previous visit, where her admiration for the renowned gym leader was evident when Heiyu's name was mentioned. In that instant, the goddess in the minds of countless trainers, a member of the Qiao family and celebrated as one of the most beautiful goddesses in Canas City, felt a pang of jealousy. She silently mused, does Heiyu truly find me too old? After all, Duwan is merely 4 years younger than me. The difference between 21 and 25 is not significant. However, Xiao Yi-chun failed to realize that this emotional turmoil had transcended mere concern for a friend. An inexplicable fondness often begins the moment one's emotions are disrupted. Chapter 50. As a teacher, Heiyu. Duwan managed a strained smile while engaging with the enthusiastic townsfolk, mindful of her role as a gym leader. In truth, every gym leader is a highly regarded figure in their respective cities. However, as the newly appointed gym leader, Duwan had yet to fully acclimate. Her voice startled the surrounding trainers, who turned to see her jogging toward a young man. Just as the crowd expressed their confusion, someone exclaimed, I recall that genius from the Breeder Association. His name is Heiyu, right? This remark sparked immediate astonishment, as many regarded Heiyu with newfound curiosity. Could it be that gym leader Duwan is trying to recruit him? Speculated a keen observer, given the recent buzz surrounding the talented breeder, including rumors of his impending marriage to Junsha from the Qiao family. While the crowd continued their chatter, Duwan and Heiyu had already exited the lobby, finding themselves in a secluded backyard. This place is quiet, and no one will interrupt your conversation. I shall take my leave, Xiao Yi-chun stated, casting a meaningful glance at Heiyu, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Heiyu gazed skyward, feigning ignorance. However, Duwan could hardly contain her eagerness. Promptly speaking up, Heiyu, you've become quite famous lately. Even at school, I hear students discussing you. Isn't that right? The genius breeder, she added, tilting her head slightly with a sweet smile. Heiyu felt his resolve weaken in the face of such charm. Duwan, Teacher Duwan, what brings you to me? He had initially intended to address her as gym leader, but her sudden display of indignation prompted him to revert to the more formal title. Duwan first offered a respectful bow, then elegantly stated, Heiyu, the breeder. I would like to invite you to join us at the Canas gym as a specialized breeder. A specialized breeder, in essence, is responsible for a specific individual or organization. Given the scarcity of breeders, one often oversees multiple clients, devising breeding plans or creating energy cubes. A specialized breeder is directly hired for a significant fee, effectively purchasing exclusive rights to their services. After a moment of contemplation, Heiyu politely declined. I appreciate the offer, Teacher Duwan, but I intend to continue my travels to broaden my experiences. I cannot remain in Canas City for too long, so I must respectfully decline your kind invitation. Heiyu's expression revealed his genuine regret, echoing his previous refusal of Xiao Yi-chun's proposal. After all, every trainer aspires to participate in the league conference and claim victory, and traveling is an essential part of every trainer's journey. Even the most doting parents would struggle to deny their children's desire to explore. Moreover, Their relationship remained that of ordinary friends. Very well. Then would you consider serving as a temporary teacher at our trainer school? Do-won hastily clarified, seemingly concerned about another rejection. This is not merely my invitation. The school has decided to hire you, and the compensation is quite generous. All you need to do is serve as a temporary breeding instructor. Do-won's latest request prompted Yu to ponder rather than immediately refuse. After a brief moment of reflection, he slowly raised his gaze and inquired. What would the compensation entail? A recipe for a mid-level energy cube? Do-won tentatively suggested. Deal. Yu responded without hesitation, welcoming the offer. The rarity of a mid-level energy cube recipe was undeniable. Madame Meta had provided him with numerous energy cube recipes, yet nearly all were of the basic variety, with only the last recipe capable of gradually enhancing one's potential reaching the mid-level standard. Previously, when he inquired about energy cube recipes in shops, he was met with silence, and some irate shopkeepers even expelled him. Even in the black market, information on energy cube recipes was scarce, with only commonly known recovery types available. After all, a single energy cube recipe is the result of countless breeders' relentless efforts, embodying immense dedication and ingenuity. Furthermore, an exclusive energy cube recipe equates to a monopolistic business, a veritable golden goose. Yu did not attempt to leverage the situation, understanding that the trainer school was merely capitalizing on his recent popularity and the title of genius breeder. Once the current fervor subsided and interest waned, his value would inevitably diminish. Thus, Yu readily agreed. Yu, here is my contact information. You can report to the trainer school tomorrow morning, Do-won said, producing her Pokédex to connect with Yu, establishing their friendship. Yu gazed at the dazzling array of titles displayed next to Do-won's profile, particularly the golden words Gym Leader, which exuded prestige. Following his acceptance of the invitation, the rapport between Yu and Do-won noticeably deepened, their conversation becoming more relaxed. Do-won, a distinguished student well-versed in rock-type knowledge, demonstrated expertise that even surpassed Yu's as a breeder. Often, the words spoken inadvertently can provide profound inspiration to Yu. The attributes akin to stone are indeed commendable. I have a particular fondness for sturdy characteristics. Although rock-type Pokémon are vulnerable to water-type moves, regularly feeding them, MJ and ZH New York, can bolster their resistance against such attacks. Indeed, as you mentioned, ZH New York is rather expensive. Perhaps utilizing its lower-tier alternative, Ingi, would prove more economical. The two engaged in a fervent discussion about Pokémon cultivation, their glances towards one another reflecting an undeniable sense of delight. Yu was astonished that Do-won, at the tender age of 21, had already assumed the role of gym leader, equipped with such formidable knowledge and strength. Conversely, Do-won was taken aback by Yu's extensive understanding of cultivation. She had initially presumed that his reputation as a genius was somewhat exaggerated. However, it became evident that he truly deserved the title of genius cultivator, as he could engage in meaningful discourse regarding the unfamiliar rock-type Pokémon. The admiration in Do-won's gaze was nearly palpable, her demeanor growing increasingly relaxed as their relationship swiftly blossomed. Unbeknownst to them, at the front desk of the Pokémon Center, Joy-chun observed the burgeoning rapport between the two with a rare hint of jealousy, adjusting the angle of the monitor while suppressing the urge to look. Meanwhile, Yu caught a glimpse of the monitor's movement from the corner of his eye, a satisfied expression gracing his features as he subtly smirked. Chapter 51, Gratitude. The following day, at dawn, Yu rose early. After preparing a simple meal for his Pokémon, he began to attend to his own appearance. As he tidied his tousled hair before the mirror, he took a moment to regard his reflection. Standing at 1.75 meters, he was relatively tall for a 16-year-old, with ample room for further growth. Although not conventionally handsome, his delicate features combined with a youthful countenance rendered him quite endearing. When he smiled, he appeared much like any ordinary trainer, yet when his expression turned serious, a fierce intensity shone in his eyes, enough to instill a sense of dread. Yu's countenance bore no traces of the youthful exuberance or recklessness typically associated with his age. "Come here, little Eevee," he called, inviting the small creature to leap onto his shoulder. After checking his belongings, he exited the room. In the dining hall of the Pokémon Center, after enjoying a complimentary breakfast, Yu greeted Joy-chun with a smile, noticing a hint of melancholy on her face. He feigned ignorance and proceeded to leave the center. As he made his way toward the Trainer Academy, he encountered several enthusiastic passers-by, responding to their greetings in kind. Upon returning to the opulent institution, Yu felt a slight disorientation. It was not merely the grandeur of the school that overwhelmed him, but rather the stark contrast to the impoverished slum he had just passed, a mere half-hour away. He found it difficult to fathom how such a luxurious academy and a dilapidated slum could coexist within the same city, let alone in such close proximity. The image of the slum lingered in his mind, the disparity eliciting a sense of contemplation. However, there was little time for reflection as he was soon ushered inside by the school staff. The students on campus regarded Yu with curiosity, and he attracted the admiration of many young girls, to the point where he overheard some outrageous remarks. Wow, that little EV is so adorable, right? You think it's cute too. I must persuade my grandfather to get me one. No worries, you two need not fret. My breeding facility has plenty of Pokémon. After school, we can go to my place, and you can choose two for free. Hey, you felt a twinge of discomfort hearing these students speak of precious Pokémon as though they were mere common creatures. To him, the world seemed profoundly distorted. In the Pokémon world, children mature mentally around the age of 12 and begin studying relevant Pokémon knowledge. By the age of 16, they receive their first Pokémon, after which they are categorized into two groups, the Academy faction and the Traveler faction. The Academy faction, like the students within this institution, largely eschews adventure, relying on their status or substantial financial contributions to pursue their studies. Graduating successfully allows them to participate in the Alliance Conference with a recommendation letter from the school, bypassing the need to collect badges. Conversely, the Traveler faction comprises mostly ordinary trainers, akin to the likes of shorts-wearing boys and bug catchers. Among these entrenched trainers, only a select few manage to rise above the fray, distinguishing themselves from the many common trainers. The vast majority perish in the wilderness, and even those who survive often come to terms with harsh realities after a prolonged struggle. Of course, a rare few resist the status quo, attempting to subvert the rigid system established by the Alliance, becoming members of underground organizations or engaging in the illicit trade of Pokémon between various regions and cities. In this world of Pokémon, the shadowy underbelly provides one of the few avenues for transcending social strata. After all, the majority cannot afford to raise Pokémon. Even the most basic Pokémon, such as a Caterpie, costs only a few thousand Alliance coins. However, the subsequent costs of nurturing and training are significantly greater, often exceeding the initial value of the Pokémon itself. Owning a Pokémon is not an accomplishment. Sustaining one is the true measure of success. Is this world truly fair? The laws of the Alliance suggest otherwise. Trainers with familial backgrounds are often groomed for success from a young age. Starting at 6, they pay an annual deposit of 200,000 coins until they reach 16, securing a privileged identity within the Alliance and a starter Pokémon. These individuals either enroll in the Academy or venture out into the wild, ultimately becoming the backbone of the Alliance, serving as Pokémon officers or forest rangers, further entrenching the Alliance's unyielding structure. As Heiyu observed the exuberant smiles of the students, he recalled the sight of starving beggars in the slum he had just traversed. He felt no pity, nor did he harbor jealousy. Instead, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. Grateful for having traversed into this world with the memories of his past life intact and the ability to read. Grateful to become a pirate, rather than languishing under the Alliance's oppression for an unremarkable existence. Grateful to have encountered Madame Meta, successfully apprenticing under her and acquiring the most precious treasure in this world, knowledge. Grateful for rescuing Xiao Yao, earning the favor of Mr. Qianli, and receiving investment from Changhua Gym, thereby breaking the Alliance's information blockade against ordinary trainers. Grateful for catching the attention of the Joy family, securing their investment, and boarding the precarious vessel of the Alliance. Though this vessel may appear dilapidated, it remains surprisingly robust, sailing steadily upon the vast ocean. EV. The call of the small creature snapped Heiyu back to reality as he continued to follow the staff member leading him forward. Upon entering the heart of the school, he beheld several buildings previously inaccessible to him. A pathway stretched ahead, flanked by expansive flower beds blooming with exotic flowers. Heiyu even spotted a couple of rare medicinal herbs, stirring a desire to pluck them. In the center lay a magnificent fountain, crowned by a colossal statue of a cheerful, Ht-ing, spouting water, while several love discs could be seen swimming beneath the surface. Ultimately, Heiyu was guided into an opulently decorated lecture hall, its overall aesthetic reflecting the somber style characteristic of Kanaz City. The Ishio YB, nestled in his arms, gazed around with curiosity, its little head peeking out, and its bright, expressive eyes darting about. Sir, your cultivation of this YB is truly remarkable. The path ahead seems interminable, stretching on without end. The staff member leading the way appears to share the sentiment of boredom, glancing back at HIY and striking up a conversation. HIY, slightly taken aback, cast a surprised glance at the middle-aged man ahead, astonished that a staff member here possesses knowledge of cultivation. One must admit, it is indeed commendable to be associated with a trainer's school. Oh no, you flatter me. I've been working here for over a decade, so I have been somewhat immersed in the knowledge of Pokémon, he humbly replied. Nodding in understanding, HIY gazed thoughtfully towards the gradually approaching end of the corridor. Chapter 52, The Peer Teacher. After guiding HIY to the designated location, the staff member departed. Thud, thud, thud. Taking a deep breath, HIY gently knocked on the office door, and an aged voice resonated from within. Come in. HIY pushed open the ancient wooden door, a faint, delicate fragrance wafting towards him. An office filled with the essence of books unfolded before his eyes, with bookshelves embedded in the walls, lined neatly with countless tomes. The room exuded an air of elegance, and seated at the desk was a stooped, bald elder. Upon noticing Hi's entrance, his lifeless eyes slowly lifted. "Are you the cultivator recommended by Shio Dijuan?" the stooped elder inquired. With utmost respect. Hiy responded, "Yes, sir, I am Hiy, a novice cultivator." The elder's casual reference to Diju-in hinted at a significant status, as one could hardly imagine an ordinary principal addressing a gym leader so informally. "No need to mind this old man. I'm already half in the grave." The elder waved his hand dismissively with a chuckle. Nevertheless, Hiy remained reverent, standing quietly by the door, hesitant to step further inside. Although he sensed a hint of twilight in the elder, the authority displayed in his demeanor was unmistakable, a mark of someone of high standing. Hiy prided himself on his ability to read people, believing it to surpass his talents in both training and cultivation. Just as an eerie silence enveloped the room, the door behind him opened once more. Diju-in entered, and Hiy felt a ripple of surprise. Before he could utter a word, Diju-in, who usually presented herself with poise and decorum, hastily approached the elder. "Grandpa, I'm too. Why didn't you eat the breakfast the cafeteria made for you? It's not good for your stomach. When will your health return to vigor?" Diju-in expressed her concern while gently helping the elder sit up straight, softly admonishing him. Little Diju-in, instead of busying yourself with gym matters, how do you have the time to worry about this old man?" The elder replied, revealing a grin that showcased his few remaining yellowed teeth, his voice raspy. Hiy listened intently to their exchange, and soon after, both departed the room. As Diju-in gently closed the door, she leaned closer to Hiy and explained. "Grandpa M2 was the former gym leader of KNZ and also my mentor." Enlightened, Hiy instinctively turned to glance at the ancient wooden door, gaining a newfound understanding of the elder steeped in twilight. Subsequently, Diju-in guided Hiy to another teaching building, and the students they passed greeted her warmly. "Our school students are primarily divided into 3 levels: junior, intermediate, and advanced. Generally, students enroll at 16 and graduate by 19, ready to participate in the Alliance tournament. The uniforms you see, in shades of white, gray, and black, represent the 3 grades, though some less adept students may repeat a year." Diju-in thoughtfully elucidated the various nuances of the school to Hiy. "You will be serving as a temporary cultivation teacher, primarily focusing on the cultivation of Pokémon." Upon arriving before a beautifully appointed classroom, Diju-in offered her final reminder. "This is the list of your upcoming class students." Hiy accepted the list, and upon a cursory glance, he noted the meager number of students, only a handful. The trainer school still adhered to elite education principles. Observing the correct classroom number above him, Hiy composed himself. Some of the students here were even a year older than he was, and he was to instruct them. Hiy could hardly find the words to describe his feelings. With a blend of anticipation and anxiety, he pushed the door open, instantly met with a dozen curious gazes. Counting the students discreetly, Hiy revealed a gentle smile and spoke softly. "Hello. I will be your temporary cultivation teacher for the upcoming week." Barely had his words settled than one student raised his hand. Hiy focused and recognized the familiar face. This was the student who frequently taunted him during his previous visit with Diju-in, seemingly named FNGCHN, who appeared to come from a prominent background. Hiy maintained his composure and gestured for the student to speak. "Teacher, may I ask how old you are?" FNGCHN inquired, skepticism written all over his face. "I just turned 17 recently," Hiy replied, his smile unwavering. However, this revelation astonished the students, who regarded their teacher, who appeared to be of a similar age, with disbelief. "Really? Teacher, you seem exceedingly young. Are you sure you possess the capability to impart knowledge effectively?" FNGCHN's tone was rife with provocation and doubt. Hiy narrowed his eyes, directing a piercing gaze at the student who had persistently challenged him, feeling a flicker of menace within. Although to outsiders he appeared as an inherently good-natured genius cultivator, he had never forgotten his roots. Pirate, a profession that concealed countless underwater corpses. The journey through the Alliance is fraught with complications, bound by constraints. If it were at sea, the matter would have been resolved with violence long ago. Hiy gradually quelled the surge of hostility within, maintaining an amiable facade. Meanwhile, the other students keenly anticipated the unfolding drama, eager to see how their youthful teacher would respond. Hiy descended from the podium, approaching FNGCHN's side, casually picking up a book from the desk and rolling it into a cylindrical shape. Smack! He delivered a swift tap to FNGCHN's forehead. Before you express your disdain, remember to address your teacher with respect. It is the bare minimum for someone who imparts knowledge." As a scion of a prominent family, FNGCHN was unaccustomed to such treatment, having always commanded respect from teachers. "How dare a mere trainer offend me? I must tell you, our family." Before he could finish, Hiy's cold glare silenced him, causing FNGCHN to break out in a cold sweat. Having originated from a pirate background, Hiy possessed an inherent ruthlessness, though it had long been concealed. Once unleashed, it was not something these pampered second-generation individuals could withstand. After imparting a brief lesson to FNGCHN, HIY returned to the podium, taking up a brush and inscribing 2 bold characters on the canvas. HIY. This is my name. I am a novice cultivator, more than capable of teaching you the knowledge of cultivation. Upon hearing this declaration, the students below widened their eyes in astonishment. Some hailed from esteemed local families, while others were from different regions and cities. Recently, they had all received a directive from their families to seek out a cultivator named HIY. They had heard tales of a prodigy who, at the tender age of 17, had passed the novice cultivator's assessment. Little did they expect that HIY was the unassuming youth standing before them. No, he was now their peer teacher. Chapter 53, Imparting Knowledge. Everyone was taken aback, especially Feng Chun. He had always perceived Yu as merely a pretty boy who had cunningly defeated teacher Duan. Little did he know that Yu was the much-talked-about genius breeder. His family had previously sent word suggesting that he seek opportunities to win Yu over. Feng Chen's face turned pale as he sat dazed in his chair. Although he hailed from a prominent family, with a relative being one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Fengyuan region, Bonnie, he was merely a collateral descendant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be attending a trainer school. Who wouldn't want to remain at the family headquarters, enjoying superior resources? His mind raced as he contemplated how to handle matters upon returning home. While family ties could unify all members at critical moments, they were also governed by rules and regulations. Cold sweat trickled down Feng Chen's back, particularly after the dangerous glint in Yu's eyes, a gaze he had never encountered before. Yu, undeterred by his surroundings, earnestly opened the textbook and, after a brief glance, began his lecture. Today, we shall delve into the origins and development of energy cubes. To discuss energy cubes, one must mention a profession that emerged many years ago, the breeder. Yu commenced his lesson, casually unveiling the badge of a junior breeder, which sparked envy and astonishment among the students. Although they would likely fare well upon graduation, they still felt a twinge of inadequacy when compared to a junior breeder. Many of them were merely coasting through their studies, and they were acutely aware of their own limitations. A breeder's responsibilities are manifold, encompassing the formulation of breeding plans for various Pokémon and creating specialized energy cubes for specific Pokémon, alongside acquiring knowledge in care and medical treatment, as well as Pokémon physiology and massage techniques. The foundational ingredient for crafting energy cubes is the berry. Berry cultivation is a complex endeavor, as the color of the harvested berries varies according to the soil and temperature, which in turn influences their effects. For instance, the red berry has a pungent aroma and is typically used as a material for energy cubes that heal injuries, while the yellow berry has a refreshing scent and is commonly used in energy cubes that restore stamina. Yu, feeling parched, reached for a cup from the water dispenser. Upon tasting the water, he was surprised by its sweetness, as if a nutrient solution had been added. He couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the trainer school. Even the communal water dispenser was exceptional. Now, your assignment for today is to write a paper on berries. You may cover topics such as berry cultivation, their uses, or even their history and intriguing anecdotes. Submit your work to me before class tomorrow, and I will provide feedback during the session. After delivering this, Yu gathered his materials and exited the classroom. Mere seconds after his departure, the classroom erupted into fervent discussions. It was evident that the news of the genius breeder, Yu, serving as a temporary teacher, would soon circulate throughout the school. As Yu walked along the school corridor, he felt a wave of relief upon reading a message from Joy Chun on his Pokédex. It became clear that Feng Chun was indeed a fool, belonging to a branch of the family that was not held in high regard. In the future, there might be an opportunity to devise a plan. Yu's audacity to assert himself among the second-generation students stemmed from the support of the Joy family and the Changhua Gym. Additionally, his recent title as a genius breeder had led to frequent communications with Master Fei Jing, the president of the Breeding Association in Kansas City. The familiarity in their conversations brought Yu joy, as he finally felt a sense of stability in this world. No longer was he the small pirate at the mercy of others. Yu strolled into the cafeteria, which was sparsely populated, and ascended to a private booth on the second floor. After all, his employment benefits included such privileges, and he might as well take advantage of them. He ordered a few of his favorite dishes: pan-seared scallops, mushroom vermicelli stew, and steamed dai beast tail, each within the meal allowance. The quality of the food was quite impressive. After finishing his lunch, Yu proceeded to the logistics office to collect his subsidy for the week. A sum of 100,000 Alliance coins. That was a nice little bonus. If outsiders were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be astonished. To earn 100,000 Alliance coins in just 7 days was comparable to the annual income of an ordinary family. It was a testament to the trainer school's generosity. Even a low-level teacher hired from outside received such a subsidy, leaving one to wonder about the compensation for those who signed long-term contracts. After all, it was a small class setting, and they had to endure the mischievous antics of the second-generation students. Knowledge is indeed priceless. Upon returning to his teacher's dormitory, Though it wasn't a standalone villa, the single apartment was still quite luxurious. "Little Ibu, I'm back," Heiyu exclaimed as he opened the door. As expected, a shadow darted out moments later, leaping into his embrace. The little Ibu buried its head into Heiyu's chest, wriggling in delight. All right. Little Ibu, I suppose it was boring to be home alone." After some coaxing, Heiyu managed to calm the little Ibu, who was undeniably adorable. For a fleeting moment, Heiyu entertained the thought of keeping little Ibu as a pet rather than a combat Pokémon, but this notion was swiftly extinguished. Today, let us attempt to create a new energy cube, the BY Energy Cube, which enhances a Pokémon's shell defense. Without hesitation, Heiyu retrieved a compact energy cube-making machine from his spatial backpack. The earlier device, gifted by Madame Metaf, had long been relegated to a corner. He couldn't bring himself to discard it, as it was his first energy cube-making machine and held sentimental value. The one before him, however, was purchased from the Breeders' Guild and was more compact and user-friendly, equipped with additional automated features to ease the process. As night fell, the low hum of the machine echoed through Heiyu's room, gradually fading away after a time. He slowly opened the door, holding a storage box filled with newly crafted energy cubes designed to enhance shell hardness. In the corner of the room lay a pile of failed materials from previous attempts. For the next few days, Heiyu dedicated himself to educating the students at the school. During this time, none of the second-generation students dared to challenge him. Perhaps due to rumors that had exaggerated his prowess to mythical proportions, tales of him being able to determine life and death with a glance, or of Feng Chun so frightened that he wet himself, circulated among them. Even as Heiyu walked through the school, students averted their eyes, leaving him amused yet bemused. However, this also spared him from unnecessary troubles. He had no desire to be entangled in any melodramatic school scenarios. Chapter 54, The Black Glasses. Heiyu recently found himself in a financial bind. With an increasing number of Pokémon, the consumption of resources surged, necessitating the purchase of bulk materials to practice energy cube manufacturing. Glancing at his account, which held less than 100,000 Alliance coins, he contemplated whether he should sell a batch of energy cubes. As the number of Pokémon grew, so did his expenses, with bills reflecting the various needs of his Pokémon, such as a flight-weight training device for his Dark Crow, sandbags for his Iron Claw Lobster-S training, and a device capable of automatically constructing a small water pool for his giant shark. The only relatively economical choice for Ibu is the various snacks he usually purchases, such as Bao Fun, biscuits, and plush toys, which also incur considerable expenses. He has accumulated a significant number of energy cubes, and there is indeed a possibility of selling a batch. Recently, he has been practicing several new types of energy cubes, each with unique effects. Thus, aside from those for daily use, the rest can be considered for sale. Heiyu meticulously organized all the energy cubes into an exquisite box and mused to himself, "This time, I cannot resort to selling in the black market. Rather, I should visit some shops or the Breeders' Guild. While the prices in the black market may be slightly higher, consistently selling there is not a prudent strategy." Presently, Heiyu's apparent income primarily stems from the investments of Chunghua Jim and the Qiaoyi family. However, should anyone conduct a thorough investigation, discrepancies in Heiyu's income and expenditure records would inevitably surface. Therefore, forging a plausible financial statement and source of funds has become imperative. Kanaz City is vast, and without following the navigation in the Pokémon Encyclopedia, locating a Pokémon shop may prove quite challenging. Upon entering a bustling department store, Heiyu immediately spotted a prominent shop on the first floor, its blue exterior adorned with a Pokéball sign, making it remarkably eye-catching. Observing the lively throng within the building, Heiyu couldn't help but exclaim, "The owner of this establishment must be raking in wealth." A twinge of envy welled up inside him. As he approached the shop, the door opened automatically, a testament to the vibrancy of Kanaz City's life. Upon entering, he found the store sparsely populated, with only a few staff members in uniforms arranging merchandise. The shelves were replete with a dazzling array of products, and Heiyu spotted the latest sweet balls released by the Devon Company. "Welcome." One of the staff members approached, eager to assist Heiyu. He politely declined, indicating that he wished to browse leisurely and was not in a rush to sell his energy cubes. After perusing the store and familiarizing himself with the general prices and market trends for various items and energy cubes, he finally made his way to the front desk and addressed the attending staff member. "I am a breeder. Might you be interested in purchasing energy cubes?" He produced a badge signifying his status as a novice breeder for the clerk to see. However, the ordinary staff member lacked the authority to make such significant decisions and promptly summoned the shop owner, a tall man with a bushy beard. "Thank you, esteemed breeder, for placing your trust in our shop. Would you mind if I sought out an appraiser?" The shop owner warmly welcomed Heiyu, showing evident respect for breeders. Heiyu nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses entered the shop, appearing to be a professional appraiser. These energy cubes are flawless, each brimming with vitality and exhibiting a lustrous hue. The individual who crafted this batch is undoubtedly exceptional among novice breeders. The old man's discerning gaze reflected reverence as he slowly set down his appraisal tools. With this affirmation, the shop owner no longer harbored doubts and began negotiating the price with Heiyu. I will agree to 1 for million. I also intend to make some purchases in your shop. Heiyu issued his ultimatum, raising the price of the goods valued at 1.3 million once more. All right, it's a deal. The shop owner gritted his teeth in acceptance. It is rare to encounter such a high-quality batch of energy cubes, and selling them would certainly yield a profit. What he valued most were the diverse types of these energy cubes and some relatively obscure special effects. Typically, a breeder would excel in only 2 to 3 types of energy cubes, enhancing their proficiency in production. However, these uniquely functional energy cubes could significantly bolster the shop's reputation. For instance, energy cubes that assist Pokémon in grooming and enhancing their fur, those that enable Pokémon to gain weight and increase in size within a short period, and those that improve a Pokémon's flexibility. These energy cubes may be niche, yet they hold substantial utility for certain types of Pokémon. After signing the contract and ensuring the bank's notarization, Heiyu successfully acquired a substantial sum of funds. Please wrap up this black glasses item for me. Ultimately, Heiyu selected an item capable of amplifying the power of Dark-type moves by 8, the black glasses, which came with a certification from a specific institution. Generally, ordinary items amplify effects ranging from 5 to 15. Anything below 5 is deemed a damaged item, prone to malfunction and loss of function. Conversely, items exceeding 15 are classified as rare, with their value doubling for each additional point. The former is generally unpopular in the market, while the latter is seldom seen, mostly monopolized by prominent families. However, there was an exception. A few years ago, news broke of an item with an amplification of only 0. One that miraculously remained intact and could still be used by Pokémon. Ultimately, it was purchased by a mysterious wealthy individual for an astounding price exceeding 10 million, reportedly for collection purposes. In this shop, Heiyu also procured some basic items, nutrient solutions, and ordinary materials, totaling nearly 1 million alliance coins. The funds he had just obtained were now largely spent, with his account balance dipping below 500,000. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center room, Heiyu released several of his Pokémon. Little Ibu was already eager to try the latest flavor of Baofun, tugging at Heiyu's pant leg with its fluffy little hands, demanding snacks. All right, no need to rush. Here you go, Heiyu tenderly replied. He reluctantly retrieved some snacks from his spatial backpack and handed them to Little Ibu. These freshly prepared Baofun are not only edible by humans, but are also greatly enjoyed by Pokémon. However, Heiyu had little interest in gourmet food, so the Baofun he purchased from the bakery were primarily intended for Little Ibu. After all, even the typically reclusive Heiyu knew that Ibu was quite the little glutton. Come, Jaw Shark, absorb this into your body. Heiyu carefully took out the black glasses and slowly brought it closer to Jaw Shark's body. As the black glasses approached, a mysterious power began to surge. Jaw Shark's body seemed to resonate with the black glasses, and a faint glow flickered as the black glasses unexpectedly detached from Heiyu's hand and flew straight towards Jaw Shark. To Heiyu's astonishment, Jaw Shark opened its mouth and actually swallowed the black glasses. Startled, Heiyu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this peculiar method of item attachment was indeed feasible. Immediately thereafter, Jaw Shark's body trembled slightly, and a surge of energy representing the dark type emanated from its sharp teeth. A shadowy image of the black glasses materialized behind Jaw Shark. The water's tyrant, Jaw Shark. Chapter 55. Expulsion from School. It was Heiyu's last day working at the school. He strolled into the classroom, where all the students promptly lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze. With a slight smile curving his lips, Heiyu announced, "Today we will not have breeding class. Instead, I will take you to attend Teacher Du-Wan's lecture on Pokémon battles." It appeared that today was a public class taught by Teacher Du-Wan for all students. And with her popularity, it was bound to be a resounding success. Almost all classes students would attend, which conveniently spared Heiyu from considerable hassle. So he decided to take a dozen students along. He was also eager to hear the lessons from this talented student with a passion for rock types. Yay! The students in the class erupted in cheers as Heiyu led the way to the southernmost part of the school, where a spacious battle arena awaited. When Heiyu arrived with the students, a considerable crowd had already gathered, with a rough count revealing several hundred pupils present. At the center stood Du-Wan, encircled by eager learners, with a small projector and a screen set up on a patch of grass, serving as the sole tools for her lecture. Contrary to popular belief, Pokémon battles are not as simple or effortless as they may seem. They require careful consideration of environmental factors, move strategies, tactical coordination, and item selection. Moreover, the psychological warfare between trainers and their ability to withstand pressure must also be factored in. As Du-Wan paced on the playground with a slender teaching stick in hand, she tirelessly imparted her knowledge of battles to the audience. Regrettably, the majority of students appeared indifferent. In their minds, battles revolved solely around the overwhelming power of Pokémon levels and move confrontations, dismissing everything else as mere illusion. These students, who had never experienced a true battle, remained oblivious to the complexities of Pokémon confrontations. Let us turn our attention to the recording of the last Kanto Region Champion Challenge, featuring the Dragon Master Du facing off against the Ice-type champion Kina. Upon hearing the name of the Pokémon Dojo, Heiyu instantly perked up, his curiosity sparked by the fierce battle unfolding on the projector screen. The surrounding students were also eager to watch, not out of a desire to learn, but rather to gossip. Hee, I recall this is the 4th champion challenge for the Dragon Master, right? He always falls short against Kina. Haha, yes. Every time. The hatching Kabutops manages to defeat the Dragonite. With your comments, I can't help but think the Dragon Master Du isn't really a Dragon-type champion. It seems all his Pokémon are flying types. Their focus lay entirely on gossip, while Duwan's analysis of psychological tactics and strategic confrontations fell on deaf ears. This left Duwan, who was passionately explaining, quite exasperated as she endeavored to educate these pampered youths. Regrettably, they seemed unappreciative of her efforts. Look at your lazy demeanor. So self-satisfied. Pokémon battles are not as simple as you imagine. Duwan's previously dignified demeanor gave way to visible frustration, even her long, satin-like hair, swaying in agitation. Look at Heiyu, who is of the same age as you, already a junior breeder, and he excels in battles far beyond your capabilities. In a moment of exasperation, Duwan unexpectedly shifted the conversation toward Heiyu, realizing the potential consequences of her words too late. All eyes turned to Heiyu, a wave of resentment brewing among the students. Recently, discussions surrounding him had been rampant. Why should someone of their age be their teacher? The elders and parents behind them often compared them to Heiyu, leading to a long-standing dissatisfaction. Now, witnessing their idolized teacher show such reverence for Heiyu, some hot-headed students could no longer contain themselves. Why should he, just because of his breeding talent? Why claim superiority in battles? Exactly. His Pokémon levels aren't even that high. His last victory over Duwan was purely luck. Let us see him put his skills to the test against me. A barrage of scornful remarks swiftly descended upon Heiyu. Caught in the midst of this turmoil, Duwan felt at a loss. She had not anticipated that her offhand comment would lead to such trouble for Heiyu. Anxiety washed over her as she attempted to quell the students' rage. Yet her attempts were quickly drowned out by the cacophony of voices. Heiyu furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze scanning the crowd before ultimately settling on Duwan. Was this intentional or merely a slip of the tongue? Heiyu pondered inwardly. Struggling to comprehend Duwan's motives, he noted her flustered expression, leading him to a conclusion. Yet, he could not allow them to continue their tirade. Slowly rising, he cast a cold, indifferent gaze over the assembly and declared, according to the Academy's 7th rule, disrespecting and insulting one's elders warrants expulsion from the Academy, with a permanent ban on re-enrollment. At his words, an immediate silence enveloped the area. Among the gathered students, only a select few with influential backgrounds could afford to leave the trainer school at will. The vast majority were deeply concerned about their academic standing and reputations, fearing the repercussions of expulsion and the inability to explain it to their families. Upon witnessing Heiyu swiftly quell the students' fury, Duwan breathed a sigh of relief. Though a high-achieving graduate and a gym leader, she still navigated the complexities of human interaction as a novice. She lacked the seasoned decisiveness that Heiyu displayed. Heiyu, she murmured to herself, her voice so soft it seemed only she could hear. This ordinary trainer had already astonished her time and again. Recalling their first encounter, when Heiyu had pursued her from the gym to the school for a battle, showcasing remarkable combat acumen, she had sensed that this young man was destined for greatness. Yet, she had not anticipated that in less than a month, he would transform into a celebrated prodigy, sought after by various factions. Even she herself had approached the Pokémon Center to recruit him, only to be turned down. But during their conversation, she had been captivated by his profound knowledge of breeding. Now, as Heiyu faced this chaotic situation with an unprecedented calmness, Duwan realized that her previously cherished sense of superiority had quietly faded away. I, too, aspire to be a decisive expert like Heiyu, she resolved inwardly, her steadfast gaze fixed upon Heiyu as he adeptly turned the tide of the confrontation. Chapter 56. Are you playing tricks on me? Duwan observed Heiyu's handsome visage, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and an unfamiliar emotion. Meanwhile, in the corner, Feng Chun watched this unfold, a surge of jealousy and resentment swelling within him, exacerbating his animosity toward Heiyu, particularly upon seeing his idolized teacher exhibit such a demeanor toward Heiyu. His jealousy intensified to the point of madness, his previously rigid expression now contorted. From the very beginning, Feng Chun had looked down upon Heiyu, and after being publicly reprimanded by him days prior, he had become the subject of ridicule within the academy. Although his formidable family background deterred others from openly criticizing him, behind his back, he was the object of derision. The exaggerated rumors circulating about him made attending classes unbearable. For him, losing face was more painful than death. Had it not been for Duwan's public lecture today, he would likely have hidden away in his dormitory as usual. Just days ago, His family had specifically contacted him regarding this issue, and even his father had scolded him. Although Feng Chun belonged to a large family, he was merely a distant relative. Lacking favor, his already limited share of resources had been further slashed due to this incident, leaving his monthly allowance insufficient, forcing him to seek extra funds from his parents. All of this was attributed to that man, Heiyu. The more Feng Chun dwelled on this, the angrier he became, his clenched jaw reflecting a sinister expression, leading him to utter words he would regret for a lifetime. Heiyu, since that's the case, do you dare to have a simulated Pokémon battle with me? The attention of numerous students shifted back to Feng Chun. Most recalled the animosity between the two, as rumors tend to spread swiftly, and people are often eager to believe them. Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze towards the student he had secretly noted in his heart. Unexpectedly, before he could initiate any retaliation, the individual delivered himself right to his doorstep. A simulated battle? That posed no issue. Though he was uncertain whether he could request teacher Du Wan to borrow the school's simulated battle helmet, he turned to Du Wan and called out loudly. The so-called simulated battle was akin to the virtual projection games of a past life. Trainers merely needed to don a helmet, and the projector would automatically simulate the appearance of Pokémon. Although the Pokémon could not respond to commands with the same agility as in reality, executing the most basic moves was certainly feasible. This advanced technology was virtually unheard of in the outside world, shrouded in secrecy. Yet it had long been implemented in the Trainer Academy by the higher-ups of the league. Heiyu looked at Feng Chun with an impassive expression, his cold and piercing gaze fixated on him, inducing a slight unease in the latter. Feng Chun took a small step back, occasionally swallowing hard, appearing somewhat anxious. In truth, he had already begun to regret his actions. Regardless of how the situation unfolded today, upon returning to his family, he would inevitably face punishment. Offending a promising breeder, especially one whom his family was eager to court, filled him with remorse. Unfortunately, he could only brace himself for what lay ahead. Otherwise, how could he continue to navigate school? What would others say about him? After Du Wan consented, several staff members brought out the sealed Pokémon simulated battle helmets, and Heiyu donned this precious apparatus. As he felt a slight dizziness wash over him, suddenly, a pair of delicate hands assisted him, and he caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance. It was Du Wan. In an instant, Heiyu recognized the identity of the person supporting him. Meanwhile, having already put on the helmet and unable to observe the outside world, Heiyu was oblivious to the commotion he had caused. The poised and dignified teacher Du Wan, who presented a reserved facade to outsiders, was publicly assisting an unfamiliar male. Countless students' hearts quietly shattered. Du Wan's cheeks flushed slightly, her face burning under the scrutiny of her peers and the murmurs surrounding her. Gently guiding Heiyu to sit on the lawn, she hurriedly retreated back into the crowd. As the battle commenced, two ethereal Pokémon figures composed of blue light emerged before the spectators. The simulation's realism was striking, making the Pokémon appear lifelike. Some freshmen, who had never encountered such advanced technology, wore expressions of curiosity and eagerness, which elicited disdain from the older students. They had long grown weary of this battle apparatus, as their training had predominantly occurred on it. Alas, was there any hope for the next generation of the league? The thought that these students had not even experienced the most basic battles prompted Du Wan to question the future education of the league. Heiyu, on the other hand, was captivated by the translucent control interface that appeared before him, playfully experimenting with the Pokémon simulation helmet. To his surprise, he could even select Pokémon, LyoLSH, Kuiling, Bofiling. Even items and abilities were selectable. Was this not reminiscent of the games from his previous life? A smile gradually crept across Heiyu's lips, with the memories of his past life. He had stored countless strategies and formations in his mind. Regrettably, these could not be realized in real battles, but now they could finally be put to use. Feng Chun opted for a 3v3 battle, where each side would deploy 3 Pokémon for a free-for-all. How intriguing! Had he chosen formidable Dragon-type Pokémon? Heiyu observed the 3 blue figures materializing in the arena, confirming his suspicions. Kuiling, LyoLSH, and Miling. The selections made by his opponent were almost all quasi-legendaries from various regions. Heiyu's eyes twinkled as he decided on a rather unexpected lineup. DULG, TN11W-ing, TY. The onlooking students were puzzled. Why not select quasi-legendaries or the starter Pokémon? Examining the abilities of his 3 Pokémon, Heiyu felt a sense of satisfaction. As the battle commenced, it was no surprise that the Dragon-type Pokémon, wielding overwhelming power, forced Heiyu into a corner. TN11W-ing activates the Toxic Orb. DULG activates the Toxic Orb. TY uses Find Partner. Find Partner, using a magical dance to compel the opponent to mimic its actions, thereby making their abilities identical. As Heiyu's commands were issued, a purple mist enveloped the 2 Pokémon, toxins spreading throughout their bodies. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the healing ability activated with remarkable force. The abilities of the opposing 3 Dragon-type quasi-legendaries were all transformed into TY's hidden ability, Lazy. In an instant, The attacking prowess of the three dragon-type Pokémon plummeted. Their once sharp gazes dulled, their bodies becoming lethargic and unwilling to move. DULG directed the use of Toxic on itself and TN11Wing. Concurrently, DULG continuously unleashed toxic attacks upon itself and TN11Wing. The toxins within their bodies had accumulated to an astounding degree, and thanks to the healing ability, all of it was converted into restorative effects. The three dragon-type Pokémon grew increasingly exhausted and sluggish, hindered by their newfound lethargy. Meanwhile, TN11Wing and DULG thrived, healing rapidly despite sustaining injuries. As time passed, the three quasi-legendaries collapsed, leaving the observing students utterly dumbfounded. Three ordinary Pokémon, through a series of maneuvers, had managed to drag down three quasi-legendaries. I refuse to accept this. Let us go again. Feng Chun yanked off the helmet, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with indignation, wearing an expression of disbelief. In his view, such underhanded tactics could hardly be labeled as combat. True battle should be a fair and honorable confrontation. Heiyu gazed at Feng Chun in surprise. It was his first time encountering someone eager for punishment. Very well, I agree. Since that was the case, how could he refuse his request? Consequently, the entire afternoon saw Heiyu and his opponent engage in numerous battles, with Feng Chun suffering defeat each time, and in a most humiliating manner. During this time, Heiyu employed a plethora of tactics known from his previous life, including the Poison Guard strategy, the King's Infinite Fear strategy, the Mini Mud Throw combined with Light Powder strategy, and the Hidden Rock combined with Spikes and Toxic Spike strategy. It could be said that the battles that afternoon opened the eyes of all the students at the Trainer Academy. They had never imagined that battles could be so diverse. With various Pokémon, item combinations, moves, and the psychological warfare between trainers. As yet another battle concluded, Heiyu slowly removed the helmet, glancing at the now despondent Feng Chun, who was questioning his very existence. Pokémon battles are not as simple as you might think. What I have presented is merely the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 57, KL Tunnel. After concluding a week-long stint as a temporary teacher, Heiyu returned to the Pokémon Center, continuing his training and studying the knowledge of breeding. Before leaving, he selected a universal intermediate Dark-type energy block recipe as compensation for his teaching service. Dark Crow used Dark Mist. In a sealed indoor training room, Heiyu commanded the heavily burdened Dark Crow. The Dark Crow flapped its wings, unleashing clouds of black mist from its sharp beak. The skill Dark Mist could revert the abilities of any Pokémon that inhaled it back to their original state, effectively countering excessive confidence traits or enhancement skills like Swords Dance. Thus, it was of utmost importance for Dark Crow to master this technique. The Dark Crow, possessing a mischievous spirit, excels in both unleashing and mastering transformation skills with remarkable efficiency. Heiyu quietly observed from the corner of the room as the mist, devoid of energy control, gradually dissipated into the air. All right, Dark Crow, return. Upon hearing these words, the Dark Crow, which had been soaring above, immediately withdrew its wings and gently descended onto Heiyu's shoulder. Caw! The Dark Crow emitted a hoarse cry, seemingly in a display of pride. A glimmer of warmth flickered in Heiyu's eyes as he tenderly stroked the Dark Crow's wings, praising, "You performed splendidly. But do not forget your flying practice while training new skills." Recently, the Dark Crow had become adept at flying in various environments, even navigating the fierce winds stirred up by the large-billed sparrow. However, its flying techniques were somewhat lacking. When faced with complex terrains and obstacles, its speed would plummet, risking a collision due to insufficient braking time. Iron Claw Lobster, how has the training for Dragon Dance been progressing? Have you made any advancements? Heiyu inquired, glancing towards the corner where the Iron Claw Lobster was energetically striking a sandbag with its pincers. Claw. The Iron Claw Lobster swiftly spun around, sending the sandbag flying, reveling in its own strength. Hearing its trainer's question, it hurriedly approached with its 6 short legs, then closed its eyes to channel its dragon-type energy. After a few moments, the Iron Claw Lobster began to wave its pincers, its body swaying as it commenced a peculiar and mysterious dance. The energy within it gradually surged, and a purplish-red aura radiated outward, marking the successful execution of Dragon Dance. Well done. You are becoming increasingly proficient in Dragon Dance, Iron Claw Lobster. This will be the focus of your future training, so make sure to grasp it thoroughly. Heiyu promptly began timing the performance. As the training for Dragon Dance centered on 3 aspects, the duration of the move, the energy it could enhance, and the time it could be sustained. The second aspect required sophisticated instruments for accurate measurement, so Heiyu focused on the other 2. He understood that only a robust physique could withstand greater energy. Hence, he incorporated energy cubes that enhanced physical attributes into the Iron Claw Lobster's diet. As time passed with the steady ticking of the clock in the tranquil room, the energy gained from Dragon Dance within the Iron Claw Lobster began to wane, rapidly declining and ultimately vanishing within mere seconds. 47 seconds. Heiyu's spirits soared as he glanced at the timer on the Pokédex. The first time Dragon Dance was used, it lasted only about 20 seconds. Yet within this brief span of days, it had improved so significantly. After feeding the Pokémon a few energy cubes to restore its stamina, Heiyu contemplated the upcoming training regimen. As the sun set, Heiyu proceeded to the front desk to check out of the training room, compensating for the extra time used. Even as a direct descendant trainer, he had to pay for the utilization of such specialized training facilities. Given the abundant energy and wear on the room incurred costs. That night, while lying in bed, Heiyu suddenly had a revelation and sat up abruptly, slapping his thigh. That's right. The Dark Crow and EV have yet to see blood. As a true pirate by birth, accustomed to the bloodshed of his profession, he was all too familiar with the realities of death. Having witnessed countless Pokémon fall victim to the claws of his Iron Claw Lobster and the jaws of his Sharpedo. However, unlike the Iron Claw Lobster and Sharpedo who had emerged from the fires of battle, both the EV and Dark Crow had been captured and subsequently traveled with him on land. Thus they had scarcely encountered blood. I finally comprehend why the Dark Crow has struggled to integrate into the team, unable to truly bond with the Iron Claw Lobster and others, Heiyu mused thoughtfully. It is because the Dark Crow lacks the baptism of blood. While the adorable EV could endear itself to the team through its charm, the cunning avian Pokémon could not. At times, the Dark Crow even seemed overly reclusive, reluctant to approach any Pokémon aside from its trainer. Lost in contemplation, Heiyu eventually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, nestled under the covers, the sleepy EV lazily rolled over. The little EV, having been roused from its drowsy state by Heiyu's sudden movement, found nothing else to occupy its attention and curled up once more, wrapping its fluffy tail around itself, leaving only its small head exposed as it settled against Heiyu's shoulder, drifting back to sleep. As dawn broke, a black-haired youth clad in ordinary adventure attire appeared on the outskirts of Canas City, with a fair visage. The youth would undoubtedly be quite endearing if adorned in warmer colors. However, for reasons unknown, he was dressed entirely in cold black, which, alongside his adorable EV, created a rather peculiar sight. Heiyu had left Canas City at the break of dawn, intending to train his Pokémon in the wild while also accepting several league tasks. The nearby renowned exploration sites included Chunghua Forest and Cal Tunnel. Cal Tunnel directly connected to Greenery Town, serving as a critical passageway between the two towns. Previously managed by the Duin Company for mining, operations had ceased for unknown reasons, transforming the area into an adventure zone for trainers. Heiyu recounted the information he had found online to himself. Notably, Cal Tunnel was rich in minerals, with even an unassuming rock potentially containing a high-quality evolution stone. This prospect attracted a throng of individuals hoping to strike it rich through gambling on stones. It was said that there was even a stone gambling house on the outskirts, specializing in selling the minerals mined from Cal Tunnel. Caw! A raspy call echoed from the sky. Heiyu looked up to see the Dark Crow returning from reconnaissance, extending an arm as a landing spot. The Dark Crow swooped down gracefully, and Heiyu felt a rush of wind, instinctively closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he was met with the sight of a massive beak. Caw-caw. Heiyu listened as the Dark Crow relayed the situation ahead, its black wings gesturing animatedly. While he could generally understand, some details eluded him. He accordingly removed the drone camera from around the Dark Crow's neck and began to observe the situation ahead through the recorded footage. Chapter 58. The Transformation of the Dark Crow. As Heiyu strolled along the forest path, leaving behind a series of footprints of varying depths in the soil, he eventually paused beside a lush tree. Cautiously peering out, he spotted a familiar Pokémon in the bushes, a common sight in the Hoenn region, the Spinarak. This Pokémon, akin to the Caterpie of the Kanto region, occupied the lowest tier of the food chain. The Spinarak was voraciously nibbling on a fresh piece of tree bark. Its two rear stingers raised as it tore the bark apart, savoring the sap that dripped onto the ground. Dark Crow used Gust. A black, peculiar crow burst forth from the branches, its wings flapping to summon two powerful gusts of wind. Caw! A faint blue energy emerged as a dark beam shot forth, striking the Spinarak before it had a chance to react. Yow! The Spinarak cried out in pain, wounds opening on its body as blood began to seep. Naturally timid, the Spinarak quickly attempted to flee. Yet, Heiyu would not allow it to escape unscathed, urgently commanding, Dark Crow, show no mercy, use peck. The sharp beak of the Heianya gradually became more pronounced as it flapped its wings and dove swiftly downward, its pointed mouth mercilessly pecking at the body of the thorn-tailed bug. The bug, battered and bruised, collapsed on the ground, a glimmer of pleading in its eyes. The emotionless voice of Heiyu reappeared. Continue the assault. Eliminate it. In the wild, the law is survival of the fittest. Heiyu had come today to witness the shedding of blood by the two little sprites, and thus would show no mercy. The Heianya hesitated momentarily, glancing at Heiyu and then at the injured thorn-tailed bug lying on the ground, a flicker of compassion crossing its gaze. However, ultimately, deterred by Heiyu's impassive demeanor, the Heianya executed its pecking attack once more, striking until the bug's life force was extinguished. On the side, the small Eevee watched with tears streaming down its face, its fluffy ears covering its eyes as it struggled to look away. Yet the scent of blood in the air was undeniable, leaving it frightened. In its extreme fear, it chose to retreat into the Pokeball it had always been reluctant to enter. Sighing, Heiyu felt a sense of satisfaction. In this brutal world of survival, there was no room for compassion. However, he pondered that they would need to adapt further next time, perhaps feeling that he had been a bit too aggressive. As a crow-like sprite, the Heianya was synonymous with cunning and ruthlessness, making it more amenable to this brutal reality. But as for the EV, perhaps it was time to offer some words of encouragement. After clearing the remnants of the battle, Heiyu resumed his journey towards the Ka-Lu Tunnel. For over a day, he had remained in the forest, primarily training the Heianya. As it became accustomed to the harsh realities of the wild, the Heianya learned the principles of survival and natural selection, growing increasingly decisive and merciless in its actions. Having undergone a bloody baptism, the Heianya now bore a fierce gaze that could intimidate even the timid sprites. Consequently, its level was rapidly increasing and had reached level 13. Finally emerging from the forest, though not as exhausting as traversing through Changhua Forest, the training of the Heianya along the way was no light task. Heiyu smiled as he noticed the distinct tire tracks and footprints along the roadside. The Heianya let out a hoarse call, flapping its wings in delight. After some contemplation, Heiyu decided against walking any further. He retrieved a folding mountain bike from his spatial backpack and began to ride towards the Ka-Lu Tunnel. Along the way, he finally spotted some people, most of whom were carrying mining tools such as shovels or pickaxes. They shared the same destination as Heiyu, heading to the Ka-Lu Tunnel, but appeared much more professional, seemingly there to prospect for gold. At last, he was nearing his destination. Those large sheds ahead must be the Gambling Stone Workshop. Heiyu set down his monocular, surveying the expanse of green tents. Brushing off the dust from his clothes as he approached his goal, a black-haired youth rode his bike, followed by the Heianya, drawing the attention of passers-by. However, after a brief glance, they quickly looked away. Although Heiyu's attire was somewhat shabby, his trainer's adventure gear was unmistakable. Yet, an unexpected incident occurred. A plump Miss Junsha in a blue police uniform appeared on a motorcycle, blocking Heiyu's path. "Greetings, trainer. Please present your league identification. I apologize for any inconvenience." Miss Junsha dismounted her motorcycle with impressive poise, first displaying her officer's badge before requesting Heiyu's credentials. Her enchanting gaze held a scrutinizing quality, while her partner, a Katy dog, approached Heiyu, sniffing him intently. In a city, there was certainly more than one Miss Junsha or Nurse Joy, and this particular officer was responsible for inspecting trainers wishing to enter the Ka-Lu Tunnel. Given the unique nature of the tunnel, which was neither entirely wild nor urban and not designated as a conservation area by the League, such inspections were necessary. "Hello, Miss Junsha. Here is my identification card. Thank you for your routine inspection." Heiyu replied in a weary tone, retrieving his identification from his pocket and handing it to Miss Junsha. She took out a peculiar small machine and scanned Heiyu's card, which emitted a beeping alarm. After thoroughly examining the information that appeared, her vigilant expression gradually softened. "A direct league trainer? It appears there should be no issue. You possess secondary league privileges." A look of surprise crossed Miss Junsha's striking face, especially upon seeing the endorsement from the Joy family, prompting her to scrutinize Heiyu once more. After returning the identification card, she expressed her apologies. "I apologize. Esteemed trainer Heiyu, I'm merely following protocol. Recently, there have been disturbances caused by underground dark organizations in the Ka-Lu Tunnel." Miss Junsha rarely offered explanations, knowing well that she typically displayed no leniency towards ordinary trainers. Heiyu said little in response, merely nodding before hastily making his way towards the tent area below. "Thank you, Miss Junsha. I am utterly exhausted and shall take my leave." Heiyu mounted his bike and pedaled downwards. Bark, bark, bark. The Katy dog barked a few times. Miss Junsha observed Heiyu's departing figure, muttering, "Katy dog, do you sense a scent of blood on him?" In truth, she had noticed something amiss with Heiyu but deemed it unnecessary to pursue further, as there was no evidence to warrant action, and it would only waste time. Moreover, the act of capturing and slaying sprites in the wild had become an unspoken norm among League trainers, given the League's weak enforcement of laws in such environments. Soon after, Miss Junsha resumed her post, as two more trainers approached down the path. This time, however, she interrogated them vigorously, for they were merely civilian trainers, not even League direct trainers. Eventually, under Miss Junsha's subtle hints, the two civilian trainers discreetly slipped her some League currency in exchange for their passage. Hehe. While the treatment here may not be as favorable as in the city, there are still plenty of opportunities for extra income. Despite her polished appearance, Miss Junsha carried significant pressure. Positions in the city with good benefits and high salaries were beyond her reach, given her family's status. However, the funds required for the care of her Katy dog and several other sprites were undeniably dependent on League currency. Thus, she resorted to wielding her small authority to earn some additional income beyond her salary. Counting the recently acquired League currency, Miss Junsha had become quite adept at this practice. After pocketing the currency, she continued to await the arrival of the next trainer. "Hey, you there. Please stop. Present your identification. Chapter 59. Thunderstone with a clatter of gears. Heyu parked his mountain bike at the outskirts of the Gambling Stone workshop, dismounting with a light jog. It was indeed bustling. It seemed all these individuals were embarking on adventures in the Kalu Tunnel. The entire workshop was filled with a cacophony of sounds, with people frequently entering and exiting, shovels and pickaxes slung over their shoulders. Heyu keenly observed that the gear worn by these individuals differed remarkably, featuring thick boots and shovels of a distinct black-golden hue, unlike those commonly found in the market. Not wishing to rush into the Kalu Tunnel just yet, he decided to explore the urban workshop first and check if any maps were available for sale. Heyu folded his bicycle and stowed it in his spatial backpack. He then recalled his Darkrai and changed out of his somewhat tattered adventure attire into a brand new outfit. After tidying his disheveled hair and wiping his face with a wet tissue, he stepped slowly into the stone market. The expansive stone market seemed to stretch endlessly as Heyu entered through the main gate. Along the way, various stalls displayed stones of diverse shapes and sizes, some resembling peculiar creatures, while others were diminutive, akin to the size of eggs. Beside the stalls, individuals frequently examined the stones with flashlights and magnifying glasses, eventually making a resolute decision to purchase one after much deliberation. Amidst the raucous crowd, the stone was gradually fed into a cutting machine. The roaring noise echoed, encapsulating the adage that one's fortune could change with a single cut. A stone valued at hundreds of thousands of alliance coins could yield nothing but worthless debris, while an unassuming stone might bring a windfall, granting one wealth overnight. This place was a paradise for the fortunate, yet a hell for gamblers. Some experienced sudden riches here, while others faced ruin. Heyu had no interest in gambling on stones, not out of virtue, but because he recognized the entire endeavor as a ruse. Did the Alliance, or its upper echelon, truly lack the means to detect what lay within the stones? Setting aside the advanced technology he had witnessed from the Alliance, the wonders of this world's elves left him deeply skeptical. Could supernatural elves truly not sense what was inside? Could rock-type elves not discern the special minerals within? Once Heyu comprehended these underlying truths, his interest in gambling on stones dissipated. As for those unfortunate souls who lost everything due to their gambling, he felt no inclination to offer counsel. Sometimes, people simply cannot be taught, while experiences can leave an indelible mark. Moreover, the choices of others were irrelevant to Heyu. Each individual has their own fate and decisions. Interfering with another's cause inevitably leads to bearing the consequences. After a brief exploration of a small area, Heyu began to inquire with merchants and passers-by about the whereabouts of the map vendor. "Brother, you want a map? 5,000 alliance coins apiece, no bargaining," said a short man with a large messenger bag, pulling out a brand new map from his backpack. Heyu glanced over it, noting its hand-drawn print, indicating a robust industry behind it. Rest assured, this map was just updated a few days ago. As long as you don't venture into the deepest part of the Kalu Tunnel, you should encounter no issues, the map vendor assured. Heyu mused to himself, indeed. There must be individuals specifically entering to collect terrain data, while others are tasked with drawing maps. This vendor is likely the latter, responsible for selling the maps. After handing over 5,000 alliance coins, Heyu acquired a map, yet he did not immediately venture into the Kalu Tunnel. Instead, he sought out several more map vendors. Although each vendor's maps differed in detail, they were largely similar in content. Once Heyu confirmed the map's accuracy, he purchased a pair of adventure boots and an alloy shovel from a shop near the Gambling Stone house. Although he intended to train his elves inside, he wouldn't miss the chance to encounter rare minerals. Even if he didn't find any, these pieces of equipment could be resold, ensuring minimal financial loss. Heyu joined a group entering the tunnel, slowly making his way along the rocky path into the misty passage. At the tunnel's entrance, a large crowd held signs, displaying messages that piqued Heyu's curiosity. Mining team, I have a moisture-type elf that can prevent explosions. Adventure team with over 3 years of experience seeks a trainer with a flying-type elf capable of dispersing mist. Heyu contemplated these individuals, aware that the Kalu Tunnel was renowned online for two characteristics: the diverse array of rare elves within, including Geodude and Gloom, and the ever-present mist that severely impaired visibility. The dimly lit tunnel offered visibility of no more than 5 meters, and without a flying-type elf or an adventure lamp, one could easily become lost. Just as Heyu prepared to enter, a sudden cacophony of cheers erupted from afar. What is happening? What is going on? Oh my! You all should hurry back. Someone cut a high-tier thunderstone in the Gambling Stone house. Is that for real? That is a fortune. Soon. Individuals raced to inform their companions, and the crowd, seeing the commotion, set down their tools to return and witness the excitement. After all, such high-grade minerals were not encountered every day, and everyone yearned to bask in the fortune of the lucky individual who had unearthed the thunderstone. It is human nature to seek excitement. Even the law enforcement personnel stationed at the tunnel entrance couldn't resist the urge to temporarily depart and join the spectacle. Heyu stood on a rock, gazing toward the stone market, silently reflecting. a high-tier evolution stone is typically over 90 pure, surely worth $1 million. This is just based on 90 purity. A slightly higher purity would elevate the price even more. Although the Thunderstone ISNT is sought after as the Firestone or Waterstone, it still commands a significant value, especially since the Kanazi gym has been openly seeking Thunderstones for over a month, given that their gym leader, Du-Wan, requires them for the evolution of her signature elf, Dazobi. Most of the apprentices she recruits possess Dazobi. Heiyu had no desire to join the throng of excitement and turned to enter the dim tunnel. Tightening the adventure hat atop his head as a beam of light shot forth from the lamp hole. The dark crow perched on his shoulder flapped its wings, gradually dispersing the mist, and Heiyu's silhouette faded into the darkness. The entrance to the tunnel became deserted. At that moment, two trainers clad in red and blue garments emerged from the shadows, casting a derisive glance at the throng drawn away by the Thunderstone. The rotund man in red remarked, "The alliance is becoming increasingly decayed, so easily diverting the guards." The woman in blue, with dark skin, retorted, "Enough with the chatter. Let us not forget our objective is the treasures within the Ka-Lu tunnel." The man in red, seemingly irked by the woman's words, countered, "Humph, Aquan. Do not forget that we are merely temporary allies. Our infiltration of the Da-Wen Company is solely for the new data and the terrain map of Ka-Lu tunnel." Huasiyuan, what do you mean by that? Haven T, I already shared the data and maps with you. It's time you revealed the secrets hidden within the Ka-Lu tunnel. The woman, identified as Aquan, stamped her foot in frustration, her hands slowly moving toward her waist as she eyed Huasiyuan warily. Huasiyuan, the rotund man in red, appeared somewhat intimidated by her demeanor, waving his hand and saying, "Let us not forget that our organizations are currently in a period of secret cooperation. Are you sure you want to make a move here?" His words seemed to calm Aquan. The two turned their gazes toward the dark, tranquil tunnel, their eyes filled with mutual wariness. As they entered, dozens of individuals dressed in red and blue garments followed suit, entering the Ka-Lu tunnel in groups. The two factions were at odds, yet they spoke of cooperation. Chapter 60, Stinking Mud. Initially, the Ka-Lu tunnel was a mining vein operated by the Da-Wen Company, which originally contained only a single vein suitable for crafting attribute stones. However, as deeper excavation ensued, it became apparent that this was a vast pit, overflowing with an astonishing variety of attribute minerals. The Da-Wen Company seized the opportunity to thrive, gradually expanding from a modest enterprise into a prominent cross-regional corporation renowned throughout the entire spirit world. Initially considered merely a source of primitive capital accumulation, the Ka-Lu tunnel inexplicably ceased its mining operations. It was even open to a vast array of trainers, allowing them to venture in for exploration. This decision, while catapulting Da-Wen's reputation to an astonishing pinnacle, resulted in immeasurable losses in potential profits. Thus, although the external betting stone shops were lucrative, they paled in comparison to the prospect of devouring such a substantial cake alone. The Ka-Lu tunnel had allowed trainers to mine for several years, with the exploration area extending nearly 10,000 meters. Numerous branches emerged within, resembling a labyrinthine ant nest. The benefits reaped by the multitude of exploration trainers remained unknown, yet were undeniably astronomical figures, all constituting a loss for Da-Wen Company. No one comprehended the rationale behind Da-Wen's actions, yet this did not dampen the fervor of trainers eager to embark on daring adventures within the tunnel. Dark Crow dispersed this mist. The beam of light emitted from the explorer's hat allowed Heiyu to discern his direction, directing Dark Crow accordingly. As the fog in front of him dissipated, Heiyu finally unfurled his map to ascertain his bearings. Currently, he traversed the central thoroughfare of the Ka-Lu tunnel, which branched off into numerous secondary paths. These narrow byways were intricately woven and potentially harbored perilous spirits. Each year, adventurers became lost within the veins of the mine, ultimately transforming into sustenance for the spirits lurking in the darkness. Heiyu marked his path with a special lime he had concocted, gradually delving deeper into the tunnel by following the map. After over 4 hours of walking, he finally exited the outermost layer. Dark Crow employed the move scare. A dim light flickered within the cave, and with a startled cry, a common Geodude appeared in view. Heiyu simultaneously directed Eevee and Dark Crow to subdue the creature. As they ventured deeper, encounters with low-level spirits became more frequent. To his surprise, he discovered a Geodude with the hidden ability Sandveil, which he decided to capture for later sale upon exiting the tunnel. Along the way, he encountered various low-level spirits, such as Rattata and Caterpie. Although these spirits varied in species, they shared a common trait: extreme frailty and malnourishment. Moreover, they exhibited a pronounced tendency toward aggression. As Heiyu had already faced numerous attacks from spirits along his journey, it appeared that trainers venturing into the tunnel constituted one of the food sources for these spirits. Heiyu quickly grasped the implications of this situation. Within the Ka-Lu tunnel, no vegetation thrived, and spirits were unable to consume one another. The visibility was so poor that spirits could not discern their surroundings. Geodude could survive by consuming sand and rocks, while others were left with no choice but to ambush humans for sustenance. Carnivorous spirits, such as Zubat, would even resort to consuming human flesh. Fortunately, Heyu had not yet encountered any significant dangers, as the spirits he faced were predominantly below level 15. With the cooperation of his two spirits, he easily dispatched his foes. Darkrai had become accustomed to the carnage, aiding Heyu in defeating numerous wild spirits along their path. Eevee, however, still struggled to accept the final blows dealt to each spirit, which were consistently executed by Darkrai. Nevertheless, Heyu felt a sense of satisfaction, at the very least. There was no longer any sign of reluctance in Eevee's eyes, and its attacks were unrestrained. Progress must be made gradually. Character development requires patience, and time is on their side. Heyu exhibited considerable tolerance towards Eevee. After an additional hour of exploration, Heyu finally paused, not only due to his own rapidly depleting stamina, but also because both Darkrai and Eevee were now exhausted and panting heavily. He summoned his Kingler to stand guard for potential dangers. Heyu cradled Eevee and Darkrai, providing them with a brief massage to alleviate their fatigue. The innate talent of the two spirits was nothing short of astonishing, a testament to their training in the gym and breeding facilities. Within just a few hours, their combat experience had skyrocketed, from initially suffering minor injuries to effortlessly coordinating in the defeat of wild spirits. Darkrai, in particular, seemed to have been born for slaughter, exhibiting precise timing in battle. During this period, its level reached 15, and it learned the move Wing Attack, which would soon replace its less powerful Peck once mastered. After a brief respite, Heyu and his spirits replenished their energy and continued their expedition according to the map. Along the way, they passed some exposed rock deposits, and upon using a metal shovel to break them apart, discovered only ordinary steel. While this mineral held some value, it was not worth Heyu's effort to carry it, especially considering the weight. His spatial backpack was already filled with numerous items, leaving no room for this steel. As Heyu approached a branching path, a foul stench suddenly wafted from within. This odor was not merely unpleasant, it was a putrid reek, reminiscent of decaying meat. The faint scent lingered at the fork, occasionally drifting into the air. Heyu tightly closed his mouth, furrowing his brow, while the keen-nosed Eevee recoiled in disgust, casting disdainful glances at the dimly lit passage. Heyu summoned Kingler, steeling his nerves, and shone his flashlight into the tunnel, revealing two dark, muddy lumps at the end of the passage. The name of a spirit flashed in his mind, Grimer, the sludge Pokémon, known to consume garbage and emit an extraordinarily foul odor. Environmental companies often favored such spirits, as they effectively addressed the tedious issue of waste disposal. What is this? The beam of Heyu's flashlight illuminated the corner, revealing two deeply embedded skulls, their craniums emitting an eerie glow. Heyu directed, Kingler, use Shell Blade to eliminate them. With a swift leap, Kingler crossed its pincers and struck, incapacitating the two spirits with a single blow. Heyu promptly tossed two Pokeballs to capture them. Darkrai dispersed the stench here. After taking a whiff, Heyu found it bearable and cautiously approached the corner of the fork, where two neatly arranged skulls and scattered human bones came into view. Heyu remained silent, while Eevee cowered behind him in fear. Darkrai cast a disdainful glance at Eevee before indifferently perched itself on Heyu's shoulder. Grimer is also an omnivorous spirit. It consumes meat. Heyu mused softly, the cold light in his pitch-black eyes reflecting indifference. After burying the two skeletons, Heyu departed from that dark, filthy place. Beep, beep, beep. As the Pokédex chimed, Heyu examined the information on the two Grimers. One had inherited the move Shadow Punch, a modest yet pleasant surprise. Chapter 61, The Cunning Uncle. Heyu continued on his path, markedly more cautious now, as the poison-type spirits within posed an insidious threat. In the wild, among the myriad of abnormal statuses, the last thing one desires to encounter is poison. Burns, freezes, paralysis, and sleep are all highly visible conditions, easily alleviated with corresponding remedies or berries. However, poisoning is different. The variety of toxins is extensive, and some toxins remain latent, hiding within the human body until they eventually erupt. The poison attribute Pokémon is often regarded as one of the most untouchable types, embodying an air of danger. Heyu, while traversing through the tunnels, encountered signs of human presence, such as a recently extinguished campfire at a fork in the path. What is this sign? Upon reaching another fork, Heyu suddenly noticed a signpost at the entrance of a tunnel. This tunnel appeared rather shallow, with a faint glow visible from the entrance, where a sign indicated that the tunnel had been temporarily requisitioned as a camping site. It warned that any intruders would face attacks, and the consequences would be theirs alone. Typically, these shallow tunnels, once fully explored, serve as temporary resting points. Just as Heyu was about to turn away, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the tunnel, prompting him to grip his alloy shovel tightly. Even the sound of the Darkrai's wings flapping grew subdued as he fixed his sharp gaze towards the exit, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Moments later, a middle-aged backpacker emerged, initially startled upon seeing Heyu, and quickly tightened his grip on his own shovel. Accompanying this man was Amali Luli. At that tense moment, the middle-aged man unexpectedly broke into a friendly smile and blocked Heiyu's path toward the forked tunnel. "Little brother, there has been a collapse inside this tunnel. I advise against entering," he said, gesturing back toward the tunnel he had just exited. Heiyu took a couple of steps back, maintaining a safe distance. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something amiss. The middle-aged man was inexplicably drenched. Water droplets were visibly dripping from his collar, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Having once drifted at sea, Heiyu recognized this scent as a mixture of water and blood. Although the odor had faded to near indistinguishability when he directed his light towards the man's boots, he keenly detected traces of blood. Fearing that the man might notice, Heiyu quickly shifted his light away, yet a suspicion arose within him. This blood could not belong to a Pokémon. It was undoubtedly human. Heiyu mused inwardly. Maintaining a facade of innocence, he replied, "All right, uncle. I shall take another path. My apologies for disturbing you." He turned and began to walk toward another tunnel, attempting to catch a glimpse of the interior with the corner of his eye. It seemed the middle-aged man had caught on to this subtle movement. As he hurriedly adjusted his position to block Heiyu's view of the tunnel, this instinctive action heightened Heiyu's unease. Upon entering another tunnel, he crouched against the stone wall, his ink-black pupils gleaming with a cold detachment. There was definitely something amiss with that middle-aged man. The forked tunnel surely concealed a secret he wished to keep hidden. Heiyu did not rush to uncover this secret. Instead, he lingered in the other fork for quite some time before returning to the spot where he had encountered the man. The middle-aged man had vanished, seemingly departed. Heiyu glanced at the tunnel the man had tried to conceal and, with a hint of mystery in his smile, cautiously stepped inside. Not long after Heiyu entered, the man emerged from behind a large stone wall, casting a glance at the tunnel Heiyu had just entered, his eyes glinting with shadows. The previously guileless expression vanished, replaced by a cruel smile as he gripped his blood-stained alloy shovel, muttering, "You sought death. Do not blame me." As Heiyu ventured deeper into the tunnel, illuminated by the light ahead, he found no signs of collapse, further solidifying his belief that the man had lied. Within minutes, he reached the tunnel's end, discovering a pit resembling a room. Unaware of the impending danger, he noted some debris and human traces in the corner and turned to his EV. "Little EV, can you sniff out anything unusual?" The EV wrinkled its small nose, poking at a distinctly raised patch of earth. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with realization. He utilized his alloy shovel to excavate the raised earth, revealing something shocking after just a few digs: a severed hand. Continuing to dig, he unearthed several charred human remains. Arranging the bones, it became evident that they formed a complete figure. Heiyu quickly counted the charred fragments, mentally piecing together a human form. This was the truth that the middle-aged man had desperately sought to conceal. Was it a case of equitable distribution gone awry after stumbling upon rare ores? Or perhaps a scene of revenge born from long-standing grievances? Heiyu could not fathom the complex history between the deceased and the middle-aged man. Commanding the captured Shonen to devour the remains and cleanse the scene before departing, Heiyu remained vigilant as he exited the tunnel. Upon emerging, the middle-aged man stood waiting, seemingly anticipating Heiyu's return. "Uncle, you deceived me. There has been no collapse," Heiyu remarked with a sardonic smile. The man scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Oh, really? Perhaps you took a wrong turn, little brother. There are plenty of forks in this tunnel." An unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them as they locked eyes in silence, both hands subtly drifting toward their waists. The previously close distance between them gradually widened until they stood at opposite sides of the fork. At the moment they were furthest apart, the man's affable demeanor evaporated, replaced by an icy expression. "Did you encounter anything at the fork in the tunnel?" he inquired, his face stern as he scrutinized Heiyu for any sign of weakness. Heiyu smirked coldly. "I witnessed quite a performance in there." He tapped his alloy shovel against the ground, donning a mysterious smile. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in alarm, his facade cracking as he roared, "What exactly did you see?" Heiyu glanced at the spatial backpack strapped to the man's back, curious about what could incite such animosity among companions, even leading to murder and theft. Chapter 62, The Unmasking. Heiyu was certain that this man was a first-time killer. Although he feigned calmness, the pretense was merely a manifestation of decades of experience. In terms of murder technique, the man was exceedingly crude, even neglecting to properly dispose of the body. While it was indeed challenging to be discovered in the convoluted tunnels if exposed outside, it would not take long for Miss Junsha to identify him as the murderer. "Uncle, I presume this is your first time taking a life? Are you not aware that human bones are exceptionally hard and cannot be incinerated? You did not prepare a Pokémon for body disposal?" Heiyu observed the middle-aged man with an impassive expression, his tone unruffled. The man's countenance shifted slightly at these words, though he quickly regained his composure, forcing a calm response. "Humph, I do not know what you are talking about." Heiyu's lips curled into a slight smirk, a hint of mockery gracing his features as he continued. "You have bloodstains on you, which prompted your Pokémon to use water to cleanse the evidence. However, It remains insufficiently addressed. Do you not perceive the scent of blood clinging to you? With that, he gently directed his spotlight toward the man's boots. The middle-aged man slowly lowered his head, following the light in Heiyu's hand, and discovered with a jolt that there were bloodstains on his shoes that had not been washed away. This revelation tightened his chest, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing fiercely at Heiyu. His previously expressionless face instantaneously darkened, bloodshot eyes resembling those of an enraged beast. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" The man bellowed, his voice tinged with boundless rage and fear. Yet, this more closely resembled a self-interrogation, as his trembling hands betrayed the turmoil brewing within him. "Let us bury you here too," Molly Luli commanded, launching a water gun and mud bomb attack. The middle-aged man directly ordered his Pokémon to retaliate, intent on silencing Heiyu once and for all, attempting to conceal the secret within the underground tunnel. It was hardly surprising he harbored such thoughts, for Heiyu's appearance was indeed beguiling. At first glance, Heiyu appeared to be a mere child, still in the throes of adolescence, dressed in modest attire, unmistakably a novice beginning his journey. The only companions at his side were an Eevee and a Yami-Kuro, presumably his entire team. Given the man's perspective, it was understandable he would think this way, considering his Pokémon were only around level 20, indicating a lack of prestigious lineage and his own mediocre talent as a trainer. Coupled with the recent defeat of his companion, his confidence swelled, and upon seeing that Heiyu was just a child, he acted decisively. Heiyu commanded his two Pokémon to use Protect, successfully fending off the attack and rolling into the corner to summon a Kingler. In a flash of white light, the formidable crustacean emerged. With its pincers, Heiyu assessed the two opposing Pokémon, easily discerning their general strength with his current insight. Their training was rather lackluster, their abilities unremarkable, the only aspect to watch out for being Molly Luli's fairy-type attributes. However, it seemed the people of this world had yet to recognize this attribute, merely categorizing it as a general type. Even fairy-type moves like Play Rough were classified as standard attacks. "Is this all your strength? I fear you shall meet the same fate as your companion, buried here," Heiyu taunted, echoing his earlier words. At this moment, the middle-aged man was clearly on the verge of collapse. The pressure of his murderous intent compounded by Heiyu's relentless demeanor. Especially when the Kingler appeared, his face turned ashen as he sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from it, plunging his heart into despair. It dawned on him that he had underestimated this seemingly innocent child. "Molly Luli, use Bubble Beam. Stun Spore Mud Bomb." The middle-aged man barked anxiously, his murderous intent surging within, wanting nothing more than to eliminate Heiyu. Sensing the opponent's frantic state, Heiyu abandoned his taunting and commanded the Kingler to finish the fight. "Use Crab Hammer." The training days had not been in vain. In addition to mastering Dragon Dance, Kingler had also become adept at Crab Hammer. The torrent of water enveloping its pincers struck Mud Bomb with tremendous force, inflicting unbearable pain. "Yami-Kuro, Wing Attack." "Eevee, use Quick Attack." Heiyu continued to direct the remaining two Pokémon in their assault, denying their adversary even a moment's respite. Molly Luli was restrained by Yami-Kuro and Eevee, unable to assist Mud Bomb, while Kingler relentlessly swung its pincers in attack. The middle-aged man's forehead glistened with perspiration, his expression tightening with anxiety. At this juncture, he regretted not having trained another Pokémon. In the wild, fairness holds no sway. The prevailing theme is overwhelming the few with the many. My Pokémon outnumber yours, and I can use that advantage to bully you. As another Bubble Beam struck Mud Bomb, he found himself wavering, his body becoming limp, even the toxins he secreted falling to the ground, a pitiful sight. The battle tipped overwhelmingly in favor of Heiyu, and with Mud Bomb defeated, Kingler joined forces with the two smaller Pokémon to confront Molly Luli. The tide of battle turned decisively, and even without Heiyu's intensified commands, the trio of Pokémon worked in perfect harmony, swiftly rendering their opponent's Pokémon lifeless. Bloodshot eyes filled with despair, the middle-aged man screamed, "Why? Why do you all force me?" He staggered to his knees, his gaze hollow as he stared ahead, his heart engulfed in hopelessness. After ordering the execution of the two opposing Pokémon, Heiyu stepped forward, looking down at the man and inquiring, "Now, can you reveal the truth of the events? Why did you kill your companion?" Regrettably, the man had lost the will to explain, only muttering incessantly, "Why? How did it come to this?" Overwhelmed by remorse, he pondered whether, had he not killed his companion for the sake of greed over that treasure, it would have been better to endure his inner desire and share it instead. Heiyu slowly retreated, commanding Yami-Kuro to finish him off. As he gazed at the lifeless body, Heiyu remained indifferent, his pitch-black pupils glimmering with a cold light. Indeed, this world has always been thus. To strengthen one's Pokémon and advance on the path of a trainer, one must fight, especially for civilian trainers devoid of connections. The only path forward lies in the relentless pursuit of resources, risking their lives in the process. Unfortunately, some individuals, like this middle-aged man, have squandered their lives, achieving nothing. It is precisely due to this corrupt system and the severed paths to advancement that countless ordinary individuals join dark organizations, becoming part of the underground forces. Only in this manner can they contend against the League and vie for resources. The proliferation of dark organizations in various regions, perpetually evading eradication, is a direct consequence of this reality. Chapter 63. Earth Vein Stone Milk. After a cursory inspection of the man's corpse, aside from some scattered League coins, only a few empty Pokeballs remained. After releasing Mud Bomb to clear the remains, Heiyu turned his attention to the two deceased Pokemon, one Mud Bomb and one Molly Luli. The latter was slightly larger than average, with a thicker layer of fat around its waist, suggesting the thick fatability. Heiyu used a shovel to carefully extract the more valuable parts from the two Pokemon, wrapping them in special materials before placing them in his spatial backpack. Finally, he cast a slow glance toward the middle-aged man's spatial backpack. Yami Kuro expertly flew over, its claws grasping the spatial backpack, flapping its wings as it happily returned to Heiyu. With a smile, Heiyu patted Yami Kuro on the head before accepting the backpack. Inside, apart from some miscellaneous items and Pokemon food, energy cubes, there were 3 vials containing a yellowish sticky liquid. Heiyu slowly retrieved a vial, under the light. The yellow liquid emitted a clean sheen. Earth Veinstone Milk. Heiyu exclaimed with delight. This was an incredibly rare treasure he had encountered in books while perusing the archives of Changhua Dojo. It is said that Earth Veinstone Milk is concentrated essence from the earth. Truly, it is known as the nectar of the earth, a treasure of the soil. This Earth Veinstone Milk holds immense value, regarded as a supreme treasure for rock and ground-type Pokémon, greatly enhancing their potential when consumed. In the black market, even a single drop commands a fortune. Indeed, it is sold by the drop. The 3 glass vials before him contained at least hundreds of drops, worth nearly 10 million. Heiyu finally understood why the middle-aged man had targeted his companions. It was no wonder that, faced with such temptation, few could maintain their integrity. After all, a staggering sum of money could easily procure a Pokémon of exceptional quality from the esteemed families, with several 100,000 remaining for nurturing expenses. For an ordinary trainer, this opportunity could be deemed life-altering, and if planned meticulously, it could potentially lead to even greater advancements. However, if one were to divide this fortune in half, it seems unlikely that anyone would willingly do so. After cleaning the scene, Heiyu departed from the tunnel and continued his exploration in another direction. This place was far from the utopian worlds depicted in animations. Wherever there were people, there would be conflicts, love, hatred, and schemes. These were the prevailing themes here. As the saying goes, one must consume what one wishes to acquire. In this world, only the strong could advance by preying on others. Upon exiting this tunnel, Heiyu followed the map to an abandoned tunnel. After erecting a sign at the entrance, he stationed his Iron Claw Lobster to guard the entrance, ensuring safety. He set up camp inside the tunnel, igniting a campfire to prepare food and feed the spirits. Little Eevee, be a good girl and stay still. Heiyu gently placed the little Eevee across his lap, carefully revealing the wound obscured by her fur, and meticulously applied medicine. With a gentle spray, pain surged through her leg. Eevee. The sting and cool sensation made Eevee whimper, her tearful gaze fixed on Heiyu as he tended to her injury. She felt deeply wronged. This was her first serious injury, and she never expected battles could be so perilous. In the past, their seamless teamwork could easily outmaneuver wild spirits, but this time, an orchestrated battle had left her wounded. She fought to hold back her tears, the droplets glistening at the corners of her eyes, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. Seeing the little Eevee's pitiful appearance, Heiyu offered her a pain-relieving energy cube and skillfully massaged her to alleviate the discomfort. Before long, exhausted and with the pain subsiding, little Eevee drifted into a deep slumber. Heiyu carefully laid her on a soft sleeping pad, covering her with a warm blanket, ensuring he did not disturb her. He finally exhaled in relief. Is it finally my turn, Crow? Heiyu continued to massage his dark crow until his wrists ached, pausing only then. Shaking out his wrists, he mused about how demanding it was to massage Pokémon. Just as Heiyu was exploring the Kalu Tunnel, a massive tremor struck within Kanas City. Data from the latest research by the Duin Company had been stolen. Countless police vehicles mobilized, and Miss Junshaw from the police department arrived personally to inquire about the situation. Mr. Zavuki, is what you said true? The stolen data pertains to the latest research on the Pokémon navigation device. Miss Junshaw was rendered speechless with anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Indeed, I never anticipated that a traitor would emerge from within my company, or that they were undercover agents all along. Mr. Zavuki was shocked to discover that the 2 employees he had entrusted, Hua Village and Aquan, had stolen the latest research from their company. Miss Junshaw nearly fainted with fury. The Pokémon navigation device was a colossal project that the Junshaw family had heavily invested in. This device would no longer require a connection to signal towers, but could directly connect to Duin Company's worldwide signal network. This meant it could be used in the most inhospitable environments, whether volcanic seas or wild forests, even in places untouched by humanity. This was a groundbreaking invention for Alliance investigators and police officers alike. The Junshaw family had invested a fortune in this project. For once successful, they would be the greatest beneficiaries. Yet now she was informed that the research data had been stolen. Meanwhile, Mr. Zavuki was even more distressed. For besides the stolen research data, the terrain maps of Kalu Tunnel had also been taken. It contained some secrets of their family, and although it lay in ruin, he still felt a gnawing anxiety. Ever since he had led the Zavuki family to prominence, he hadn't felt such unease in a long time. Observing the police rushing out, the current patriarch of the Zavuki family and president of the Duin Company, Zavuki Mushin, wore a worried expression. Then a phone call came through. "Hello, Dad. I heard something happened at the company. Do you need me to come back and help?" A clear, youthful voice resonated from the other end. Zavuki Mushin chuckled and shook his head, teasing, "Forget it, you little rascal. You only know how to hang out with rocks. Calling you over would probably not help at all." The voice on the other end replied, "Dad, I'm only influenced by you. Didn't you also enjoy playing with rocks when you were young?" In the midst of their playful banter, Zavuki Mushin felt his worries dissipate slightly. Before hanging up, he added, "Dowu, the unique iron dumbbells collected by the family have been found. When you come back, let them and your Pokémon evolve into Metagross together. Combined evolution." It was said to be a special secret method developed exclusively by the Zavuki family, suitable only for the quasi-divine Pokémon Metagross. It allowed two identical Pokémon to merge, resulting in a significant enhancement of their potential. Of course, only the Zavuki family, a leading commercial family, could afford such a unique evolutionary secret. Others, even if they were from prominent families, would only witness normal evolution upon obtaining an iron dumbbell. Even with the Zavuki family's combined evolution secret, it was unlikely anyone else would have the financial means to utilize it. Chapter 64, The Magma Team and the Ocean Team. Heiyu continued his exploration in Kalu Tunnel, having traversed countless bifurcated tunnels and encountered various scenarios. Some branches revealed Pokémon corpses, while others revealed human camps or Pokémon eggs, albeit lifeless. Each small bifurcated tunnel was like opening a blind box, offering Heiyu a myriad of surprises, some delightful, others perhaps frightening. Heiyu cautiously wielded his shovel, tapping the earthen walls, the beam of his flashlight guiding his way. The dark crow blew away the mist in the tunnel. As the faint fog dispersed, Heiyu finally discerned the path ahead, proceeding cautiously step by step. He picked up a stone nearby and tossed it into the dark tunnel. After a considerable time, faint echoes returned from the depths of darkness. It seemed this tunnel was not short. Heiyu paused, leaning against the wall to contemplate. This path could potentially be a dead end or lead to another main route. Careful deliberation was necessary to plan a sound course of action. The dark crow flapped its wings nearby, dissipating the mist. "I have already garnered considerable rewards from this journey, aside from the significant progress of several Pokémon. I have also unexpectedly acquired geothermal stone milk. It's best not to be greedy." Heiyu concluded that it would be wiser to continue exploring along the existing path rather than venturing into another main route, even if it meant entering a shorter bifurcated tunnel. Just as Heiyu prepared to turn back, a deafening blast echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Bang! The sound resembled an explosion, the reverberations cutting through distances and ringing in Heiyu's ears. Little Evie jolted in fright, her soft fur bristling in response. The dark crow found itself momentarily disoriented by the echo, its flight rhythm disrupted as it flapped its wings, struggling to maintain balance in the air. However, Heiyu was not angered but rather delighted, his eyes sparkling with joy as he gazed towards the dark, bifurcated tunnel. It was the roar of the... Heiyu could not help but beam with excitement. He had undertaken several tasks during this journey, one of which involved capturing an evolution of, could further evolve into upon reaching level 40. Although boasted a total base stat of merely 490, seemingly inadequate for a third evolution, it remained beloved by trainers. This admiration stemmed from its mastery of a powerful move known as one of the most formidable special attacks of the normal type. Boasting a power of 140 is indicated in the official textbooks, second only to the mighty and which wield powers of 150. Unlike these high-powered moves, bore no adverse effects. However, the Pokémon capable of learning this move were exceedingly rare, with only and being able to acquire it. The other two were esteemed and rare Dragon-type Pokémon. With these thoughts igniting his enthusiasm, Heiyu recalled that the reward for capturing them was substantial, and it would be calculated in league points. To avoid detection, he dimmed his light to the lowest setting, bent low, and stealthily approached the dark tunnel from whence the sound emanated. After an indeterminate amount of time exploring, Heiyu finally glimpsed a glimmer of light, his eyes alight with hope. Yet, as he drew nearer, he overheard voices of humans. "Boss, this Pokémon is quite troublesome. Its attack is too strong. Don't be a coward, hold it down. My big wolf dog will be ready to crush it soon." Two men clad in red commanded A and A as they battled against A. The odds were not in this favor, as it faced two opponents. Moreover, it was distracted by the necessity of protecting a behind it, resulting in increasing injuries. The unleashed another fierce attack, sending one of the flying. crashing against the stone wall and rendering it unconscious. Boss, hurry and attack. I can't hold on much longer. One of the men in red urged anxiously. Use. The other commanded with a fierce expression. The charging, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva, exuded an air of ferocity as it gathered dark energy, savagely biting at the. Yet, even in dire straits, the remained vigilant in protecting the. Just as it seemed to be on the brink of collapse, a surge of blue water erupted. Use. After observing for a time, Heiyu revealed himself, directing the to attack the. A column of blue water struck the. Its level disparity, ensuring it was sent hurtling away with a single blow. Do not give it a chance, Use. Heiyu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The two trainers in red quickly reacted, shouting, How dare you? Don't you see that Pokémon is ours? Heiyu chuckled coldly, and what of it? Those two Pokémon are now my quarry. His icy gaze swept over the two, and he felt a sense of familiarity with their attire. As if he had seen it before, yet he could not place it. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from seizing the opportunity to claim the wild Pokémon from their grasp. You, one of them, unable to contain his anger, sought to confront Heiyu. The other leaned in to whisper something, calming the first's fury and casting a wary glance at the, before appearing somewhat enlightened. Humph. You Ocean Team members are as unreasonable as ever. I will certainly report you to the captain, the first red-clad man sneered. His calm companion added, Indeed. Our two organizations are supposed to be cooperating, yet you brazenly attempt to seize our prey. Heiyu, who was guiding his Pokémon in an assault against the battered, was taken aback by their words. Ocean Team? Then their attire must belong to the Lava Team. Realizing that his, the signature Pokémon of the Ocean Team, led them to mistakenly identify him as a member of their organization, Heiyu chose to remain silent, acknowledging their words without denial. As Heiyu illuminated the two with his light, their deep red garments suggested a molten heat, and the M-shaped emblem on their chests triggered a memory within him. Lava Team. Heiyu murmured in astonishment. In the absence of Heiyu's command, the seized the opportunity to flee down one of the bifurcated tunnels, disappearing from sight by the time Heiyu turned to look again. The two members of the Lava Team exchanged glances, chuckling. Hey, Ocean Team friend, you can have that. Good luck finding it again in the maze of tunnels. With that, they recalled their and departed from the tunnel. Heiyu watched their retreating figures with apprehension, deciding against ordering his Pokémon to pursue them. The dark organizations within the Hoenn region were numerous, and the Ocean Team and Lava Team were merely among the more prosperous factions. Furthermore, from the tone of their previous conversation, it seemed as if the Ocean and Lava Teams had begun secretive cooperation. Armed with memories from his past life, Heiyu understood that, in the end, these two organizations would indeed rise to prominence, prompting him to avoid provoking them for the time being. He recalled his and beckoned his, and to continue their pursuit of the fleeing. Chapter 65, The League's Urgent Summons. Use Wing Attack, Intercept with. Heiyu sprinted through the dark tunnel, the light in his hand illuminating the path ahead as a monstrous swayed side to side in its escape, clutching a small, presumably its offspring. They took the opportunity to unleash another attack, and both Pokémon quickly raised a protective shield to block the assault. However, in the confined tunnel, the sound waves caused the surrounding earthen walls to loosen, dislodging debris that fell around them. As Heiyu directed his Pokémon to advance, they closed the distance until they entered a bifurcated tunnel he had previously explored. That tunnel was a dead end, one he had marked long ago. Hold off on the chase. It's trapped like a fish in a barrel. Let's disperse the fog first. After a brief regrouping, Heiyu stepped into the tunnel, his feet sinking into the soft earth, producing a rustling sound. He frowned slightly, though was highly sensitive to sound, and approaching carelessly would surely alert it, resulting in a preemptive strike against him. No wonder, in this tranquil tunnel, it was indeed an ideal environment for the sound-sensitive. Heiyu realized that as long as one was not airborne like the, any sound made while walking would be immediately detected by the. If you sense anything amiss, remember to use at the first opportunity. Heiyu, taking precautions, summoned his ace Pokémon, the Iron Claw Lobster. Among all his Pokémon, it was undoubtedly the most powerful and trustworthy. As he reached the end of the tunnel, Heiyu treaded carefully, striving to make not a sound. Yet, the Halbomb species seemed excessively sensitive to noise, and in an instant, a sonic wave attack was launched. Duong. The Emerald Shield sprang up instantly, and the Iron Claw Lobster reacted swiftly, intercepting the sonic assault. Heiyu waved his hand decisively, issuing a cold command. Iron Claw Lobster, unleash Shell Blade on the Halbomb. And Dark Crow, attack the Gunnianyu with Wing Attack. The Dark Crow, already poised for action, dove down and swiftly targeted the cornered Pokémon offspring. Meanwhile, the Iron Claw Lobster propelled itself with its powerful legs, its pincers charged with water energy, and executed a Shell Blade, striking down fiercely, accompanied by a despairing wail. The already exhausted and battered Halbomb succumbed to unconsciousness, having lost its fighting capability. After commanding the Dark Crow to effortlessly dispatch the Gunnianyu, Heiyu tossed out 2 Pokeballs to capture them. Beep beep beep. Gunnianyu, the Whisper Pokémon, typically speaks in hushed tones, often unnoticed unless one is attentive. However, when sensing danger, it emits an excruciatingly loud cry. A normal-type Pokémon, male, with the ability Soundproof, standing at 0.6 meters and weighing 15 kilograms. It was somewhat underdeveloped due to nutritional deficiencies. It had mastered the moves, Pound, Echoed Voice, and Snore, with the inherited move Tackle. Heiyu consulted his Pokédex to examine the two Pokémon. Gunniyu had just transitioned from its larval stage, inheriting the move Tackle. Unfortunately, the lack of food in the tunnel had hindered its growth. Thus Heiyu decided to nurture it for a few days before submitting it for tasks. Conversely, the Howl Bomb had reached level 27, showcasing remarkable potential, which was impressive given the scarcity of energy and food in the tunnel. What surprised Heiyu was that the Howl Bomb possessed the hidden ability Courage, allowing normal and fighting-type moves to hit ghost types. For a normal-type Pokémon like Howl Bomb, this was an exceptional trait, broadening its offensive capabilities. With the troublesome sonic attacks, it was indeed a formidable contender. However, Heiyu had no intention of keeping it. His surprise stemming solely from the higher value of the Courage trait. After successfully capturing the Pokémon, Heiyu considered his mission accomplished. Despite encountering a series of minor mishaps, such as bumping into an uncle and the Magma Gang, nothing escalated into a significant issue. He retraced his steps through the tunnel, preparing to exit the Kalu tunnel. Thanks to the special lime he had sprinkled as a marker on his way in, his return journey was remarkably smooth, with little chance of losing his way. Halfway through, Heiyu observed his little EV beside him, panting yet displaying an admirable stubbornness, refusing to complain of fatigue. This outing had indeed fostered significant growth in EV. Previously, EV had merely been a pet, rarely engaging in battles and often appearing distressed over a speck of dirt on its fur. However, after this journey through Kalu Tunnel, the little EV had matured, understanding the rigors of battle and witnessing the harsh realities of conflict. Though it could not match the ruthlessness of the Dark Crow in combat, Heiyu was greatly satisfied. Upon returning to a previous tunnel to set up camp, Heiyu and his Pokémon gathered around the campfire, relishing a tranquil dinner. After washing the ingredients he had brought, Heiyu placed them over the fire to roast. Having subsisted on frozen food for too long, he could no longer resist the craving for a proper meal. The little Pokémon eagerly watched as Heiyu poured a generous amount of food and energy cubes into their bowls. The little EV remained fastidious, placing a small cloth beneath its sitting area. Unlike the other more boisterous Pokémon, Eevee elegantly picked up a piece of food and delicately placed it in its mouth. The Iron Claw lobster swiftly finished its meal and instinctively moved to the tunnel entrance, taking on the duty of sentry. The food for the Dark Crow consisted of energy cubes meticulously crafted by Heiyu, with a composition of 37 dark and flying-type nutrients. Currently, the Dark Crow had yet to master any exceptional Dark-type moves, as its inherited moves were all flight-based: Brave Bird, Feather Dance, and Peck. This indicated a pronounced affinity for flying-type abilities, and Heiyu intended to nurture it into a Sky Dominator. However, at present, the Dark Crow had not yet grasped any of the inherited moves, given their considerable complexity. Even mastering inherited moves inscribed in its genetic code was a formidable challenge, especially since the Dark Crow had only recently learned to fly. It had yet to delve into the intricacies of any moves. Understanding that progress in Pokémon training is a gradual accumulation of experience, not something to be rushed. Just as Heiyu prepared to lean against the wall for a brief respite, his Pokédex suddenly emitted a series of notifications, typically set to silent. This unexpected alert puzzled him. Upon opening it, the Pokédex automatically transitioned to an unfamiliar emblem. Emergency Alliance summons. Dear Trainer, your current location, Kalu Tunnel, is experiencing activity from an underground dark organization. An emergency mission of Alliance Level 1 has been issued, requiring cooperation with law enforcement to apprehend suspects. Rewards and Alliance currency will be distributed based on contributions. Chapter 66. Engaging in Battle. As Heiyu and all trainers exploring Kalu Tunnel received the emergency summons, outside the tunnel, police cars blared as they arrived at the gambling den. A group of officers clad in police uniforms solemnly surrounded the establishment, led by the poised Officer Junsha. Standing atop a large off-road police vehicle, Officer Junsha wielded a megaphone, her commanding voice resonating throughout the gambling den. Attention, all Alliance residents and trainers. There is a possibility that members of an underground dark organization have infiltrated your midst. Please remain calm and follow the instructions of the police department to ensure your safety. Officer Junsha repeated these words, striving to maintain order and prevent panic. Yet despite her assurances, the crowd remained apprehensive. Handing the megaphone to her assistant, Officer Junsha turned to a technician beside her, inquiring, "Has the urgent mission been disseminated?" "Rest assured, Captain Junsha, all Pokédexes in Kalu Tunnel have been forcibly updated." Upon hearing this, Officer Junsha's previously anxious heart eased slightly. She continued to orchestrate the orderly evacuation and separation of the crowd, while urging for support from the Pokémon forces. The moment Heiyu received the emergency mission, he felt compelled to vacate Kalu Tunnel immediately. He urgently directed the Dark Crow to scout ahead as they dashed out. Upon exiting the tunnel, they were swiftly rounded up by law enforcement for identification, leaving him no choice but to wait with the larger group for the Alliance's response. Officer Junsha, spotting Heiyu and the Iron Claw Lobster in the crowd, exhibited a flicker of suspicion on her face. Among the Dark Organization members being apprehended, many possessed Iron Claw Lobsters as their representative Pokémon. Name, Heiyu. Please present your identification. As anticipated, Heiyu was singled out by Officer Junsha from the crowd and subjected to questioning. Miss Junsha swiped the identity card of Heiyu on the machine, and her expression momentarily flickered with doubt as the information materialized before her. I apologize, esteemed trainer Heiyu, but we are currently facing an emergency. So I kindly ask for your understanding. It seemed that upon seeing Heiyu's direct lineage and secondary privileges, her doubts were swiftly dispelled. Straightening her posture, she aligned her long legs and performed a perfectly executed salute to Heiyu, her demeanor serious as she offered her apologies. Heiyu merely nodded in a nonchalant manner, preparing to depart when he was suddenly intercepted by Miss Junsha, who approached him with a beseeching tone. Esteemed trainer Heiyu, you must have received the information as well. We are now issuing a Level 1 emergency mission from the Alliance. Although it is not a mandatory elite task as a member of the Alliance, we hope you can contribute your strength. Miss Junsha sensed that Heiyu possessed considerable strength, as the Iron Claw Lobster could only evolve upon reaching level 30. Thus, she harbored the desire for Heiyu to participate in the battle, and fearing he might decline, she quickly added, as long as you assist with this emergency mission, you will be generously rewarded afterward. Her tone was exceedingly gentle, but only towards Heiyu. Had he been an ordinary civilian trainer, he would have been forcibly conscripted into the combat team long ago. Heiyu lowered his head in contemplation. Given his current circumstances, he need not risk his safety for such a perilous task, as he could secure a stable income of Alliance currency through the sale of energy cubes. Can the reward be exchanged for Alliance points? Heiyu inquired after a brief moment of thought. Alliance points were undoubtedly more precious than Alliance currency, being the most coveted form of currency within the official reward exchange system. Even the most basic privileges could be exchanged for various treasures, energy cubes, and high-quality Pokémon offspring. Higher-tier Alliance lineage privileges allowed for exchanges of starter Pokémon and Alliance cultivation manuals. With Heiyu's current secondary privileges, he could redeem even more, including rare Pokémon items and valuable Pokémon offspring. As for the higher-tier privileges, Heiyu speculated they might grant access to quasi-divine exchanges, though he was uncertain how to elevate his Alliance privileges. Sure enough, upon hearing Heiyu's desire to exchange for Alliance points, Miss Junsha hesitated for a moment. Very well. I shall agree on behalf of the Alliance Police Bureau. Perhaps recalling Heiyu's secondary privileges, she did not impose any difficulties regarding this matter and quickly acquiesced. However, in her heart, she held a slight grievance, feeling that he was taking advantage of the situation. This was a point of pride exclusive to the Junsha family, as no one had ever dared to refuse her, nor take the opportunity to raise the stakes in her presence. Miss Junsha gazed deeply at Heiyu, somewhat surprised and wishing to remember his visage. As Heiyu joined the throng of trainers accepting the Alliance's call to arms, many approached him for conversation, as most had witnessed Miss Junsha personally inviting him. Furthermore, with the Iron Claw Lobster accompanying him, it was evident he possessed considerable strength in uncertain circumstances. It was always the majority's choice to band together for warmth. However, before they could exchange pleasantries, a sudden explosion of flames erupted within the entire Ka-Lu tunnel. Boom. The crowd stared in awe at the partially collapsed tunnel, while Miss Junsha and a group of law enforcement personnel braced themselves. Instantly, 3 Pokémon figures appeared at the tunnel entrance. Fire Camel, use Flamethrower. Giant Jaw Shark, bypass the Pokémon and target that little girl, use Water Gun. 2 figures, one red and one blue, commanded their Pokémon to unleash overwhelming attacks, the resulting shockwaves forcing the trainer's Pokémon to retreat. Even Miss Junsha's Frostless struggled to withstand the force, barely managing to maintain its protective barrier. At that moment, a colossal steel serpent slowly raised its head, its enormous body towering several dozen meters high, its silvery form dazzling under the sunlight. Atop the steel serpent stood a girl, her expression fierce as she commanded. Big North Nose, use Electromagnetic Cannon to attack the Giant Jaw Shark. Rock WIRM, use Earthquake to strike the Fire Camel. The attacks from the 2 Pokémon were equally formidable, a massive ball of electromagnetic energy enveloping the sky above the crowd, casting a shadow as it hurtled toward the Giant Jaw Shark. Bang! The girl atop the steel serpent remained unfazed, calmly directing her Pokémon to engage the enemy. Below, the crowd faced off against a group of ordinary members from the red-blue team, yet they couldn't help but glance toward the main battlefield, captivated by the sheer might of those Pokémon, as the residual force rendered their own Pokémon unconscious. Was this the power of a champion-level Pokémon? Miss Junsha stared in disbelief at the confrontation between the Do-1 gym leader and the leader of the Dark Organization, her straight, snow-white legs feeling somewhat weak. Heiyu, too, found his gaze drawn to the figure of the girl, exclaiming in astonishment, "Teacher Du-Wan." Chapter 67, Junsha. Amidst the chaos, Heiyu was directly approached by a member of the ocean team clad in blue. "Humph, I didn't expect your Pokémon to be an iron claw lobster as well. Let's see whose is tougher." The ocean team member provocatively eyed Heiyu's iron claw lobster, particularly lingering on its pincers. "Those pincers are so small. It's evident your strength is lacking," he jeered. Heiyu paid no heed to the taunts, continuing to command his Pokémon to attack. The reason the opposing iron claw lobster had larger pincers was merely due to its ability, huge power, which manifested in the appearance of its pincers being significantly larger. However, larger pincers did not necessarily equate to greater strength. "Iron claw lobster, use shell blade," Heiyu instructed with a stoic expression. "Let's go head to head. Watch me crush you. My Pokémon's pincers surpass yours." The ocean team member also commanded his iron claw lobster to unleash shell blade. The two iron claw lobsters leapt into the air, their stout legs propelling them as they simultaneously executed shell blade. Water energy coalesced, gradually enveloping their pincers as the shell blade's phantom emerged. Boom. Water is formless, yet it can still take shape. Although Heiyu's pincers were smaller than his opponent's iron claw lobster, in terms of overall size, his iron claw lobster was significantly larger. The ocean team member seemed to realize this, his expression growing awkward, yet he continued to command his Pokémon to attack. Heiyu released the giant jaw shark, instructing it to continuously use water gun while utilizing its speed boost ability to create disruption across the battlefield. "Dark Crow, little EV. Stay close to me and be ready to use protect." Heiyu emphasized the importance of self-preservation, knowing that survival was paramount for the future. Moreover, the members of the ocean team and lava team before him were not like the trainers in the alliance. These individuals were well-versed in the art of wilderness combat. They didn't need to defeat his Pokémon, they only needed to eliminate him. Thus, although their temporarily assembled team appeared formidable, one or two trainers were occasionally lost to ambushes from enemy Pokémon. After all, most of the temporary members were not seasoned trainers, their Pokémon primarily consisting of creatures like Geodude and Mach-Hop, which were only useful for mining. It was evident that this group was composed of gold miners. How could a team comprised solely of ordinary individuals withstand the tightly coordinated and powerful members of the Dark Organization? Sure enough, as defensive lines crumbled, another trainer fell victim to a large Houndoom's savage attack, blood and flesh scattering, and a severed head rolling into the crowd. The hastily summoned trainers instantly fell into disarray, leading to chaos across the battlefield. Some trainers, lacking in mental fortitude, became like headless flies, commanding their Pokémon to flee in a panic, darting aimlessly across the field. Not every trainer possessed the courage to face the peril of death. The vast majority had accepted the summons to battle solely for the rewards proposed by Miss Junsha. "Iron Claw Lobster, deliver the final blow with water gun." Heiyu anxiously observed the unfolding defeat beside him while continuously commanding the Iron Claw Lobster to attack. Enveloped in a torrent of water, a brilliant blue light suddenly streaked across the battlefield, crashing violently into the enemy's Iron Claw Lobster. Bang! It was sent crashing against a nearby rock wall, rendered unconscious. Upon witnessing their Pokémon's defeat, members of the ocean team angrily berated their lava team counterparts. "Damn it! Did you not see that brat's Sharpedo rampaging across the battlefield? It's as swift as a bolt of blue lightning. Hurry and assist me." The lava team member cast a fleeting glance at the irate man, unconcerned, and shifted his gaze toward the Ka-Lu tunnel, seemingly fixated on something significant. Although Heiyu had dispatched several foes, the rest of his team was still being driven back. Just as he contemplated retreating and abandoning the mission, terrifying orange flames erupted from the nearby mountains, sweeping toward the enemy camp. Boom. Whoosh. The flames surged forth in a torrential wave. Except for a few ocean team members, the lava team swiftly commanded their Pokémon to employ defensive skills, yet the majority of the malevolent organization's members perished in this apocalyptic inferno. Their bodies were burned to ash, leaving only scattered bones as remnants. Heiyu gazed at the mountain forest beside him, where dozens of swift-winged speed dogs stood resolutely, their majestic forms emitting powerful howls. "Oh well." Miss Junsha looked at the multitude of wind speed dogs in the forest, her face lighting up with delight as she shouted to the surrounding trainers. "Fellow trainers, reinforcements from the Alliance have arrived. Hold on for just a little longer. Victory is within reach." As the amplified voice echoed across the battlefield, morale surged, prompting everyone to unveil their final trump cards. Meanwhile, Du-Wan and Hwasiyuan, perched above the Ka-Lu tunnel directing the Pokémon battle, also heard the announcement resonating from the loudspeaker. Hwasiyuan and Aquan exchanged glances, already contemplating an escape, and simultaneously pressed their fingers against a cube-like device at their waists. Instantly, numerous small devices erupted from the ground around the Ka-Lu tunnel, swiftly flying towards the special instruments at their waists, seemingly collecting these small contraptions. Observing the two from atop the head of the steel snake, Du-Wan understood their intentions. She could not allow them to escape. They must be ensnared and captured. Du-Wan, known for her graceful and gentle demeanor in everyday life, exhibited zero tolerance towards these dark forces and underground organizations. Her upbringing instilled in her a profound disdain for such malevolent scum. The Xiaobei Bai unleashed the magnetic bomb, launching a steel bomb that adheres to the opponent, guaranteeing a hit. Suspended in midair by magnetic force, the Xiaobei Bai instantly fired a steel bomb from its mouth. Though the bomb's power was limited, it seemed to possess some pulling force, forcibly dragging the retreating Charizard back into the fray. Damn it! These Alliance dogs are still such a nuisance. My Charizard has been pulled away. Was Cun, whose rotund form had climbed onto the back of a large canine, prepared to recall his Charizard to flee, only to witness the scene before him, inciting extreme fury. Seeing his Charizard being drawn away and exceeding the retrieval range of his Pokeball, even the usually composed Cun felt a twinge of panic. Thankfully, Aquan, the dark-skinned beauty beside him, reminded him, data collection is complete, our mission is accomplished. Even if we lose one Pokemon, your boss Chi Yen Song will surely compensate you. Aquan's implication was clear, there was no point in lingering here. With the arrival of the police department's Pokemon unit, it was likely that the Alliance's elite would soon follow. Although the two of them could contend against a champion when united, they would likely find themselves outmatched if a true champion appeared. Moreover, while this young girl possessed several seemingly ordinary Pokemon, that the Xiaobei Bai was exceedingly formidable. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Was Cun, upon this reminder, quickly regained his composure. Yet, as he faced the Charizard that had accompanied him from humble beginnings to immense strength, he felt a pang of reluctance. He cast a resentful glance at the Alliance members, silently vowing that once his boss's plan was fully realized and the continent expanded, he would ensure the demise of all these Alliance dogs. Moreover, before departing, he could not allow these Alliance members to have an easy time. He patted the large canine beneath him and unleashed a wave of dark energy toward the Alliance-S group. Chapter 68, The Rising Star of the Alliance. All Wind Speed Dogs, defend. A resonant female voice commanded, and the Wind Speed Dogs leapt from the forest, surrounding the trainers to erect protective shields. Bang! Thud! Everyone turned their gaze to see the Xiaobei Bai, floating in midair, concentrating a massive silver beam aimed at the Charizard. Cannon beam, fire! As the battle drew to a close, the surviving Alliance trainers erupted in jubilant cheers, while the police officers escorted the captured members of the Ocean Team and Lava Team into police vehicles. Awaiting them were severe interrogations and torture, though whether they would divulge any critical information remained uncertain. Leaning against a rocky outcrop, Yu, like most others, awaited the Alliance to clear the scene before dispersing. In truth, following the recent battle, those around him regarded Yu with a sense of awe. He had undeniably shone brightly on the battlefield. The majority had relied on the assistance of that blue lightning Sharpedo during combat. Not to mention that the Iron Claw Lobster had consecutively triumphed over several elite members of the Ocean and Lava teams. With all the Pokemon collected by the Alliance, Yu felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he had defeated numerous elite Pokemon exceeding level 30 yet would ultimately receive no spoils, serving merely as fodder for the Alliance. If the Alliance points awarded later were unsatisfactory, he would. Yu couldn't help but grumble internally. However, feeling a Pokeball pressed against his chest, he swiftly concealed it, for as an adamant self-serving individual, Yu would never work for the Alliance without gain. During the chaotic melee, he had seized the opportunity to discreetly pilfer a Pokeball from a fallen foe. It contained a high-level large canine, exceeding level 30, seemingly a key Pokemon of the Ocean Team member. Yet, it remained unclear why it hadn't been deployed during the battle. Yu speculated it must have been a trump card reserved for a hasty retreat. Unfortunately, it had not been utilized in time and was reduced to ashes. Yu recalled the fiery onslaught unleashed by the Wind Speed Dogs and cast a wary glance at the charred earth. The land appeared as if it had been overturned, displaying a hue distinct from the surrounding terrain. Glancing at the other Alliance trainers in disarray, he felt a wave of disdain wash over him. They were simply too naive. Alliance trainers, particularly those with shorter travel experience, tended to be idealistic, having not yet encountered the darker facets of this world. Any seasoned trainer navigating the gray areas would act as Yu did, cunningly seizing opportunities for personal gain. Among the surviving trainers of the Alliance, Yu could only spot a few individuals akin to himself. They exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Shifting his gaze away from others, he cradled his giant shark in his arms, the rough scales of its skin causing him a fleeting discomfort. Nevertheless, he retrieved a small healing spray from his pocket, methodically administering treatment to several of his Pokemon, as he preferred to take a hands-on approach in nurturing them. Nearby, a Geely Dan approached gently, producing a milky white egg from its embrace and tenderly feeding it to the Iron Claw Lobster. The lobster hesitated, casting a glance back at Yu for permission before reluctantly accepting the egg. It crushed the egg and began consuming the pieces, and in an instant, the scratches and abrasions on its exterior vanished, delicate pink particles seamlessly integrating into its wounds. Moments later, a pristine, lustrous shell emerged anew. The iron claw lobster proudly waved its formidable claws, the star atop its head gleaming brightly. Miss Junsha, greetings. Thank you for your efforts. The graceful Miss Junsha approached the resting camp, and upon sighting her, the surrounding trainers rose to greet her. Even the injured disregarded their pain, demonstrating the high regard in which Miss Junsha was held. Your hard work is deeply appreciated. The medical teams dispatched by the Alliance are on their way. I stand here representing the Alliance Police Bureau to express our gratitude for your contributions. The citizens of Canas City will not forget your valor, nor will the Police Bureau or the Alliance. Miss Junsha possessed an innate understanding of human emotions, her noble upbringing seemingly having trained her in this art from a young age. With just a few words, she calmed the crowd, who erupted into cheers, chanting in support of the Alliance. As for the ordinary trainers who had suffered casualties during the ordeal, no one spoke of them, as if they had been forgotten. The sole concern of the crowd now revolved around when they would receive the rewards promised by the Alliance. Miss Junsha, her high heels clicking against the ground and her verdant hair flowing behind her, gracefully approached Heiyu. The onlookers cast envious glances at him, speculating that this young man was destined for greatness. Having been engaged in managing the scene and the police personnel, Miss Junsha finally found a moment of respite with the arrival of Alliance members. Looking at Heiyu, admiration flickered in her eyes, especially considering his impressive performance in battle, which reaffirmed her foresight in inviting him to participate. Heiyu's noble lineage and secondary authority indeed bolstered her confidence. His contributions were undeniably the most significant. The evidence bore out that her invitation was astute. Without Heiyu's giant shark rampaging across the battlefield, providing assistance, their defensive line would have crumbled long before the arrival of the police's Wind Speed Dog Brigade. Trainer Heiyu, your efforts are commendable. Miss Junsha stood tall, her legs elegantly poised, rendering a perfect salute that showcased her admirable physique, captivating the gazes of nearby trainers. Heiyu feigned weariness, leaning against a rock, and with a trembling hand, returned the salute. This gesture only deepened Miss Junsha's concern for him. Miss Junsha, it is my duty. We as Alliance trainers are meant to combat evil and punish wrongdoing. Heiyu's voice resonated clearly, ensuring all present could hear. His righteous declaration earned him the admiration of those who had previously cast aspersions upon him. Remarkable youth, a prodigious talent, a rising star of the Alliance. Miss Junsha, intrigued by his words, swiftly extracted her notebook from her bosom, jotting down his sentiments for future reference, intending to utilize them during the Alliance's commendation ceremony. Her gaze returned to Heiyu, now filled with undeniable admiration. Initially, she had assumed his noble status and secondary authority indicated he was a sheltered scion of a prominent family, likely unaccustomed to the rigors of field work. However, his recent words, coupled with his battlefield performance, assured her that he was, in fact, a formidable practical trainer. Trainer Heiyu, your presence is a boon to the Alliance. Miss Junsha's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Upon hearing her words, Heiyu glanced at the Alliance flag fluttering in the wind, suppressing a smile while maintaining a facade of solemnity. To join the Alliance is indeed a privilege. Chapter 69, Rest and Recovery. After a brief conversation with Heiyu, Miss Junsha's admiration for the young trainer deepened, sparking within her a desire to cultivate a partnership. However, the current setting was clearly not conducive for such proposals, so she continued to circulate around the camp, offering reassurance to the anxious crowd. Meanwhile, above the Kalu tunnel, Duwan was engaged in a succinct information briefing with the Alliance personnel. Zafuki Mujin, the chairman of the Duan Corporation, recounted the events that had transpired. Indeed, Huasiyuan and Aquan infiltrated our company with premeditated intent, stealing not only our earliest research data, but also the topographic maps of the Kalu tunnel. The elderly Zafuki Mujin lamented the nefarious actions of the Dark Organization, appearing as a beleaguered elder subject to mistreatment. Yet, the Alliance's military commander, overhearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment, who was unaware that Mujin was also a formidable champion, revered as the rejuvenator of the Zafuki family, the savior of the Duan Corporation, and the architect of a commercial empire. At that moment, Duwan interjected, how peculiar. They could have made a swift escape after stealing the data. Why would they choose to cause chaos at the Kalu tunnel? Recalling the small device the enemy had recovered during the battle, Duwan's forthrightness caught the others off guard. The expressions of those present turned awkward as they thought, why is this young girl so unabashedly straightforward? Zafuki Mujin offered a vague response, stating, this was originally a Pokémon breeding base belonging to our family, designated for nurturing Pokémon hatchlings. But it has since fallen into disrepair. The elder Mujin admitted he was uncertain as to why the two major dark organizations had suddenly attacked the Kalu tunnel. These dark organizations were the Ocean Team and the Lava Team, and according to the preliminary intelligence gathered, it appeared they had entered into a temporary alliance. The Alliance's military commander received reports via his earpiece and turned to the key figures present, expressing concern. Duwan maintained her unfiltered demeanor, her youth contrasting sharply with the seasoned individuals around her, often making remarks that left them momentarily speechless. Little do Juan, the Alliance military is already handling this. You should go reassure the public. After all, you are the gym leader of Canaz City. The others, their average age exceeding 40 and well-versed in the intricacies of human relations, quickly fabricated an excuse to send the out-of-place Do-Wan away. Sensing the awkwardness, Do-Wan's cheeks flushed crimson, her mind involuntarily recalling Hei-Yu's composed demeanor amidst the chaos. Frustrated, she departed the tunnel's summit, heading toward the camp nestled in the woods. Just as she prepared to comfort those who had fought for the Alliance, she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Her eyes widened in surprise. However, she quickly realized that Miss Junsha was conversing animatedly with Hei-Yu. A surge of discontent welled up within her, and she strode forward, determined to confront Hei-Yu for clarity. After the emergency summons mission issued by the Alliance concluded, the crowd recorded their statements one by one before being dismissed to pursue their own activities. Just as Hei-Yu was preparing to depart, a figure suddenly blocked his way. Do-Wan Laosher? Hei-Yu exclaimed. Oh, Hei-Yu, I didn't notice you were here, Do-Wan replied, initially intending to confront him angrily, but suddenly realizing their relationship was merely that of friends. As she stepped in front of Hei-Yu, she found herself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat flustered, and could only respond awkwardly. Yet, she did not forget her earlier question and subtly inquired. Miss Junsha is truly impressive. I wish I could be like her someday. Upon hearing this, Hei-Yu felt a chill run down his spine and looked at Do-Wan with surprise. He keenly sensed the girl's thoughts and responded theatrically, just now. Do-Wan Laosher also displayed great prowess, driving away the leader of the Dark Organization. In my eyes, you are the guardian of Canon City. Do-Wan had heard many compliments before, but those were often meant to flatter her status. However, when she saw the sincerity in Hei-Yu's clear eyes, especially upon hearing his praise, she couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. The two engaged in lively conversation and ultimately left the Ka-LV tunnel together, making their way toward the city. Meanwhile, Miss Junsha, who was preparing to bid farewell to Hei-Yu, observed this scene from behind and mused to herself. I didn't expect Hei-Yu to have such a good relationship with Do-Wan. It seems I need to elevate my information level about him. Upon returning to Canon City, Hei-Yu parted ways with Do-Wan and rushed toward the Pokémon Center without looking back. As soon as he entered his room, he collapsed onto the bed. He hadn't anticipated that merely wanting to train his Pokémon would lead to such a whirlwind of events. Hei-Yu gazed at the ceiling, extending his hands into the air as if trying to grasp something intangible. The bones buried at the bottom of the Ka-LV tunnel. The cunning Uncle's betrayal of his companions, the rarity of precious Pokémon and geomantic stone milk, the chaos caused by the Ocean Team and Lava Team, and the urgent summons mission from the Alliance. Each memory flooded his mind. In just a few days, so much had transpired, compounded by the lack of rest in the underground tunnel. Consequently, as soon as he lay down on the bed, he relaxed completely and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Hei-Yu glanced at the headlines on the Pokédex network and felt a surge of mixed emotions. The Dark Organization attacked an important base of the Alliance, but the Alliance troops, in cooperation with numerous trainers, successfully repelled them. The entire article extolled the Alliance's victory and glory while vilifying the Dark Organization without mercy. Strangely, it made no mention of the casualties among the trainers summoned for the urgent mission. Hei-Yu chuckled softly, swiping through the Pokédex. He opened his space backpack, preparing to sort through the various spoils and rewards from his recent endeavors when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Quickly, Hei-Yu stowed away all the spoils and ensured there were no personal items visible before he felt comfortable opening the door. Standing at the entrance was Miss Junsha from the previous day. How could Hei-Yu recognize her when all Miss Junsha looked alike? He certainly did not possess Xiao Gang's talent for identifying beautiful women. Rather, he recognized her solely due to the police badge with the number 001 on her uniform. Upon entering the room, Miss Junsha instinctively glanced around at the surroundings before quickly averting her gaze. However, Hei-Yu was perceptive enough to notice and stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. I apologize, I've observed too many crime scenes, so it's just a reflex, Miss Junsha responded somewhat awkwardly. Hei-Yu quickly waved his hand, assuring her it was no trouble. Miss Junsha seemed genuinely unperturbed and confidently walked inside. Perhaps accustomed to being admired and revered, she had developed a somewhat self-centered attitude. Chapter 70. Provoking trouble without waiting for Hei-Yu's consent, Miss Junsha seated herself in a chair and spoke casually. Trainer Hei-Yu, in light of your outstanding performance during yesterday's Alliance summons mission, I am here on behalf of the Alliance to present you with a corresponding reward. In addition to 50,000 Alliance coins, 500 points of Alliance credit have been credited to your account. After finishing her statement, she produced a stack of cash from her pocket and neatly placed it on the table before rising to her feet. Looking at Hei-Yu, her strikingly handsome face broke into a smile as she said, I hope you will continue to maintain your excellent performance and contribute further to the Alliance. Wishing you all the best. With that, Miss Junsha nodded slightly and turned to leave, leaving Hei-Yu standing alone in the room. Hei-Yu stared at the Alliance currency on the table, lost in thought. 500 points of alliance credit equated to approximately 500,000 alliance coins. The alliance seemed rather generous. Heiyu pondered this mystery, but, recognizing the value of the unexpected benefit, naturally accepted it without hesitation. As Miss Junsha exited Heiyu's room, she felt a surge of joy. The recent series of events had significantly elevated her standing within the alliance, potentially paving the way for future promotions. However, distributing rewards was indeed a lucrative task. After all, Heiyu was a direct descendant of the alliance and held secondary privileges, making it impossible to skim from his bounty. Miss Junsha glanced back at Heiyu's door, feeling a tinge of regret. Among the dozens of trainers who participated in this battle, there were civilians, direct descendants, and individuals like Heiyu with substantial backgrounds. Had he been a civilian trainer, she would have unhesitatingly seized all the rewards, as offending a mere civilian posed no risk. A modest share of the profits could be allocated to ordinary officers below her. If any public pressure or issues arose, they could simply be scapegoated. For direct descendants, however, Miss Junsha would have to tread more carefully, though she would still manage to skim a portion of their rewards into her own pocket. Just as Miss Junsha reveled in her dreams of wealth, her phone suddenly rang at her waist. "Hello, Captain Junsha. A crowd of civilian trainers has gathered at the entrance of the law enforcement area, claiming we embezzled their alliance rewards and demanding an explanation." The voice on the other end of the line was fraught with chaos and accompanied by shouts. A hint of scorn flashed across Miss Junsha's striking face as she disdainfully replied, "A few lowly civilians dare to seek an explanation from me? Just arrest them all and charge them with disturbing the peace." Immediately, respectful voices responded from the other end of the call. Miss Junsha had dealt with such situations countless times and had rarely faltered. Even if a scandal were to arise, her family's influence would swiftly quell it. Even the alliance would have no choice but to allow the Junsha family to operate in such a manner. In fact, one could argue that the Junsha family was an integral part of the alliance, with both entities deeply intertwined. Heiyu gradually made his way back to his room and entered the lobby of the Pokémon Center, then strolled over to a self-service machine to begin his transactions. First, he would hand in the Gunyonyo. After a series of intense negotiations with the buyer who posted the task, he ultimately secured a satisfactory price. Observing the growing number of alliance credits in his account, Heiyu felt elated. Without hesitation, he purchased the breeding manuals for the Ironclaw lobster and the Mega Shark outright. The remaining credits were just enough to exchange for the breeding manual of the Dark Crow. Heiyu decided to spend all his credits. After all, he would soon be leaving the city and would not have access to a Pokémon Center during his time in the wild. Rather than letting his credits languish unused in his account, he preferred to invest in items that would be beneficial to him. However, the Pokémon in his backpack were indeed difficult to part with, so he decided to hold off for a while before selling them in the black market. Recently, due to the turmoil instigated by two formidable dark organizations, the black market is undoubtedly poised for a wave of upheaval. Heiyu, unwilling to take further risks, finds solace in the ample resources and alliance coins he currently possesses, ensuring he is not lacking in wealth. Seizing the relatively vacant morning hours, he approaches the front desk to secure a training arena. "Hein, emerge," Heiyu commands, retrieving an exquisite Pokeball from his waist. With a flash of white light, Hein materializes, flapping its wings and soaring in circles above Heiyu's head. "Your task today is to master the Tailwind ability. This skill is essential for your future as a flying-type Pokémon, and it is crucial that you do not take it lightly," Heiyu instructs, allowing Hein to perch on his shoulder. Adjusting the weight ring from his spatial backpack to the second setting, Heiyu observes Hein's rapid improvement, a remarkable transformation occurring daily. As the sun ascends, the morning gradually unfolds. "Tailwind," Heiyu issues the command from the shadowed corner of the training area, mindful of avoiding sun exposure. With a speed-based stat of 91, Hein ranks above average among Pokémon, yet upon evolving into a Corviknight, this stat will decline to 71. Hence, mastering Tailwind post-evolution is imperative to compensate for this deficit, especially given the synergy with its ability, Prankster, which enhances speed during the execution of moves. As Hein executes a turn, its ebony feathers quiver, conjuring an invisible breeze. Tailwind, once utilized, elevates the speed of all allied Pokémon. This is not merely advantageous in formal competitions, but is particularly invaluable in outdoor skirmishes, akin to a divine skill. Noticing the dissipating breeze around Hein, Heiyu commands once more, "Feel the power of the wind and sustain this energy." The essence of Tailwind lies in its very name. Following Heiyu's guidance, Hein gradually gathers the surrounding flying-type energy, forming currents that envelop its being. The breeze reemerges, and Hein senses a newfound lightness, propelling its speed even further. It zips across the training ground, a fleeting shadow barely discernible to the naked eye. Do not cease the Tailwind. The flying energy must be finely controlled. Another two breezes slip away, prompting Heiyu to focus diligently. Once training commences, Heiyu's demeanor transforms entirely, resembling an unyielding machine, relentlessly issuing commands. This is not born of cruelty, but of a nurturer's innate ability to discern a Pokemon's limits. The regimen he has devised ensures Hyan feels no pain and does not suffer undue harm. Alright, Hyan, halt. Heiyu glances at the stopwatch, noting significant progress since the beginning. Hyan flutters its wings, breathless, as it lands on Heiyu's shoulder, patiently awaiting the removal of the weight ring. Heiyu gently ruffles Hyan's disheveled feathers, smiling as he says, "Let us return to our room and groom you." Exhausted, Hyan leans against Heiyu's neck, emitting a series of soft caws. Chapter 71, The Black Market. In the days following their return to the Pokémon Center, Heiyu has diligently trained several Pokémon in specialized skills, perhaps spurred by some unseen catalyst, or perhaps influenced by the brutal encounters with the Dark organizations. Xiaoibu has trained exceptionally hard. Particularly in mastering the move Protect, Xiaoibu has outpaced the other two Pokémon, Gyashark and Hyan, who learned Protect alongside it using skill discs. Currently, Xiaoibu's execution of Protect has reached an instantaneous reflex, nearly eliminating the risk of surprise attacks. Additionally, it has begun to familiarize itself with the inherited move Yawn. Heiyu finds solace in this progress, reflecting on the tumultuous journey through the Ka-El Tunnel, which, despite its challenges, has proven immensely worthwhile. At the very least, Hyan has endured a baptism of blood and has now seamlessly integrated into the team, while Xiaoibu has shed its reluctance towards rigorous training, emerging as a diligent contender. Days pass quietly, and Kanaz City gradually returns to tranquility. Although recent news has been significant, it remains distant from the lives of ordinary citizens, who continue with their daily routines. It is time to engage the Pokémon. Heiyu steps out of the Pokémon Center, donning a concealing black cloak and mask, before re-entering the black market of Kanaz City. Like a drop of water merging with the ocean, numerous individuals, akin to Heiyu, are shrouded from head to toe, revealing not a hint of vulnerability. Heiyu first ventures to the stall area, where Pokémon are sold, casually observing the offerings. He spots a particularly intriguing Pokémon, a Nidoran with the ability Vital Spirit, which can evolve into a Nidoking with the ability Sheer Force. The Sheer Force ability negates additional effects of moves, but enhances their power by approximately 30%. Coupled with a Life Orb, its moves become even more formidable, albeit at the cost of a slight reduction in health. This combination effectively mitigates the Life Orb's health deduction, rendering it an exceptional pairing. Such a mobile artillery piece in the form of Nidoking would be a formidable weapon on the battlefield. However, Heiyu has no intentions of nurturing poison or ground-type Pokémon. Nevertheless, the Nidoran with Vital Spirit is remarkably popular, selling for a staggering 300,000 Alliance coins despite its otherwise average attributes. It appears the Vital Spirit ability, or perhaps the allure of a powerful Nidoking, is indeed in high demand. Yet, the necessity of a Moonstone for evolution has left potential buyers hesitant, suggesting the price could have been even higher without this constraint. Next, he makes his way to the shop area, locating a store that purchases Pokémon. Tightening his mask beneath the cloak, he steps into the establishment. The shop's decor exudes a gloomy ambience, with images of Jengars and Dryflins adorning the walls, creating an eerie atmosphere. Approaching the counter, Heiyu states, "I wish to sell a Pokémon." The clerk, seemingly unfazed by Heiyu's calm demeanor, gestures dismissively toward a small door behind him and resumes fiddling with a toy in his hands. Heiyu refrains from further conversation, pushing through the small door and entering a long corridor. He walks for what feels like an eternity until he reaches the end, encountering another cloaked figure along the way. Their eyes meet for a brief moment before they step aside, exchanging no words. Yet, as they pass, both instinctively tighten their grips on their Pokeballs. Once they have distanced themselves, they exhale in relief. Ultimately, Heiyu enters a small room where a middle-aged man, meticulously polishing his spectacles, sits. His deep brown suit appears quite refined. "Ah, a guest has arrived. Please, take a seat and present your goods." The middle-aged man remarks with a smile as he sets aside his cleaning cloth. Heiyu remains silent, his gloved hand slowly extending to reveal 4 Pokeballs, placing them into a glass case nearby. The man's gaze flickers to Heiyu's gloved hand, quickly pulling back. He thinks to himself, "It seems I am dealing with a seasoned individual, not revealing a single flaw." Heiyu notices the man's subtle reaction and chuckles lightly. My good friend. It would be wise to make an offer swiftly." The middle-aged man awkwardly laughs in response before placing the Pokeballs into a machine situated in the corner of the room for inspection. 1 Exploud, 1 Geodude, and 2 Grimers. One of them surprisingly inherited the Shadow Fist, which is rather commendable. The middle-aged man offered a brief evaluation, and after a moment of contemplation, proposed a slightly lower price. 550,000 Alliance coins. This is the highest price I can offer. Taking into account the considerable level of the Roar Bomb and the fact that the Stinky Mud has inherited a skill, Heiyu let out a cold laugh, raising his hand to reclaim the Pokeball, and said without a hint of mercy, "You truly lack discernment. I suggest you check again, as your detection machine is likely an antiquity." Upon hearing Heiyu's words, the middle-aged man quickly interjected, returning to the machine for another round of testing. which took noticeably longer than before. After a considerable time, he bent over to pour Heyu another cup of tea, smiling broadly as he said, "My apologies, esteemed guest. Your little fist stone possesses the hidden ability Sandveil, while Roar Bomb has the hidden ability Intimidate. We can offer you 750,000 alliance coins." A mocking smile appeared on Heiyu's face, hidden beneath his mask. Detection oversight? Who would believe such childish excuses? Even the Pokédex can identify a Pokémon's abilities, let alone such sophisticated machinery. These individuals traversing the black market are indeed mercenary and cunning. Leaning back in his chair, Heiyu casually drummed his fingers on the table. The steaming teacup released wisps of vapor, and after a long pause, Heiyu finally spoke. "If you lack sincerity, I am sure other shops would be eager to engage in business with me." As these words left his lips, a different expression crossed the middle-aged man's face. No longer was he awkwardly smiling. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes as he solemnly stated, 800,000 alliance coins. That is the highest I can offer. If the guest is unsatisfied, I must reluctantly forego this transaction. Without waiting for Heiyu's response, he resumed polishing his glasses. The expression hidden beneath Heiyu's mask remained inscrutable, but after a prolonged silence, a voice slowly emerged from beneath the mask. "Deal." Both parties rejoiced, and after finalizing the price, the transaction was completed. Upon exiting the shop, Heiyu's alliance coins surged once more, prompting him to sell various miscellaneous items at the shop. For instance, precious parts of Pokémon corpses, common ores found in tunnels, and notes on breeding Pokémon compiled by others. One large hound remained unsold. Navigating the black market, Heiyu maintained a vigilant distance from the throngs of people. Whenever someone cast their gaze upon him, the iron claw lobster by his side would emit a fierce cry, intimidating those wandering in the shadows. Chapter 72. Hot Water and Provocation. Most were indeed intimidated. After all, the iron claw lobster could only evolve upon reaching level 30, making it a minor expert in the black market. No one wished to provoke unnecessary trouble. As Heiyu strolled through the market, he sensed a few discreet glances sweeping over him before quickly drifting away. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Heiyu's mouth as he thought to himself, "There are quite a few restless souls in this black market. Did they truly notice me just from a single visit to a shop?" Heiyu feigned interest at a stall, appearing to select items. But his peripheral vision was keenly observing those watching him from the shadows. He weaved through the crowd, pretending to leave, and with a few turns, successfully shook off his pursuers. By the time they realized, Heiyu had vanished, reappearing in a quaint little shop. Heiyu's current savings, including the 800,000 from selling Pokémon, had approached 3 million alliance coins. With such a sum in hand, it would be wasteful not to spend it. He intended to browse for usable materials. The shop's atmosphere was rather sparse, with only a handful of patrons, all of whom were captivated by the mid to high-grade energy cubes displayed behind the counter. Yet, Heiyu did not cast a single glance in their direction. Instead, he scrutinized the various peculiar materials laid out on the counter. Previously, he had received a reward from the Trainer Academy, including a recipe for a mid-level universal Dark-type energy cube, which required several materials not easily sourced in the market. Here, however, was a perfect opportunity. Heiyu meandered through the shop, purchasing an array of odd materials under the curious gazes of others. A fong of a Hylugia, a heart of a bald eagle na, a shard of a water stone, and a plume from the crown of a Bijiao were among his acquisitions. Additionally, he procured a substantial collection of berries and rare herbs. Ultimately, Heiyu spent 700,000 alliance coins to amass this assortment, departing the shop with a lightened step amidst the bewildered stares of onlookers. Indeed, he had drawn attention. As he leisurely walked the black market, he sensed several figures trailing behind him again, deepening his understanding of the shadows that lingered in this place. Here, merely revealing a hint of wealth invites a pack of hyenas ready to pounce. Seizing an opportunity, Heiyu slipped into a crowd gathered around another shop. Emerging without his dark cloak, now merely a slender youth wearing a mask, turning to glance at those still fixated on the throng, awaiting his emergence. A smirk of derision appeared on Heiyu's lips. After a few more twists and turns, he entered a shop specializing in skill discs, which was notably more lively compared to the previous establishments. Within the shop, dozens of individuals, much like Heiyu, were selecting skill discs. From the outside, it appeared rather peculiar. Heiyu's arrival stirred no ripples. People only glanced at his mask momentarily before quickly averting their eyes. In the black market, there exists an unwritten rule. To stare at someone for an extended period signifies provocation, and such encounters inevitably lead to conflict. Heiyu began to examine the samples displayed in the shop. The vast majority held no interest for him, either lacking the appropriate attributes or being too commonplace. The only items worth noting were a skill disc for hot water and another for provocation, priced at 400,000 and 500,000 respectively. After a brief contemplation, Heiyu purchased both skill discs. The Iron Claw Lobster currently lacked a strong special attack, and Bubble Beam was insufficient for its needs. While provocation was intended for Heiyu's Dark Crow, as a crucial asset for mischief, mastering provocation was imperative. Heiyu had always despised those who employed distasteful defensive tactics. Of course, if he were to use it himself, that would be another matter. To ensure his safety and avoid attracting unwanted attention due to his wealth, Heiyu entered and exited 2 shops, employing 2 different disguises to acquire the skill discs. Subsequently, he visited several other shops, purchasing quirky trinkets that piqued his interest. For instance, a stone adorned with a decaying flower, information on which he could not find even in the Orange Blossom Gem's library, leading him to speculate it might be the first of its kind in this world, a product of hybridization. It certainly possessed considerable research value. After haggling, Heiyu successfully purchased it for 3,000 alliance coins. Finally, he briefly rented a small Pokémon skill learning machine at a black market outpost, allowing him to teach the 2 skill discs to the Iron Claw Lobster and Dark Crow. His nearly 3 million alliance coins dwindled to just over 1 million. In the span of 2 hours, more than 1 million alliance coins had flowed away like water. For a family in poverty, such an amount could take a lifetime to amass. Yet for an aspiring trainer like Heiyu, it was merely a small expenditure on the path to success. In a discreet corner of the black market, a store was located where the Great Wolfhound was sold for over 300,000. It was a small consolation for the losses incurred. Despite the high rank of the Great Wolfhound, it had once belonged to another trainer, and taming such a creature posed significant challenges, typically achievable only by seasoned professionals. Moreover, high-ranking Pokémon that have already established traits often lack popularity. In comparison to a young Pokémon, their value diminishes considerably, with most buyers merely seeking a temporary companion. After resolving all matters, Heiyu departed the black market, marking a satisfactory conclusion to his excursion. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, he found Xiao Yi-chun at the front desk, her gaze scanning the lobby as if searching for something. When her eyes fell upon Heiyu, they brightened, and she hurriedly approached him, lifting the hem of her pristine nurse's uniform as she ran. "Heiyu, you finally returned," she exclaimed. Heiyu, surprised by her sudden appearance, inquired, "Sister Chun, what is the matter? Is there something urgent?" Xiao Yi-chun's expression shifted slightly at the sound of his address, revealing a hint of discomfort, likely stemming from Heiyu's previous refusal. Nevertheless, she composed herself, gently patting her slightly heaving chest, and spoke softly. "Heiyu, I just received an urgent call from Changhua Gym. It seems there is something pressing they need to discuss with you." Heiyu's heart raced as he retrieved his Pokédex from his waist, discovering several missed notifications. He had turned off the device before entering the black market. "How could I have forgotten?" he muttered, quickly bidding farewell to Xiao Yi-chun before rushing back to his room. Upon entering, he promptly closed the door and activated the Pokédex, initiating a video call. After a few seconds, the connection was established, revealing the adorable, blushing face of a young girl. "Big brother." An excited cheer erupted from the device. Heiyu relaxed, feigning gentleness as he said, "Ah, it's Xiao Yao. What prompted you to call me suddenly? Are you bored at home?" Xiao Yao, upon seeing his familiar visage on the screen, beamed with delight. Her large eyes involuntarily squinted, and her brows arched in joy as her lips curled into a smile. "Not at all, big brother. It's actually my dad looking for you. But he is currently engaged in a gym challenge," she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. She felt quite displeased with her father, who was perpetually busy, and had even gone to the battle arena to cheer him on, hoping for some quality time. "You're the best, big brother," Xiao Yao remarked, glancing at the star-patterned flower on her bedside table, a sweet sensation blossoming in her heart. Heiyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, reassuring her. "Xiao Yao, let me tell you, this journey has been quite fascinating." He began recounting tales from his travels, though he artfully altered the narrative to infuse it with innocence, joy, and sunshine, completely omitting the darker aspects of his adventures, such as the underground caves, battles against nefarious organizations, and the ruthless dealings in the black market. Nonetheless, for someone like Xiao Yao, who had yet to venture beyond her home, the stories were captivating, further deepening her fondness for her big brother. Just as Heiyu was becoming parched from speaking, a voice came through the call from Mr. Qianli. "All right, Xiao Yao, please hand the Pokédex to your father. I need to discuss something serious with your big brother." Xiao Yao looked at Mr. Qianli with a pout, but her endearing antics failed to sway him. Eventually, with a comical expression, she passed the Pokédex to Mr. Qianli. Heiyu quickly composed himself and respectfully greeted, "Good afternoon, Mr. Qianli." The conversation began with a few pleasantries before Mr. Qianli shifted to the main purpose of the call. "Heiyu, I've received your news here in Changhua City. I'm surprised to learn that you've truly become a junior breeder. It appears you indeed possess a remarkable talent in this regard. I was right to recognize your potential. You are not merely a small fry, but a hidden dragon." With time, Heiyu's achievements had naturally been disseminated by the Pokémon Breeders Association in Kanazi City. While ordinary trainers may not have paid heed, officials like Mr. Qianli took great interest, having committed Heiyu's face to memory early on. While Heiyu felt a flicker of happiness at Mr. Qianli's compliments, He maintained a facade of humility. Not at all, Mr. Qianli, you flatter me. It was your discerning eye that uncovered my potential, otherwise, I would have remained lost in the crowd. Yu exhibited neither excessive modesty nor arrogance, carefully crafting his words to ensure a favorable impression on Mr. Qianli. This linguistic finesse left Mr. Qianli quite pleased. Haha, I'm glad to hear you think so, Yu. After a brief exchange, Mr. Qianli adopted a serious demeanor. I'm here to discuss investment matters with you. Following an evaluation by our gym-s professionals, we are prepared to increase your investment. The annual breeding funds will rise from 500,000 to 1.5 million, and you will also receive a right to choose a skill disc. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Yu's lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Qianli. He had anticipated the increase in investment from Changhua Gym, considering the Zhou Yi family's significant financial backing. This was not only due to their wealth, but also reflected their recognition of Yu's exceptional breeding talent. In such circumstances, it would be impossible for Changhua Gym to remain indifferent. After a brief exchange, Yu bid farewell to Mr. Qianli, and with Xiao Yao's reluctant expression, he ended the call. He collapsed onto his bed, gazing at the ceiling in disbelief. I can't believe I merely mentioned it in passing, and Mr. Qianli actually agreed to provide a skill disc for Rain Dance. Yu murmured, his smile widening uncontrollably. It was worth noting that even the affluent Zhou Yi family had not been willing to grant him a similar investment in skill discs. The most expensive among them were undoubtedly the enhancement moves like Dragon Dance and the field-altering techniques such as Grassy Terrain and Psychic Terrain, alongside weather-related moves like Rain Dance, Sunny Day, and Sandstorm. These discs were exceedingly precious, often worth millions even in the black market, and were rarely available for purchase. Yu speculated that his relationship with Xiao Yao might be partially responsible for this windfall. It seems cultivating a good rapport with Xiao Yao was indeed wise. Mr. Qianli is truly a doting father, he thought with amusement. After preparing dinner for his Pokémon, Yu decided to head to the Pokémon restaurant himself. Unlike his usual routine of opting for complimentary meals, he was in high spirits today. I'll have a fish burger, a serving of curry meat sauce pasta, and a bottle of delicious soda, he declared, reveling in his meal while alleviating the fatigue from his earlier venture to the black market. It was not merely physical exhaustion. Navigating the black market required constant vigilance, leaving him mentally drained. Yu understood that both training and life require a balance of tension and relaxation. If one were to stretch oneself as taut as a bowstring, it would inevitably snap at some point. As expected, while dining, the Pokédex at Yu's waist suddenly emitted a sound. The device received an electronic contract, and after a brief inspection, Yu decisively signed it. The following day, the skill disc for Rain Dance was delivered into Yu's hands. Tol Anxi, you are in for a treat. Yu could scarcely fathom the immense power of the Crabhammer boosted by Rain Dance after a single Dragon Dance. The synergy of Dragon Dance and Rain Dance, coupled with the inherent strength of the move, would yield an astonishing force. Furthermore, Crabhammer inherently carries a chance to land a critical hit. If that strike were to crit, the magnitude of the Crabhammer would be unimaginable. Gazing at the imposing Tol Anxi, Yu's heart brimmed with anticipation for that day to come. Chapter 74, Farewell. In the battle arena behind the Pokémon Center, Yu was currently engaged in a fierce duel with another trainer. The intense contest was nearing its climax, and the spectators held their breath, eager to discover the victor. Yu used Wing Attack. Yu commanded, and the Dark Raven, already buoyed by a favorable wind, surged forth with astonishing speed. With a powerful flap of its dark wings, it dove downwards. Zhuing J, do not fear its sky uppercut, shouted the opposing trainer. Clad in elegant attire, the Zhuing J leapt several meters high with a mighty stomp, launching an uppercut straight at the Dark Raven. The gentle breeze enveloping the Dark Raven surged within, propelling it downwards again. The clash of Wing Attack and Sky Uppercut erupted. A thunderous boom resonated through the arena. As the dust cleared, the onlookers beheld the scene. The Dark Raven struggled to flap its injured wings, while the Zhuing J lay unconscious, stripped of its combat capability. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators, their faces alight with astonishment as they gazed at the Dark Raven and its commander, Yu. Was this not the 7th battle? The Dark Raven had achieved 7 consecutive victories. The fatigue from 6 prior battles had rendered it weary, yet it had triumphed over the starter Pokémon. Do they attribute this victory solely to the Dark Raven? In my view, it is the commanding trainer who truly deserves recognition for his exquisite timing and control over the battle. The crowd buzzed with excitement over the remarkable fight they had just witnessed. Such a fierce Dark Raven was a rarity indeed, especially after harnessing the wind's favor. Its speed was astonishingly swift, making it nearly impossible to hinder its attacks, even if one managed to approach for close combat. The instantaneous protective barrier would obliterate any hope of victory. The trainer with the Zhuing J, his expression one of defeat, recalled his Pokémon into its Pokéball. He intended to seek advice from the trainer who had bested him, only to find that the victor had already vanished from the arena. At that moment, Heiyu had returned to the lobby of the Pokémon Center, handing the Pokeball containing the Dark Raven to Joy-chan. "Thank you for your help," Heiyu said, looking at her familiar face. Joy-chan immediately set aside her ongoing tasks upon hearing his voice, hastily accepting the Pokeball, disregarding the other trainer's Pokémon. "Rest assured, Heiyu, leave it to me," she replied, delegating her front desk duties to another nurse before entering the medical room to examine the Dark Raven. The trainers waiting in line cast envious glances at Heiyu. They thought to themselves, who is this young master from a prestigious family? Heiyu's privileges naturally stirred some discontent among the onlookers, yet no one dared voice their grievances. Under the unyielding system established by the League, no one would challenge it. Beep, 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 with the sound of treatment completion. Heiyu received the Pokeball containing the Dark Raven from Joy-chan's delicate hands. "Please cancel my room reservation," Heiyu suddenly stated. Joy-chan's smile faltered, her hands trembling involuntarily. Looking up, she asked, incredulous, "Are you leaving Kanas City?" Heiyu had no intention of concealing his plans. He nodded and said, "I have gained much here, and am soon heading to my next destination, so there is no need for me to linger." Joy-chan bit her lip in disappointment and asked, "Is there nothing here that makes you want to stay?" Her words seemed laden with implication as she gazed at Heiyu. Over the past days, they had frequently discussed nurturing knowledge, and their bond had deepened. Unfortunately, Heiyu remained indifferent to such sentiments. Joy-chan seemed to sense this, and thus refrained from pressing further, though she couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness at their impending separation. Heiyu's gaze remained fixed on Joy-chan, silence enveloping them. Ultimately, she completed the checkout process, but as she returned Heiyu's identity card, her small hands clutched the card tightly, reluctant to let go. "Remember to come back and discuss nurturing knowledge with me," Joy-chan murmured softly, lowering her head. Heiyu stepped through the door of the Pokémon Center, raising his right hand in farewell as he melted into the crowd. In the days that followed, the trainers of Kanas City were astounded to find that Miss Joy had taken 3 consecutive days off. Such a phenomenon was inconceivable for the diligent Joy. When she finally returned to her duties, her smile appeared notably diminished, and she often found herself fixating on a signature within a book. Her gaze revealed a hint of inexplicable emotion. Whenever someone approached to inquire about the signature, they were met with stern reprimands from Miss Joy. The content of the signature became a topic of speculation among the trainers of Kanas City. At night, in a pink room imbued with youthful charm, Joy-chan leaned over her desk, silently gazing at that signature. Under the warm glow of the lamp, the colorful letters gradually emerged, revealing 2 simple characters, Heiyu. Within the Trainer Academy, an office filled with the scent of books was occupied by Du-won, who sat quietly at her desk. Her eyes fixed on the Pock decks in her hands, lingering on a message on the screen, unable to break free from her reverie. It was only when Grandpa Mutuo coughed gently beside her that she jolted back to reality. "Little Du-won, what troubles you today?" Grandpa Mutuo asked kindly. He was Du-won's mentor and the former gym leader of Kanas, well acquainted with her temperament and behavior. With some effort, Grandpa Mutuo leaned against the armchair and slowly shuffled towards the nearby bookshelf. Du-won gradually closed the Pock decks, rising to her feet and bowing deeply to Grandpa Mutuo, performing the respectful gesture between a teacher and student. "Grandpa Mutuo, I aspire to become a decisive person. Please teach me." Du-won's voice was resolute and earnest, as if she had made a firm resolution to transform herself. Her eyes no longer shimmered with the gentleness and grace of before, but instead radiated determination and courage, as if a switch deep within her had been activated. Chapter 75, The Dragon Tamer's Crossing. The Kalu Tunnel connects the city of Kanatsi to the town of Levian. And following the chaos caused by the Ocean Team, the Lava Team has wreaked havoc in the Kalu Tunnel. Presently, the tunnel is under stringent control by the authorities. Heiyu gazes at the barricaded road ahead, flanked by armed personnel, accompanied by canine Pokémon resembling the Raikou, Little York, and Delubi. Occasionally, a couple of strikingly handsome Miss Junsha can be seen, each accompanied by a cutty dog, eliciting envy from the other law enforcement officers. "It seems I must traverse mountains and take a detour." Heiyu dismounts from his off-road bicycle, folding it and stowing it away in his spatial backpack, casting a resigned glance at the obstructed path. As he walks through the bamboo forest, Heiyu gazes northeast towards the towering mountains, the Chimney Mountain. After a short distance, crossing this forest will lead him to Levian, and to the northeast of Levian lies the renowned Chimney Mountain, the most famous peak in the entire Fengyuan region. The closer Heiyu approaches Levian, the more he can perceive the invigorating freshness in the air. Despite being near a volcano, there is no scent of volcanic ash. It seems that due to the wind direction, the ash never reaches Levian. Renowned for its refreshing air, Levian is an ideal residence for many empty nesters, which has attracted a multitude of affluent individuals seeking a place to retire. Additionally, some frail patients come to Levian for recuperation. Heiyu looks towards the nearby town, quickening his pace, while a black crow circles overhead, vigilantly scanning the surroundings as if providing escort. As night falls, Heiyu decides against further risking his journey and opts to camp on the outskirts of the forest. Iron Claw Lobster. Please take care of my shoes and remember to clean them with foam. Great white shark, go catch a couple of fish by the creek. These compressed biscuits taste dreadful. Heiyu instructs the Dark Crow to patrol the vicinity while little Eevee assists in setting up the tent. These mundane tasks, performed together with Pokémon, effectively strengthen their bonds. Heiyu gathers a handful of combustible dry twigs and leaves, stacking them together, then retrieves flammable wood and disposable igniters from his backpack. As the campfire ignites, warmth spreads throughout his body. The temperature in the forest at night remains quite low, and neglecting to keep warm could easily lead to illness. Although Heiyu has endured the harsh weather of the ocean, he has no desire to fall ill unnecessarily. Sitting by the campfire, he curls up for warmth. Little Eevee mimics Heiyu's actions, slowly bringing her paws closer to the flames, only to find that a tuft of fur has caught fire. Eevee! Little Eevee squeals in panic, hurriedly patting the ground with her soft little paws in an attempt to extinguish the flames. At that moment, a splash of water douses little Eevee's short arms. The iron claw lobster slightly opens its proud pincers, and Heiyu, seeing the delicate pink pads of little Eevee's paws, cannot help but smile. Hee hee, Eevee, what a unique look you have. Teased by her trainer, a rush of grievance overwhelms little Eevee, her tearful expression leaving Heiyu momentarily speechless. Alright, no more tears. Tomorrow's breakfast will include a smooth energy cube to help your fur grow back quickly. Little Eevee covers her eyes with her tiny paws, but the occasional glimpse of her pink pads elicits laughter from everyone, especially the Dark Crow, which emits a series of hoarse caws. Heiyu turns the rotisserie, flipping the fish caught by the great white shark, the sizzling sound attracting little Eevee's attention. Heiyu takes out a bag of versatile seasoning, pinching a small amount and sprinkling it over the fish. The rich aroma of grilled fish wafts through the air, making Heiyu lick his lips in anticipation. As he enjoys the delectable grilled fish, he flips through the Pokémon encyclopedia to catch up on today's city news, regional updates, and even global headlines. Oh my goodness, the Dragon Master U from the Kanto region has failed his 5th attempt at the Champion Challenge, once again defeated by the Ice-type King, Ken. Heiyu reads with great interest, shaking his head in disbelief. The Champion Challenge is the highest level, most prestigious official competition in Pokémon League history. Successful challengers earn the title of Regional Champion, equivalent in status to the Regional President. The process is rather straightforward, requiring challengers to defeat the 4 Elite Four in succession without taking a break, overcoming all 4 of their main Pokémon in one go. The difficulty is evident. The Dragon Master U has consistently fallen to the last Elite Four member, Ken. After all, Ken's 2 shell met, once they break their shells. Coupled with their multi-strike ability and the momentum band item, unleash devastating combinations of ice shards and rock slides that leave you in tears. As night envelopes the surroundings, Heiyu crawls into his tent, nestling in his sleeping bag while watching videos of the Champion Challenge from the encyclopedia, hoping to glean useful insights. However, each time he encounters the humorous comments scrolling by, he cannot help but chuckle. It's hilarious. The first time you failed, he was all smiles, but by the second attempt, he was no longer grinning, and by the third, his expression was utterly blank. TSK, what a shame for the U family. All his Pokémon are flying types. Laughter ensues as the countless rock slide and ice shard critical hits emerge, contorting the adorably naive expression of his Dragonite. You might as well come to our Johto region. The Kanto region's strength is simply insurmountable. The last time I challenged the gym, a member of the Elite Four popped out unexpectedly. To be fair, every gym leader from Kanto possesses elite-level prowess. Heiyu shakes his head, amused, realizing that the commenter above was indeed accurate. In due time, you would serve as the proxy champion for both the Kanto and Johto regions. Heiyu calls out to the Dark Crow outside. Dark Crow, I entrust you with the night watch tonight. Caw, caw, responds the Dark Crow with a raspy voice. For the Dark Crow, night is its natural domain, and it thrives in the darkness. Chapter 76, Levian Town. Levian Town is a verdant locale, though not large. It boasts a population of several 100,000. The prosperity of this town can be attributed not only to its unique fresh air and recuperative environment, but also to 2 prominent structures, the venue for the Grand Festival and the Battle Club. Alas, the next Grand Festival in Levian will not occur for another 3 months. By then, I shall likely have departed. Heiyu quickens his pace as he observes the silhouettes of houses emerging ahead, crossing a windswept plateau infused with the scent of grass. At the entrance of Levian Town stands a fair-skinned, black-haired youth accompanied by an adorable Eevee. Heiyu quickly locates the Pokémon Center, situated not far from the entrance, seemingly designed for passing trainers to rest. Hello, welcome to the Pokémon Center. A gentle and warm voice greets him as Nurse Joy smiles from behind the reception desk. Heiyu, recognizing her familiar face, feels a moment of nostalgia and says, Hello, Nurse Joy. I would like to arrange for accommodation. Upon surveying the entire hall of the little Pokémon Center, it became evident to Heiyu that this establishment paled in comparison to those in the previous 2 cities. After all, it was merely a Pokémon Center in a small town, lacking not only a battle arena but also many public facilities that were quite outdated. Reflecting on this, Heiyu, after placing his luggage in his room, promptly exited the little Pokémon Center, eager to reach his destination, the Battle Club. Among the bustling streets of Luin Town, the Battle Club attracted more visitors than even the Pokémon Center itself. Standing at the entrance, Heiyu glanced at the banner above that beckoned patrons to witness the thrilling battles within. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from inside the club, and as he pushed the door open, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped him. The hall was alive with a multitude of people flowing about. Vendors were selling their wares. Spectators filled the stands, and affluent individuals were placing their bets. While the outside of Luin Town was rather desolate, the interior buzzed with excitement. Observing the scene, Heiyu noted that most of the bettors were elderly gentlemen clad in opulent attire. It appeared that these wealthy merchants had chosen to reside in Luin Town not just for its refreshing environment, but also for the potential profits to be made. Heiyu found an unoccupied chair in a corner and began to peruse the library of the Changhua Dojo. He learned that the Battle Club was a subsidiary of the Battle Expansion Zone, which explained its vibrant activity, supported by substantial capital. The Battle Expansion Zone, a unique facility located in the Hoenn region, was overseen by several exceptionally skilled individuals known as the Pioneers. Each of these pioneers possessed strength rivaling that of the gym leaders. Heiyu recalled that Xingye Gong had mentioned that his family was once one of the shareholders of the Battle Expansion Zone. Heiyu's thoughts drifted momentarily to the portly figure aboard the pirate ship. Just then, another wave of cheers erupted within the Battle Club, signaling that a match had concluded with a decisive victory. This outcome not only represented the clash between two contenders, but also held significant implications for the interests of the numerous bettors supporting each side. While some emerged victorious, others faced losses. Heiyu approached the registration desk and addressed the busy staff member, stating, "Hello, I wish to register for the junior arena. Please record my name and the Pokémon I will use." Without looking up, the staff member slid a form onto the desk. After filling in the details of his Pokémon, Heiyu patiently awaited the processing of his registration. Shortly thereafter, his information was entered into the Battle Club's database, and he received a card denoting his identity. "Please proceed to the self-service machine over there to finalize your battle application," the staff member instructed, their demeanor softening upon recognizing Heiyu's credentials as a legitimate trainer. Heiyu paid little mind to this preferential treatment, having encountered similar situations countless times before. The Battle Club operated on a 24-hour basis, divided into 3 tiers of battle arenas: Junior, Intermediate, and Advanced. The Junior tier typically featured Pokémon below level 20, with a registration fee of 500 Alliance coins. Winning a match not only refunded the registration fee, but also allowed the victor to claim their opponent's fee. Continued victories would lead to cumulative rewards, including not only the registration fees of each match, but also rare prizes bestowed by the Battle Club, such as the Universal Potion exclusively produced by the Battle Expansion Zone or a commemorative ball. However, the most coveted prize was the Trait Capsule. Achieving 10 consecutive victories in the Junior Arena and defeating the final Guardian sent by the Battle Club would yield this capsule, valued at a staggering 1 million Alliance coins. It was rumored that the Trait Capsule was developed exclusively by the Battle Expansion Zone, with no external purchasing options available. Additionally, there was a prize pool, a portion of the betting money collected to enhance the rewards, offering an additional 20,000 Alliance coins for each consecutive win. Heiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated the prospects. With a registration fee of 500, a single victory could yield at least 20,000 Alliance coins and a plethora of valuable rewards. It was precisely this model that allowed the Battle Club to thrive across various towns, not to mention the allure of the Million Alliance coins Trait Capsule following a 10-match winning streak. The club also attracted a plethora of nobility and gamblers, further contributing to its bustling success. Rather than rush to register for the competition, Heiyu first circled around several arenas, meticulously observing the ongoing battles. To his surprise, he noted the involvement of Alliance personnel in the proceedings. After purchasing a ticket, he settled into the stands, where the seats were emblazoned with the prominent letters of the Alliance. Throughout the battles, the jubilant cheers of the surrounding audience drowned out the commands of the trainers on the field. It was undeniable that this Battle Club was adept at manipulating the psychology of the crowd. In addition to playing stirring music during critical moments of battle, the club's rules deviated from the formal regulations of the Alliance, permitting a degree of violence and bloodshed to manifest. The club's rationale was straightforward. Battles between Pokémon were not mere child's play, and casualties were an inherent part of the experience. For the majority of ordinary citizens, such combat was thrilling, and many chose to come watch after work. Furthermore, with the Battle Club's round-the-clock operation, ticket sales alone generated substantial profits. As the announcer's voice boomed, Kidola has lost its fighting capability, and Kunkin Bear emerges victorious. Let us congratulate the Giant Bear contestant on achieving 6 consecutive victories. The prize pool has accumulated to 120,000 Alliance coins, along with a special reward from our club. The crowd erupted into another chorus of cheers, intermixed with a few lamenting cries. likely from those who had placed losing bets. Heiyu could not deny the thrill of the battle he had just witnessed. The Pokémon in the intermediate arena were generally above level 30. His Ironclaw Lobster and Mega Shark were of this caliber, granting him a keen insight into the dynamics of the ongoing matches. However, the brutality was palpable. That Kidola was mercilessly lifted and slammed by the Kunkin Bear, enduring several punishing blows from fighting-type moves. For time's weakness is no laughing matter, Heiyu remarked, noting the deformation of Kidola's metallic armor, a clear indication of the severe injuries sustained. That Kunkin Bear is impressive. Its offensive capabilities are indeed commendable. After all, the best defense is a good offense, commented a delinquent youth with a mohawk hairstyle beside Heiyu, who was not seated quietly like others, but squatted, clutching a Pokeball, embodying the appearance of a street punk. Intrigued by the youth's perspective, Heiyu replied, while offense is indeed crucial, one must not neglect the importance of defense. However, the delinquent, seemingly unconvinced, retorted, what do you know? Only offense is the best defense. Attack! 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 He stood atop his seat, fervently waving his Pokeball to cheer on the ongoing match. Heiyu, disinterested in engaging in a debate, recognized that his own match was approaching and rose to leave the stands. The delinquent, curious about Heiyu's departure, pondered for a moment before following him to the spectator area of the junior battle arena. The upcoming match features the newcomer known as Hei Tian facing off against the formidable Elang. It appears that the absence of a real name registration system, possibly due to the presence of individuals from the gray areas, allows participants to adopt nicknames. Heiyu finds this arrangement rather agreeable and decides to embrace a moniker, as these nicknames often reflect the unique characteristics of the contestants. For instance, Elang's representative Pokémon is a large hound. As Heiyu strides into the dimly lit contestant passageway, he is greeted by an exhilarating cacophony of cheers and spirited music, even before the battle has commenced. The atmosphere alone is enough to ignite one's fervor, despite this being merely a preliminary arena. Observing the packed audience and contemplating the stakes of the match, Heiyu muses that regardless of the outcome, the organizers will undoubtedly profit. In the contestant passage, Heiyu casually selects a mask to wear, as the club seems indifferent to the true identities of the competitors, even providing a degree of protection for them. This hints at an unusual undercurrent, akin to traversing a gray area. Please place a wager of 100,000 Alliance coins on my victory. Heiyu instructs a staff member accompanying the contestants, handing over a stack of coins. The club indeed has a designated betting system for the participants. A brief glance reveals odds of 4-1, as Elang has achieved 3 consecutive victories and is quite well known in the preliminary arena. Heiyu, on the other hand, is a newcomer, a nameless rookie by the host's own admission. The maximum bet allowed in the preliminary arena is 100,000 Alliance coins, a limit Heiyu has fully reached. The staff member glances at Heiyu in surprise. Such confidence is rare among newcomers. A flicker of doubt crosses the staff's mind. Could this individual be engaging in a fixed match? It is worth noting that there have been instances in past competitions where 2 contestants conspired to place exorbitant bets, only to stage a rigged match for personal gain. The outcome is well known. Once discovered by the organizers, they were promptly exposed and expelled from the battle club. Since then, neither of the 2 contestants has been seen again. It is clear what fate awaits those who engage in such deceit. Is the maximum bet truly limited to 100,000 Alliance coins? It makes sense. If a skilled competitor were to challenge the preliminary arena with bets in the hundreds of thousands or millions, it would yield immense profits. Heiyu muses to himself, simultaneously critiquing the organizers for leaving no loopholes to exploit. Stepping out of the contestant corridor, the dim lighting transforms into brilliant illumination, revealing a vast, square arena. It is a rather ordinary battleground, seemingly designed for cost efficiency, as the organizers have not prepared various terrains akin to those in the Alliance competitions. There are no water, ice, or grassy fields. The audience roars as they learn that Elang has achieved 3 consecutive victories, and his large hound remains in excellent condition. Should he triumph once more, his prize will increase by 20,000 Alliance coins, totaling 80,000, along with a higher-tier mysterious gift. The host's enticing words spark another eruption of applause from the crowd. A machine nearby has amassed a considerable sum of money, and this brazen display of wealth significantly amplifies the competitors' enthusiasm. It also serves as a spectacle to attract more spectators. The excitement is heightened not merely by Elang's violent victories, but also by the allure of the higher-tier mysterious gifts, which are often of considerable value. There have even been instances where evolution stones were discovered within. To ensure fairness, the officials allow the contestants to open the gift boxes on the spot, creating an air of suspense that captivates attention. Everyone enjoys the thrill of unboxing surprises. Elang, 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 tear apart your enemies. Elang, go for the 4 consecutive wins. Amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, a tall, lean man adorned with a fearsome mask leisurely strides forward, waving at the spectators with a slight smile, relishing the spotlight. Heiyu observes the overwhelmingly supportive atmosphere in the stands, where nearly everyone is cheering for his adversary. Next, let us welcome another contestant, Heition, a newcomer whose registered Pokémon is the rare Heianya, who will emerge victorious in this Dark-type showdown. The host's tone, tinged with indifference, noticeably diminishes in enthusiasm when introducing Heiyu, even carrying a hint of mockery. Unsurprisingly, the audience responds with a chorus of boos. Are they trying to incite the crowd by mocking me? Heiyu muses, feeling somewhat exasperated. Chapter 78, The Malevolence of Humanity. As Heiyu circles the audience, he suddenly spots a familiar face, an unsavory youth from the adjacent seat in the intermediate arena. The youth's striking red hair, especially styled in a mohawk, makes him stand out in the crowd. At that moment, the unsavory youth wears a bemused expression, locking eyes with Heiyu, evoking a sense of familiarity. Bold and reckless. How intriguing that it is a Dark-type showdown. The youth tosses a Pokeball into the air, catching it effortlessly, repeating the action while observing Heiyu with keen interest, seemingly contemplating offering some advice. Will Elang, having achieved 3 consecutive victories, defend his title successfully, or will this newcomer rise up as an underdog? We shall await the outcome with bated breath. The host, his face flushed with excitement, shouts exaggeratedly to rally the audience's anticipation to its peak. Heiyu and his opponent simultaneously rise, ascending the steps to the arena, gazing at each other from across the stage. This match is a one-on-one Pokémon battle, with a level cap of 20, until one side's Pokémon is rendered incapable of fighting or concedes. As the referee issues the signal, Heiyu tosses a Pokeball. A flash of white light reveals Heianya, who flaps its wings and begins to soar above the arena. In the preliminary arena, only Ibu and Heianya are eligible to participate, as the levels of Iron Claw Lobster and Jaw Shark have exceeded the permissible limits. Concerned that Ibu might be overwhelmed by the raucous crowd, Heiyu opts to send out Heianya instead. Predictably, his opponent's Pokémon is the well-known Large Hound. From Heiyu's perspective, the hound appears to be of mediocre breeding. Aside from its impressive teeth, there are no standout qualities. With a mighty howl, the Large Hound makes its entrance, displaying a fierce demeanor. The Intimidate ability springs to mind for Heiyu, but alas, it holds no sway over the cunning, ruthless avian Pokémon. Having endured the battle in Ka-Lu Tunnel, Heianya's spirit has been tempered into something formidable. A smirk tugs at the corners of Heiyu's mouth beneath his mask as he commands, Heianya, initiate Tailwind. For its first battle before such a large audience, Heianya feels a hint of discomfort, yet upon hearing its trainer's voice, it swiftly complies. A few wisps of wind swirl around its form, one of which penetrates its body, significantly enhancing Heianya's speed. Noticing that his usual intimidation tactic has failed, the opposing contestant experiences a twinge of anxiety. After all, he has specifically trained his Large Hound to excel in that aspect. Its ability to achieve 3 consecutive victories has largely relied on this advantage. Large Hound, roar loudly. The malevolent wolf contestant observed the accelerating speed of the dark crow and hastily commanded his partner. The large wolf dog once again opened its gaping maw, its sharp fangs stained with remnants of its previous foe's essence. An exceedingly unpleasant roar erupted, sending a wave of dark sound toward the airborne dark crow. The trainer, Heiyu, directed, use Frighten. The dark crow suddenly emitted a deafening cry, which, despite lacking the sheer volume of the large wolf dog's roar, reverberated through the audience, compelling them to clasp their ears. Do not fear it, large wolf dog. Use roar once more. The malevolent wolf trainer, now visibly anxious, noted that although the large wolf dog had not sustained any injuries in the prior matches, it had nonetheless expended some energy. The current battle seemed exceedingly unfavorable for him. Faced with the flying dark crow, the large wolf dog possessed no ranged attacks. The trainer's brow glistened with sweat, betraying his sense of helplessness in the face of this predicament. Yet, Heiyu's next command stirred a flicker of hope within him. Dark crow, ascend and dive to attack with your wings. Heiyu's emotionless voice emanated from beneath his mask. Was he truly willing to engage in close combat? The malevolent wolf's heart surged with exhilaration as he commanded, large wolf dog, rush in and use bite. Both Pokémon prepared to unleash their respective strikes. The dark crow soared into the sky, the gentle breeze enveloping its body, maximizing its momentum. It dove downward, a shadow streaking through the air. The large wolf dog, eyes filled with determination, felt malevolent energy surging through its fangs. However, before it could execute its charged bite, the dark crow's silhouette appeared before it, moving too swiftly for any reaction. In the large wolf dog's astonished gaze, the dark crow's wings sliced through the air, and in a moment of daze, it beheld a pair of bloodthirsty eyes. Before it could react, a sharp pain coursed through its body. The large wolf dog stumbled and fell, howling in agony as the excruciating pain rendered it unconscious. Yet the assault was not over. Under Heiyu's cold and merciless command, the dark crow performed a swift turn and attacked once more with its wings. This was Heiyu's battle principle. When the enemy displayed signs of defeat, one must strike relentlessly. The large wolf dog succumbed into unconsciousness, and the previously silent audience erupted into cheers, this time in celebration of the Dark Crow. The masked, malevolent wolf trainer slowly lifted his arm, retrieving the large wolf dog into its pockball, departing the arena with a face full of unwillingness. This arena no longer belonged to him. Just as he had once triumphed over others and earned their cheers, now the acclaim of the entire venue belonged to Hei-Tian. As he approached the exit, the malevolent wolf cast a lingering glance at the pile of currency in the prize pool, a wave of regret washing over him. Had he not succumbed to greed and chosen to fight one more time, the accumulated 60,000 alliance coins from his 3 consecutive victories and a mysterious gift would have been his. Alas, humans are often insatiable, desiring more once they have received something. The match concluded. Let us extend our congratulations to contestant Hei-Tian for his resounding victory, claiming this arena and becoming the new champion. While the prize pool increases by 20,000 alliance coins, will contestant Hei-Tian choose to continue the challenge? If victorious in the next match, the prize will accumulate to 40,000 alliance coins. The host fervently sought to invigorate Hei-Yu's emotions, urging him to accept another battle. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in cheers. To Hei-Yu, 20,000 alliance coins may seem modest, yet for the vast majority who do not train Pokémon and are not trainers themselves, it represents several months' worth of wages. Their latent greed and envy were stirred, and they clamored for Hei-Yu to continue fighting. Win, win, keep winning. They relished the thought of seeing a contestant lose all their earnings after accumulating a substantial sum, their faces etched with regret. The ugliness of human nature revealed itself at this moment. Chapter 79, Consecutive Victories. In response to the host's query about whether to continue fighting, Hei-Yu swiftly replied, "Yes. I choose to defend my title." His answer aligned perfectly with the audience's expectations, igniting the crowd into a fervor. As the victor over the malevolent wolf, Hei-Yu naturally inherited his cheers. Hei-Tian, Hei-Tian, Hei-Tian. Hei-Yu beckoned the Dark Crow to perch upon his shoulder before gracefully descending from the arena. Making his way toward the contestants' corridor, the Battle Club system commenced matching Hei-Yu with a new opponent. In the dim corridor, the Dark Crow perched upon Hei-Yu's shoulder emitted a hoarse call. Hei-Yu gently stroked the Dark Crow's body, producing a small energy cube from his sleeve to restore its vitality. In truth, the Dark Crow had not exerted itself to the fullest in the previous battle. Having merely used a few skills and expended a modest amount of energy, it would recover swiftly. Yet it was evident that the Dark Crow had entered a bloodthirsty and combative state, a trait inherent to avian Pokémon. Well done, Dark Crow. Remember the sensation of utilizing Tailwind just now. Maintain that acceleration even in battle, and once proficient, strive to assist your teammates more frequently. Hei-Yu encouraged the Dark Crow softly. While he had placed considerable bets and was eager for rewards, the primary motivation remained honing his Pokémon's battle skills. As for financial gain, if it could be achieved without hindering his Pokémon's training, it would be quite satisfactory. Upon reaching the betting table to collect his quadrupled reward, 400,000 alliance coins were credited to his account. Contestant Hei-Tian, please proceed to the battle arena. Contestant Hei-Tian, please proceed to the battle arena. Before Hei-Yu could rest for a few minutes, yet another match approached, exemplifying the allure of arena battles. Continuous combat was essential to unlocking a Pokémon's potential, which was Hei-Yu's aspiration. Casting a glance at the spirited Dark Crow, Hei-Yu donned his mask once more and stepped out of the corridor with resolute strides. He glanced at the betting odds, now reverted to normal figures. Consequently, Hei-Yu lost interest in placing further bets, having demonstrated formidable strength in the previous battle. It was only natural for the club to adjust the odds. On the junior arena, Hei-Yu's prowess was among the elite. The opponent for the second match appeared not to be from the Hoenn region, as their accent bore resemblance to that of the Sinnoh region. Their Pokémon was a Sinnoh native, the bird Pokémon, Mukahawk. The two Pokémon engaged in an aerial chase on the arena, their movements akin to lightning. Captivating the audience's attention, the Dark Crow, bolstered by Tailwind, consistently maintained dominance. Hei-Yu was determined not to grant the opponent any respite. Dark Crow, pursue. The Dark Crow swiftly appeared beside Mukahawk, raising one wing to deliver a powerful strike. The Dark-type attack, enhanced by its own attributes, proved formidable. Moreover, its base stats overwhelmingly surpassed those of its foe. With a resounding thud, Mukahawk was sent crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hei-Yu commanded coldly, "Do not give it a chance. Use wing attack." The Dark Crow, adhering to its trainer's guidance, was resolute in seizing the moment of the enemy's decline, launching an unrelenting pursuit and denying the opponent even a glimmer of hope for recovery. As the milky white energy surged across the ground like a tidal wave, the gentle breeze surrounding the Hei-Yu seemed to receive an unspoken command, swiftly dispersing the thick veil of smoke. At that moment, the unconscious Mu Kunyao lay contorted upon the arena, its once resplendent feathers now dulled and lifeless, with wounds continuously oozing blood that stained the platform a dark crimson. Scattered feathers around it stood as silent witnesses, revealing to all the extent of the Mu Kunyao's grievous injuries. However, in the face of such a brutal scene, the surrounding spectators displayed not a shred of compassion. On the contrary, their eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, seeking precisely this kind of intense, bloody, and thrilling battle. Let us now extend our congratulations to the Heian contestant for achieving a remarkable consecutive victory. His prize has accumulated to an astonishing 40,000 yuan, along with a more precious, mysterious gift awaiting him. The host's impassioned voice rang out. Immediately, a substantial stack of cash appeared in the prize pool, creating a spectacular sight. This visual impact struck the audience like a sharp sword, invigorating every individual in the stands. Countless spectators erupted in cheers, their faces flushed with exhilaration, waving placards and chanting slogans, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled fervor. Jiega. The Heian perched merrily upon Heiyu's shoulder, chirping joyfully. Well done, Heian. But do not underestimate your opponents. The upcoming battles will only grow more challenging. Heiyu gazed at the host, resolutely opting to continue fighting, determined to defend this arena and strive for a 10 consecutive win streak. A formidable task indeed. Moreover, acquiring that special capsule would not be easy. Once he achieved 10 consecutive victories, the arena challenge would commence. Winning the arena challenge would yield the coveted million-valued special capsule. As anticipated, with each battle that unfolded, the strength of the adversaries escalated, making each clash increasingly arduous for the Heian. Heiyu's winning streak swiftly reached 9 victories. At this point, several wounds adorned the Heian's body. Its disheveled feathers intermingled with fresh blood. This competition format offered no means to heal the Pokémon or restore their stamina. Meanwhile, Heiyu's prize money had also surged to 180,000 alliance coins. With a deep breath, he realized that securing victory in the 10th match would allow him to temporarily seal the competition, sparing him from facing the final arena challenge in such a state. Heiyu quietly exhaled, but the 10th match remained daunting. His opponent was a master who had also reached an 8-match winning streak, and their Pokémon was at the pinnacle of the junior arena, level 20. Most crucially, the adversary's Pokémon hailed from the Kanto region, a Scyther. While the opponent's Pokémon had undoubtedly expended some stamina, it bore only one injury on its leg. In stark contrast, the Heian was riddled with scrapes and cuts. After applying a healing spray to the Heian's wounds, Heiyu softly inquired, "How are you feeling? Heian, do you have confidence?" The matchmaking mechanism was orchestrated by the organizers, thus pitting him against a formidable opponent was to be expected. After all, the Scyther had evidently undergone early evolution through Metal Coat, sacrificing its potential for immediate strength, which, while advantageous in the short term, would be detrimental to the Pokémon's future development. Conversely, if the organizers had not chosen to challenge him here, Heiyu would have felt uneasy, suspecting the opponents of harboring some underhanded strategy. After all, he cared little for the 200,000 prize pool. His sole concern lay in the highest-tier mysterious gift obtained after achieving 10 consecutive victories. During his recent break, he had researched the treasures won by those who had reached 10 consecutive victories. Most were Pokémon items or evolution stones, each valued at several tens of thousands of alliance coins. Not to mention that after achieving 10 wins, he could request an arena challenge. And the special capsule obtained from victory would be the true, unparalleled treasure. He feared not a straightforward confrontation, even if the opponent's visible strength appeared formidable. What truly unnerved him were the insidious tactics. An open attack is easily dodged, but a hidden strike is difficult to guard against. Heiyu inquired about the odds for this match. Uncertain whether the organizers sought greater profits or had other motives, the scale of the betting pool had expanded significantly. Contestants could now wager up to 500,000, which prompted Heiyu to stake the maximum amount. Chapter 80. 10 consecutive victories. The Heian narrowed its eyes, feeling a slight sting from the cooling sensation of the ointment on its wounds. Simultaneously, a pair of piercing, blood-red eyes scanned the opposing Scyther. Ga. The Heian's feathers flared up, letting out a jubilant cry. A slight smile crept across Heiyu's face, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes as he excitedly declared, "Yes, this is the feeling. Heian, break free from despair and progress amid danger." At this moment, Heiyu and the Heian locked eyes, achieving a profound resonance. Now, let us introduce the contestants. Heiyu composed himself, took a deep breath, and calmly approached the arena. His gaze remained tranquil. The opponent cast a glance in return, his serious expression tinged with disdain, particularly evident when he scrutinized Heiyu's youthful complexion, quickly concluding that the individual before him was undoubtedly quite young. However, Heiyu was somewhat surprised that his opponent chose not to wear a mask. As the referee's command echoed, both sides released their Pokémon. The Heian and the Scyther locking onto each other with fierce gazes. Scyther, use Bullet Punch. Right from the outset, the Scyther unleashed its signature move, prompting Heiyu to question whether its ability was that of a technical expert. Everything remained to be tested in the ensuing battle. Heianya, use Tailwind. A gentle breeze materialized, enveloping the Heianya, which elegantly sidestepped the Scyther's leaping bullet punch. The Scyther, renowned as the Red Lightning, displayed remarkable speed and terrifying agility during its attack. Scyther, close in with quick attack. The Scyther nodded slightly, and in an instant, it leaped forward, traversing half the arena in mere moments. Its speed rivaled that of the Heianya, a testament to its prowess. Do not engage directly. Rely on Tailwind to create distance. Although Bug-type moves were strong against Dark types, Flying types resisted Bug-type attacks, which had been one of Heiyu's considerations when selecting the Heianya. The two Pokémon swiftly launched their assaults, the Scyther relentlessly pursuing the Heianya, only to find that, bolstered by Tailwind, the Heianya's speed was also impressive. As they soared, the Heianya utilized its wings to generate gusts of wind as it attacked. The spectators could only catch glimpses of a red flash and a dark silhouette, constantly pursuing each other, making it impossible to discern the details of the Pokémon. Nevertheless, the exhilarating battle sent adrenaline surging through the crowd, and combined with the rousing music, it ignited waves of fervent cheers. Simultaneously, the organizers announced that the betting window was closing, attempting to entice the audience to wager more. The Battle Club's backing group was undoubtedly adept at understanding human psychology, knowing precisely how to garner profit. In the previous matches, Heiyu had achieved consecutive victories, and with the prior odds, even substantial bets yielded little profit. However, this match was different. A clash between an 8-match and a 9-match winner on the junior arena stage was undoubtedly a pinnacle encounter. Consequently, numerous affluent individuals were eagerly wagering their fortunes. As the two Pokémon collided rapidly, the passage of time began to slow their movements. The swift movement is inherently a hallmark of the superpower category. For the giant pincered mantis to master it is already a remarkable feat, let alone to execute it in rapid succession. However, the Dark Crow, endowed with the ability of Prankster, can once again invoke Tailwind. With the enhancement of Tailwind, the Dark Crow unleashes a terrifying screech. A thunderous roar descends from the heavens, compelling the giant pincered mantis to painfully cover its ears, yet the brief ringing still causes it to be momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Crow launches into Peck Drill. In an instant, it spirals downward, its beak sharpening into a glimmering silver point. Although this technique is not entirely mastered, the Tailwind, combined with the momentum of its dive, transforms the Dark Crow into a meteoric streak, plummeting towards the giant pincered mantis with unprecedented speed. The giant pincered mantis prepares to use Protect. The trainer on the opposing side exhibits a tinge of urgency. Clearly, when Protect is forced out in a match, it signifies that the battle has intensified to a critical juncture. The giant pincered mantis employs Metal Claw. Its massive fist gleams with a metallic sheen as it strikes forcefully towards the Dark Crow. Yet, the Dark Crow is not so easily subdued. The attack fails. Intercepted by Protect, the Dark Crow swiftly flaps its wings and retreats, narrowly evading the powerful blow by a mere half a body length, bolstered by the Tailwind. In the initial phase, base stats undeniably confer a significant advantage, Blackfeather muses as he observes the increasingly tense battle. The giant pincered mantis boasts an impressive base stat total of 500, with a staggering 130 in physical attack, compelling Blackfeather to exercise caution. Should the Dark Crow endure a single strike from its opponent, it would surely sustain grievous injuries. If the adversary possesses the ability of a technical expert, the Metal Claw could potentially defeat the Dark Crow outright. Thus, Blackfeather directs the Dark Crow to continually evade attacks, never daring to engage in a direct confrontation or close-quarters combat. Just as Blackfeather contemplates how to break the deadlock, he notices the giant pincered mantis stumble while sprinting across the arena, drawing his attention. Is that a wound on its left leg? Even its running is adversely affected. The situation is far more severe than it appears. Blackfeather keenly observes. The Dark Crow has endured 9 battles, undoubtedly exhausting its stamina, but how much can the opponent, with 8 consecutive victories, truly have left? The left leg of the giant pincered mantis is undoubtedly its weakness. A wild determination surges within Blackfeather, prompting him to issue commands to the Dark Crow, which is persistently pulling at the center of the arena. Dark Crow, attack the giant pincered mantis's left leg. Summon the wind. Upon hearing this, the Dark Crow instantly executes a magnificent turn in midair, flapping its wings to conjure 2 gusts of wind, one from each side, directed at the left leg of the colossal mantis. Giant pincered mantis, evade. The trainer's shout prompts the giant pincered mantis, disregarding its fatigue, to prepare for a leap to escape. However, an excruciating shriek follows, causing it to instinctively clutch its head in pain. The Dark Crow's ability, Screech. With no time to dodge, the 2 gusts of wind engulf the giant pincered mantis, the fierce wind force tearing open its existing wound. Giant pincers. The giant pincered mantis cries out in agony, stumbling to kneel on one knee. When it raises its head, a shadowy figure hurtles towards it. Finish the battle. The Dark Crow utilizes wing attack. A dark silhouette swoops down, extending its ebony wings to strike the giant pincered mantis's left leg with tremendous force. The intense pain causes the giant pincered mantis to faint, collapsing with a thud. The arena erupts in cheers. A 10-game winning streak. It has been nearly half a year since such a feat has occurred. The beginner's arena has once again welcomed the uncrowned champion, the Black Trainer and his Dark Crow. Black Feather casts a sympathetic glance at the giant pincered mantis, realizing that its premature evolution through the use of a metal coat has depleted its potential. Coupled with the previous battle, where its left leg received no healing and was relentlessly pursued and struck by his Dark Crow, if it does not receive powerful healing, that left leg may well be rendered useless, and even if it is barely healed, it would remain crippled, forever stagnant in strength. Yet, what concern is that of mine? A cruel smile plays at the corner of Black Feather's lips, his eyes glinting with a madness unique to the dark type. This scene is witnessed by a delinquent youth in the audience with a red mohawk, who, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, observes Black Feather. How intriguing. This is precisely the demeanor a Dark-type trainer should possess. The delinquent youth rests one foot on his seat, inciting outrage from the spectators nearby, yet he remains unfazed, still toying with a pokeball in his hand. Chapter 81. The Dark-type King, Huayu. With the giant pincered mantis incapacitated, the victors are the Black Trainer and his Dark Crow. As the referee's voice resonates, the trainer of the giant pincered mantis comes to his senses, overwhelmed by regret. The giant mantis was originally captured in a forest and intended to be trained as his primary Pokémon, for which he even sought out a metal coat. However, as their winning streak reached 7, the inevitable greed for the mysterious prize of 10 consecutive victories began to fester within him. This ultimately led to the premature evolution of the giant pincered mantis, depleting its potential. He had thought that with the giant pincered mantis, a 10-game winning streak would be assured, never expecting to lose to a seemingly young challenger at this moment. After his dejected exit, only Black Feather remains at the center of the arena, basking in the adoration and fervor of the audience. A flawless 10 victories. The spectators who have watched Black Feather since the first match roar the loudest, while the host begins to present rewards, including a prize pool of 200,000 Alliance coins, with the most coveted being the mysterious gift. Now, let us invite the Black Trainer to unveil the mysterious package in public. The host elaborates with a lengthy speech and award declaration, attempting to entice more spectators to purchase tickets to witness the event. After all, this is the mysterious gift for achieving 10 consecutive victories. The audience's cheers grow even more fervent as Black Feather receives the exquisite gift box from an alluringly dressed lady, taking a deep breath before slowly unveiling its contents. Within lies a stone as dark as the night itself. The Dark Stone. Black Feather raises an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of surprise. It seems the organizers are intentionally trying to curry favor with me, knowing that the Dark Crow requires a dark stone for its evolution. Yet the quality of this particular evolution stone appears to be only intermediate. The Dark Crow needs a dark stone to evolve into a Corviknight. Black Feather plans to seek out a higher quality stone in the black market of the next major city, as the Dark Crow's level is still low. And there is no rush. He did not expect to acquire one here, although its quality seems subpar, merely intermediate. Generally, evolution stones with a purity below 60 are termed low grade. Those between 60 and 90 are considered intermediate, while those exceeding 90 are classified as high grade. As the camera gradually zooms in, the large screen reveals the true nature of the mysterious package Black Feather has received. An evolution stone undoubtedly reignites the audience's fervor. Even a common evolution stone is worth hundreds of thousands, equivalent to the earnings of most individuals over decades, coupled with the 200,000 Alliance coins from the prize pool. In just one afternoon, across 10 matches, Black Feather has reaped nearly 1,000,000 Alliance coins in profit. Not to mention that Black Feather can apply for another arena battle. Winning would grant him the extraordinary treasure, a capsule that can forcibly alter a Pokémon's genes and change its ability. Upon seeing the longing glimmer in the Dark Crow's eyes on his shoulder, Black Feather hastily covers the gift box. The Dark Crow is not yet ready for evolution. Glancing at the continuously cheering audience, Black Feather descends from the arena and enters the contestant passageway. Perhaps the next time he returns here, it will be for the arena battle. Black Feather heads to the betting counter to collect the 500,000 Alliance coins he wagered, along with an additional 500,000 he won. Previously, he had bet on a win of 400,000, and today's matches alone have accrued nearly 1,000,000 through betting, not to mention the evolution stone. As Heiyu was preparing to tally his bountiful harvest, a staff member suddenly approached him, stating, "Sir, a spectator just requested that I deliver this manual to you." Instinctively, Heiyu accepted the manual and inquired, "A manual? Do you know the name of that guest? Did they leave any information?" A look of confusion crossed Heiyu's face. The staff member, seemingly preoccupied, hastily remarked, "The spectator asked me to tell you that the evil attribute is the best attribute, and offense is the best defense." Reflecting on this statement, Yu pondered deeply until he glanced at the colorful, altered manual in his hand and suddenly understood. Wasn't this the very phrase uttered by the delinquent youth in the audience just moments ago? Yu vividly remembered that youth, particularly his striking red mohawk. However, what could it possibly mean for him to leave behind a manual? Bewildered, Yu slowly opened the manual and discovered it contained methods for nurturing evil attribute Pokémon. Offense is the best defense. The beauty of evil, the aesthetics of malevolence. Evil attribute Pokémon are generally regarded as cruel and ferocious, yet they often harbor a frenzied power within, which can only be unleashed with the right guidance. You may speak freely, for power is justice. Yu. As Yu perused the manual, he found some concepts comprehensible, yet many others eluded his understanding. He quickly finished the thin booklet. Just as he was about to discard it, the name inscribed on the last page caught his attention. Yu. The name seemed feminine. Yet considering the attire of the individual he had encountered earlier and the content of this manual, a figure sprang to his mind. The evil attribute, 4 heavenly kings of the Fengyuan region, Yu. Hastily, Yu searched for information online, but due to the scarcity of available data, he found little of use. Consequently, he opened the library of the Changhua Gym, hoping to uncover more about the 4 heavenly kings. After a thorough search, he finally discovered some valuable information and photographs in a book. Gazing at the image that bore an uncanny resemblance to the delinquent youth, Yu's heart skipped a beat. Could the individual he had just argued with truly be one of the 4 heavenly kings? The image of that arrogant youth in the audience flashed through Yu's mind, and he couldn't help but feel astonished at his extraordinary fortune in encountering a member of the 4 heavenly kings. However, just as Yu prepared to retrace his steps in search of the delinquent youth, the junior arena he was in suddenly entered a halftime break, and a throng of spectators surged forth, engulfing him in the crowd. Despite his efforts to extricate himself, the overwhelming tide of people made it impossible to break free. As time passed and nightfall descended, Yu was reluctantly compelled to abandon his search, weary and puzzled as he returned to the Pokémon Center, still filled with questions and astonishment. Lying in bed, Yu's mind remained hazy, struggling to grasp the reality that he had truly encountered a member of the 4 heavenly kings up close. What was even more unbelievable was that he had dared to counter them. Does King Yu adhere to the philosophy of ultimate offense? Yu murmured to himself. Slumped on his bed, he found it incomprehensible that such a formidable figure would disguise themselves as a delinquent youth. Is it common for every king or champion to have a side profession? An investigator, an archaeologist, an actor, or perhaps someone who enjoys digging for stones? Chapter 82, The Cold Youth. On the outskirts of Levine City, a silver-blue tent was pitched, accompanied by a campfire, indicating that someone was camping there. Haebingya, use beak drill. Yu commanded, and in an instant, Haebingya's beak became sharp, glimmering with a silvery sheen, as its body spun rapidly like a drill. A shadow darted forward, aimed directly at the trees. As the sharp beak pierced the trunk, a milky white resin oozed forth, releasing the fresh scent of wood. Excellent work. Haebingya, you have mastered this inherited skill with increasing proficiency. As a primary offensive method for future flying types, consistent training is essential. Yu praised Haebingya while feeding it an energy cube to restore its stamina. Currently, Yu was training in the outskirts, as the Pokémon Center in Levine Town lacked a training facility. Compared to larger cities, this place felt significantly underdeveloped. Thus, he had no choice but to train outdoors. Yet little Ibu seemed to revel in this environment, especially the air infused with refreshing aromas. Ibu, under the bright sun and gentle breeze. Little Ibu joyfully frolicked on the lawn, rolling about in a world of happiness. However, all of this occurred only after completing her basic training. Once the training ended, she immediately entered a state of idleness, casting aside Yu's demands for diligent practice. Glancing at her trainer, who was focused on guiding Haebingya, little Ibu felt a tinge of displeasure. Pouting, her face wore an adorable expression of irritation, inciting an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. Feeling neglected, little Ibu turned her gaze toward the iron-claw lobster, who was diligently practicing dragon dance, her heart swelling with a sense of grievance. It seemed everyone was preoccupied, leaving her without companionship for play. With no one paying her any mind, little Ibu suddenly conceived a bold idea, cautiously making her way deeper into the forest, her eyes glinting with mischief. The arena challenge following 10 consecutive victories at the Battle Club could wait, so there was no immediate rush to engage. Yu observed his Pokémon training earnestly and felt a sense of satisfaction. In simple terms, the arena challenge consisted of a competition between 2 trainers who had each achieved 10 consecutive victories. Victory would yield the ultimate reward, the item characteristic capsule. It must be said that the architect of such a competition was undoubtedly a genius, as it not only conserved half of the rewards but also shifted internal conflicts outward, fostering competition between the 2 trainers. Just as Yu was immersed in thought, a sudden chorus of urgent insect chirps shattered his reverie. Turning to look, he noticed 3 Dokufan moths greedily approaching him. Sensing an unusual scent in the air, Heiyu glanced at the tree that had been pecked apart during Heibingya's training. The resin oozing from the tree exuded an irresistible fragrance, seemingly possessing a lethal allure for Pokémon. Surely, selecting just any tree couldn't mean this was some kind of special material or herb. Heiyu pondered. He commanded his Pokémon to attack, preventing the 3 Dokufin moths from getting too close. Heibingya, create a gust. Jiasha and Ironclaw Lobster, use water gun. Little Boo, employ Swift. Heiyu stood beneath the shade of the tree, calmly directing his Pokémon to launch their assault. Soon enough, the 3 Dokufin moths were incapacitated and fell to the ground. Go, Pokeballs! Heiyu swiftly threw 3 Pokeballs, capturing them one by one. Approaching the tree, he gently wiped the resin with his finger and tasted it. Only after a while did information appear in his mind. Unknown resin. With a slightly bitter taste and faint energy. Drawing on his experience as a novice nurturer, Heiyu quickly deduced its general purpose, even without recognizing the resin. Aside from its lethal attraction to Pokémon, it likely also facilitated the growth of bug-type Pokémon. Something seems amiss, ordinarily. Little Boo would be the first to rush over for such a delectable treat. Heiyu instantly sensed something amiss, even during the skirmish with the DFN. He had not observed the swift attacks of the high-speed stars. Turning around, he noticed that there was no trace of the little YB nearby. He hurriedly dashed into the tent, only to find that the small YB was not resting inside either. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as his heart began to race with unease. After inquiring with the 3 Pokémon, all of them shook their heads, indicating they were unaware of the little YB's whereabouts. Heiyu quickly commanded, HI New York, please search the nearby forest. After searching fruitlessly, he decided to venture deeper into the woods, instructing HI New York to look for YB close to the camp and not to stray too far. Heiyu moved briskly within the forest, his arms slightly swaying, fingers incessantly rubbing together. The once emotionless gaze of his began to waver for the first time. A twinge of regret flickered in Heiyu's heart. He should not have been so indulgent with the little YB, allowing her to develop such a mischievous character. Resolute, he determined that once he found YB, he would impose strict discipline. Suddenly, as Heiyu anxiously searched through the thicket, a familiar howl echoed from the other side of the forest. Heiyu turned sharply, exclaiming, that SYB's cry. Is she in danger? Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the source of the sound, beads of sweat cascading down his face, eventually dripping onto his shoes. His pace quickened, causing his chest to rise and fall rapidly, until he finally reached a clearing in the forest and spotted the little YB. However, she was sitting on the ground, sobbing pitifully, next to a cold-faced youth clad in adventure gear. What a surprise! It turned out she had been captured by another Pokémon. The youth looked disdainfully at the crying YB, muttering his dissatisfaction. Heiyu approached slowly, his expression darkening as he delivered a sharp tap on her head. What were you thinking, running off like that? Finding her anchor, YB disregarded her disheveled fur and leapt into Heiyu's embrace, her small, fluffy paws clutching his clothing as she wailed. Heaven knows what she had just endured. She had been struck on the head with a Pokeball 7 times by a stranger, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was Heiyu's Pokémon. The sound of her crying created an awkward atmosphere, and the cold-faced youth scrutinized Heiyu and YB. The youth appeared to come to a realization. This YB, which he had failed to capture despite throwing 7 Pokeballs, evidently had a trainer. It seemed Heiyu had come to reclaim his Pokémon. Hello, I am LIC. He introduced himself. Upon hearing this familiar name and seeing the striking resemblance to the figure in his past memories, Heiyu was certain. Is he the elder brother of Zeech and C? According to his recollections, Heiyu knew that although LIC hailed from the SHNO region, he had traveled extensively through regions such as GU-ND, CH-NGD, and F-NGUN, achieving remarkable results in various league competitions and gym challenges. However, everything fell apart due to that fateful battle in SHNDI, which shattered LIC's resolve, leading him to become a breeder and establish a breeding center. Heiyu gazed at the aloof youth, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he replied, Hello, I am Heiyu. Before Heiyu could explain YB's situation, LIC interjected, You, as a trainer, are quite incompetent to let your little Pokémon roam alone. LIC seemed eager to mask his earlier failure of not recognizing the little YB. How strange. I recall LIC from the animated series as possessing a rather refined demeanor. Heiyu assessed the purple-haired youth before him, pondering silently. Unbeknownst to Heiyu, LIC's personality had closely mirrored that of his brothers Ch and C before he was harshly educated by SH and DI, perhaps even surpassing it. You useless thing. LIC felt a chill as Heiyu's piercing gaze fell upon him, and for a fleeting moment, a hint of murderous intent flashed through Heiyu's heart. Since acquiring his Pokémon, he had faced no challenges and had never been subjected to such mockery. LIC, seemingly intimidated by Heiyu's cold demeanor, hastily blurted, I am LIC from WM City in the SHNO region, currently traveling through the F-NGUN region. I have previously traveled through GU-ND and achieved notable results, such as... LIC rambled on. inadvertently showcasing his background and mentioning he was a key investment of the Johto family. Heiyu had no interest in listening to this arrogant self-introduction, especially given Lic's insufferable expression. Had it not been for the formidable Scyther by his side, Heiyu might have taken action, for he had already surveyed his surroundings and noted the absence of any witnesses in the forest. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions, he reminded himself to suppress his murderous intent. After all, Heiyu had only been on land for 3 months. Prior to this, he had spent his days aboard a pirate ship where the law of the jungle prevailed. Adapting his mindset in such a short time proved challenging. Sensing Heiyu's emotional turmoil, Lic instinctively took a small step back, raising his hands defensively. Realizing he had exposed himself, he straightened his posture, lifted his chin high, and puffed out his chest, blowing into the whistle hanging around his neck. In an instant, a majestic and powerful eagle soared from the depths of the forest. The final evolution of the local bird Pokémon, MKYing. MKYing circled above them, emitting a strong and resonant cry. The Scyther braced itself, glaring up at the eagle, prepared to activate its protective shield at a moment's notice. Heiyu chuckled softly, his narrowed eyes fixed on Lic, the hostility radiating from him unabashedly. After soothing the distressed YB, Heiyu cradled her in his arms and, ignoring Lic, strode out of the forest. You! How dare you! Lic's voice trailed off as Heiyu continued to walk away. Once Heiyu had departed, Lic exhaled a sigh of relief. He had once assisted Miss JNSH in clearing remnants of a black market organization. At that moment, he had sensed a unique aura from Heiyu reminiscent of those desperate renegades. How could that be? He looks younger than me, Lic muttered, his voice growing softer and less confident. Noticing the curious gazes from MKYing and Scyther, Lic hastily changed the subject to mask his embarrassment. Let us go. Ahead lies Lyn Town, where there is supposedly a battle club similar to that of Kain City, perfect for training Scyther. With confidence, Lic proclaimed this, taking a final stride to mount MKYing, commanding it to fly towards Lyn Town. Heiyu, gripping the scruff of YB's neck, lifted her before him. You little YB, how could you sneak out while I wasn't looking? The small YB, feeling wronged, extended her tiny paws, flailing in the air as if to embrace Heiyu, but the distance was too great, presenting a comically futile sight. All the while, Heiyu reprimanded YB. This was not born of cruelty. Rather, as a trainer with a strong desire for control, Heiyu could not tolerate his Pokémon disobeying his commands. It instilled in him a sense of losing control. Heiyu admitted to being a rather selfish individual. He yearned for his Pokémon to wholly obey his directives, to be entirely his own. However, I do not wish for the sprite to lose its soul, becoming merely a machine that obeys commands. After casting a glance at the pitiful little Ibu, Black Feather reluctantly forgave it after its repeated assurances. Ibu, the little Ibu, with its fluffy short arms, embraced Black Feather's arm, rubbing its furry cheek against his handsome face. All right, enough of the sweetness. When we return, I shall prepare a little treat for you with resin. Black Feather placed the little Ibu on his shoulder, packed up the tent, and set off towards the Pokémon Center in Levine Town. For the next half-month, Black Feather traveled back and forth between the Pokémon Center and the outskirts of Levine Town. His daily routine revolved around 2 points, training in the morning and resting at the Pokémon Center in the evening. The progress of the sprites was commendable. Little Ibu successfully broke through level 20 and mastered a new move, revitalizing itself. This skill allowed it to remove paralysis, poisoning, and burn conditions, a remarkable support ability. It could be utilized alongside the Synchronize ability after evolving into Ibu, undoubtedly enhancing its capabilities, making Ibu a versatile defensive sprite. Dark Crow also successfully mastered and became proficient in one of its inherited moves, Peck Drill. The essence of this move lies in utilizing its rotation to pierce fiercely into the enemy's body. Thus, during this period, training Dark Crow's sense of balance was essential, as the sensation of weightlessness after spinning could often reveal vulnerabilities in battle. Dark Crow has successfully overcome this challenge, with numerous drill marks on the trees in the outskirts showcasing the rigors of training, and it has reached level 18. Such rapid advancement could not be separated from the abundant Dark-type basic energy cubes provided by Black Feather. Additionally, the Dark-type inherited move, Surprise Attack, had also begun to take shape. The training for Gyashark remained consistent, focusing on 3 primary aspects: mastering defensive skills, honing biting skills, and intensifying the mastery of the speed boost ability. Black Feather had long set the tone for Gyashark's future development, aspiring for it to become a water-dominant powerhouse, a swift assassin in the waters. With the speed boost ability, it could potentially become Black Feather's steed across the ocean. After all, the speed boost ability was exceptionally powerful. When enhanced, Gyashark could resemble a small yacht. Although it lacked a tail, the jet of water it expelled from behind acted like a thruster, propelling it across the sea with astonishing speed. The most arduous training fell upon Iron Claw Lobster, which needed to train both Dragon Dance and Rain Dance while also mastering defensive skills. It appeared that an extra meal would be necessary for Iron Claw Lobster upon returning tonight. As Black Feather approached the Pokémon Center, he strode confidently inside. Chapter 84. A frantic procurement of skill discs. Upon entering the lobby of the Pokémon Center, Black Feather observed a few scattered groups engaged in animated conversation. Most trainers embarking on adventures tended to travel in pairs, as the wilderness could be perilous. Except for a few exceptionally skilled individuals who excelled in outdoor survival. Others seldom spent the night outside, typically rushing to the local Pokémon Center before dusk. Black Feather's arrival stirred no ripples. He quietly attended to the healing of his sprites and took a seat in the lobby to wait. Hey, have you heard? There's been another 10 consecutive wins at the Battle Club. Is that true? Just half a month ago, wasn't there a 10-win streak by a Dark Champion? Why would I lie? Apparently, that person, like the Dark Champion, won 10 matches in just one day, defeating several experts with 7 or 8 consecutive wins using only a Scorpy. Indeed, they say that person has dominated the novice arena. But what kind of sprite is Scorpy? I'm not quite sure. It seems it's not a sprite from the Hoenn region. 2 trainers, dressed plainly, were chattering about the Battle Club. Sitting at a nearby table, Black Feather overheard their conversation and was suddenly struck by a thought about Lacey, whom he encountered half a month ago. What a coincidence. Just as Black Feather prepared to rise, he received a message from his Pokédex regarding the Battle Club. Dark Champion. The Battle Club has matched you with an opponent for the arena competition. Would you like to register to participate? Based on the intelligence gathered and online records, it typically took 6 months for the Battle Club to produce a 10-win champion. To miss this opportunity would mean waiting another half year. Weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Black Feather found it unacceptable to wait in Levine Town for half a year. His travel plans were already set. Even if he returned to Levine Town to participate after 6 months, it would disrupt his itinerary. Moreover, he was not pleased with Lacey's arrogant demeanor. Black Feather made up his mind swiftly and sent a response indicating his participation. Within moments, the club provided details regarding the battle time and specific rules. A battle in half a month? It seemed the club intended to promote during this time. However, Lacey's audacity to request an upgrade to the intermediate arena meant that the battle would be limited to sprites below level 40. Black Feather once again experienced the extent of Lacey's arrogance. To propose an upgrade to the arena undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Nonetheless, it appeared that Iron Claw Lobster would have to be the one to battle, especially considering the precious ability capsule at stake. Trainer Black Feather, please proceed to the front desk to collect your Pokémon. The Pokémon shop, being the only store in Levine Town, was perpetually bustling with customers. Trainers passing by would stop to replenish supplies, such as Pokeballs and healing sprays. Black Feather entered the Pokémon shop and headed straight to the skill disc section. As the battle was approaching in half a month, he had gathered some information about Lacey, who had achieved 10 consecutive wins in the novice arena using a Scorpy. No other sprites had been revealed, but fortunately, he had seen Lacey with a Mukahawk in the forest that day. It seemed necessary to broaden Iron Claw Lobster's offensive capabilities. Black Feather pondered. Currently, Iron Claw Lobster's primary attack types were limited to dark and water, rendering its offensive range too narrow. With the arena competition in half a month, especially against Lacey's Mukahawk, it was an opportune moment to enhance all sprite skill sets. After all, he had accumulated quite a fortune. The rewards from the Chunghua Gym, along with the earnings from bets at the Battle Club and his savings, had led Black Feather's wealth to surpass 3 million Alliance coins, not to mention a dark stone worth several 100,000 and a substantial stock of energy cubes. Additionally, there was the invaluable geomantic stone milk worth millions. To his delight, he discovered a skill disc for the awakening power. Upon spotting a skill disc displayed at the counter, Black Feather's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Protect was an essential skill for every sprite, then awakening power was equally noteworthy. As a skill that nearly all sprites could learn, its rarity was second only to Protect. The skill functions somewhat like a lottery, randomly selecting one of 18 attributes to serve as an attack, thereby expanding a sprite's offensive potential. For instance, a bug-type sprite would almost never learn a fire-type attack, but with awakening power, it could have a chance to learn it. Fire-type sprites could learn water-type awakening power, and dragon-type sprites could learn fairy-type awakening power. Awakening power is indeed unique, and coupled with its wide applicability among sprites, its price remains high. Faced with such a rare skill disc, Black Feather would not let the opportunity slip away and promptly spent 400,000 Alliance coins to acquire it. Greetings. Might I inquire whether your esteemed establishment still possesses the skill discs for awakening power? Hey you, having acquired but a single disc, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and resolutely approached the attendant. Regrettably, he received a negative response. Disheartened yet accepting, he acknowledged the fortune of having stumbled upon a sale of awakening power discs. Subsequently, he procured a disc for Rock Slide and another for Tile Split, augmenting the repertoire of his Iron Claw Lobster with one Rock type and one Fighting type move. These skills would significantly enhance the offensive capabilities of his Pokémon, albeit at a considerable expense of 180,000 and 250,000 Alliance coins, respectively. The total expenditure amounted to 830,000 Alliance coins. And such a substantial transaction naturally warranted a discount, especially in an Alliance-certified Pokémon store. Heiyu presented his Level 2 Alliance credentials, thereby securing an impressive 10% reduction. With such a generous offer at hand, why not indulge in further acquisitions to avoid the uncertainties of the black market? Items sold in the black market often come at exorbitant prices and lack guarantees. After careful consideration, Heiyu resolved to make his purchases at the Alliance store. He acquired 4 Shadow Clone skill discs for a total of 400,000 Alliance coins, which after the discount totaled 360,000. He also purchased a Shadow Ball skill disc for EV, costing 250,000, reduced to 225,000 after the discount. Heiyu's lavish spending astounded both the attendant and the other trainers browsing the merchandise. Thankfully, the store's legitimacy and the clientele, primarily earnest trainers, afforded him the confidence to display his wealth and spend freely. Hello, may I borrow your skill learning apparatus? Heiyu opted to utilize the device on-site within the Pokémon store. A staff member clad in green attire, with a friendly demeanor, remarked, "You are our most esteemed guest. Therefore, you may use this device at no cost." Heiyu graciously acknowledged this and proceeded to employ all the skill discs he had purchased, experiencing no complications throughout the process. The skill discs produced by the Alliance are indeed reliable. To his astonishment, awakening power turned out to be fire-type. A look of delight crossed Heiyu's face as he observed the data displayed on the device. Chapter 85, The Skill Instructor. The purpose of skill discs is to directly implant the method of skill usage into a Pokémon's mind. Thus, any Pokémon capable of learning the skill can utilize the disc. However, each disc is single-use and becomes obsolete once expended, eliminating the possibility of reuse. As Heiyu exited the Pokémon store and made his way back to the Pokémon Center, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, noting that no one was tailing him, an affirmation of the store's integrity. Had he been in the black market, he would likely have encountered several followers. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Heiyu began formulating a training regimen for the next fortnight, undoubtedly focused on skill acquisition. After all, new skills are the most effective means to enhance one's strength in a short time. His thoughts drifted to the other notable establishment in Elviene Town, a renowned profession, the skill instructor. In the Pokémon world, various professions exist related to Pokémon, ranging from the fundamental trainer and breeder to the more enigmatic and rare alchemist, item creator. The skill instructor is one such profession. Although their Pokémon may lack strength, they are often proficient in a multitude of skill types. Furthermore, their Pokémon typically possess excellent teaching abilities, hence the emergence of the skill instructor vocation. The following day, Heiyu ventured to the southwestern corner of Elviene Town, where he encountered a massive elliptical structure crowned with a grand sphere. Within the town, it stands as the third most prominent building, following the Pokémon Center and Battle Club. Upon entering, he was promptly greeted. "Welcome. May I assist you in finding a skill instructor for your Pokémon?" A bespectacled man in work attire inquired with enthusiasm. Heiyu nodded silently and articulated his purpose. "I seek an instructor capable of teaching Rock Slide and Shadow Clone." The Iron Claw Lobster had numerous skills to learn, including Dragon Dance, Rain Dance, along with the newly acquired Rock Slide, Shadow Clone, and Tile Split. However, prioritization is essential. One cannot attain everything simultaneously. Heiyu resolved to have the Iron Claw Lobster learn Rock Slide first, as it effectively counters Mukahawk. Upon understanding Heiyu's requirements, the staff member promptly communicated via intercom. Shortly thereafter, an elderly gentleman adorned in a floral vest, leaning on a cane yet exuding vitality, appeared. Accompanying him was a mole-like Pokémon, characterized by a sharp, shark fin-like steel head and hands resembling drill bits. Recognizing this Pokémon, Heiyu identified it as Longtooth Dishi, a special creature from the Unova region, often found in underground tunnels and highly sought after by construction teams. "Ah, young man, your Pokémon wishes to learn Rock Slide, I presume?" The elder chuckled warmly, exuding a benevolent demeanor. Yet, Heiyu did not underestimate him, for the Iron Claw Lobster stood alert, eyeing Longtooth Dishi with evident caution. Heiyu sensed that this Longtooth Dishi possessed formidable strength, likely above level 40. Otherwise, the Iron Claw Lobster would not exhibit such apprehension. Nevertheless, this was a legitimate Alliance establishment, far removed from any gray or dark dealings, allowing Heiyu to relax marginally. "Indeed. My Iron Claw Lobster seeks to learn Rock Slide and Shadow Clone. Are you the skill instructor?" Heiyu inquired politely. The elder nodded with a smile, gesturing for Heiyu to follow him into a spacious training room. The environment was comprised of standard sandy terrain. After confirming the room posed no danger, Heiyu allowed the Iron Claw Lobster to join Longtooth Dishi inside. "Old friend, please teach this little one the Rock Slide technique," the elder instructed, pointing his cane toward the Iron Claw Lobster. His gestures radiated vitality, belaying his age. After observing for a while, Heiyu noted that Longtooth Dishi was indeed imparting knowledge to the Iron Claw Lobster, granting him the confidence to watch from the sidelines. However, he could not comprehend the Pokemon's dialogue, only hearing the rapid chatter of Longtu Dishi's sounds as its drill-like hands waved in the air. By channeling rock-type energy, it conjured several fragments of rock that fell to the ground. The Iron Claw Lobster attempted to imitate this, wielding its pincers in the air and gathering a chunk of gray-brown energy, forming a stone roughly the size of a fist. The disparity between its creation and the massive boulders produced by Longtu Dishi was stark. Heiyu could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. How much progress could be made in this half-month? Fear not, young man. I see your Iron Claw Lobster has been raised quite well. Ashu has been with me for decades. Over the years, I have taught countless novice trainers. The elder assured him, producing his credentials and inviting Heiyu to search for his information online. Heiyu smiled politely but internally lamented, charging me 300,000 Alliance coins for half a month. Your earnings surpass even my own as a teacher at the trainer school. Before arriving, he had indeed researched information regarding skill instructors and confirmed the elder's reputation as a renowned figure in the field, particularly adept in rock, ground, and steel-type skills. The elder had even won a championship decades prior. Despite his current age, his prowess remained formidable, and he was said to have been a prodigy in his youth. It is precisely due to this accumulation of various reasons that the elder charges an exorbitant fee. However, as long as results are achieved, Heiyu certainly does not hesitate to part with such a sum. The elder has indeed garnered high praise online. It is said that even the esteemed heir of Devon Corporation, Dao, has sought his guidance on teaching techniques. The future champion is meticulously chosen. Consequently, Heiyu is willing to invest 20,000 Alliance coins per day to employ the elder's services. Half a month has passed in silence. During this period, Heiyu diligently immersed himself in the study of nurturing knowledge. While his Pokémon were entrusted to the elder for training, the public facilities established by the Alliance do not suffer from the chaos of the dark zones. And with Heiyu able to monitor his training room at any time, he felt secure leaving the Iron Claw Lobster there. Iron Claw Lobster, rock slide. At Heiyu's command, the Iron Claw Lobster stomped its foot, swinging its claws to instantly conjure several rocks the size of human heads in the air. Fall. The rocks plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. Heiyu gazed at the massive stones scattered across the training ground, feeling that the investment was indeed worthwhile. In merely half a month, he had trained a newly learned technique to such a degree. The elder truly deserved the title of a gold medal teacher. Once more, use rock slide. Heiyu directed the Iron Claw Lobster with a hint of excitement as they prepared for battle. Chapter 86, Iron Claw Lobster vs. Mukahawk. Iron Claw Lobster. Let us go and prepare for battle. Heiyu strode confidently out of the training ground towards the battle club, encountering numerous individuals with similar intentions along the way. After half a month of fervent promotion, this arena competition, with a wager of 1,000,000 Alliance coins in the form of a characteristic capsule, had already stirred a great uproar throughout Luine Town. 1,000,000 Alliance coins. Many families might never earn such a sum in their lifetime. Thus, people from not only Luine Town but also several surrounding towns flocked to witness the event. By the time Heiyu arrived at the battle club, it was already teeming with people, with stalls lining the streets extending for dozens of meters. Heiyu instinctively surveyed his surroundings. During the past half-month, he had frequently visited this place in search of Huaiwei's whereabouts. Unfortunately, it appeared that the champion had long since departed, leaving Heiyu with a sense of regret. However, he had diligently treasured the manual that recorded the champion's sayings. Surely, such handwritten notes from a champion would be highly sought after on the black market, Heiyu mused. Yet, despite such thoughts, Heiyu could never bring himself to sell it. The profound knowledge of dark attribute nurturing within was only just beginning to reveal itself to him. Some of the phrases even bordered on the esoteric. Even if he might not utilize them in the future, he would not part with them, as they represented a valuable connection. Opportunities to associate with powerful figures like the champion are few and far between, and with this handwritten nurturing journal, he could claim to have received guidance from Champion Huaiwei in conversations with others. Heiyu was acutely aware of the advantages of leveraging relationships. Since the champion had gifted him this item, it was likely imbued with both guidance and appreciation. Naturally, he wished to draw closer and align himself with such a figure. Why am I overthinking this? I should hurry into the arena. Today's battle will surely not be an easy one. Heiyu shook off his distracting thoughts and raised his eyes to the imposing characters that read Battle Club above him. Donning the mask issued by the club, he entered the arena under the name of Haitian. Inside the luxurious backstage office of the Battle Club, the decor was exceptionally exquisite, with antique treasures worth a fortune adorning the corners, and even the paintings hanging on the walls were created by renowned masters. Meanwhile, four men lounged on the sofa, their legs crossed as they watched various battles on the massive screen. Look at this person on the intermediate arena. He has actually achieved 3 consecutive victories. One exclaimed, putting down his expensive cigar in astonishment. What is the big deal? The intermediate and low-level arenas hardly hold any interest. When will we see another high-level arena match? Another remarked dismissively, as the others diverted their gazes, showing disinterest. Do you think high-level arenas are like cabbages? Our little town hardly gets to host one every year. If you have the capacity, why not get the higher-ups to arrange for you to compete in Kansas City? Despite being managers of the battle club, friction existed among them. And one retorted sharply. Despite their banter, it was clear that one of them held the position of leader, as the other three sought his approval. Seemingly wary of offending him. Boss, it seems the Alliance has dispatched personnel to investigate our battle club. I wonder if they have reached the Luine Town branch. One of them inquired cautiously. The leader, seated comfortably on a single couch, swirled a glass of red wine in one hand while holding a fine cigar in the other, exhaling smoke leisurely. Sensing the tension among his subordinates, he casually said, "What is there to fear? The incident with the Xingye family was not solely the doing of our faction. Those prominent families were involved as well. If the sky were to fall, there are taller individuals to bear the burden. What is there to worry about?" His words seemed to ease their anxiety, and they resumed watching the massive screen, commenting on the battles taking place. By the way, regarding today's 10 consecutive win showdown, do not engage in any underhanded tactics behind the scenes. The leader's expression turned serious as he warned the others. Occasionally manipulating a few matches for personal gain could be overlooked. But if it tarnished the reputation of the battle club, he would show no mercy. After all, the operation of the club was tied to their future prospects. And he certainly did not wish to remain in the Luine Town branch for a lifetime. He was acutely aware of the character of these subordinates, who valued money above all else, willing to do anything for profit. Otherwise, they would not have involved the Xingye family. In the current audience of the intermediate arena, the crowd was in a frenzy, with every seat occupied. Following half a month of rampant promotion, the battle between 10 consecutive win champions, wagering 1 million in characteristic capsules, had garnered much attention. The club took this opportunity to slightly raise ticket prices, reaping a handsome profit. Dear spectators, today's intermediate arena is indeed a battle of titans. Within just a month, 10 consecutive win champions have emerged. Let us welcome them, the Haitian contestant and the Lacey contestant. Heiyu, masked, slowly ascended to the arena. Glancing across at his opponent, Lacey, who appeared not to recognize him. Yet, Lacey was indeed quite arrogant. Not only using his real name, but also choosing not to wear a mask. Heiyu silently thought to himself, Haitian, 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 Lacey, Lacey. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, as both Heiyu and Lacey had become popular figures following intense discussions at the club over the past month. Please, both contestants, release your Pokémon. Heiyu threw out a Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, the Iron Claw Lobster appeared. As a common Pokémon found along the coastal regions of the Fengyuan area, the Iron Claw Lobster undoubtedly garnered significant popularity, igniting the entire arena. Lacey, with a scoff, released a proud and striking male Mukahawk. Uffed, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's that useless trainer from that day. Truly, a useless trainer will have a useless Pokémon. Lacey seemed to have recognized Heiyu through the Iron Claw Lobster, as he had seen it by Heiyu's side that day. I never imagined that such an inept trainer would stand on the same stage as me, but I will show you what it means to be a true champion. Here. Luck alone cannot pave the way, Lacey declared arrogantly, exuding an air of entitlement. Heiyu cast a look of compassionate disdain at him, refraining from engaging in a debate. He understood that individuals like this only learned to be silent once they were taught a painful lesson. Much like Shinji from the animation, who, prior to the finals, regarded Ash with scorn, only to gradually alter his attitude after being overwhelmed by his senior brother in a battle. Meanwhile, the host seized the opportunity, having discovered the unusual relationship between the two competitors, and began to stir the audience's emotions. Oh my, dear viewers, who would have thought that these two contestants are actually acquainted? Moreover, it appears that our contestant Lacey may harbor some misconceptions about Heikian. With the host's words, the atmosphere in the audience grew lively, for people are inherently drawn to the dramas of others. Curiosity is a fundamental trait of humanity. Chapter 87, Fierce Battle. I shall show you what true strength entails, Lacey proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Beside him, Mukuing emitted an awkward cry, feeling embarrassed for its trainer. Heiyu, however, paid no heed to Lacey's barking, instead scrutinizing Mukuing beside him. The bird's plumage gleamed, its stature majestic, and its sharp eyes radiated an indomitable spirit. It had been nurtured exceptionally well. What captured Heiyu's attention most was undoubtedly its talents. While others might overlook them, Heiyu, as a breeder, immediately recognized that they had undergone special training. Once the battle commenced, this creature could unleash formidable explosive power, particularly since Muking was among the few avian Pokémon adept at combat. A flicker of concern crossed Heiyu's mind. Looking at his own Pokémon, Heiyu quickly regained his composure and smiled softly, saying, "Indeed, with you by my side, what do I have to fear? Go forth, my ace." Not to mention, he had prepared a counter move, Rock Slide, in advance for the opposing Pokémon, which would surely prove pivotal at a critical moment. The powerful Iron Claw Lobster suddenly leaped onto the stage, its fearsome visage and sharp gaze locking onto its opponent, both Pokémon sensing the battle intent emanating from one another. As both Pokémon readied for combat, The referee's command signaled the battle's immediate onset. Mukuing let out a mighty roar, exuding an imposing aura. Ironclaw Lobster, you Scald. The battle began with Heiyu taking the initiative, instructing his Pokémon to attack, primarily to gauge Mukuing's capabilities and critical attributes that could influence the battle. At this juncture, it resembled intimidation. After all, the fierce cry from the opposing side at the start was quite common when paired with intimidation. Most trainers would have their intimidating Pokémon feign ferocity to maximize the advantage of that trait. However, Ironclaw Lobster would not be daunted. Remaining completely unfazed as its claws lunged forward, unleashing a scalding jet of water towards Mukuing in the air. Quick evade! Lacy Eye shouted, and Mukuing, illuminated with a flash of white, instantaneously dodged to another location, effortlessly eluding the strike. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Heiyu's eyes. Mukuing's reflexes were remarkably swift. Although avian Pokémon typically possess rapid reflexes, it was evident that it had been fed substances to enhance neural responsiveness. Mukuing, use Air Cutter. Mukuing flapped its wings, sending two sharp wind blades slicing towards Ironclaw Lobster below. Shatter it! Heiyu commanded in an instant, and Ironclaw Lobster raised its massive claw, smashing the wind blades to pieces. Heiyu understood that Mukuing possessed virtually no excellent long-range techniques. All its self-taught skills were melee-based. Not a single long-range move. Even its own type lacked such capabilities, let alone those of other types. Thus, it was highly probable that the Air Cutter had been learned from a technical disc or taught by another Pokémon. Heiyu's strategy was to lure Mukuing into close combat, for Ironclaw Lobster could not leap that high otherwise. Mukuing, use Air Cutter. Lacy Eye, undeterred, furrowed his brow and commanded again. Two more wind blades were easily shattered by Ironclaw Lobster's claws, seemingly intentionally, as it displayed a mocking grin towards Mukuing in the sky. Provocation move. The limited variation skills of Mukuing were thwarted, resulting in a standoff where neither side initiated further attacks. Lacy Eye, brow furrowed and expression stunned, realized he might have underestimated his opponent. Just as he prepared to command Mukuing to use double team, he was preempted by the opposing provocation. Damn it! Does this mean we must engage in close combat? As an experienced trainer, Lacy Eye believed his tactical arrangements were sound, utilizing the advantage of flight for ranged attrition. However, he subconsciously began to deflect responsibility. Mukuing was too restricted. The long-range moves it could learn were nearly non-existent. A look of disdain crossed Lacy Eye's face as he regarded Mukuing's silhouette with cold indifference. The standoff persisted for a full half-minute, and as whispers began to ripple through the audience, Lacy Eye still refrained from attacking, having realized he seemed to be trapped in a deadlock. With variation moves locked and long-range attacks ineffective, was he to abandon the aerial advantage and resort to close combat? No, he must attack quickly. Mukuing, use Aerial Ace. Just as Lacy Eye grappled with his thoughts, he suddenly spotted Ironclaw Lobster on the stage, performing a mysterious and vigorous dance. With his extensive experience, he instantly recognized it as the boosting move Dragon Dance. Rushing to command his Pokémon to attack, it was already too late. Ironclaw Lobster had mastered Dragon Dance to a remarkable degree. Mukuing had yet to descend to launch its attack when Dragon Dance had already concluded. Heiyu glanced at the now empowered Ironclaw Lobster, a subtle smile gracing his lips, revealing his satisfaction. The training Ironclaw Lobster had undergone in recent days had not been in vain. However, Dragon Dance's duration was brief and immensely draining, necessitating a swift conclusion to the battle. Heiyu raised an eyebrow, pondering deeply. Ironclaw Lobster, strike directly with Shell Blade. Heiyu, unafraid, was well aware of his Pokémon's strength and offensive capabilities. Mukuing dove downward, its wings and talons working in unison to unleash a rhythmic fighting move. Ironclaw Lobster's Shell Blade came crashing down, only to be effortlessly neutralized by a single move from Mukuing. Just as Heiyu had suspected, Mukuing was exceptionally strong in close-quarters combat, establishing a unique rhythm and style of battle. With unwavering expression, Heiyu continued to direct Ironclaw Lobster to attack, for he was not inclined to believe that Mukuing could nullify a second or third strike. After Ironclaw Lobster's left claw was blocked, its right claw swiftly gathered water energy, crashing down towards Mukuing's head. Mukuing, engage in close combat. Lacy Eye was taken aback by the tenacity of this seemingly unassuming Pokémon, as its claws swung with formidable might. With the water-infused Shell Blade's phantom trailing behind its claws, the two Pokémon exchanged blows in a fierce melee. While it lacked the flair of Mukuing's techniques, sheer strength reigned supreme. One force breaks all techniques. The clash intensified, and Mukuing struggled increasingly, not having been struck by the claws directly, but the forceful collision of wings and claws made it increasingly difficult for its wings to sustain the battle. After all, how could a pair of wings contend with powerful claws? The fact that Mukuing's wings remained unbroken attested to the remarkable muscular development of its wings. Lacy Eye felt a growing urgency, his brow furrowed. A fighting technique that had proven successful time and again was now being overwhelmed by brute strength. In the past, Enemies seldom had the chance to force Muk-ing to engage in close combat before being swiftly dealt with. The current situation, where close combat proved utterly ineffective, was indeed rare, as it was Muk-ing's most proficient technique, boasting a formidable power of 120. Lacey's lips turned pale as he exhaled, unconsciously clenching the hand that hung at his side, inwardly lamenting the predicament. Muk-ing hastily sought an opportunity to escape, yearning to return to the skies. Lacey could only command his Pokémon to withdraw from the battle. Yet, how could Heiyu comply with his wishes? One must relentlessly pursue a defeated foe. Iron Claw Lobster, Water Jet. The Iron Claw Lobster, charged with water, surged skyward, striking Muk-ing, who was still flying at a low altitude, and sending him crashing into the arena's canopy. Countless spectators raised their gazes in unison, captivated by the spectacle. Chapter 88, Sacrificial Trait. Unleash Scald, leave him no chance. Heiyu commanded, and multiple jets of scalding water erupted from the Iron Claw Lobster's pincers. The torrents of boiling water struck Muk-ing directly, eliciting a cry of anguish as he struggled to adjust his position midair. Several feathers fell, drenched and steaming from the heat. Muk-ing fought valiantly to keep aloft, his wings already fatigued from the earlier combat with the Iron Claw Lobster's pincers, now further weakened by the searing water. Muk-ing, use Feather Rest, restore your strength. Lacey calculated the time, realizing the window for provocation was closing, and shouted urgently. Heiyu knew it was too late for provocation, had it been the mischievous hyena. Perhaps it could have been executed first. Unfortunately, the Iron Claw Lobster's proficiency in the provocation skill was mediocre. In that case, use Substitute, Heiyu commanded. And a layer of protective energy enveloped the Iron Claw Lobster, capable of withstanding a powerful attack. This skill had been acquired through investments from the Joy family to enhance the Iron Claw Lobster's survivability. It had never found an opportunity for use, as it had not faced an opponent capable of providing such a challenge. Though untested, the Iron Claw Lobster had trained rigorously in this skill, making it a vital asset. Muk-ing's surface injuries gradually healed, indicating a temporary loss of flight capability, prompting Heiyu to conceal Rock Slide for later. However, the loss of flight attributes meant that the resistance to fighting-type moves was no longer valid, thus re-establishing the type disadvantage. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Heiyu's eyes as he observed Muk-ing flying at a low altitude. Although Muk-ing's stamina was restored, the damage and fatigue on its wings remained, making the Shell Blade from Dragon Dance no easy attack to withstand. With the current altitude, the Iron Claw Lobster was poised to leap and strike. Iron Claw Lobster, execute Brick Break. Heiyu seized the moment as Muk-ing flew low. The Iron Claw Lobster's powerful legs propelled it downward, its tail striking the ground as it leaped. The massive pincers coalesced brown energy and struck downwards, aiming squarely at Muk-ing's abdomen. Quick, use Quick Attack to evade. Lacey realized the impending danger as the Iron Claw Lobster leaped high. Unfortunately, whether due to the previous battle disorienting Muk-ing or the lingering damage from the close combat, it couldn't react swiftly enough. In any case, the Quick Attack was not executed in time, and Muk-ing was struck by the Brick Break. Originally capable of flight and possessing a normal typing, Muk-ing faced double damage from the fighting type due to losing its flying attribute from Feather Rest. Lacey's forehead glistened with sweat as he realized that from the very beginning, the battle had been orchestrated by his opponent, leading him to forget his own battle strategy. With trepidation, he cast a wary glance at Heiyu, internally resolving to break the substitute before executing his final move. Muk-ing, use Aerial Ace. Muk-ing, struggling to rise from the ground, felt a pang of despair upon hearing his trainer's command. Nonetheless, he obeyed, executing a rapid low-altitude maneuver that shattered the substitute upon approaching the Iron Claw Lobster. Ascend quickly, increase your altitude. Lacey seemed to be concocting a grand strategy, his eyes betraying a fierce determination. Heiyu sensed that the power boost within the Iron Claw Lobster was gradually waning, and the Dragon Dance's enhancement time was nearing its end. Just as he prepared to end the battle swiftly, Lacey's next command startled him. Muk-ing, Brave Bird. A flicker of emotion crossed Lacey's otherwise calm demeanor, his eyes shining with anticipation and anxiety, uncertain if this unrefined move would succeed. As a move learned at nearly level 50, the fact that Muk-ing, at just over level 30, could barely execute it attested to its exceptional potential. Muk-ing slowly folded its wings, and astonishingly, it did not plummet. A blue-violet aura ignited around its body, propelling it downward like a rocket. Heiyu's heart raced. Was that fearsome expression upon Muk-ing's entrance not indicative of its intimidability? If so, this move should inflict recoil damage. Iron Claw Lobster. Brace yourself, Heiyu commanded, as the Iron Claw Lobster raised its pincers defensively, a green shield enveloping its form in preparation. A piercing sound resounded as Muk-ing executed the nearly unfamiliar move, letting out a resonant cry. The clash of spear and shield captivated the audience, who held their breath, momentarily forgetting to exhale, their placards still. An explosion erupted upon the stage, billowing smoke that enveloped the arena. As the haze began to dissipate, The iron claw lobster remained standing, bearing only minor scratches, yet otherwise unharmed. It appears to be the sacrificial trait. Heiyu keenly observed the battlefield. Recognizing the magnitude of the last attack, he instantly surmised that the move may have been amplified by the hidden ability, Sacrifice, which enhances power at the cost of recoil. However, how much stamina would Mewking have left after employing that move? A confident smile graced Heiyu's face as he commanded, Iron Claw Lobster, Rock Slide. Lacey's expression darkened, fully aware that if this strike failed, it would signify the end of their chance in this battle. As anticipated, with the execution of Rock Slide, Lacey's final psychological defenses crumbled, leaving him devoid of any will to resist. No further commands were issued, for he knew it would be futile. Mewking's stamina was insufficient to sustain any more moves. A massive boulder plummeted from above, crashing onto the low-flying Mewking and burying it beneath the rubble, eliciting a cry of pain as blood seeped from its wings. The scene was heart-wrenching, and Lacey felt a surge of compassion, although he had always been strict. Mewking had been his companion for over a year. I concede. Lacey bowed his head, retracting his Mewking, and through gritted teeth uttered these words. Before departing, he cast a glance at Heiyu, vanishing from the arena. The atmosphere was charged. Hey Tion! Hey Tion! Hey Tion! The battle concluded, and the audience erupted with thunderous applause that reverberated throughout the venue. This contest, perceived by outsiders as evenly matched, was undeniably spectacular, particularly during the intense close-quarters combat where fist struck flesh, providing an exhilarating experience. Chapter 89, The Character Capsule. After Lacey begrudgingly conceded defeat and exited the arena, the venue was enveloped in cheers that belonged solely to Hey Tion. The host briskly approached the center of the stage, microphone in hand, and declared loudly, "Let us once again congratulate contestant Hey Tion for triumphing over his opponent, securing victory in the arena battle. He has also earned the ultimate reward, the exclusive treasure of our battle club, the Character Capsule." The organizers vigorously promoted this match, having already profited handsomely, and even after its conclusion, they continued their promotional efforts. As expected, upon hearing the phrase exclusive treasure, the audience erupted once more, many faces flushed with excitement, wishing they could be the ones receiving the award. Heiyu, concealed behind his mask, wore an expression of resignation, reluctantly participating in the host's promotional activities until he finally departed, leaving the arena to the club's personnel. Following the staff to a backstage-like room, he found it sparsely furnished with common sandalwood furniture, lacking any exceptional features. Just as Heiyu was about to take a seat, the door swung open. A masked man entered swiftly, presenting a beautifully crafted gift box to Heiyu without uttering a word, before silently exiting. Perplexed, Heiyu opened the gift box to reveal a medium-sized blue-purple capsule, resting quietly within. It appeared resplendent, and under the illumination, faint traces of genetic patterns could be discerned. Is this the character capsule? It has the potential to transform a Pokémon's ability into another, aside from its hidden ability. A smile of delight involuntarily spread across Heiyu's face. Such a treasure could undoubtedly fetch $1 million on the black market. For instance, certain exceptional Pokémon may be hindered by their abilities for various reasons. A character capsule could undoubtedly rescue them. However, at present, it seems of little use to me, as my Pokémon's abilities are already quite excellent and do not require replacement. Both the Giant Jaw Shark and the Dark Crow possess hidden abilities, Swift Swim and Prankster, respectively, both of which are among the most desirable. Eevee's adaptability, upon evolving into Moon Eevee, will transform into the Synchronize ability, perfectly aligning with Moon Eevee's tank-like role. As for the Kingler, its adaptability ability greatly enhances damage, making it far superior to the other two ordinary abilities. Moreover, there exists a treasure known as the Ability Ointment, capable of converting ordinary abilities into hidden ones, essentially an upgraded version of the character capsule. Yet, there have been no reports of its development in the market, likely indicating that it has yet to be created. After what felt like an eternity of waiting in the room, a figure resembling the mastermind appeared. After engaging in some trivial conversation, he finally got to the point. I wonder if you, young brother Hey Tion, would be interested in joining our battle club? Heiyu feigned contemplation, yet inwardly he held disdain, for the proposition to join the club merely implied becoming their pawn, cooperating with them to reap benefits. While he did not consider himself a virtuous individual, and was open to collaborating for personal gain, he feared that aligning with these individuals could render him a mere tool, ensnared in their machinations, making escape difficult should the situation turn sour. The expression concealed beneath Heiyu's mask was inscrutable, but ultimately, he politely declined the invitation, requesting no hard feelings. The individual, seemingly the mastermind, did not express anger. After a brief moment of surprise, he laughed heartily and bid Heiyu farewell, assuring him that no offense was taken. Accompanied by this enigmatic figure, Heiyu departed from the battle club. Standing before the large windows on the second floor, the mastermind watched Heiyu's retreating figure, his gaze contemplative. Humph, were it not for the current peculiar circumstances, After concluding the match, Heiyu promptly returned to the Pokémon Center. Although the Kingler had sustained minimal injuries, the exertion had taken its toll, especially considering it had maintained the Dragon Dance boost for a significant portion of the battle. Thank you, Miss Joy. After handing over the Kingler's Pokeball to Miss Joy, Heiyu scanned the hall for an empty seat and slowly made his way over. Just as he settled down, having barely rested for a few minutes, a familiar, icy voice pierced the air from behind him. Hey, you're Heiyu, right? Turning around, he found Lei Ci, the very opponent he had just battled. Though now his expression appeared somewhat unnatural. A smirk curled at the corners of Heiyu's mouth as he replied, Oh, such an incapable person like me actually has the privilege of conversing with you. Heiyu emphasized the phrase incapable with particular intensity. Lei Ci's lips twitched slightly as he struggled to contain his anger, taking a seat opposite Heiyu and stating, The truth is, your victory was merely a stroke of luck, had my Muk-ing possessed a long-range move. With that, Lei Ci launched into a tirade. In summary, he insisted that Heiyu had only won due to good fortune. The more Heiyu listened, the more his brows furrowed. Though he did not consider himself a good person, he was fiercely devoted to his Pokémon, especially the ones he had trained for the longest time. He had long regarded the Kingler as a partner rather than a mere tool like some Pokémon. Yet, Lei Ci never reflected on his own errors in command, continuously criticizing the Muk-ing. Heiyu quickly interjected, his expression darkening. Your Muk-ing truly worked hard and is quite formidable, in my eyes. You do not deserve such an excellent Pokémon, considering your command and control throughout the battle. Heiyu's unrelenting remarks undoubtedly pierced Lei Ci's pride. As someone with an exceptionally strong sense of self-esteem, Lei Ci immediately retorted, As a Pokémon, the only thing that matters is winning. If you lose, you are unworthy of sympathy. Lei Ci's words clearly revealed his attitude towards Pokémon. They were mere tools to be exploited. Even the Muk-ing that had accompanied him for years was not spared. Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he could not sway Lei Ci. Furthermore, the clash of ideals between trainers was inherently intense, so he decided to remain silent. You'll learn your lesson when you face a god-tier mauling. Heiyu scoffed inwardly, feeling a mischievous thrill at the prospect of witnessing the future transformation of the aloof Lei Ci into a gentle, caring Pokémon breeder. Should I record this conversation? I could play it back for him when he eventually changes careers. After Miss Joy called his name, Heiyu retrieved his Kingler and was just about to head to his room for some rest when Lei Ci finally spoke, revealing his true purpose for the visit. Heiyu, you must have received the ultimate reward, the character capsule, right? I wonder if you could trade it to me. I am willing to offer the highest price available on the market. Suddenly, Lei Ci stepped in front of Heiyu, his face slightly flushed, speaking awkwardly. Heiyu regarded Lei Ci with a peculiar expression, assessing him from head to toe. Given that you are now begging me for it, it is quite amusing that you were just trying to assert your superiority and engage in debate moments ago. Clearly, Lei Ci lacks an understanding of social niceties. Nevertheless, this does not hinder Heiyu from seizing the opportunity to raise the price. Chapter 90, The Lightning Rod. Selling it to you is not an issue, but I have two questions to ask. First, who do you intend to use this character capsule for? Heiyu produced the exquisite blue-purple capsule from his pocket, showcasing it to Lei Ci. Indeed, it promptly captivated Lei Ci's attention, his gaze fixated on the capsule, unable to divert his eyes. I possess a Pokémon, a Dujiao Xinyo, characterized by its ground and rock attributes, yet its unique ability is Lightning Rod, Lei Ci stated earnestly. Heiyu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The Lightning Rod is a rather commendable ability, attracting electric-type attacks towards itself, rendering it immune to any damage while simultaneously enhancing its special attack. Immunity, retaliation, and enhancement. This ability embodies three remarkable advantages, making it a nightmare for trainers specializing in electric types. However, the flaw lies in the fact that Dujiao Xinyo is a ground and rock type. One must ponder, would one employ an electric-type Pokémon against a ground-type Pokémon that is immune to such attacks? It is no wonder that this ability and attribute pairing seems incongruous. Heiyu found it somewhat amusing, but upon reflection, it was remarkable that Lei Ci could capture a Dujiao Xinyo despite such a significant disadvantage. This particular Dujiao Xinyo must possess exceptional qualities, or perhaps its aptitude is exceedingly rare. So remarkable that Lei Ci would rather expend a capsule to alter its ability than relinquish it. This touches upon the hidden secrets of Lei Ci's Pokémon. Even though Heiyu was intensely curious, he refrained from probing further, as delving into a trainer's secrets is a profound taboo. Alright, for my second question. Is your Muk-ing's ability intimidate or reckless? Heiyu still had not discerned whether Muk-ing exhibited a fearsome demeanor upon entry due to the intimidate ability. If so, why did its subsequent brave bird attack possess such formidable power? My general approach to battles involves gathering information on the opposing Pokémon before formulating targeted strategies. Hence I tend to keep my own Pokémon's information rather confidential. Consequently, I would have Muk-ing deliberately feign intimidate at the outset, while its true ability is the hidden reckless. Upon hearing Lei Ci's explanation, Heiyu could not help but admire his meticulous thought process. Indeed, exceptional talents abound in this world. One must never underestimate their opponents. Heiyu silently reminded himself to temper his arrogance and not become like Lei Ci before him, or the future Jin Ci. Once the inquiries concluded, Heiyu successfully sold the ability capsule to Lei Ci, although the price was slightly elevated. Additionally, he requested from Lei Ci the method to simulate the Intimidate ability. To his astonishment, a single capsule fetched 1.5 million alliance coins. As Heiyu gazed at the staggering 2.8 million alliance coins in his account, his spirits lifted once more. For the next half-month, Heiyu trained within Levine Town, occasionally venturing into the wilderness for survival practice and participating in battles at the club to hone his Xiaoyi Bu. During this period, Lei Ci invited Heiyu to battle again. Their relationship thawed somewhat, and Heiyu discovered that aside from his somewhat proud, arrogant, and self-assured demeanor, Lei Ci had many commendable qualities, particularly in Pokémon breeding. Lei Ci's innovative ideas were truly exceptional, including his exclusive training methods for simulating the Intimidate ability. Even from Heiyu's current perspective, he could find no fault, and he marveled at the ingenuity. It is no wonder that he could cultivate someone like Jin Ci in the future. Lei Ci, the KLV tunnel is fraught with danger. Here is a hand-drawn map I created. It should assist you somewhat. Heiyu presented a meticulously crafted map to Lei Ci, as the latter was finally preparing to depart Levine Town and continue his journey. However, Heiyu's route led from the southwest to the northeast, while Lei Ci's path was precisely the opposite, heading toward Canas City and Changhua City, places Heiyu had previously visited. Thank you, Heiyu. I hope we can meet at the Alliance Conference and engage in a thrilling battle. Lei Ci did not utter any irksome remarks this time, but instead expressed a sense of mutual admiration. Watching Lei Ci set off on his journey, Heiyu gazed at the setting sun and murmured, I must also prepare to leave. I have been here for nearly a month. After a few days of rest, Heiyu departed from Levine Town, obtaining contact information from the skill instructor before leaving. After all, he might need to seek the instructor's guidance in the future, and this connection would serve as an enhancement to his network. The next morning, Heiyu set forth on his journey, the next destination being Fuyin Town, located in the northeast of Levine Town. The two towns were quite close, separated only by a small forest. According to the official travel recommendations, the route should lead east along Route 117 towards Zijin City. After all, the officially established roads are undoubtedly safer than traversing through the wilderness. However, the gym in Zijin City specializes in electric types, which is quite disadvantageous for Heiyu's current team. Conversely, Fuyin Town's fire-type gym was much more to his liking. Moreover, it was said that the hot springs there were exceedingly popular and could even cure certain ailments. Heiyu had experienced the ocean's waves and the gentle flow of streams, but had never indulged in the comfort of hot springs. That night, on the outskirts of the forest, Heiyu was setting up camp with several Pokémon, while his hyena circled the perimeter, vigilant against wild Pokémon attacks. Xiaoyi Bu was eagerly spreading out a dining cloth on the grass, impatiently lying down to enjoy its softness. In contrast, the Jaya Shark remained much quieter, resting in a small automatic pool he had previously purchased. With the sounds of chirping and crackling, the night gradually enveloped the earth. Heiyu sat quietly beside the campfire, the flickering flames illuminating his somewhat fatigued yet expectant face. Heiyu curled up slightly, cradling the adorably soft Xiaoyi Bu in his arms. At that moment, Xiaoyi Bu resembled a tranquil little angel, its delicate fur brushing against Heiyu's skin, imparting a gentle sensation. Heiyu gazed down at the little creature, his eyes reflecting warmth. He held a small device resembling a thermometer, an intimacy detector. Just before departing, he had acquired this new gadget from the Pokémon shop in Levine Town. Heiyu carefully pointed the device at Xiaoyi Bu, a beam of red light swiftly sweeping across, followed by directing it at himself. The previously blank screen on the device illuminated with 7 dazzling heart icons, a perfect score of hearts. On this intimacy detector, there are only 7 hearts in total, and with all of them illuminated, it undeniably proved the extraordinary bond shared between Heiyu and Xiaoyi Bu. Contemplating this, Heiyu couldn't help but glance back at the peacefully sleeping Xiaoyi Bu. The little one had her eyes tightly shut, breathing steadily and rhythmically, evidently lost in a sweet dream. Was Xiaoyi Bu's experience level now sufficient for evolution? Heiyu's movements became increasingly gentle as he stroked Xiaoyi Bu's fur, reveling in the joy of the moment. Chapter 91, Floating Bubbles. Xiaoyi Bu, use Shadow Clone. At Heiyu's command, the Xiaoyi Bu standing on the grass instantaneously split into 2. Another identical Xiaoyi Bu appeared. Yet while the original bore a determined expression, the clone exhibited a notably blank demeanor, easily distinguishable upon closer observation. The primary training objectives for Shadow Clone are threefold: enhancing the realism of the shadow, improving the speed of move execution, and extending the duration of the clone. Xiaoyi Bu. For now, you need not rush to address the latter two. Simply focus on making the shadow more lifelike. Hai knelt down, gently stroking the small head of Ibu while offering encouragement and imparting knowledge. This is the advantage of having a trainer. If it were a wild spirit being trained, it would be impossible to devise such a meticulous plan. It would be merely fumbling in the dark. Many wild spirits do not even comprehend how to battle. They only know how to unleash skills, having no understanding of the combat styles that suit them before being captured by humans. In the wilderness, one often encounters spirits with extraordinarily high physical attack stats, yet relying solely on special attack moves, while those proficient in defense only engage in offense. Without the guidance of a trainer, wild spirits often possess combat capabilities that are significantly weaker compared to their counterparts of the same level. Of course, some wild spirits, upon reaching a higher level, may discover a suitable survival method on their own. Thus, many trainers are quite averse to capturing well-formed wild spirits, as correcting their combat methods honed over years in the wild proves to be a formidable challenge. Trainers must also invest considerable effort to rectify the physical training mistakes made previously. Given this complexity, it is far more advantageous to capture a young spirit and nurture it from an early age, ensuring loyalty and intimacy. More importantly, this allows for the formulation of appropriate training methods, preventing the waste of potential or the risk of straying down the wrong path. As is often the case with wild spirits lacking trainer guidance, naturally, some spirits can develop effective training methods in the wild and thrive. However, these are exceptional cases, mere rarities. Coincidentally, today, Hai encountered one such anomaly, a Taeo Longxia, or iron claw lobster. Hai's agile figure darted through the jungle, while the Taeo Longxia struggled to keep pace. A column of scalding water surged towards the spirit. Remarkably, the spirit withstood the attack, showing no signs of pain. How amusing. Has it transformed into a water type? Considering its previous fire and ice types, has this floating bubble mastered 3 forms of transformation? Observing the swift transitions between forms, one could discern a high level of proficiency. This opportunity cannot be overlooked. With a command, Hai summoned Hai's dark crow from the nearby thicket, a gentle breeze enveloping all of his spirits, bestowing them the status of favorable winds. Little Ibu hopped between branches, joyfully pursuing the spirit, particularly relishing the sensation of leaping among the branches. How delightful! Ibu gathered a dark orb of energy and hurled it at the mass of blue gas ahead. It was the Shadow Ball, a skill learned not long ago through a technical disc and one of Ibu's rare offensive techniques. The black orb, infused with ghostly energy, struck the floating bubble, which had transformed into a rainy day form. The floating bubble collided with a large tree, yet it bounced off effortlessly, as if it were a sponge, receiving no secondary damage from the impact. Constructed from a mass of gas, the floating bubble is immune to much physical damage. However, in its rainy day form, the bubble's body resembled a sponge, frequently dripping water onto the ground. The floating bubble staggered to its feet, gathering a massive balloon of energy in its chest, gradually shifting from a milky white to a sky blue. The weather ball was unleashed. Depending on the weather at the time of use, the power and type of the move would change. Although it was sunny, logically, the weather ball should have been fire type. However, the rainy day form forcibly altered the weather's influence, resulting in a water type weather ball. As the attack was launched, the floating bubble swiftly transformed into an ice type, becoming a snowy day form. The speed of its transformation was nearly instantaneous, further astonishing Hai, a wild, genius spirit. Hai was enamored with the idea of capturing this floating bubble, not only due to its adeptness at form transformation, but also because of its unparalleled mastery over weather-related skills. The floating bubble can autonomously learn rain dance, sunny day, and hail at level 20, while there are other spirits capable of learning weather skills independently, such as Mainas and Zhuowang. They typically require significantly higher levels, often above 40 or 50. In contrast, the floating bubble only needs to reach level 20 to grasp these abilities. Hai, witnessing the struggles of the Taeo Longxia in learning rain dance, found himself in a quandary, as an exceptional teacher of weather skills presented itself. Not to mention, the seamless transitions between forms indicated considerable innate talent. While it may not serve as a frontline combatant, integrating it into his support team would not be a waste of this floating bubble's potential. However, this floating bubble appeared exceptionally intelligent, seemingly aware of the type advantages, and upon shifting into its snowy cloud form, aimed the weather ball at Hai's dark crow. The ice-type weather ball launched another assault. One must admit that as a gaseous entity, the floating bubble excels at evasion. Were it not for the favorable winds bestowed upon Hai's spirits by Dark Crow, it might have escaped successfully. Exhausted, the floating bubble reached a cliff, realizing it had nowhere to flee, preparing for a desperate last stand. Jossum, water jet. Hai's voice rang out just as a blue, lightning-like column of water struck the floating bubble with incredible speed, catching it completely off guard. The assailant was none other than Jossum, who had been accumulating speed and power on the sidelines. Go, Pokeball. Hai tossed a yellow Ultra Ball. Such a spirit certainly warranted his attention. Ding. With the crisp sound following the shaking, Hai couldn't help but smile broadly. With this floating bubble in his ranks, his spirits would expend significantly less effort training weather-related moves in the future. Indeed, another valuable member joins the support team. Hai retrieved his Pokédex, shrinking the Ultra Ball and securing it on the back. Beep beep beep. Floating Bubble, a weather-type Pokémon. Its appearance changes with the weather, having acquired the ability to harness the immense energy of nature to protect its diminutive body. Ability: unpredictable. Gender: female. Type: normal. Height: 0, 3 meters. Weight: 0, 8 kilograms. Excellent energy control. Moves mastered include Tackle, Headbutt, Spark, Water Gun, Powder Snow, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Hail, Weather Ball. Inherited move, Lucky Chant. Gazing at the 6 words excellent energy control in the Pokédex, Hai remarked to the Taiyo Longxia. Taiyo Longxia, you are fortunate. The finest teacher of weather-type moves has come your way. Chapter 92. Will you enter the trap? Hai commanded several spirits to stand guard around him while releasing the now unconscious floating bubble. Why go through all this? If you had just allowed me to capture you, you wouldn't have to endure this punishment. Hai sighed softly, retrieving a delicate bottle of healing spray from his pocket. He carefully opened the cap and gently sprayed it onto the wounds of the floating bubble. As the spray made contact with the injuries, a soothing sensation spread throughout the floating bubble's body, abruptly awakening it from its stupor. Yow! A sharp cry filled with caution erupted as the floating bubble's eyes flew open, its body springing into the air like a coiled spring. The floating bubble widened its eyes in terror, scanning its surroundings where fierce and menacing spirits were glaring at it, particularly the sizable shark and the giant clawed lobster, whose fearsome expressions were utterly chilling, as if at any moment they might pounce and tear her apart. Confronted by such numerous and formidable foes, the naive and inexperienced Piao Fu Pao could not help but feel a surge of helplessness and fear. She contemplated within her heart, perhaps she should not have left that place, nor should she have harbored such immense curiosity about the outside world. The diminutive form of Piao Fu Pao trembled slightly, and wisps of air began to escape her gaseous body. Fear not, Piao Fu Pao, for from this day forth, you shall be a Pokémon of a trainer, said He Yu with a kind expression, slowly retrieving an energy cube from his spatial backpack to offer it to her. In his view, no wild Pokémon could refuse such a delectable treat. However, the outcome left He Yu utterly astonished. Piao Fu Pao drifted closer, sniffing the energy cube with her nose. Cautiously, she took a small bite, chewed gently, and then spat it out with a look of utter disdain. He Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that perhaps it was a matter of taste, prompting him to present another energy cube. Here, Piao Fu Pao. You should enjoy this one. I added quite a bit of seasoning. He produced a pink energy cube, specially concocted for Xiao Yibu. Although it lacked nutritional value and energy, it was delightful in flavor. He Yu could not fathom any Pokémon capable of resisting such a delicacy. Yet, Piao Fu Pao tasted it once more, only to display the same expression of aversion. This greatly vexed Xiao Yibu, for it was her exclusive treat. How could Piao Fu Pao exhibit such disdain? For a moment, Xiao Yibu cast a disapproving gaze at Piao Fu Pao. He Yu found himself perplexed. Logically, the energy cubes he crafted should be fine. He broke off a small piece, tasted it himself, and found it satisfactory. Confounded, He Yu concluded that if culinary allure failed, he would resort to force. After a series of encounters with his 4 Pokémon, Piao Fu Pao was subdued, her gaseous form noticeably lighter as several wisps of air had escaped. This caused He Yu some concern, and after consulting the Pokédex, he learned that these air currents could be collected through water vapor. With that knowledge, he felt reassured, yet the peculiar anatomy of such Pokémon sparked his curiosity. Without further delay, he resolved to set forth, for beyond this forest lay Fu Yin Town. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, eager to advance. Just as he lifted his foot to step forward, an unexpected event unfolded. The previously quiet and docile Piao Fu Pao emitted a sharp and urgent call. You. She seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, floating gracefully in an entirely different direction, as if conveying a message to He Yu and urging him to follow closely. Faced with this sudden turn of events, He Yu harbored doubts. Was Piao Fu Pao leading him to seek her parents, perhaps in distress? Or was she luring him into a trap meticulously laid by them? He Yu did not blindly pursue. He halted, engulfed in contemplation. His years of cautious and suspicious nature kept him alert to his surroundings, especially concerning his own safety. He understood the treachery of human hearts. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into irrevocable peril. Though such thoughts might seem extreme, they had indeed saved his life on numerous occasions. Taking advantage of her moment of vulnerability, he swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, capturing Piao Fu Pao and securing her tightly. I'm sorry, Piao Fu Pao, he murmured to the Pokeball, deciding to explore the direction Piao Fu Pao had drifted. With his Pokémon around him, a wave of safety washed over him. With them at his side, his security was assured. They formed his steadfast barrier. He Yu held little belief that within this small forest resided any high-level Pokémon. Piao Fu Pao's level, exceeding 20, had already astonished him. After all, traversing this path, even in the forest's core, most Pokémon hovered around levels of a few to a dozen. Moreover, Piao Fu Pao's earlier expression did not seem feigned. It appeared to be an instinctive reaction. Heiyu prided himself on his keen sight, for it had propelled him to grow and earn the favor of both Qian Li and the Joy family. After much contemplation, he instructed his Pokémon, "If I encounter any danger, you must use Protect at the first opportunity." "Got it. Bui, Jusha, Gaga." The Pokémon silently committed this to memory. In truth, this was not the first time Heiyu had conveyed such instructions. The principle of immediate protection in danger had become ingrained in their minds, firmly etched in their consciousness. Heiyu was quite pleased with this outcome. Preserving his life was of utmost importance. As the sun slowly descended, Heiyu had cautiously explored the forest for several hours without discovering anything unusual. The only peculiar sight was a seemingly bottomless cave. He had spent half an hour inside, yet it remained a dim, unending passage. Deciding to retreat, he pondered if that cave might indeed be significant. Leaning against a large rock, he contemplated his next move. Nearby, the Heianya remained vigilant on a tree trunk, while the Taio Long Xia stood guard. These behaviors had become instinctual for his Pokémon. Ultimately, he decided to call forth Piao Fu Pao and seek clarification. However, first, he instructed several Pokémon to form a protective circle to prevent her from escaping. Once his safety measures were in place, he released her. Yu. Upon her release, Piao Fu Pao expressed her excitement with a plaintive cry, as if to accuse her unfeeling new master. Heiyu was not swayed by her antics. He pointed toward the nearby cave. "Were you trying to lead me to that cave?" Heiyu asked candidly. Given the current situation, Piao Fu Pao was at his mercy, and there was no need for subterfuge. He could simply ask directly. Piao Fu Pao vigorously shook her body, her single errant tuft of hair standing straight up. Observing her animated demeanor, Heiyu turned to the dark cave, deep in thought. Chapter 93. Lu Tian River Spirit in the Dim Cave. A young lad clad in adventurer's attire was cautiously exploring. Heiyu approached a nearby rock formation, recognizing the marks left behind. This was the spot he had previously explored for half an hour, where he had inscribed a square mark. Gazing into the shadowy passage, he noted that his Pokémon remained alert and vigilant. He dispatched the Heianya to scout ahead, while Piao Fu Pao was warily watched by Xiao Yibu. In the silence of the cave, Heiyu could almost hear his own breathing. After an indeterminate time of wandering, a faint trickling sound reached his ears. The sound of flowing water. Could this be an underground river? Having spent years at sea as a pirate, Heiyu was particularly attuned to the sound of water. The sound of flowing water was etched in his memory, and he focused intently, summoning his energy to continue his exploration. As Black Feather ventured deeper, the sound of rushing water grew increasingly pronounced, solidifying his conviction that an underground river lay hidden beneath. Before he could further explore this mystery, a sprite unexpectedly darted from the shadows. The creature was a vibrant green, with a gaping mouth and a large lotus leaf atop its head, moving in a peculiar manner that resembled a dance. It was a happy river sprite, or LTI, in HTing. Black Feather's eyes brightened with a flicker of astonishment. This wasn't due to the sprite's exceptional qualities. Its slightly smaller stature than the Pokédex average indicated it had evolved prematurely, failing to fully harness its inherent potential. Thus, Black Feather felt no inclination to capture and nurture it. His surprise stemmed from the knowledge that a LTI in HTing requires a water stone to evolve from its previous form, the Lotus Hat Child. Given the absence of any other sprites along this path, he surmised that this particular LTI in HTing must reside in the adjacent underground river, suggesting the presence of a water stone deposit nearby. This sprite likely encountered the stone inadvertently, leading to its evolution. While Black Feather deemed this LTI in HTing rather ordinary, even subpar, for the majority of trainers, it represented a commendable Pokémon, with its abilities of Float and Rain Dish being top-notch. Even its hidden ability, Stubborn, though slightly less favorable, did not detract from its popularity. Given the rarity of such hidden traits, with grass and water attributes, only Black Darkrai's flying-type moves could effectively counter it. Indeed, as the LTI in HTing emerged, it unleashed a rapid water gun directed at Black Feather. Nearby, Iron Claw Lobster effortlessly swatted the attack aside. Black Darkrai, empowered by favorable winds, retaliated with Peck Drill. Unfazed by the wild sprite's sudden assault, Black Feather remained calm, knowing that his Pokémon formed an unyielding defense. Without needing his command, they instinctively prepared to counter. Black Darkrai let out a raspy screech, expressing its fury at the wild sprite's aggression towards its trainer. With a powerful flap of its dark wings, it conjured a fierce gust, darting towards the LTI and HTing like a bolt of lightning. Enhanced by the wind, its speed surged, and its sharp beak struck the LTI and HTing with remarkable force. Black Darkrai had experienced rapid growth, particularly in Qingyan Town, where it had triumphed in 10 consecutive battles at the Battle Club, significantly enhancing its combat experience and skill proficiency. Coupled with the nutritious supplements and energy cubes Black Feather provided daily, its strength and speed had escalated to an astonishing level for its category. As expected, the LTI in HTing was caught off guard and sustained a peck from Black Darkrai, sent crashing against a nearby rock with a thunderous impact. The collision inflicted additional damage, eliciting a pained cry from the LTI and HT-ing, which bore a noticeable dent on its lotus leaf, from which water began to seep. Continue the assault with Scare. Little YB, use Shadow Ball. Black Feather showed no mercy, disregarding any notions of chivalry as he commanded Little YB to join the fray. In its panic, the LTI and HT-ing attempted a counterattack with Mega Drain, but its lack of battle experience rendered its green energy tendrils ineffective, failing to land a single hit. Black Feather observed from a short distance as the two Pokémon relentlessly pummeled the LTI and HT-ing, ultimately rendering it unconscious before he approached, tossing a Pokeball to capture it. Beep, beep, beep. The LTI and HT-ing, a happy Pokémon and the evolved form of Lotus Hatchild, is said to start dancing upon hearing cheerful music. It is rumored to be attracted by the singing of children on picnics. Level 19, Attributes: Water, Grass, Gender, Male, Height, 1, 3 meters, Weight, 50 kilograms, Underdeveloped, lacking nutrition. Ability: Stubborn. Mastered moves include Bubble Beam, Water Gun, Growl, Nature Power, Scare, Absorb, Mega Drain, Dance of Shaking, and Clap Surprise. Inherited move: Sweet Scent. Black Feather raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that this LTI and HT-ing, despite its mediocre development and wasted potential from early evolution, possessed the hidden ability Stubborn. While not on par with Float and Rain Dish, its combination with Dance of Shaking provided a stable control mechanism. Moreover, it had inherited Sweet Scent, a move that few Pokémon could learn. When employed, Sweet Scent emits an alluring fragrance, attracting wild Pokémon. This LTI and HT-ing proved to be quite impressive. Although Black Feather had no intention of keeping it, he believed it could fetch a significant sum, perhaps around 100,000 Alliance coins if sold. If he encountered someone particularly interested in Sweet Scent, its value might rise even higher, potentially reaching 200,000 Alliance coins, a tempting prospect for certain Pokémon hunters who capture and sell creatures in the wild. However, it seemed that Pokémon hunters were relatively scarce in the Funyuan region, primarily congregating in the SHNO region. Black Feather released the unconscious LTI and HT-ing once more, tending to its wounds before recapturing it. Throughout the process, the LTI and HT-ing remained in slumber. Nevertheless, Iron Claw Lobster remained vigilant, standing guard beside Black Feather like a devoted bodyguard.